to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now.
4 to MP.
4 men.
Off watch. Everyone where please. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
Entry
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. A bit of tomfoolery.
CID. DC Harrison. Who is it? Oh, yes, sir. Will you hold a moment, sir? Dave? Dave Brooke?
Yeah, Jim. What is it?
Chief Inspector's been looking for you. Urgent.
Do you know what it's about?
He didn't say.
Okay.
Sorry about that, sir. It's about the lorry theft, isn't it?
Come in. Now, come in, Dave. Shut the door. Sit down. We have a new DC on the strength. He reported this morning, and I'm putting him with you.
With me?
Are you so busy?
Well, I'm always busy, sir.
Then you need help. So I'm putting him with you. Here it is. He's Detective Constable Blair Maxton.
Blair?
Well, that's what it says. Another grammar school lad. Well, we could do with a bit of education in this office. Age 23. Initial training report good. Did his 2 years on the beat in Z District. Good report from their crime squad, appointed DC and sent here.
Yes, sir, but why put him on me?
Although I hate to say it, Dave, you're the sharpest sergeant I have. Not the best, not the smartest, but the sharpest. I want you to take him under your wing for a while. I'll get him. Chief Inspector Roach here. You can send up DC Maxton now. Now, you can have a look at him.
Does that mean I have a choice?
No, it doesn't mean you have a choice. You're having him for a month. You'll show him around, and you'll teach him to be a useful detective on this district. You'll teach him all your good habits, like making the right contacts, remembering faces, spotting villains at work, and making nice, clean arrests. You'll teach him how to conduct himself in court. You will not teach him any of your bad habits, such as cutting corners and losing office files.
Can I say a word, sir?
No, you cannot. Come in. Come in, Maxton. Meet your new sergeant. Detective Sergeant Dave Brooke. As from this morning, you will work with him. You will go where he tells you, and you will do what he tells you.
Yes, sir.
He's an experienced detective, and you will endeavor to learn all that he knows about this district. And when you've been here a month, you'll report to me again, and I'll decide whether you should be reassigned, right?
Thank you, sir.
That's it, then. Oh, Sergeant.
Sir?
Since you now have help, you can handle these. From this morning's crime complaints.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir. Well, this is the CID room. Don't be in a hurry to get to know any of these layabouts. Our desk is at the other end. It pays to keep as far as you can from the Chief Inspector's door.
He seemed a nice enough boss.
You pays your penny, takes your choice.
What does that mean?
Well, pay attention. On that table by the window are the division crime books. Look at them each morning. By the phones are all the useful numbers. And this is the duty book. And that's the night duty list. On the wall over there are the wanted photos. We've got 4 internal phones, and the one at the other end of the room is for outside lines for confidential calls. And this is our desk. We share it, and this is our workload. We share that too. We've got 12 cases in hand, plus 8 new ones we've been lumbered with. Our share of the morning's crime complaints.
That makes 20 cases.
Oh, well, the lad's a mathematical genius. We'll have to get him to do our expenses. Yeah, I bought your tea, Dave, and one for the lad. Hot, mind your fingers.
This is Jim Harrison, Detective Constable Harrison. This is Detective Constable Maxton, newly appointed, posted to us.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
What do you think of the place?
It's a bit cramped.
Just wait till everyone's in.
Jim and I are a team together, but he's working on 4 cases on his own. Are you a qualified driver?
Yes.
Right, sign for a car. I'll meet you downstairs.
Right.
Before you leave, Dave.
Yeah?
There's a PC downstairs who'd like a word with you. Says you know him. PC Wilson.
Oh, sure. I'll see him on the way out. Is PC Wilson around?
Over here, Sarge. Hey, got a minute?
Yeah, just.
Now, I think there could be something in this for you. Look, when I was on the beat last night, a lad was knocked down in the high street by a big market lorry. A real crunch. He was taken to hospital. He died this morning.
Yeah, but that's uniform stuff, so what?
Yeah, wait for it. The lad was Billy Peters. Oh, you know him. Had a bit of form, worked down the market, used to play a banjo in the pubs.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, you should look at his personal possessions. He didn't have much, but you should look.
So what's the mystery?
He was carrying a packet. A strange little packet. It could do you a little bit of good.
Thanks. Do you have a car of your own?
Yes, I've had one since I joined the force. A birthday present from my dad.
Does he fancy you as a copper? Your dad?
Not much. Where do we go?
Well, first we call it the hospital. Straight ahead, turn left into the high street, and I'll tell you from there. Meantime, we look at the new jobs. You were at Z District. Where were you stationed?
Epsom.
Out on the downs, bicycle clips, nailing warnings on farm gates.
Not all of it.
You'll find this ground a bit different. City stuff with a bit of everything. Handful of millionaires and more than a handful of villains. Expensive restaurants and streets full of Asian takeaways. Posh flats and back dives. Yeah, talking of posh neighbourhoods, we got them on the new complaints. 2 more house break-ins with thefts of jewellery. This lad's been at it for 4 months. It's time we caught up with him. There's a factory job, 3 breaking and entering, theft of a lorry, and theft of antique objects from unattended houses. I know he's doing this as well, and it's time he was talked to. Yeah, turn right here. I think you should have a go at the antiques, lad. You might respond to a grammar school boy. Blair Maxton. Odd name, that. What do your friends call you?
They call me Max.
Okay, I'll call you Max. And you call me Dave. That's when we're alone or whooping it up. In the presence of senior officers, you call me Sergeant.
That I do know.
And in the presence of villains, you'll call me Sergeant and show respect for the rank. And there's an awful lot of villains in this district. Hospital straight ahead. Pull up at casualty.
Yes, sir?
From the local police. Detective Sergeant Brooke. Can you tell me who was in charge of casualty last night?
Yes, sir. It was Dr. Briggs. That's him over by the stairway.
Thank you. Dr. Briggs?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sergeant Brooke. This is my colleague, Detective Constable Maxton.
Good morning.
You had a patient in casualty last night. William Peters. He died.
What's your interest, Sergeant?
Well, I've been asked by our uniform branch to look at his effects.
If you'll come with me. Well, there isn't much, but what there is, you can see. I understand he has no relatives in London.
Well, no relatives anywhere that we know of.
If you'll give me a moment. Let's see. Patel, Perry, Pescud. Peters, here it is. Oh, there you are, Sergeant. Not much, is it? Broken hair comb, 1 handkerchief, used and rather grubby, a wristwatch of little value, and for cash, a £1 note and 30 pence in coin.
And that's all he had? No bus tickets, no betting slips, no fags, no diary?
Your uniformed colleague searched his clothing. No, that's all. Except for a packet he was carrying. Your colleague opened it. Here's the wrapping. And inside the wrapping was this small cardboard box. And inside the box some cotton wool and this key.
The key? May I see it?
Certainly.
Was there a label on the packet?
No.
An address of any kind?
No, what you see is everything.
I'll take the key.
Why should you take the key, Sergeant?
It will be the police duty to trace his relatives. This key may help us. I'll take the key in the wrapping and my colleague will give you a receipt.
Thank you.
So you're going to trace the relatives?
Not this side of eternity, I'm not. Billy Peters has got no living relatives. His family was wiped out in the Blitz. Landmine at a street shelter. Killed half the street, including his mum and dad, brother, 2 sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins. Left Billy Peters. He was 15.
Quite a story.
Yeah. And Billy was a true survivor. Stayed on his own. Never really settled to a steady job, but always got along. Working the market, street stall at weekends, helping in pubs. Once he got into crime in a small way, and out again.
How is the key going to help?
Well, don't you know?
No?
You're going to have to do better than that, lad. I mean, take a look at it. That little job is the key of a safe deposit box. Now, Billy Peters never owned anything. Never had more money than would last a day. I mean, he ended up with only £1.30 in his pocket. So why was he carrying the key of a safe deposit?
Do you know?
I'm going to find out. But first we've got to deal with this bunch of complaints. The good citizens whose pads were done this weekend. So, let's set a route. Where do we start? The friend who lost his antiques, or the ladies who lost their diamond rings? Ladies before gentlemen?
As you say.
OK. We start with the ladies. Head north, I'll direct you. One of them's a widow. Name of Dennery. Beatman says she's a nice old dear, but frail.
What did she lose?
Well, from the list, I'd say about 15,000 quid's worth. All the treasures her husband left her. But she won't be mourning the cash. She'll be crying for the memories that have been lost. It's got to stop, Max. I mean, this bastard's been at it for 4 months on my ground. Knocked over 2 flats Saturday night.
Makes you mad, does it?
No, but it makes me feel inadequate. Hey, look, pull over to the curb. There's someone I want to talk to. Harry! Harry! Over here!
Hello, Cop. What brings you?
Don't hang about, Harry. Get in. In!
Oi! That wasn't clever, Cuff. Pulling me in front of a crowd.
There isn't a crowd. Come on.
And who's this geezer?
That's my mate. You show him some respect.
Sorry, Cuff. It's just a surprise.
I've got some work for you, Harry. Billy Peters.
Yes, I heard this morning.
But you know he's dead?
Yeah.
He was off his usual run. I think he was doing an errand for someone. Do you know who?
He was always doing errands. What's the odds?
The odds are that I want to know. I want you to go to the places he worked. Find out who he was running it for. And who he was running it to. And I want to know today.
What's it worth, Cuff?
Phone me when you've got something.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
And I'll hear from you today.
Bye, Mr. Brooke.
Who was that?
A snout called Harry Dean. But you lay off him, he's mine. Now, let's call on the ladies. Here we are. Stop at number 18. We find flat number 6.
Mrs. Dennery.
Lady Dennery. Widow and relict of the late Sir George Dennery. So you better straighten your tie. No answer. Hey, try again. Lady Dennery?
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am. Detectives from the local station. You reported a burglary.
Aren't you supposed to show me your police identity card?
Our warrants, ma'am. Here you are. That's my photo. That's my name and rank, Detective Sergeant Brooke. This is my colleague, Detective Constable Maxton. May we come in?
Yes. The other policeman told me I should ask you.
Yes, ma'am. The list you gave to him, the uniformed man, I have it here. Was there anything else taken?
No, that's all I had.
Where were they kept?
In this drawer. In that jewel box.
All of them in the same box?
Yes.
Not very wise, was it, ma'am?
Now that it has happened, no, it wasn't very wise. As soon as I got home on Saturday night, I knew someone had been here.
How, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know. I just knew. It was a feeling of fear.
You say you've been out that night, ma'am?
Just across the square. To my friend Mrs. Sturt. I always visit her on Saturday evenings. I wasn't away long. I left here at 8 o'clock and was back by 10.
Well, long enough, ma'am. As you say, you always visit her on Saturday evenings. The stolen items, can you give me an idea of their value?
Oh, my husband had them valued for insurance, but that's a long time ago. 15 years. They were all presents from my husband.
Perhaps if you looked at the list, ma'am.
The diamond one is my engagement ring. The emerald and diamond, an eternity ring. Or some dress rings. The brooches are quite valuable. And the necklace he gave to me for our golden wedding. It's very valuable. But I never really thought how much they were all worth. Do you think I'll get them back?
Well, we'll do our best, ma'am. I'll have a fingerprint expert round this afternoon to look for prints on the windows, on the drawer, on the jewel case. So again, you won't touch anything until he comes. You'll be home this afternoon?
Yes.
Fine. Now, we'll be off. The sooner we start, the sooner we may see results.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke. You're very kind.
What was all that about a fingerprint, man? There wasn't a print left behind. Not a mark on the windows or on the door. That bloke was a pro.
I know he's a pro.
Do you think she'll ever see her jewels again?
Nope. They'll be sold by now or broken up, ready for sale.
Then why the yes ma'am, no ma'am? And the sooner we start, the sooner we'll have result stuff. Because she's a lady?
Yeah, because she's a nice old lady. And because when I meet nice people like her, and then look at the villains I have to deal with the rest of the time, I realise they're the people who saved this city from becoming a jungle. But don't you forget it.
No, Sergeant.
So I'll say, yes ma'am, and no ma'am, and I'll hold her hand. And I'll send a fingerprint man, because that's the kind of police service she's paid for. And it's the police service she's no longer getting because we're spending her money on social workers who defend and protect the pests who prey on her. And don't you forget that either.
No, Sergeant. You can get mad, can't you?
It's what made me a copper. And yes, I get mad when it happens on my own ground. Any messages for me?
Yeah, the old man wants to see you, but he's with the super right now.
Fine. All right, Max. Let's see what we've done this morning.
Do I have a chair?
Well, you find an empty one. You nick it, and if necessary, you handcuff it to the leg of the desk.
Right. This chair all right?
In this office, backsides book chairs. Go on, sit down on it. Now, let's see. We managed to call on 6 of our 8 complainants. Unless we deal with them each day, they get snowed under by the ones coming in tomorrow. 2 more old ladies have lost their tomfoolery. Now, this is the 9th job this pest has pulled on my ground, and we're going to nail him. Is that understood?
Yes, Sergeant.
Right, the factory job we keep on top of the pile. The 3 breaking and entering. We do the paperwork and keep our ears open. The lorry will turn up on somebody else's ground. The antiques job. I think I know who's doing it, so we can hold it over. Leaves us with Billy Peters and his key. A safe deposit key. So, somewhere, there's a safe deposit box it fits. Puzzle, find it. Go on, have a look at it. What do you see?
There's a number on it. H73.
The number of the deposit box.
And ATC.
Could be the company. Trace the company and find the box it fits.
Do we have a list?
You could try the yellow pages, but a better way is to go along the corridor to criminal intelligence. Ask Sergeant Hiller. He'll provide a complete list of all such companies in London. And if necessary, you will call on every one. And I don't want to see you until you know which box it fits. Good, start now.
Yes, Sergeant.
Dave?
Yeah.
Old man's back.
Oh, stop.
Come in.
You wanted me, sir?
How's it going?
Well, we talked to 6 of this morning's losers, including the jewellery jobs.
9 in 4 months. What's the value now?
Well, most of the old dears don't really know, but I reckon he's had 5,000 or 6,000 from each, and much more than that from Lady Dennery.
And when are you going to take him?
I don't know. But when I do, I'm going to nail him to the cell door.
Not in this nick, you aren't.
No, sir. Is that all?
Yes. Chief Inspector Roach? Yes, Commander.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's the new lad? Maxton, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's all right with old ladies and antique dealers, but I haven't tried him on villains yet.
Sorry, it's all go today. CID, Harrison? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Dave.
Brooke here? Who's it?
It's Harry, Mr. Brooke. You stopped me today, asking about Billy Peters.
You got something?
Yeah, but it's a bit complicated, Mr. Brooke. I'm not saying it on the phone.
Where do we meet?
The North Bridge Cafe.
Okay. All right, Harry. What couldn't you mention on the phone?
Billy Peters, Mr. Brooke. You thought he was doing an errand. Well, he was. It was an errand he did regular. But once a fortnight, he was taking the same package from one place to another and back again.
But don't make a mystery of it, Harry. Taking it from where to where?
Well, a young bloke used to come to his stall in the market.
His name, the bloke?
Well, I don't know his name. But it isn't him you should be after. It's Bernie Warren.
Oh, he's still at it?
Yeah.
See, once a fortnight, Billy would take this package from the young bloke and deliver it to Bernie. 2 days later, he'd collect it from Bernie and take it back to the young bloke.
Describe the young bloke.
Well, tall, skinny, about 28. It's Bernie you should be after. Nothing moves but he winds it up.
Thanks, Harry.
Yes, I have all that. I'll phone you back as soon as I've checked. Bye. Oh, hello, Dave.
Hi.
There's a message for you from your new sidekick. Says he's found the box, whatever that means.
Yeah, I know what it means. Have you got the note?
Somewhere. He wants you to meet him at the Alliance Trust Company.
Where?
Oh, down in the city somewhere. Oh, here it is. Moorgate. He says they have safe deposits for their customers in big vaults down in the basement.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, you can read it. Says he's spoken to the manager and you have to bring a letter of authority.
Okay. Alliance Trust. All right, Max, what have you found?
I've seen the manager, Mr. Stimson. He identified the key as one of theirs. The ATC means Alliance Trust Company. The deposit box is leased to a client named Allberg, Joseph Allberg, and it's used by Mr. Allberg and his son from time to time.
And this from time to time? Usually once a fortnight?
That's right.
The father is short and fat, aged about 65, and the son is 28, tall and skinny?
Do you have a crystal ball?
Yeah, his name's Harry Dean. When can I see the manager?
Oh, now, if you like. But he says that no unauthorised person...
I just want a peep inside the box. No more. And I'm inquiring about a sudden death.
This way. Mr. Stimson, this is my colleague, Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stimson.
Afternoon, Sergeant. I've identified the key as one of ours. Now, what is it you want?
I'd like to check the contents of the box.
Do you have the client's consent?
The possessor of the key is dead, Mr. Stimson. We're trying to establish next of kin.
Our client's name is Joseph Allberg. There's a father and a son. If one is dead...
We have reason to believe the name is not Allberg. I have a letter of authority here. The box will be opened in your presence, Mr. Stimson, and the contents will be left untouched. Just a glance to see if it helps to identify the owner of the key.
Come this way, please. This is the annex to the safety vault. You understand we do not require to know who our clients are. We simply provide security and secrecy. The general procedure is...
I know how it works. The client has a key and you have a key. Together you unlock the box. Then you retire and leave him to put into the box whatever is brought or take out of it whatever is there.
After he has signed the register.
Yeah, let's go to the box.
First, you sign.
Sure.
This way, please. This is the box H73. I open the first lock.
And I open the other. Mr. Stimson, who last used this box? Father or son?
The son.
When?
On Sunday. We are open on Sunday by arrangement with our clients. He came about noon. His signature is in the register.
Max, do you recognise any of this from the description we have?
Yes. It's the stuff taken from Lady Dennery and Mrs. Lammerton.
The Saturday night haul, brought here Sunday morning. Well, thank you, Mr. Stimson. We can close it again, untouched. And tell me, what happens when a client loses the key of his deposit box?
He informs us as soon as possible. There is a procedure about such losses, and in time, a new deposit box is allocated.
I'd like a word with your client, Mr. Stimson. I'll post an officer here to speak to him when he arrives.
I don't think I can, Sergeant.
It's no longer a matter of agreeing, sir.
I see.
The officer will be Detective Constable Harrison, and I trust you will give him whatever cooperation he asks for.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Stimson. Now we wait.
If you'll tell me what we're waiting for.
Sure. We're waiting for two birds to fall into the same trap. Your Joseph Allberg is, in fact, a local fence named Bernie Warren. Bernie's been done twice for handling stolen property, and he's now being very careful indeed. He doesn't make direct contact anymore. Instead, he hires a safe deposit box and gives the key to this so-called son, who I guess is the young lad who's doing the jewellery jobs. He does a few jobs, like on Saturday night, and by Sunday morning the loot is in the safe deposit box and he's in the clear. He can no longer be associated with it. He puts the key in the small package, goes to the market and hands it to Billy Peters. Billy takes it to Bernie. Billy was the unwitting messenger, but he lost his life, he lost the key. We now wait until someone collects the loot.
It's the old lady's heirloom. You said you wanted her to have them back.
I want to get both Bernie and this young pest.
Using her stuff as bait?
Yep.
So, you don't have a heart of gold?
Nope. CID, Sergeant Brooke?
Harrison here, Sarge. Your bloke has arrived. He's reporting the loss of the key.
He's there now?
Yeah, talking to Mr. Stimson.
Is it the father or the son?
The son.
Keep him there, Jim. We're on our way. Max?
Yeah?
We don't need that bait. We got the thief first time. So now we can pick up Bernie. And the old ladies can dry their tears and have their dreams returned. I'll tell you what. I'll let you be the detective with the heart of gold.
In that episode of Detective, the parts were played as follows. Detective Sergeant Brooke, Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal. Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre. PC Wilson, Martin Friend. Dr. Briggs, James Taylor. Harry Dean, George Toby. Lady Dennery, Aimee Delamain. Mr. Stimson, Martin Friend. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now.
4 to MP.
4 men.
This is the one to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
for
Golf
lives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Operation Homecoming.
Sergeant Brooke! Brooke! Where is Sergeant Brooke?
He's just gone out for a moment, sir.
When he gets back, tell him I want to see him.
Yes, sir. CID, DC Maxton speaking. Who's that? Oh, Miss Williams. Yes, we've been working on the case, and we... will you hold on, please? Dave?
Yeah?
Mr. Roach wants to see you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right. Here's your tea. There's our ham rolls. And you owe me 23 pence.
He wants you now. Looked like he was going to explode.
That I'd want to see. Look after the shop.
Sure. Are you there, Miss Williams? Sorry about that. I was about to say...
Oh, you're back.
Yes, sir.
I've got a job for you. Are you busy?
I got plenty on, Gar.
Oh, what have you got on?
Making out a stolen property list, checking a couple of statements, preparing for the Crown Court on Thursday. And at this moment, I've got a lad cooling his heels downstairs.
Is there some trouble?
Oh, con man, sir. Caught bilking the Imperial Hotel. And he's been impressing on me that he knows his rights, and that he knows a lot of influential people, and that it's all a mistake, and that he can have my stripes, and he's wearing an old-school tie. So I'm letting him cool his heels.
Well, you better deal with him this morning. Because I have a job for you this afternoon. Request from the yard. Flying squad are doing a saturation job and need a fair amount of support from the district. I've offered a team from CID, and you're going to lead it.
Well, thank you, sir. What is it?
Well, just deal with your lad first, and be in my office by 3:30. I'll put you in the picture, right?
Yes, sir. Do you have these statements checked?
Yes, here they are. And your tea's getting cold.
Oh. That's all right.
You married, Dave?
What kind of question is that?
A straight question. A bloke who likes cold tea.
Yeah, then it's a straight answer. No, I'm not married.
Do you have a girl?
Yes, I have a girl. And yes, she is pretty. And yes, I am normal. Is that what you're asking?
No, Sergeant, no, I wasn't. I just wondered. And I thought I could...
Well, you've got a funny way of putting it. But since you've asked, happens I am a handsome copper working shifts. And she is a pretty nurse working shifts. And it isn't easy getting together. So one day when I can afford to keep both of us... Here, do you want the other half of this ham roll?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Right, let's get these statements checked. And go down and see our gentleman in waiting. All right, in here, Mr. Glenville. Oh, no, don't sit down. Keep standing until you've emptied your pockets.
What did you say, Sergeant?
I said empty your pockets. Onto the table. Let's see what you're carrying.
I'm doing this under protest. Do you understand that? Are you charging me?
Just keep emptying your pockets. Now your jacket pockets. Now the inside pockets. All your inside pockets, Mr. Glenville. Max, help him.
Yes, Sergeant.
And what do we have here? A checkbook and a Barclay card. A Midland Bank checkbook in the name of G. Lawrence. A Barclay card in the name of H. Christie. Can't belong to you, can they, Mr. Glenville? You forgot to empty your hip pockets. Max, will you help him?
Yes, Sergeant.
And this time we find 2 American Express cards. One in the name of A. Gearson and the other R.M. Heron. Well, we have been having a high old time. Living on 2 American Express cards, 1 Barclay card and somebody else's checkbook. You don't happen to have a diner's card on you somewhere, do you?
No, I have not.
Well, with all these different names on them. Can you tell me why you have them, Mr. Glenville? I think we should have a look at your house.
You have no right to search my house.
We have every right. It's probably stuffed to the ceiling with all the goodies you've been buying. Do you care to tell me when you came in possession of this checkbook, these credit cards?
I have nothing to say.
Constable, take him downstairs until we're ready for him. Max, list all these things and then have them locked in the prisoner's property store.
Did you expect it?
Well, didn't you? Would you like to handle this case?
Yes.
Right, I'll tell you what you do. Take this checkbook. Only 2 checks left. And your phone check index of CRO. It's likely the ones he's used have found their way there. You tell them we found him. You then get a note of the shops and hotels he's passed checks on, including the Imperial, and you visit them and find out what goods or services he's obtained. You then check with the credit card companies and do the same. You find out how long this has been going on. You plod round all the shops.
Wait a minute. This is going to take me weeks.
Could be months. Blokes like Glenville spare no expense when spending other people's money. You've got to follow the trail of frauds right across town, maybe all over the country. But right now, we're going to have a look at his house. Don't look so hurt, Mr. Glenville. We're just taking you for a run.
Where?
We're going to your flat. You want to have a look?
You've no right.
We can do it quietly without the neighbours knowing, or I could get a warrant and a police car and a brass band. It's up to you.
We'll find nothing at my flat.
Then you've nothing to worry about. Take the first on the left, Max. Pull up at 42A. You're home, Mr. Glenville. Well, you can sulk if you like, or you can look happy like you were bringing friends home. It's up to you, but we are going in.
Oh, very well. Can I have my door key?
No. Now, I open the door, you follow me in, my colleague follows you in. Is that understood?
Yes.
No nosy neighbours?
It is a select neighbourhood.
Yes, of course. Now, let's see what you have. Well, this room looks clean enough. Keep an eye on him, Max. I'll take a look in that room.
He's no sympathy, your sergeant. No understanding.
Oh, he understands, all right. You've been living it up on other people's savings. How long have you been doing it?
I assure you, no one has lost a penny because of me. No one but those money-lending people who charge all that extortionate interest.
Glenville! You must be mad. This place is stacked with stuff. You brought 12 new coats. You got about 6 new suits. Got about 12 pairs of shoes unworn, still in boxes. 9 new dressing gowns. And in your dressing table drawer are these. 3 stolen checkbooks, empty, and 6 more credit cards. Just stand there. I'll call out the rest.
I'm feeling sick.
10 new shirts. About 5 new cardigans. 5 new frying pans. For God's sake, 5 frying pans? Why?
Please, could I have a glass of water? I feel sick. The kitchen is in there. Please.
All right. Sit down, Mr. Glenville. I'll get it. Here you are, Mr. Glen. Dave? Is he with you?
He's here with me.
Glenville.
Oh, hell, he's scarpered. Go after him. You stupid son of a bitch. I told you to keep your eyes on him.
He was feeling ill.
Well, I hope you're feeling ill. This is the second time he's scarpered today, and we're left here standing with a room full of loot. Well, the last of the big spenders is hightailing it for the hills.
I'm sorry.
Now get after him.
And while you were checking the gear, you let him give you the slip?
Yes, sir.
Was it Maxton let him go?
No, sir.
Well, I know it wasn't you. You'd have nailed him to the floor. Are you covering for the grammar school boy?
No, sir. Let's say even commanders make mistakes.
Don't be lippy. How much did you find?
Several £1,000s worth, sir. Brought only from the best places. And I think this is only part of it. I've locked the flat and put a PC on the door. And I'm sending a squad in a van to sort the stuff out, to write it all down and bring it all here.
Did you have a warrant to search the flat?
No, sir. We have the owner's permission.
Well, in his absence, could you prove that?
No, sir.
Then you'd better find him.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
The old man's on the warpath. We've got to find our friend Glenville. So, let's take a batch of those crime complaints and go out into the world.
Where do we go?
Just drive around. Keep your eyes peeled.
Do you think he'll still be here?
Unless he had another credit card and bought a ticket to romantic places.
Like Paris?
No, I can guarantee he won't go that far. I took his passport. You keep your eyes on the road and watch the pedestrian crossings, and I'll watch the pavements.
You were telling me about your girlfriend.
I was not.
That you would marry her, if you had enough money. And that you would introduce me.
I said that.
Didn't you?
What time is it?
20 to 1.
Oh, it's almost lunchtime. And it's her day off. What do you say if we take her to a nice pub?
We'd have my vote.
We'll find a riverside pub and crime can wait. Somewhere we can sit and watch the swans.
I'd like that.
I'll come quietly, Sergeant.
Yeah, I bet you will. Can we come in?
Why not?
Well, this is Judy. This is my new teammate, DC Maxton.
Do I call him DC Maxton?
We can call him Blair.
Blair? That's a nice name.
I prefer Max.
Pleased to meet you, Max.
Well, now we can all kiss each other. Get your coat on, we're going for a drink.
Oh, I prefer lunch.
We can have that as well. We're just going for a drink. Pub on the river.
Oh, where?
Well, we can slam it downriver at the Grapes or go upriver to the White Swan.
The White Swan.
Right, let's go.
Oh, here we are. 2 beers and 1 lager and lime. If we want lunch...
Later. Come on, here's to it.
Your health?
Cheers.
Well, what do you think of her, Max? I said she was pretty. Was all right.
You're always right.
Oh, you don't have to play up to him, Max. Believe me, I've had it all, including wanted for questioning Judy Graham, age 24, height 5'6", weight 8'12", hair blonde, eyes blue, distinguishing marks, large mole on right thigh.
She's also a trained nurse, white belt.
And trained in judo, black belt.
I'll remember not to touch.
Tell me about yourself, Max.
You should ask Roach about him. I collared a lad this morning, a right one. Pocket full of other people's checkbooks and a flat crown with goodies. You'd have loved it. New suits, new shirts, new shoes, and a cupboard full of frying pans.
Frying pans?
But don't ask me. I was just checking the store when Loverboy let him get away.
Oh, you let him go?
He was feeling sick.
Yeah, I'll bet he was. And now he's off on another spending spree and Roach is wild.
Did you tell him about me?
What do you think?
You didn't tell him.
Mr. Roach is a very nice man. He's kindly and considerate, and considering what he has to put up with, he's most understanding.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. Max, will you answer me one question?
I'll try.
Look at me. Do you think I should marry a copper?
Oh, what can I say? It's his round.
All right, come on. Let's have your glasses.
It's open.
You said come at 3:30.
Any luck with your fraudster?
Not yet, sir.
Then here's something you can get your teeth into. The request from the yard. The flying squad have something on downriver. Something big for tonight. They've asked for extra men and we're supplying a team. You'll be in charge of our lot and you'll take orders from Chief Inspector Benbow.
Do we know what it is?
Well, they don't tell us, but try to bring our lads back in one piece. I'm sending 5. Keller, Murphy, Harrison, yourself, and... would you take Maxton?
Oh, yes, sir.
You meet at this place here. An old warehouse where you will be briefed. Now, it isn't a shirt and tie job, so it looks like you work in the docks.
Which cars can we have?
You'll take one car, and you'll park it well away from the docks. The instruction is, infiltrate on foot.
Right. Are we all ready? Harrison, Murph, Keller, Max?
How do we look?
Like a row of secondary pickets.
What a git, eh?
Well, it's a dockland job with the Sweeney.
Oh.
They need help to close some gaps, and we're working for His Highness Detective Chief Inspector Benbow. Right, head for Aldgate and Commercial Road, Jim. I'll direct you from there.
Okay.
Is this the warehouse?
Yeah, must be.
Big, isn't it? And filthy. Must have been empty for years.
Right, let's see what's happening. Where can I find Chief Inspector Benbow?
There's a room down the end. You go there and check him.
Right, thanks.
Come in.
Mr. Benbow?
Yes?
D.C. Brooke.
There's 4 with you?
Yes, sir. This is D.C. Harrison, Keller, Murphy and Maxton.
No need for you all to come in. I can see you. Now, Brooke, you'll wait outside until they've all assembled. Might take half an hour. Keep quiet and try to keep from showing yourselves. In a room on the other side of the shed, we set up a temporary canteen. Try to get something before the mob descends on it. When Commander Jackman arrives, we'll tell you what it's all about.
Thank you, sir.
And close the door.
Ooh, it's drafty in here.
That's the river. Blows straight in from the channel.
Jim and Keller, there's a mobile canteen somewhere over the other side of the shed. Find it, get us all a cup of char and what's best to eat.
Okay.
We've just got to wait around.
Yeah, for half an hour, sir.
It's dark, isn't it?
You're really going through the book. Dark, cold, drafty, filthy.
Well, it is. You could have found a better place.
It's to make you feel furtive.
Yeah, lads. What's the tea and a pork pie? They're disappearing at a rate of knots.
Sure, char. What else is happening down there?
There's a platform. Blokes with tarpaulins putting them up over the broken windows.
Do you think we look all right?
You should see some of the others. Leather coats, long hair, brass earrings.
Yeah, well, the brass earrings are mad. Slag catches you by the brass ring, he can pull your bloody head off.
He'll swing you round and throw you in the river.
Well, the place is filling up. How many would you say?
20, 30?
Yeah, more sweaters than beads and bangles. They've been picking the hefty ones.
All right, lads, come nearer to the platform. It's getting a bit dark and I want to be able to see you. The only light we're going to have in here is the light from the projector falling on the screen. Can we try it, Sergeant? No, that's fine. Now, you're here to be briefed on an operation to be called Operation Homecoming. Some other members of the force have been briefed at another place. The 30 of you in this room have been specially chosen as the heart of the operation. First slide, please. This is a bird's eye view of the dock area in which we're now gathered. It shows part of the river, the derelict dock, and the roads leading in and out. Uniformed men will be responsible for these roads for the next 3 or 4 hours and for setting up roadblocks. Next slide. 4 faces you should all recognize. First, David James Whittall, a top villain. Escaped from Parkhurst 3 years ago. And he escaped in company with this villain, Adam McCabe. They've been living abroad since they left us, living well on the proceeds of past crime. Our information is that they are now returning to us, and their return is connected with further serious crime. They'll be accompanied by 2 other villains whose faces may not be so familiar to some of you. This one is Charlie Kane, planner of crime. This one is Albert George Tracy, a protector of peace of muscle. Well, that's the briefing. They expect to return in the dark, and by this back door. All 4 men are likely to be armed. Our intention is to arrest them before they can shoot anyone's head off. All teams will be given their action positions as they leave. The operation is called Homecoming, and the code word that they're here will be High Tide. You have 5 minutes to study these photos and then to your places.
Well, they would put us on the roof. It's even more freezing up here.
But it's quite a view, isn't it?
Well, we can see everything except what we need to see. The 4 villains landing at the wharf. Jim. Yeah? Take Murph and cover the 2 corners down that end. Right. Now, keep your heads down. Keller, you take the other side. Max and I'll take this end.
What do you think is in this shed?
Oh, it's empty, like the rest. Now, let's see if the radio works.
James in possession, sir. Over.
Yeah, it works.
Sergeant Brook.
Brook here, sir. Team in position. Over.
Sergeant Brook. We're in position. Over.
No, we just wait.
Yep. And I'll bet we just wait and wait and wait. Nothing will happen. And we'll be told to go home.
Still, it's a bit of a change. Exciting. Better than chasing after Mr. Glenville.
What do you think?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's your friend, Glenville. Open the door, please.
A bit late to be calling, old chap. I was just turning in.
Don't keep me on the doorstep, James. I must talk to you.
Come in. How did you find me?
It wasn't easy. I had to ask a few friends. How are you doing living down here?
Lying low, old chap. Anyway, I like the river and the docks. So friendly. I was about to have a nightcap. Will you join me?
No, thank you, James. I've come for help, and in a hurry. I need some money to tide me over, if you'll be so good. A rail fare.
A porpoise close behind you, old chap.
You could put it that way.
Then treading on your tail.
It's not a joke, James. It's very serious. I must not be seen in London for a week or 2.
How far this rail fare?
Somewhere quiet and preferably far away. Penzance, Anglesey, somewhere like that.
And you need hotel money for a few days?
Hotel money for 2 days, if you can. By then I'll be solvent again.
Fact is, I'm a bit broke at the moment. But you can lie low here if you like. No trouble.
I'd rather not.
You can stay for a week.
No.
Then they are close behind you.
I must get out of London tonight.
You surprised me.
It's all because of a silly girl at a hotel, James. Why do they employ inexperienced girls? I presented a Barclay card. Perfectly good Barclay card. Couldn't get the little machine to work. She just didn't know how to do it. She stood there fiddling with the damn thing. 7 minutes I waited. She still couldn't get it to work. Then she decided to call the manager.
And since it wasn't your own card, your nerve gave out.
I'm afraid so.
Mustn't let our nerves break, old chap. Trouble is, I've no ready cash in the house.
But you have to help me, James. I was arrested. And I skipped.
Ditched them? Ran off?
Yes.
Look, old chap, I think I can raise some cash for you, but you can't stay here. I have my own problems, and I can't be turned over when they come for you.
I've no one else to go to.
Well, don't worry. I will help you. If you'll leave now, old chap, I'll get on with it. I know where I can raise 50 or 60 pounds. Can you give me a couple of hours?
I can get a train at 01:50.
Then phone me around midnight, and I'll tell you if I have the cash.
Thank you, James. I won't forget you.
Did you hear that, Dave?
What?
Shooting. Over that way.
I shooting some hours?
And somebody's being a hero.
Control to all positions. High tide. High tide. To all positions. Be ready. Over.
It's a bit late.
Control to Jenkins. Can you see them? Yes, sir. They landed in Southport. Go try to stop them. How is he? He's okay. He's under cover. They're running across the dock now.
Where's Jim?
Down the other end. Dave, they're coming at us.
With heads down, they can't see a thing. Look to control. There are our sheds, sir. 4 of them.
They're trying to break in.
Brook to control. We can drop on top of them. Surprise them, sir.
Control the Brook. No.
Stay where you are. Is that understood? Stay where you are.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Dave! Harrison has jumped on top of them!
And he can't take four. Murphy, Flynn! How's he doing?
Not too well!
Then down we go. Flynn, Murph, over the top!
Here, Dave. Give us a hand. Get him off me. Kill that bastard.
You all right, Jim?
Yeah.
You all right, Matt?
Give me a hand with him.
Here comes Benbow's cavalry.
All right, McKay. Give it up. Get on your feet. Right then. Line them up. Cabe, Tracy, Cabe. Where's Whittle?
I've got him here, sir.
Bring him over. Into the line with him. That's not bad. Not bad at all. All right, Brooke. Thanks for your help. We'll take charge of them. Right, lads. Take them away.
Well, did you hear that? Thanks for your help. Whittle was my arrest.
Yeah, with the Sweeney, it's never your arrest.
Oh, yeah, Jim?
Well, I think I lost a couple of teeth.
You, Max?
All right, I think.
To all teams, Operation Homecoming is now over. Thank you all. You can find your way home.
Thanks.
Have a toffee.
So, right, now we find our car and we go home.
Jim, why did you jump on them?
He was trying to make sergeant.
Very funny. I'll tell you something. You could have parked the car nearer.
What could do you good? Hey, Art.
What is it?
It's a sad art that never rejoices. Hey, Max.
Yeah?
In that phone box, over there. Do you recognise him?
Yes. The last of the big spenders. Our Mr. Glenville.
Do you think he could escape from you in a phone box?
No, Sergeant.
Well, get him.
In that episode of Detective, the parts were played as follows. Ray Brooks was Detective Sergeant Brooke, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Maxton, David Dacre, Chief Inspector Roach, Peter Cleo, Detective Constable Harrison, Jacqueline Tong, Judy, John Quayle, Glenville, Timothy Carlton, Jarman, Godfrey Kenton, Chief Inspector Benbow, Adrian Egan, Jennings. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now.
4 to MP.
4 men.
Off watch. 0 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to go.
knives.
1-1.
Citizens of
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 1 of a 2-part episode, Bedtime Story.
All right, in here with them. Wake up there. That's 1, 2. Come on, Lowry.
Quit shoving, copper.
Get in.
Knock it off. You drag us out of our
Come
kit at this
on,
time
get
of
in
night.
line. That's better.
Sergeant Brooks on his way.
Keep an eye on them, Constable.
Yep.
All ready for you, Dave.
Where'd you pick them up?
The 2 Lowrys at their own home, Crowned at his. All in bed and pretending to be fast asleep.
Did you find the cash?
No.
The gun?
No, we've started a search of the streets for it. The big brother is missing. He may have both the cash and the gun.
Then we better find him. Let's have a look at this lot first.
All right, back in line. Let's have a look at you.
Ah, you. You speaking to me?
Yeah, you. What time do you make it?
3 a.m.
So what do you mean by dragging us out of our beds?
At least you've been in bed. Because of you, my lads have been up all night. Okay, Max.
This loudmouth is Jimmy Lowry. He's 21. This is his brother Tommy Lowry. He's 19. And this is their cousin Hugh Crarand, also 19.
Lowry, Crarand. There's a Lowry missing.
Harrison's searching for him.
And I'm asking you why you dragged
Shut
us.
up. Empty your pockets.
What?
You know the drill. Empty your pockets. All of you. Right, what have we got here? Hankies, combs, pencils, keys, fags, a biro, loose change, pulls check. You do the pulls?
And I'm still asking you why we were pulled out of our...
You're here at this ungodly hour, Lowry, because an office building was done during the night. Because the night guard is in hospital with a bullet wound in his chest. And because he got a good look at his attackers. And you answer the descriptions.
And you think it was us?
Yes. Constable, take these 2 next door.
Yes, sir.
Right off, man. Take the reins off.
Max, get these combs and things into envelopes and sign for, and then look after those 2. I'll have a chat with the loudmouth.
Right.
Right, sit down, Jimmy.
Now look, copper, if you think you can...
Sit down. That you can cut out the copper stuff. I know you, and you know me. You know me as Detective Sergeant Brooke. So mind your tongue.
What's this about a night guard being shot?
You're saying you don't know?
Of course I don't bloody know. I'm asking you why we were dragged from our kip.
If you'll be quiet, I'll tell you. The security guard was doing his rounds at 1 o'clock this morning. His name is Denning, a married man with 2 children. He saw that some of the offices in the building had been entered. He came across 4 villains doing a safe. He got a good look at them. Then one of them shot him. And they got away.
And you're trying to fit it on us?
We have a description of 4 young villains. Their ages, height, clothing. It's why you're here. It's why we're looking for your brother.
Well, that's that, isn't it?
That's what?
You've made it a mind. I want to phone our brief.
You can phone a brief at this time in the morning and he'll come running.
Yeah. And until he gets here, we're saying nothing.
We? You the spokesman for the others?
We are saying nothing, mate. Now, not a dicky.
Lowry, a guard was shot tonight. At this moment, he's undergoing an emergency operation. Don't you care about him?
If someone wants to be a hero, that's his business.
You don't like heroes?
Look, mate, if I know a geezer, I can be sorry for him. I can't be sorry for someone I never saw. Can you understand that?
Yeah, sure. You don't give a damn.
Correct. And you'll know why when our brief gets here.
Tell me now.
We were nowhere near that office.
Which office?
Any office. We were in bed all night. Your own Rozzers found us there, sleeping. Ask them.
And you think because you were able to get safely away, get home, get undressed and into bed, that you'll get away with it? We've got a witness, Larry. He saw you.
One witness? Then it's his word against ours. And we'll have more than one witness. Because we were in bed. And we've got a brief who'll prove it.
You're talking like a big shot, Jimmy. When did you become a big shot? Was it when I put your old man away?
Just watch your mouth.
Sure, yeah, I'll watch it. But I'm still wondering when you became a big shot. The mouthpiece for the other 2. Was it when you inherited the gun?
We didn't have a gun.
Does Brother Billy have it? Where is he?
Nobody had a gun. We were home in bed. I told you that.
Okay, you were home in bed. So, let's get it all written down and we can all go home.
What's this?
Statement forms, as if you didn't know. We'll listen to you, write it all down, and eliminate the innocent.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. So, before we talk about your being at home in bed, let's have your full name.
Shouldn't I hear the caution first, Sergeant? That I'm not obliged to say anything.
That's if I decide to charge you. Now, your full name.
I'm saying nothing until I can phone my brief.
All right. Your name is James Arnold Lowry. Your age? Your postal records say you're now 21. Now, your home address? It's 42 Filton Street. Now, the time your statement begins, it's 03:15. Now, let's have the story. Where were you between, say, midnight and 1 o'clock this morning?
In bed.
And that's it? In bed?
Yeah.
Can you fill in some of the finer points, like, where were you before you went to bed? What time you went to bed? Or don't you know?
I know, all right. We were in a cafe until 11. We went home at 11, stayed home and went to bed.
Come in.
Dave, sorry to interrupt. A message from the hospital. The station officer would like a word.
Yeah, sure.
Tough luck, Sergeant. Looks like you lost your witness.
Max, get someone to keep an eye on him.
Right.
Yes, Jack.
Message from the hospital, Dave. Your lad is now out of the operating theatre and the registrar, Mr. Evans, wants to see you.
Did he say how Denning is?
Seems it's still a bit of touch and go. We have a WPC at the bedside, Jane Miller. She's off duty in half an hour. Do you want her to stay?
Yes, until I get there. And, Jack, do you have 2 spare interview rooms?
You already have 2.
Yes, I know. But I've got 3 lads in for questioning and a 4th expected any time. There's a reason.
OK, you can have 2 more. But that's all we have, and I can't guarantee you'll have them for long.
Thanks, Jack.
Dave?
Yeah?
You want me to come to the hospital with you?
No. I want you to stay here and keep a beady eye on them. I've got a feeling we collared them before they had time to cook up a real story. So I don't want them concocting one here in the nick. Don't let them talk to each other. Put them in separate rooms. And when Billy's brought in, don't let them meet.
Right.
You can tell them I've been called to the hospital. Say no more than that, and let them sweat. And then have a go at young Crerand. I think he's the weak link.
Yeah. In here, lad.
Where have you put Tommy and Jim?
Never mind where I've put them. Just sit down there. It's, Huey, isn't it? Huey Crerand?
Yes, sir.
Now, tell me where you were last night, Huey.
I was home in bed, sir. Your men will tell you that.
Never mind what my men can tell me. I want to know what you can tell me.
They say a man was shot.
Did it frighten you when he was shot?
I don't know anything about a man being shot, sir.
Where were you last night, Huey?
What time last night, sir?
Any time last night. Where were you?
We were in the cafe, sir.
Which cafe?
The Victoria. It's down our street. We were there until 11.
And after that?
We went home.
Oh, go on, Huey. I said go on.
I don't have to answer any questions, sir.
Oh. Someone been telling you your rights, lad? Who was telling you?
I don't have to answer that either, sir.
I'm looking for the registrar, Mr. Evans.
Oh, yes, sir. It's the first door on the right.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Yes?
From the police. Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Come in, Sergeant.
Thank you. I was told you wanted to see me.
I'm afraid you came quicker than I expected. There's very little I can tell you as yet, except what's in the report. Here it is. At 1:30 this morning, we admitted to the hospital Mr. John Denning, aged 43, a security guard from a block of offices in Manton Street called Manton Huts. He was admitted to surgery at 1:45. Surgery was completed by 3:15.
Can I see him?
No.
How is he?
We won't know for an hour or 2 yet.
It was a gunshot wound?
Without doubt. The bullet was recovered from his left lung, quite near the heart. Altogether, he was a very lucky man. You'll want the bullet?
For the laboratory, yes, sir.
A policewoman came with him in the ambulance. Do you want to see her?
Yes, please.
Follow me. If you'll wait here a moment. Miss Miller.
Thank you.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hello, Jane. How's it going?
A bedside vigil. Might be a long one. Might even be useless. He returned from surgery with everything. Oxygen tent, blood drip, saline drip, intensive care. It's very much touch and go. The skipper says you want me to stay on.
Well, someone has to.
I don't mind. Were the descriptions any help?
Well, we brought in 3 lads, and we're looking for a 4th. Can I see what he said?
My notes?
Yeah.
He talked a little while we were waiting for the ambulance. After that, he was too weak. Here we are. He said he disturbed 4 young lads breaking the safe in the cashier's office. He stressed that they were young. That's why he thought he could tackle them. 2 of them were about 19, he said, and they were both wearing blue denims, jacket and trousers. Very grubby, he said. The 3rd one he thought was about 21, denim jacket and grey trousers. The 4th, the oldest, was about 25. He was kneeling at the safe. He was wearing a black leather jacket, black trousers, canvas shoes, or sneakers, he called them.
He gave their heights, didn't he?
Around 5'6", 5'7", he thought, and slim. Scrawny, he called them.
4 of them?
He was certain of that. 4.
When he disturbed them, did they say anything? Did any of them speak?
No, not a word. They seemed to know just what to do. They rushed at him, knocked him over, and ran out of the office. As he fell, he caught hold of one of the young ones by the jacket. Caught him by the jacket pocket, but the pocket tore and he got away.
Did he see who shot him?
No. Only what happened up until he was shot, not after. Is there any help?
I wish I could be sure. The description fits the Lowrys, a family of local villains. The young ones always worked four-handed. The 3 Lowry brothers and their cousin, Crerand. It's time we caught up with them. But so far I've got nothing but your descriptions. And the Lowrys are good at swearing black's white.
There's the torn jacket.
No, we didn't find a torn jacket. We didn't find the cash at their place either.
How much was taken?
About £50,000. No sign of it or the older brother. He's 25 and fits the description too. But descriptions are never enough. No chance of talking to the guard?
Not a chance.
OK, Jane. Right, now, it's back to the factory.
How did it go, Dave?
We're no further. Has the 4th lab been brought in?
Not yet. And Mr. Roach is in.
Thanks, Jack. Where's Max?
He's questioning young Crerand.
All right, Huey. All you've said so far is that you spent your time in the Victoria Cafe and then went home. What then?
I went to bed.
And what time was this?
11.
That was early, wasn't it?
Well, the cafe was dull. We got fed up, so we went home.
You all went home?
Yeah.
With Billy?
Billy weren't with us.
Where was he?
I never saw Billy. I told you that. Why'd you keep asking about him?
Max?
Yes?
Can you step outside a minute?
Sure.
What's happening?
Not much. I've kept them apart, but they already had a bit of a story cobbled together. That they were in a cafe until 11 o'clock last night, and then went home to bed. I've had a go at Tommy Lowry and 2 goes at young Crerand. They told the same cafe story. But beyond that, they'll say nothing.
They went home so early.
It's likely that that part of the story is true, Dave. That the 3 were in the cafe until 11, and then went home. I bet it was to pick up the gear and go office breaking.
Was Billy in the cafe?
They say no.
Do you believe them?
Yes. It would be too easy to check. Others in the cafe would know. Now, I think they left the cafe at 11 to meet him.
Then we'd better find him.
Oh, Mr. Roach is in and he wants to see you. As soon as you get back, he said.
Get an all stations, all cars search started for Billy Lowry. There's the description.
Right.
Come in. Now, come in, Dave. I hear you're having a busy night.
Yes, sir. Any news from the street search?
Well, not yet. Spreading farther afield now. Vacant ground, backyards, back alleys, dustbins.
They should work their way from Manton Street to Bilton Street.
You still fancy the Lowrys for it?
Yes.
Now, how far have you got?
They've learned well from their old men. First thing Jimmy Lowry did was to demand to see his lawyer.
His lawyer?
It'll be his old man's lawyer, Julius Darcy. And he said it like it had all been arranged. You know, if you ever get nicked, keep quiet and wait for me.
Well, I haven't much help for you. The preliminary report from the scenes of crime is in. Nothing useful's found in the office, no fingerprints or anything else. Will you want any help on it?
No, we can do it ourselves.
All right. Keep me in touch.
Yes, sir.
Dave?
Yes, Jack?
Got something for you. The search team found it. Like the night guard said. A denim jacket with a pocket torn.
Where did they find it?
Near Bilton Street. In a dustbin in Anderton's Lane. Have a look at it.
Yeah, well, the pocket's torn, all right. A damn good rip. He said he grabbed one of the young ones. Now, which one?
No need to guess. The name's inside. Crerand. They also found a pair of old leather gloves stuffed in the pocket. Here they are.
Thanks, Jack. I'll have a little chat with Crerand, and then I'll get Max to bring this in. Huey Crerand, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm Sergeant Brooke. Are they looking after you, all right?
Yes, sir.
Not cold or anything. Where's your jacket?
Didn't have time to bring it, sir.
Why not?
Your men didn't give us time to do anything, sir. Didn't have much time to get dressed.
Well, accept my apologies, lad. We do our best. We brought your jacket for you.
My jacket?
Max, bring Huey's jacket.
Here you are.
This isn't mine, sir.
Try it on. That's it. It fits, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's yours.
No, sir, this one's torn.
Crerand, your name's inside it. Take it off and look.
Yes, sir. Oh, it was mine. I lost it.
And where did you lose it? In a dustbin?
No, sir, in a club.
Which club?
The social club.
When?
2 weeks ago, sir. It was stolen.
I see. Someone stole your jacket. Took it on the office job tonight, got it torn in a struggle with the guard, shot the guard, and then stuffed your jacket in a dustbin.
I don't know what he did, sir.
Max, show him the gloves.
Ever seen them before?
Yes, sir. They're mine. Were they in the pocket?
Yes, Crerand, they were in the pocket. Just wait there until I come back for you. Do you believe him, Max?
No, he's a liar.
But he's baby-faced and innocent-looking. A convincing liar?
He didn't convince me.
Then prove to me that he didn't have his jacket pinched. Go round and ask. When was he last seen wearing it? Was he wearing it in the caf last night? And
yes?
Well, dustbin lids make a noise in the middle of the night. Knock on some doors. Did anyone happen to hear it and go to their window? And if you have no luck, take it to his mum. Tell her he got it torn last night and wants it mended. See what she says.
Yes, Dave.
All right, Jimmy. Let's get on with it. Now, where were we? Ah, yeah, you were making a statement.
I was making no statement.
Oh, I thought you were. I've written here your name, age, address, and the time the statement was started. Oh, but we'll have to change all that, won't we? It's now, 7:22. And I was wondering how you all happened to leave that cafe as the clock struck 11. Not a few minutes before like ordinary people might, or a few minutes after like other people might, but right on the nose. You say it, and Tommy says it, and Huey says it, like a heavenly chorus. Did you leave the cafe in a straight line?
If you want to know what time we left, ask Mario.
And who is Mario?
He owns the cafe, and he has a clock on the wall.
Would you like a cup of tea? You're entitled to a cup of tea, Jimmy. You're entitled to breakfast, if we keep you long enough.
You're wasting your time.
Constable, 2 cups of tea.
Yes, Sarge.
And while we wait, we can get on with the enthralling story of how you spent the rest of the night in your kit.
You're quite a comic.
I don't feel like a comic this morning. I keep thinking of Mr. Denning.
Who?
Denning, the man who was shot. He's in hospital. You keep forgetting.
We were nowhere near that place.
Good. Then we can get it all written down. I, James Arnold Lowry, make the following statement. Do you know how much was in the safe?
What safe?
The one you were screwing when you were supposed to be in bed. £50,000. Did you know it was as much as that?
No.
I wonder if Billy still has it.
You keep on at him, don't you? Keep on about Billy all the time. You can't think of anything else. Well, shut up.
Okay. While the constable's out of the room, Jimmy, while there's no one else here to hear us, is there anything you want to tell me?
Like what?
Well, Billy's gone, and so is all the cash. He can live the life of Riley on it, and you and Tommy and Huey are left to face the shooting charge.
You suggesting a deal?
Well, there are some things I can do.
Get stuffed, mate. Billy'll see me all right.
Are you sure? It's a lot of cash, but it won't last forever. It won't last until you get out.
I'll be out of here today.
No.
Even if we're not out, you won't make it stick. Billy will be talking to our brief.
The family sticks together.
Yes.
We found Huey's jacket. The one the guard tore.
None of that will mean anything.
Why not? You got your story fixed?
Just wait and see.
You sound very sure of it.
I am, so there's no deal. And anyway, here comes your pal.
What kept you, Constable?
Canteen wasn't open yet, Sarge. I had to get the keys and make the tea.
Here you are, Jimmy. Help yourself to sugar.
And the name is Stevenson?
Mrs. Martha Stevenson.
Just tell me what you saw, Mrs. Stevenson.
You're going to write it down?
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Got too much disturbance round here. Damage being done and fights. It was the noise that got me up. The noise in the lane. So I got up and went to the window, and the two of them were trying to bang the lid back on the bin.
You said you knew them.
Two young hooligans from down Bilton Street.
You recognise them?
Of course I did. It was that young Crerand and Hugh, I think his name is, and one of the Lowrys, the youngest one.
What time was this?
It was 1:20.
Are you sure of that?
Of course I'm sure. I looked. I was woken up, wasn't I? It's time all this noise and frightening people was stopped. That's what it's about, isn't it? The hooligans.
Would you be able to identify the two lads you saw in the lane this morning?
Identify them? You mean in court?
Say you saw them in the lane.
Oh, no, officer. Oh, I couldn't. No, not with them.
Why not?
Not with the Lowrys. They live over in Bilton Street, and they know me. They're a bad, wicked family. No one around here wants trouble with them, no.
We won't let them harm you. If you can identify them, they'll be put away.
And then they'll come out again. They always do. I'll help you by telling who does these things, but I won't get mixed up with that family.
It's very important.
No, I couldn't.
All right, Mrs. Stevenson. Thank you just the same.
Come in. Dave, Max, sit down. How far have you got?
Well, we're moving forward. Last time we talked, we were working only on descriptions. Now we know we've got the right lot. The jacket's been found, the one Mr. Denning said got torn. You heard about it?
Yes, in Anderton's Lane.
With Crerand's name on it. His story is that he lost it 2 weeks ago, but we found a woman who saw him throw it away last night. Matt?
A Mrs. Stevenson, whose window looks down on the lane, sir. She was wakened by the dustbin being banged and saw two lads putting the lid back on and running away. She knows them. Tommy Lowry and Hughie Crerand.
And this was 20 minutes after the shooting, as they hurried home.
But she won't go into court, sir. She's afraid of the Lowry family.
But now that we know that...
Not so fast, Dave. Has anything else been learned about the jacket?
Yes, sir. I took it to Mrs. Crerand and said her son had torn it and wanted her to mend it. She said I wondered why he didn't bring it home. I asked when he didn't bring it home. She twigged something was wrong and would say no more. Just said ask him.
Well, they're trained to it, both families. Their motto is stand together, tell the cops nothing, and you'll get away with it.
Tell me again why you jumped on the Lowrys, Dave.
Instinct.
I want reasons.
The night guard saw 4 young villains, ages ranging from 19 to 25. Fits the Lowrys and fits the facts. They work four-handed and have been screwing offices around here for the past 6 months.
6 months? Since you did old man Lowry and Ted Crerand for the factory job?
Yes, sir. With the adult villains locked up, the young ones have got to do the breadwinning.
Oh, that's how you figured it, hmm? A four-handed job, so it has to be them. With Billy as the brains leading the younger ones.
That's it.
Without Billy, would the younger ones have pulled a job like that?
No, they wouldn't even try. They work as a family, as a team.
Then I've got bad news for you. 2 pieces. Harrison has phoned in. He's had it from several reliable sources that Billy Lowry wasn't within 100 miles of us last night. The Lowry team was broken up a month ago when Billy left home. And he has not been back. And that's solid.
It can't be.
It can be. And it is.
Then where is Billy?
He's got a job in Stockport. And last night he was on night work. Checked and solid.
But if that's true, why didn't they say so? They could have said it and walked out.
They could be leading you on. It was you who grabbed them, accused them, and wouldn't listen to them. So they're setting you up for Julius Dancy. And he's been waiting to get you.
We've got a fair amount against them.
No, you've just been trying to prove that they did it. A four-handed job, yes, Dave. The Lowrys know. And you haven't been looking elsewhere.
They're a family of villains. It was their description. It was their style.
But it need not have been them. And when you accept that Billy could not have been anywhere near, that the family team has broken up, then their story makes sense. The young ones do miss him. They were bored and at home in bed. Young Crerand did have his jacket stolen. And that is why they sit calmly and wait for their lawyer.
A man was shot. A family man with 2 children. I mean, do you really believe all this? That they're clean?
How long have you had the call out for Billy Lowry?
6 hours.
Cars and detectives all over London searching for him. Has he been seen anywhere?
No.
CID, Chief Inspector Roach. Yes. I give him my compliments and tell him I'm engaged, but I'll see him as soon as I'm free. Thank you. Your troubles have started. Dancy is downstairs. He has come for your scalp.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre, Jimmy Lowry, Tom Bowles, Huey Crerand, Michael Thacker, Station Officer Gordon Reed, Mr. Evans, Martin Friend, Jane Miller, Claire Clifford, Woman, Betty Alberge. Detective is written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
News to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 2 of a 2-part episode, Bedtime Story.
CID, Chief Inspector Roach. Yes. Yes, give him my compliments and tell him I'm engaged at the moment, but I'll see him as soon as I'm free. Thank you. Your troubles have started. Dancy is downstairs. He has come for your scalp, and he wants to speak to his 3 young clients.
Well, can't you stall him?
For how long?
I need time to think.
I'll keep him talking, I'll keep him waiting, but after that...
Thank you, sir.
But don't take too long.
What do we do now, Dave?
Well, figure it out.
Do you know this Julius Dancy?
Yeah, I know him. He's given me a rough time in court once or twice. And I've given his clients a rough time. There's no love lost. I don't believe that story about Billy Lowry being miles away.
Yeah, Jim Harrison has checked it.
Jack! A minute.
Yes, Dave.
Where's Mr. Darcy?
Well, he's going to have to see Mr. Roach.
Anything from information room about Billy Lowry?
No. Seems he's nowhere around.
The lad's still in separate rooms?
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, come on, Max. We'll see if they still remember their story.
Right.
No, wait a bit. Go out after Billy. See if you can find him. Go round Bilton Street, into the cafes and the market. Ask anyone you bump into when they last saw him. Ask Ma Lowry. And don't forget to tell her that he's off with £50,000. She's a greedy old bitch. And good luck with it.
Yeah, you too.
All right, Jimmy. Let's start again.
You never give up.
Never.
Has our brief got here yet?
Yes, he's here. He's busy with Mr. Roach.
Then what's there to start about? We'll be out of this in a couple of minutes.
I still have some questions to ask.
I've already answered your questions. Your trouble, mate, is that you haven't the sense to know what's true.
You mean all that stuff about being in bed, fast asleep?
That's right.
You're thick in the head, Jimmy, thick as 2 planks. Last time we were alone in this room, you told me you were on that job.
I told you what?
That you were all on that job.
When did I say that?
When I told you how much Billy had gone off with, and you said that Billy was away fixing it up with Mr. Darcy.
And who'll believe you?
The point is, Jimmy, I believe me. And it wasn't Billy who went to see Mr. Darcy, it was your ma who sent for him. Billy has gone, blown, vanished with the cash.
You can save all that, Brooke. Our brief is here and we'll be home in a couple of jiffs. And then your troubles will start.
Like what?
A big complaint to your boss. We want to know why we were dragged out of bed, brought here, not allowed to speak to each other, and accused of shooting a geezer. It isn't funny, accused of shooting a bloke.
No. And it isn't funny being shot either. And you were on that job.
You'll have me in tears. Brooke, you're in dead trouble. You did my old man, and half of what you said about him was bull. You stitched him. It's a grudge, isn't it? But we're not like the old generation. We don't stand and wait for it. We take steps to protect ourselves.
Like fixing the story first and then doing the job.
How does it feel to be fitted up?
Yes?
Dave, Mr. Darcy's waiting to see you. Sent down by Mr. Roach.
What did I tell you?
Shut up. Thanks, Jack. Hey, do you still have that spare room?
Yeah, it was reserved for the big brother. You might as well use it for the lawyer.
Good morning, Mr. Darcy.
Morning, Sergeant.
Will you come this way, please? We can use this room. Now, Mr. Darcy, what can I do for you?
I want to see my clients. They are James Lowry, Thomas Lowry.
I know who your clients are, Mr. Darcy. And you can't have a word with them. Not yet.
Why not, Sergeant?
Because they're helping me with my inquiries into an armed robbery, the theft of a rather large sum of money, and the shooting of a security guard.
Tell me, are they helping you as witnesses of this event or as possible suspects of the crime?
What do you think?
It's not what I think, Sergeant. I'm waiting for your answer.
As possible suspects, sir, since they fit the descriptions given by the security guard.
And because of their previous records.
Mr. Darcy, you are a lawyer, and as such also an officer of the court. You're well aware of police responsibilities and procedures, and have a duty not to obstruct the process of law.
I also have a duty to my clients.
Of course.
I've had a talk with your chief inspector, and I found him helpful.
I'm sure you did.
May I see my clients?
Not yet.
Have my clients signed any statements?
No, Mr. Darcy, it seems they've been instructed not to.
Instructed?
Advised. I still have some inquiries to make, so, if you'll excuse me.
I trust it will not take too long. I'm a very busy man.
Mrs. Lowry?
What is it?
Detective Constable Maxton. Can I have a word with you?
About what?
About your sons.
Why come here? You got them down at the station.
Not all of them. We're looking for Billy.
He don't live here now.
Where does he live?
That's for you to find out.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Lowry. To try to find out. I've spoken to one or two of his friends, and they say he's in Stockport.
Well, now you know. My boy's in Stockport. He has a job there, a good job, so why won't you let him be?
I want to know where he is, Mrs. Lowry. Do you know where he works?
No. And if you'll just move your feet, I have my own work to do.
Sorry. I was told he's on a building site.
Yeah, that's right. A building site.
And what's the name of the firm?
Name?
They do have names, Mrs. Lowry. The people who own building sites.
He didn't tell me.
When did you last see him?
Not since he went away.
His friends say he's been home for weekends. He's been seen.
They're wrong. They've seen Jimmy, maybe. Mistook him. But not Billy. He hasn't been home for 4 or 5 weeks. What do you want him for?
The same thing as we want your other lads for. We're wondering what happened to the money.
What money?
The money they got away with last night. I thought you might know. You have 2 sons down at the nick without a penny between them. And you have another son on the loose.
Are you saying that my Billy...
Of course not, Mrs. Lowry. I just want to talk to him.
You got a fag?
No, Mrs. Lowry.
Is it a lot of money?
Whoever has it won't need to work on building sites, that's for sure. And won't want to live around here anymore.
How much did you say?
I didn't. But I will. £50,000. But if Billy wasn't here last night, it couldn't be him.
No, it couldn't. It couldn't be Billy.
Thanks then, Mrs. Lowry. I'll let you get on with your work.
No, wait. Do you have a light?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Now, this thing you say happened last night.
Didn't Mr. Darcy tell you?
No, he didn't tell me anything. But it was what their dad asked for. If the boys get in trouble, phone Mr. Darcy, he said, so I phoned him this morning.
What did he say?
Oh, all he said was, yes, Mrs. Lowry, I'm already onto it, don't worry.
Are you worried?
Well, it depends what happened last night, doesn't it?
4 lads broke into offices in Manton Street and got away with all the cash. We fancy your boys for it. We have 2 of them down at the station, but they don't have the money.
So you're looking for Billy?
Yes.
Well, he ain't here.
Ma, you in?
Oh, my God.
Is that Billy?
Oh, go away, Billy. Get out of here.
Where are you, Ma?
Oh, you bloody young fool. The law's here.
Okay, Ma, so the law's here. Are you the law?
Detective Constable Maxton.
I see. And what does he want?
He wants you, you stupid lout. That's what he wants. He's looking for you, and you walk right into it.
Looking for me? I've just come to visit you, Ma, for the weekend. I wrote to you, didn't I?
Of course you did. That's right. You wrote to me.
Pleased to see me?
Of course I am. Real pleased.
Where's Jimmy?
He's in the nick. And so is Tommy and Huey. That's why he's here.
I see. It's something I can do for you, Constable.
You could come to the station with me.
Why not?
Billy?
It's all right, Ma. There's nothing to worry about.
Billy, stay with me. Have some breakfast. I want to talk to you.
I won't be long, Ma. I'll be back and we'll have a long talk. Do we go now?
Yes.
Mr. Darcy is there, Billy. See him first.
Well, what are we waiting for?
It's called the process of law, Jimmy. We ask questions, then we check the answers, and then we try and put two and two together.
And it takes as long as this?
Well, as you know, we're not very bright.
You can say that again.
Certainly. As you know, we're not very bright.
Very funny. Did Mr. Darcy laugh at your jokes?
Nobody laughs at them.
When do I see him?
Your brief? Very soon, I'm afraid. Then you villains can get together and cook up a real story. A better story than that nonsense about all being in bed. And then find your witnesses and all the rest of it.
You could be done for saying that.
Sure, yeah, I could be done for a lot of things this morning. Things I've done, things I've left undone, and a few things I haven't had time to do. It's the things left undone, Jimmy, that smart lawyers can drive the coach and horses through.
Feeling sorry for yourself?
Yeah, a bit. Feeling more sorry for Mr. Denning and his kids.
You could try feeling sorry for me and Tommy and Huey. Stuck here all night with you making jokes about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't lock you all up.
I'll buy a ticket for your next dance.
Thanks.
Come in.
Dave, I've brought Billy Lowry in.
He's a liar. It's one of your tricks, Brooke. It won't work.
Okay, Jimmy, it won't work. All right, Max, let's go and have a look at him.
I know it's a trick.
Where'd you find him?
I was at his mother's house when he walked in. He says he's just arrived from Stockport for the weekend.
Do you believe he's just arrived?
No. And you should have seen his ma's face when he said it. She was telling him to run for it, but
yeah?
He wanted to come. So I think you're going to have some trouble.
Right. Then we'll both have a go at him. I'll talk. You write down the answers. Morning, Billy.
Morning, Mr. Brooke.
Nice of you to come and help us.
Always willing. What's it about?
Just a few things we have to check. Do you mind if DC Maxton makes a few notes?
Fine with me.
Good. Is it true, Billy, that you're away from the family now? Got a job in the north?
Yeah.
Do you mind telling us who you're working for?
Why not? McAlpine's. Been working for him for a month and a bit on a building site. You can check it.
And you've come down to see your Ma?
Yeah.
When did you get into London?
4:10 this morning. Went to see Ma and met your friend there.
You didn't come last night?
No. On the early morning train.
Are you sure, Billy? We can check.
Of course I'm sure. I was on it, wasn't I?
What time do you knock off on Fridays up there?
Well, usually about 4:30. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, last night I was doing overtime. We were working on a factory and there's a penalty clause, so we're pushing it. Overtime and a bonus.
What time did you work till?
Till 10:30 last night. Is it something to do with time you're after?
Yes.
What time?
Max, tell him.
1 o'clock this morning. Say midnight till 1.
At midnight I was in Stockport, and that is 200 miles away. You can check with the foreman. I was on the site till 10:30 and then had a drink with the squad. And you can check with my landlady. I had supper there and then packed to catch the 12:38 train to come home to see Ma.
Can I have your landlady's name and address?
You can have her card. Look, here it is. She does a very good bed and breakfast if you're interested.
Thanks. DC Maxton's been writing the gist of what we've been saying on a statement form. Just the facts and the times. Is it ready, Max?
Here it is, Sergeant.
Right, read it over, Billy. And if it's okay, sign it. Then DC Maxton will sign it. And I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, it's you, Dave. Come in.
We picked up Billy Lowry.
Where?
At his mother's house. It's like he said. He says he's working in Stockport. Was working late last night and his foreman will vouch for it. Was his digs there until after midnight and his landlady will say so, and he got into London at 4:10.
So?
Well, that's his statement. When he signed it, do I let him go?
Oh, what's your feeling?
That he'll get these witnesses. The dance will make the most of it and that his story will stand up. But I still think they did it.
Well, you could be right, Dave. I've just had the report from forensic. The gun hasn't been found yet, but they've made a comparison test on the bullet taken from Denning. As a result of that test, the scenes of crime officer returned to the offices to make a further search, and the cartridge case was found.
So we have found something?
Well, don't jump to conclusions. Wait till I've finished.
Yes, sir.
The report says the grooves and striations on the bullet and the pattern of the firing pin on the base of the cartridge case match with the prints of the gun used by Ted Crerand on the factory job.
But it figures, doesn't it? Old man Crerand left it behind and the young ones used it.
Dave, watch it. The forensic report simply says it was from the same gun. The gun wasn't found and there is no evidence what Crerand did with it. Whether he hid it or threw it away or sold it to somebody.
But it's all there. He hid it at home. The young ones fell heir to it and carried it when they went thieving. And last night they had to use it.
That is supposition, Dave. That is not evidence.
Then listen to this bit of supposition. The gun was left behind by Uncle Ted. The young ones took to carrying it because it made them feel professional. So it had to be the Lowrys. And if the guards saw 4 of them, then Billy was there.
And his statement says he wasn't.
Yeah.
I'll get on to Stockport Police and we'll have his story checked minute by minute. His workmates, his landlady, the ticket collectors at the station.
No, sir, there's a quicker way. When he signed the statement, I'll let him go.
Go?
Say that I believe him. I want to trace that gun, but more important, I need some solid evidence now. And I think this is how to get it. The Lowrys and the Crerands are a tightly knit family, and being family, they trust each other, and believe that if they stand together and tell the same story, they'll be all right.
So you let one of them go?
The smartest one. The old saying, sir, blood is thicker than water. Well, there's another one that says there's nothing more bitter than a family feud. I'm going to start a feud. I'm going to break that family. And now that I know it was Ted Crerand's gun, I've got it made. Do I have your permission to let Billy Lowry go?
Well, it's your case.
Thank you, sir. I'll get Harrison to tail him.
Dave, Mr. Dancy is getting very impatient.
It won't take long, sir.
Here's the statement, Dave. Signed and witnessed.
You've checked it, Billy?
Yep.
Good. I've spoken to the Chief Inspector, and there are no more questions for you.
I can go?
You can go back to your ma.
Are you letting my brothers out?
Well, not yet, Billy. You know how everything has got to be checked in here. They told us a story about all being at home in bed and someone thought they saw them in the street. You know how it is.
Oh, sure.
But it won't take long.
Can I see them?
What do you think, Max?
Yeah, let him see them.
Okay, bring them along.
What's it all about, this thing that happened at 1 o'clock?
Oh, of course you don't know, do you? An office was done in Manton Street. The safe opened. And the night guard came and saw 4 lads at work on the safe. Well, he thought it was you lads. It had your style. And we grabbed a bit too soon. You know how it happens.
Yeah, but it isn't nice when it happens. Ma must have gone spare.
She said a few things.
I'll bet she did.
There are still a few loose ends to be tied, so keep it short, Billy. Just a smile, a few words of cheer, and no trying to pass anything.
Sure.
Oh, here they come.
All right, lads, stay in line. It isn't a party.
Well, there you are, Billy. Your brother Jimmy, Tommy, and Hughie Crerand.
What's happened, Billy?
Nothing's happened, Jim. I came to see Ma, and I came to see you, that's all. Innit, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's about it.
And I can tell Ma you'll be home soon.
We going home, Sergeant?
Oh, we still have a few ends to tie up. Billy's going home. Well, you've seen him, Billy, and you mustn't keep Ma waiting. Max will show you out.
Goodbye, lads. I'll tell Ma you're all right.
He's gone, then?
Yeah.
When do we leave?
You don't. Not yet.
What?
None of you leave. I want a word with Hughie.
What about, Mr. Brooke?
About your father's gun. I want to know
He's got nothing, Hughie. He's bluffing you.
Shut up, Lowry. We're getting down to business now. Come with me, Hughie. Max, leave the other 2 in there. Let them talk if they want to.
What's going on, Dave?
Change of tactics. It's a long story. If they want tea or anything, let them have it. In here, Hughie.
What is it you want, sir?
To talk about the man who was shot this morning. They're saying you did it.
I did it, sir. Who said that?
Who do you think said it, Hughie? Who do you think I had a talk with this morning? Who's just walked out of the station?
Billy.
It doesn't take a lot of guesses, does it? You just ask yourself, who knew it was your father's gun? I'm told he warned you against carrying it, but you wouldn't listen.
Billy wouldn't say that.
Then how do I know it was your father's gun?
He didn't say that. He wouldn't.
He had to say it, Hughie. He comes back from work in Stockport, and his ma tells him you're all in trouble for shooting a man. He can't let his brothers take the blame for something they didn't do. They didn't have a gun.
He wouldn't say that. It's a trick.
Then answer me one question, Hughie. Was it your father's gun? And ask yourself, who knew it? Who could have told me? I'm going to leave you alone for a while, Huey. Think about what I said, and ask yourself why you are now sitting here all on your own. Max? Is Mr. Darcy still here?
Yes. Look, Dave, what is going on?
I've got a line on the gun. I'm putting pressure on Crerand. I don't think he used it, but I think he's the one who'll crack. Have the other two been chatting since we left them together?
No. It's been quiet as the grave.
Well, in a few minutes, put Crerand in with them. And I'll have a talk with their lawyer. Good afternoon, Mr. Darcy.
I believe you have now spoken with the fourth of my clients, Billy Lowry.
Yes, I have. And he's made a statement.
And are you satisfied with his statement?
Yes, I'm satisfied. He's gone home.
May I see the others now?
Not at this stage, Mr. Darcy.
And why not?
Because there's a possibility of murder in the case. And there's been a new development.
What development? Does it concern my clients?
It does, Mr. Darcy. And you must wait until I've completed my inquiries. Did you put Huey in with the other two?
Yes.
What happened?
It was quiet for a while. Then they all started arguing. Have a listen to them.
Have you heard anything they said?
No. Just muffled like that. And if you open the door, it stops.
Well, let's open it. It's gone very quiet in here, hasn't it? You all stand together, not a word in front of the cops. Did you tell them what I said, Huey? Is that why you were shouting? Is it, Jimmy?
Yeah, I was telling him it's a load of bloody lies. Nobody told you anything about a gun. Nobody, mate. You made it up. When his old man was sent down, you talked about a gun, said his old man had one. Now you're saying Huey had it. It's a load of bull, and you know it. Don't believe him, Huey.
All right, let me ask you a question. Who would know where the gun came from? And who was it came here, made a statement, and was allowed to walk out?
Billy never made a statement to you.
Max, show him the statement. There you are.
Let me read it.
No need for you to read it. You said he never made a statement. You can see he did, and he signed it. And from that statement, we have questions to ask you. And to ask Huey. Max, take Huey out.
This way, lad.
Well, Jimmy, it's up to you.
I want to see my brief. And we're saying nothing until we've seen him.
Please yourself.
It isn't working, is it? And Darcy is still waiting.
But the acid is in, Max. It may be slow, but it's certain. Where's Crerand?
I'll put him in there, by himself.
Go in with him. Say you're preparing the charge. Start preparing it. And then ask casually if he wants to see me first.
Okay. All right, Huey, you don't have to stand up. We're going to get the charge written. Now, let's see. How will it go? That's sometime between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m. on April the 14th in Manton Street in the county of Middlesex. Having entered as trespassers a building being a block of offices situated in 25 Manton Street, you stole from there... it was £50,000, wasn't it?
I don't know what it was, sir.
Well, this is a holding charge for now, so we can call it a sum of money. So, you stole therefrom a sum of money, being the property of the Manton Finance Group, and that in order to escape from the building you discharged a firearm and did attempt to murder...
No!
John Denning, aged 43...
I didn't shoot him! I said I didn't shoot him, sir.
If you're just denying it again, we're not impressed. And we're going ahead with the charge. But if you've got something to tell Sergeant Brooke, he might see you.
I want to tell him something.
Dave? He wants to see you.
Right. What is it, Huey?
Why do you keep saying I had the gun?
Well, someone had it.
I didn't.
Who had it, Huey?
Billy.
Billy had the gun?
Yeah.
You'll have to say it louder, Huey, so I can hear you. Who shot the guard?
Billy.
Louder.
Billy!
Did you see him shoot the guard?
Yes.
But how could he, Huey? He wasn't in London. He was 200 miles away, working. He has his mates to say so.
No. He was here. He came last night.
Where did you meet him?
When we went home from the cafe, he was waiting at our house.
Waiting at your house?
Yeah.
Why your house?
The gear was there. And the gun.
If he was at your house, Did your mother see him?
Yeah, she made tea for him.
And your ma will back you up, won't she? She'll speak up for her own son.
Yes, sir.
OK, Huey. Just sit there for a moment, and then DC Maxton will get it all written down. Would you like something to eat?
Yes, please.
Max? A minute.
Right.
Get his statement, Max. Blow by blow from the time Billy was waiting at the house. What they did, what they said, and especially what the mother said when Billy was having tea. In his own words, what time they got to Manton Street, who did the break-in, the jacket being torn, throwing it into the dustbin, everything.
Dave, this is just one lad's word against another.
Well, on the shooting, yeah. But I don't care who fired the shot. We'll get to that when the family row really blows up. This puts all four of them in that office, and no one else. So I want that statement and their names on the charge sheet. And for my money, the youngster's right. It was Billy. So have the constable get him a cup of tea and a pie.
Yes, Dave.
I'll get Harrison to bring Billy in. And while we're waiting, I'll have a word with Mr. Darcy. Is he still here?
Yes, there he is.
Ah, at last, Sergeant. You're now setting them free.
No, sir. I'm afraid they're staying with us.
May I ask why?
Yes, you may. It happens that their special bedtime story wasn't well enough rehearsed for their tiny minds. It didn't account for one of them using a gun. So your clients are no longer playing stand together. They're playing truth and consequences. And there's a right old squabble going on.
I demand to see them. Now.
If you'll wait, you can talk to them after they've been charged.
That episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre. Jimmy Lowry, Tom Bowles. Huey Crerand, Michael Packer. Station Officer, Gordon Reed. Dancy, Nicholas Selby. Ma Lowry, Hilda Fenimore. Billy, Colin Bell. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zero 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
for
Golf
lives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. The bank raid.
Here you are. Your coffee and your change.
Thanks.
Now, what do we have this morning?
I've been going through our files, and what we have is the same as we had last week, and the week before, and the week before that. Look, Dave, the backlog is piling up.
Right, let's have a look. Yeah, I see. Well, let me tell you, the only way we'll ever clean up all complaints of crime is to be standing next to Chummy when he's nicking the stuff. We just try and keep our heads above water, that's all. What's next?
5 new ones. An old lady's home done, some furniture taken.
Let's see. No, correction. A residential home for elderly gentlewomen was done. Taken a Jacobean oak chest and 2 Jacobean high-back chairs. That is antique furniture of high value. You know, this bloke's going a bit too far.
You know him?
Yeah, but knowing him and catching him are 2 different things. His name is Owen, and he's as fast as a ferret. Right, what else? CID, Sergeant Brooke. Yeah? Where? Right away. Max, finish your coffee. We're off. Jim.
I'm busy.
Drop it. We have a shout. Come on, move it. Where to? Corner of Morton Street and Davis Street. A bank.
What's happened?
A hold-up. Shotguns and ammonia. Come on, move it. Let's shut the siren. We might just get there in time.
There's still a crowd.
Let's see what we got. Constable, what happened?
No one's sure yet, Sergeant. The manager's inside. His name's Franklin.
Thanks. Mr. Franklin?
Yes?
Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Will you come in here, please? I'm still a bit shaken. I've taken some pills. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. Can you tell me what happened?
Well, it isn't easy to tell. It was all over in minutes, in seconds, really. I hardly had time to go from this office into the bank.
How many were in the raid?
3. Well, I mean, I saw 2 of them, but the cashiers say 3. They were on their way out, and there were the fumes, ammonia, still in my eyes.
Have you had your eyes treated?
Yes, the chemist from across the road came in. One of our customers, a lady, ran out and into his shop.
Max, over to the chemist, a witness before we lose it.
Right.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. It's been such a shock. Guns and all that ammonia. I feel better now.
Will you tell me exactly what you saw?
I saw almost nothing at all. So quick. 2 men leaving my bank, both with guns, and one carrying a bag. They hit a man over the head with the guns. Perhaps Miss Reese can tell you more. Miss Reese, please. You see, some of the staff had gone to lunch. Only 2 girls on the counter. Here she is. Miss Reese, this is Sergeant Brooke.
Miss Reese, can you tell me what happened, how it happened, and when it happened?
Yes. It happened at exactly 12:30. There were 5 customers in the bank, so 3 of them were waiting. When the door opened, a man walked in with a blue woolen hood over his face and with a gun.
Have you any idea of his age?
Oh, I'd say he was a young man. In fact, I know he was a young man by the way he leapt straight up onto the counter. He pointed his gun at the customers and said, "Turn around and face the wall." Then he shouted, "Turn." So I turned to face the wall and he said, "Not you, miss." He handed me a canvas bag and said, "Fill it." And so I began putting the money from our cash till into the bag.
It's instructions from our head office. The girls are told not to resist armed men. You understand?
Yes, I understand. Go on, Miss Reese.
Well, then I saw a second man come in with a gun. He stood by the window looking out. And then a third man came in who also had a mask on, and he stood by the door and began to spray ammonia into the air with a thing like a flick gun. Made us cough. And then I saw this woman. She'd been at a desk writing a cheque, and I thought she'd fainted, but she rose and ran out. She was hysterical, shouting, "Murder, murder, it's a bank raid."
They let her run out?
Well, I think they were surprised. She ran right under the arm of the man standing by the door and out into the street.
She ran straight through the traffic, Sergeant, and into the chemist's. And there she fainted.
Miss Reese?
Well, when she ran out, the man standing on the counter swore. Then he grabbed the bag from me and jumped down. A customer panicked and got in his way, Mr. Henderson, and he hit him on the head with his gun and knocked him down.
How much did they get?
Well, I'd given them about £6,000, and then they ran.
Did they threaten you with the guns?
Oh, yes. And that man with the ammonia was coming towards us when the woman ran out.
Sergeant, the woman is still in the chemist's. I think you should talk to her.
Right. You stay here and talk to Miss Reese and Mr. Franklin. Get descriptions of the 3 men and names and addresses of the customers. Where's Harrison?
He's collecting witnesses in the street. The woman's name is Miller, Mrs. Dorothy Miller.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
Do you feel like talking to me?
About what?
About what happened in the bank.
I told everybody what happened. The policeman, the chemist.
Will you tell me?
All of it, from the start.
Yes, please.
Well, I went into the bank to get some money. £20, that was all. The counter was busy, so I sat down to fill in the form, and this man came in. I didn't really see him, except pushing past me. Then he jumped, that's what I saw. Jumped right up onto the counter, like a circus acrobat. So I looked up at him, and he had a mask on.
and a gun. And he said, all turn and face the wall.
And did you turn to the wall?
No.
Why not?
Well, I didn't know it was a raid, did I? Not at that time. I mean, the ones in the paper, they say this is a raid. They didn't say that, so I just watched. Then this other man came in with a mask and a gun, and he went to the window and looked out over the screen, just like in the films. So I thought it was for the telly, making a film for the telly. Because they were so very quiet, and the girl in the bank wasn't frightened or anything, just putting the money in his bag. Then the man came in with the poison gas.
With poison gas?
He had a real mask on, and he was squirting it at me, so I knew it wasn't telly, and I ran out.
They might have shot you, Mrs. Miller.
They were gassing me already.
You shouted something?
No.
They say you were shouting, murder, murder, it's a bank raid.
Well, it was, wasn't it?
Yes, Mrs. Miller, it was. Thank you. When you feel better, you can go home, and we'll get in touch with you again.
Thank you.
Well, what did we get, Max?
Scenes of crime didn't come up with anything except some footprints of plimsolls on the counter. Fingerprints got nothing. They all wore gloves, and even at that they didn't touch anything.
Descriptions. Jim?
3 lads, that's for sure, wearing blue woolen masks, like balaclavas but covering head and face. Could be late 20s, height 5'7" to 5'9", seen in the bank, seen running from the bank. They had a car parked in Summer Street. No one got the number, no one got the make or year, but one woman was quite clear on the colour. Green.
And probably stolen.
Hasn't been found yet.
They spoke. Can we do anything with the voices?
One of them spoke. He uttered 17 words in all. He said, turn around and face the wall. Turn, not you, miss. Fill it, meaning the canvas bag. Then he said, for God's sake, stop her.
As Mrs. Miller flew out of the bank?
You're not kidding, Dave. They say she actually did fly out. A little round-shaped woman flapping her arms. She ran straight through the traffic. There was a right old pile up.
The chemist said she could have died of a heart attack.
Well, they didn't actually tell her it was a raid. The lad on the counter, did we get a lead on his accent?
No. The general feeling was that he had a London accent, but nothing you'd notice.
Yeah, very helpful. Any suggestions?
Yeah, I suggest a medal for the little round woman who thought they was making a TV film.
Mr. Henderson didn't think it was a movie.
How is he?
Detained in hospital.
Jim, give them time for the shock to wear off and then go back to the bank and speak to the counter staff. See if they can recall any young men coming into the bank, changing a tenner into singles, something like that, and who seemed to be looking around. Especially anyone who showed an interest in the side door. Ask them to think about it, a bit of feminine intuition.
Right.
And me?
Well, until we have a lead, you can stay on the other stuff. The backlog. There's the furniture nicked from that home. You made an inquiry about this antique lark, haven't you? A loser, Mr...
Mr. Nizam. He'd gone off for the weekend and came back to...
Yeah, well, it's always like that. Go and have a chat to the matron at the Westdean Residential Home for Retired Gentlewomen.
Yes, we have many quite valuable pieces of furniture in the halls and corridors of the home, Mr. Maxton, but these were the most valuable. They were given to us by one of the governors. The Jacobean chest stood just here under the window, and the chairs stood one on either side. And the window, as you can see, has one of the loveliest views of the grounds.
Yes. Do you have any idea of their value, matron?
Oh, yes. They appear in the financial report. It is a private residential home, as you know. The chairs are each valued at £1,500 and the oak chest at £3,000. That is £6,000. Just gone, like that.
When did you know they'd gone?
As they were being taken. One of my nurses came to me and said that 2 workmen had come to remove them. Can you imagine such impertinence? They had come to remove them. By the time I got there, the men had gone and the van had gone.
Can you describe the men?
Well, a nurse may be able to. She told me they were 2 men in overalls and white aprons who presented themselves as a foreman and an assistant. And when she spoke to them, the foreman showed her a worksheet with the 3 articles fully described, a signed authority for their removal, and even the time when they had to be called for.
Had any authority been given for their removal?
Oh, of course not. I phoned the governor who donated them. He is Sir George Fenner. He had given no such authority. I then phoned the police.
Had anyone inquired about the articles before the theft? Phone calls or visits?
Well, we had many visitors to the home, Mr. Maxton, but not, I am pleased to say, visitors of that class. Removal men. Do you wish to see the nurse who spoke to them?
Yes, please.
Writing your memoirs?
No. Just copying 2 statements from the old ladies' home. The matron and the nurse who saw the thieves. Want to read them?
Why? I know exactly what it will say. Would you like to make a bet?
Could I win?
You'd be paying for experience, and that's worth a pint from any DC.
Okay, a pint.
Right. Last Sunday, a certain Mr. Owen put on his Sunday best, and looking like a church visitor, called at the old ladies' home and had a quiet mosey round the corridors. He had a butcher's at the bits and pieces, and spotted the oak chest and the matching chairs. A few days later, he sent a van and 2 men in white aprons to collect them. They had a worksheet with a description of the items, assigned authority, and even the time.
Okay, you win. A respectable man was seen there last Sunday wandering in the corridors. 3 days later, came 2 men in white aprons. Who was who?
Mr. Owen only values, he doesn't collect. He was the one who went there on Sunday. You can go and practice on him if you like, but you'll never pin him down. I've got his address somewhere.
Dave?
Yeah.
Bank job. The car's been found abandoned. On the back seat, 3 blue woolen hoods, a brown canvas bag and a squirter with some ammonia still in. They've been taken to the laboratory.
Do we know where it was stolen?
Yeah, taken 3 days ago from a cinema parking lot in North Kilburn. The lady was right. It's green.
Anything from the bank staff about the lads casing the place?
Yes, from Miss Thompson. One lad she had a feeling about, though she's not too sure. He came in on 2 successive mornings for change. He was in overalls. She thinks he was working nearby.
Did she give a description?
About 26, 5'7". Good looking. Best she could do.
Right. I'll go and have a look at the car. Matt?
Yeah?
Mr. Owen's address. I'm going to talk to him. It won't do you very much good, but it might make him lay off for a couple of months.
Right.
Is this the car?
Yes, this is it. Green Triumph 1976. Stolen 3 days ago in North Kilburn. Real owner, a Mr. Milligan of West Kilburn, who had taken his girl to the pictures and come out to find it gone. And he's wondering when we'll let him have it back.
And when will you let him have it back?
When we've finished with it. By the way, no prints of any kind, not even Mr. Milligan's. Seems the lads spent the time giving it a good old cleaning. They even tuned the engine so it wouldn't let them down. It's in better shape than when it was nicked. Well, they left in it the woolen mask, the canvas bag and the ammonia gun.
What's the sellotape for?
The car's so clean, I'm using this to lift any dust from the seams of the bag and from the plimsolls. Oh, they discarded the plimsolls worn by the lad who stood on the counter, so his shoe prints won't lead you anywhere.
Sounds like they thought of everything.
Yeah.
And that they've done this before.
Oh, you can bet on it.
And how is criminal intelligence today?
Fine, Dave. What can I do for you?
Some information. Bank raids, wage snatches, hold-ups. 3 lads. I think they've been at it before. Late 20s, medium height, 5'7" to 5'9". One of them's quite an athlete, carrying sawn-off shotguns and ammonia.
Ammonia? That's a bit old-fashioned, isn't it?
Well, it was used today, a bank in Davis Street.
Late 20s, medium height. Can you be more specific?
No.
Well, according to eyewitnesses, 50% of all London crime is done by lads in the late 20s, of medium height.
Yeah. Well, we're looking for 3 lads.
Well, give me more.
They waved guns about, and when an old lady ran out screaming, they didn't fire at her. They just scarpered, but in good order.
So, no violence?
Well, I wouldn't say that. They brought ammonia. And when they were making off, a customer panicked and got in their way. They clouted him.
Well, let's see what we've got in the files. Late 20s.
We don't really know that for certain. They wore woolen hoods, but the way they moved and ran and jumped about, people said they were young.
Would you be interested in 2 lads doing a sub-post office, masked, carrying sawn-off shotguns, a year ago?
Yeah, let's see.
Sure, have a look.
Well, sub-post mistress says they walked in at lunchtime. Shop wasn't busy. One stood by the window. The other presented a gun. No fuss. They walked out with £2,400.
Another sub-post office. 3 months later. 2 lads. Masks and guns.
Thanks. Yes, same MO. Walk in when the shop's quiet. One goes to window, the other presents the gun. But it's still only 2 lads.
Then have a look at this. 2 plus 1. A snatch from a wages car. Masks and guns. 3 lads, and one of them a bit of an athlete. While 2 stop the car, the other leaps from a shed onto the roof of the car and smashes the windscreen.
Yeah, could be the same lads. Recruited a 3rd to make a real team. Do you have anything on them?
Yeah.
They've either been very careful or very lucky. I can give you the addresses of witnesses if that will help. The 2 sub-postmistresses and the driver of the car, and the cashier who was travelling with them.
Yes, please, I'd like to have them. And have you got the correspondence number there?
Yep.
Mr. Charles Owen?
Yeah, that's right. And to what do I owe the honour of this visit?
I'd like to have a look around.
Not much to see today, sir. Just a small store of second-hand furniture.
That's what I'm interested in.
Would it be business or pleasure, sir? I mean, was we specially recommended to you?
Yes, by Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Ah, then it's business, sir. Anything particularly you have in mind, Squire?
Yes, 3 antique pieces, Mr. Owen. Jacobean.
Oh, well, then they wouldn't be here, would they, Squire? We buy only second-hand stuff.
Mr. Owen, antiques is second-hand stuff.
Yeah, but fair's fair, Squire. I mean, antiques got to be 100 years old. I mean, if this junk was 100 years old, it'd have fallen to pieces, wouldn't it? I mean, just look at it.
Mr. Owen, do you have a van? A grey panel van?
No, but I sometimes borrows one.
Did you send it to the West Dean Home for Ladies?
To where?
The West Dean Residential Home for Ladies.
Never even heard of the place, Squire.
But you do use a grey panel van?
Look, Dub, don't muck me about. You've had a butcher's. Have you seen any of this? What was it you called it? Jacobean? Have you?
No, I haven't.
You finished then?
Yes.
Feel free to come any time, Squire. But for the moment, ciao very much and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my regards to Sergeant Brooke.
Did you see Charlie Owen?
He sends you his regards.
Did he give you his Uriah Heep Act?
Was we specially recommended to you, Squire? Like is you thinking of setting up a new home?
Pretended he wouldn't know an antique if it was brought to him gift-wrapped.
Do you believe him?
Well...
Do you believe him?
No.
Good. Because he's the best judge of antiques in the business. Just make a vow that one day you'll get him. But right now we've got some work to do. What time is it?
Just on 7:30.
Oh, damn. I've got someone to meet.
Judy?
Are you psychic?
No. It's just the furtive way you said it. You've got to meet her?
Yeah, in the Falcons, 7:30 sharp. Oh, hell, look. Look, dash round. Buy her a drink. Tell her I'll be about half an hour. Tell her some big stuff about a bank raid and Sherlock's on the trail. Keep her interested.
Sure. I'll hold her hand.
You're bloody not. You keep her hands on the table.
Yes, Sergeant.
And if I'm not there by 8, you can give her a lift to the hospital. She's on duty. And come straight back.
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, I'll be here or with the collator.
So, what's new, Dave?
I had a thought about these 3 lads.
Like?
Well, a year ago there were 2 doing sub-post offices, and today we have 3 with a similar MO doing a bank. First 2, then 3. I mean, wouldn't it be reasonable that these 2, having some success with small post offices, that they gathered in someone who knew about bigger stuff? Like how to do a bank?
I'm following you.
You said ammonia was old hat. How many years? Are you still following me?
Yeah, I'm ahead of you. Now, that information will be with C11. Hold on. Put me through to the yard, will you? C11, Inspector Harris.
Hello, Judy.
Hello, Max. Where's Dave?
He's on his way. Sent me ahead to buy you a drink.
Oh, which means he doesn't think he'll make it.
Oh, he'll make it all right. What will you drink?
Well, if he makes it, we'll wait until he comes. Sit down, Max, and talk to me.
Sure. He's on today's bank raid, and there are a few loose ends he has to take care of.
All right. Let's talk about you, and the job, and Dave.
How about you and Dave?
Oh, Dave and I are all right. You were said to keep me interested, Max.
Yeah.
So?
About the job? I'm not quite sure.
But you like it?
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I really like it. But, well, I make too many mistakes. I mean, I would make too many mistakes if it wasn't for Dave. And I don't know if I'll ever sort out all the paperwork.
Will you stick it?
I don't know.
Do you have a girl?
No.
Did you have a girl?
Yes, but she couldn't stand the long hours.
No one can stand the long hours.
No one but a wife.
You're right. I'll have that drink, Max.
Here you are, Dig. C11's done rather well by you.
Oh?
Well, it's wonderful what you can do when you keep a note of trivia. Who meets who, where they drink, what they do, where they live. Well, going in height and probable age, give or take a year or two, they've been through all the raiders and associates who used to use noxious gases, and they've come up with one who should interest you. Graham Thorpe. Know him?
No.
Oh, he's 5'7", which fits. He's 36, which is not quite in your age range, but he's not the one that did the jumping about. Now, he's the brother of Terry Thorpe, who's got some heavy form in bank raids. Well, the younger brother hasn't quite made it yet, but he has been seen recently hanging about with a couple of younger lads in Camden Town. And the two younger ones fit your book. And Tommy Thorpe used to live in Kilburn, where the car was pinched. Do you need any more coincidences?
Yeah. Does he have any form?
Yeah, for stealing cars. I have a place where he hangs out in the evening, where he sometimes meets the two other lads. And I've got an address for him.
Can I use your phone?
Sure.
CID room, DC Harrison.
Hello.
Jim? This is Dave. How many are up there?
There's 4 here at the moment and 2 up in the canteen. What's it about?
The bank job. I have a pub and an address that needs visiting. Get the 6 lined up.
Sure, and I'll try and raise Max.
No, don't bother about Max. Just get the 6 and a couple of cars. And tell Mr. Roach I'm on my way to see him.
He said if he wasn't here by 8, I was to take you to the hospital.
I'm not on duty. If he isn't here by 9, you can take me home.
He'd have my scalp for that.
I didn't mean take me home. You can drop me on the doorstep.
Oh, yes. If he isn't here by 9. Another Cinsana?
Please.
All right, against the wall, all of you.
Here, what's going on?
We're looking for money. All right, lads, start searching.
Get up.
It's dark for 3 of you to be together, but I suppose you had to count the loot.
Over here, Dave. 1 drawer full of money, 1 bin full of bank wraps.
Yeah, that's it. Now you.
Me?
Yeah, you. You look like the one. Let's hear you say turn around and face the wall.
Why should I say that?
Because you said it this morning, and you'll be saying it often enough in the next few days to the bank staff and the customers.
Get stuffed.
Okay, yeah. Flynn, Keller, Anderson, get the 3 of them down to the car.
Yeah, get down.
It's now 10 o'clock. Do I take you home?
Oh, too late, Max. Here he comes, with Jim.
Hello, love. Sorry I'm late.
What kept you all this time?
We have the 3 off for the bank job, taken their fingerprints and listed the loot in the property book. Jim, put up some drinks.
Yes, Sergeant.
And,
Yes, Sergeant?
then you take Max back with you and get on with the paperwork. I have to make up for lost time.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Collator, James Cosmo, Mr. Franklin, John Ringham, Miss Reese, Lisa Flanagan, Matron, Margot Boyd, Mrs. Miller, Julie May, Charles Owen, John Sharp, Forensic Expert, Roger Hammond, Police Officer, David Simpson. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now.
4 to MP.
4 men.
Off watch. 2 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. a do-it-yourself job.
It's open. Do you know what this is, Brooke?
It's a bar of silver, sir.
Lift it.
Well, it's an ingot of silver weighing, £5.
Do you know the value?
No, sir.
Well, I'll tell you. It's worth £320. That one ingot. 800 of them were stolen this morning. A van load. Being shipped from a bullion merchant's in Whitechapel.
But that's not our ground, sir.
No, but the van was abandoned on our ground, and this ingot was found on our ground. So you will have a snoop around your informants and find out who has the other 799 ingots under his bed.
Yes, sir.
And here's your share of the other complaints.
But if I've got to go after my informants...
Well, you have extra help?
I don't have extra help. I've got a new DC, and I'm breaking him in.
Well, you're breaking my heart. All right, I'll give you somebody.
Yes, sir. Max!
Yes?
Our share of the night's complaints. Go through them.
Yes, Sergeant. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 9?
That's not how to count them. Look, these 4 are all about the walk-in merchant. How many have we got on him? The bloke doing the rooming houses.
8 other complaints.
So it's not really 4 new cases. Just that bloke at it again. Right, what else? 3 shops knocked over last night. Oh, that's new. An attempted break-in at a factory. Intruder disturbed and made off. We better have a look at that. It's likely he then went off and did the 3 shops. It's yours.
Do I go now?
No. We've got to go to court first. I've got a lad coming up on a house break-in this morning. He's pleading guilty, so it shouldn't take long. Then we've got a silver job, asking around. Then you can do your shops. Right, get a car, book us out, back about 1, magistrate's call.
Okay. The silver job. Is it a big one?
Are you good at figures?
Try me.
800 bars of silver, each worth 320 quid. How much?
256,000.
Just over $250,000. A lot of money. Now each bar weighs £5.
That's 5 by 800, £4,000. Hey, that's about 1.5 tons.
And too heavy to carry around.
It wouldn't fit in your pocket, would it, Sarge?
Here for the court. Take the first on the left, through the arch, and park in the yard.
Right.
Have you done much court work?
Not much. I've given evidence twice.
Our lad is Dickie Fenn, a housebreaker. Pleading guilty, which is a help. So I'm putting in a word for him that he's recently married, and she's a good influence, so he might get less than he deserves. Right, it's time we were in court.
Put up Richard George Fenn.
We're just in time.
Richard George Fenn, you are charged with having on January the 3rd, 1980, having unlawfully entered a house...
Quick clear guilty. I'm into the box to outline the case and speak up for him, then we're off.
Richard George Fenn, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, Your Honour.
What did he say?
He said not guilty.
I'll have his guts.
The plea is not guilty, Your Worship.
Then we'd better set a date for the hearing. 2 months from today.
Can I have bail, Your Honour?
Is the police officer in court?
I'm here, Your Worship. Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Do you object to bail?
Yes, Your Worship.
Richard Fenn, do you understand that in applying for bail, the officer may now refer to your past record?
I understand, Your Honour, and I have no objections.
Yes, Sergeant Brooke?
The accused has been on remand since his arrest, sir. He's a persistent housebreaker, and in the present case, it's in my opinion...
Yes, Sergeant, I can see from the charge what the present case is. But I understand the accused is recently married and that his wife is expecting quite soon.
Yes, sir.
I hardly think he will abscond, do you?
No, sir.
Bail is set in one security of £100.
Come on, quick, before he's out and away. It's Brooke, Dave Brooke. Let us through.
In a hurry, Dave?
Yeah. Is Fenn still here?
Yeah, he's waiting for his security to arrive. Sitting on the second bench along.
So, there you are, Dickie boy. Not guilty, is he?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Brooker. Well, I had to.
Had to? What do you mean you had to? You were copped to rights and you know it. 4 witnesses and fingerprints against you. On a not guilty, you'll go down for extra for wasting the court's time. A straight guilty plea and a word from me and you'd have copped 6 months. I explained it to you.
I changed my mind, Mr. Brooke.
Why, Dickie?
Who's your friend?
This is D.C. Maxton. I'm asking you why.
Well, I'm just married, Mr. Brooke, and a wife's a good influence, like you said, and I want to be with her at the present time. I had to ask for bail.
I'm not talking about bail. I'm talking about not guilty. Do you know how much work you've lumbered me with by pulling that one? I've got to round up all the witnesses again, get their statements, prepare the case, list all the stuff you've nicked, and get the household of the court. There's enough paperwork to keep me busy for weeks. And I suppose you'll want legal aid.
I had to plead not guilty if I was to get bail. At least I won't be in jail till the case comes up, Mr. Brooke. I mean, wife needs me.
You can't expect any help from me then, can you?
No, Mr. Brooke.
Annoyed you, did it? Changing his plea?
What narks me is all the work we have to do.
You can't blame him. He'll be out of jail for a couple of months when his wife needs him.
Needs him? Don't give me that story. Isn't what you think. They've been married 5 months, and she's 7 months pregnant. And her old man is Charlie Regan. And he was standing in the registry office with a cudgel behind his back, ready to beat Dickie's brains out if he burked on it. Now, the fact is, he's scared of her old man. And he thinks he can square him by doing a bit of housebreaking while he's on bail, and provide for her while he's inside.
Housebreaking?
Yeah.
Well, if you know this, can't you just...
I've got a case to prepare. I can't be sitting on his tail for 2 months. We also have shop break-ins and a silver job.
Busy?
Yeah, typing out all the statements on Dickie Fenn. There. You know that lad wants his head felt. It's unbelievable. Listen, the householder saw him and screamed. He was seen running from the house and getting on his motorbike, and he had trouble starting it. The neighbour took the number of the bike. I find the bike in a lock-up near his home, together with a loot. And scenes of crime find a nice set of his prints in the house. And he's got the gall to change his plea. Sergeant Brooks, CID. Who is it?
It's Harry, Mr. Brooke. Harry Dean. You asked me about that silver job.
Any luck?
Well, it ain't easy, Mr. Brooke. I've been all around, but nobody knows a thing. If you could tell me where that piece of silver was picked up, maybe I
You
could...
surprise me. I thought you were the eyes and ears of this little world. Not a sparrow could fall, but you would be told about it.
Oh, it's all right making fun, Mr. Brooke, but this is big stuff. I mean, to move 1.5 tons of silver as fast as that, you've got to be organised and have muscle. I mean, I can't go around shouting. Does anybody know who needs...
All right. Do your best.
Mr. Brooke?
Yeah.
There will be a reward for this one. An insurance reward.
Yeah, but you've got to be quick. Bye.
Was that about the silver?
Yeah.
Who was it?
What you don't know, you can't tell. And as he said, these people are organised and have muscle.
We just wait?
I wait. And you get out on that factory and the 3 shops that were done.
Right.
CID, Sergeant Brooke. Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Brooke. Dickie Fenn.
What do you want?
Well, I got bail.
I know you got bail.
It's caused trouble, innit? You'll have to help us, Mr. Brooke.
Us?
My wife, Mr. Brooke, both of us, we're in dead trouble, Mr. Brooke. You'll have to help us today. Please.
Okay, Dickie, I'll see you. Where do we meet?
Could you come to the house, Mr. Brooke? We'll both be waiting.
Sure, I'll come now, Dickie. Max, come back.
What is it?
Our little housebreaker needs help. He got bail this morning and he's in trouble already. We're going to see him.
We?
You're coming as a witness. Dickie Fenn is on bail. I'll be preparing the case, giving evidence against him. When I go to see him, I take a witness. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You're learning. I'll just let Mr. Roach know I'm seeing him.
Who's there? Who is it?
It's Sergeant Brooks. Stop mucking about, Dickie, and open it.
Sorry about all that, Mr. Brooke. I have to be careful. Come in, please. And your friend. The wife's gone to bed, Mr. Brooks. She's all upset. We'll go in the kitchen. Sit down, Mr. Brooks. Will you have a beer?
No, thank you. I've just come to hear what the trouble is.
It's the landlord, Mr. Brooke. He's threatening us.
Oh, for God's sake, Dickie. I'm called here for that. You've been in Nick and you haven't paid your rent.
No, Mr. Brooke. I paid the rent. It's something else. He wants to throw us right out in the street. And Anita in her condition. Only you can help us. He'll listen to the law.
And why is he throwing you out?
It was what you said in court.
Some of the neighbours was there and they came and told him. And he was in here shouting at Anita before I even got back. He was trying to drag her out. We've got 2 hours to leave.
Because of what I said?
He says he doesn't want such a low-class a tenant.
And him such a high-class a landlord.
Will you speak to him?
Yeah. And I'll have that beer as well. And one for my friend.
Right away, Mr. Brooke.
You know, Dickie, you've got a nerve. This morning you dropped me right in it, and this afternoon you're asking for my help.
I've no one else to turn to, Mr. Brooke. You've always been good to me. And he'll listen to the law. Is the can all right?
Yeah.
Will you speak to him now?
Dickie, if I'm to help you, you have to help me.
How?
Well, you're a thief. You know what goes on. There were 4 break-ins on my ground last night. A factory and 3 shops.
Do you think I did it?
Don't be daft. Last night you were in custody. I'm asking if you know anything. If I'm to help you, I need something in return.
Sure. That landlord really scared her, Mr. Brooke. Tried to drag her to the door. She was screaming. You will talk to him?
Yeah. I'll have a word with him. And you're going to tell me something.
I haven't heard anything about last night, Mr. Brooke. But I could give you a place to look at.
Okay.
A do-it-yourself shop down the end of Church Street. A one-window, one-door kind of place. Do you know it?
Yeah, I know it.
Everything in the windows are kind of old and faded.
Look, don't go round the houses. I know the place.
Do you know it's been taken over? About 3 months ago. By Parsons.
Peter Parsons?
Yeah. He don't sell much do-it-yourself. But he bought it because it's got a big storeroom.
You're saying he has stolen gear there?
I'm saying a lot of the stuff nicked on your manor finds its way there. But you'd have to find it. It's got this front door in Church Street and another door in the lane. You'd have to go in from both sides.
Thanks, Dickie.
You'll speak to my landlord. His name's Patel. Lives in the basement.
Sure, I'll talk to him. Right, we'll show ourselves out. And mind you answer your bail.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
Mr. Patel back down fast enough?
Well, Mr. Patel was afraid I checked the entry permits of his 3 newly arrived nephews. That was why he was all smiles and apologies.
You think they're illegal?
I don't care what they are. It isn't one of my problems. So long as they behave themselves, they don't bother me. But I won't have him threatening my villains.
You going to search that do-it-yourself shop?
Yeah.
We get a search warrant?
Don't be soft. We say we're chasing a stray cat. And while you chat him up, I'll have a furtive look saying, pussy, pussy, pussy.
You're joking.
Don't bet on it. But first you'll check with the rating officer and see if Peter Parsons is the new owner. And if he is, he's got enough form to merit a visit. Jim, you got a minute?
Yes, Dave.
Then I want you. Do you know the do-it-yourself shop in Church Street?
Grubby little place down by the end.
Yeah, that's it. A little bird tells me it's got a big storeroom.
What's the interest?
Well, we had 3 shop break-ins last night. Quite a load of merchandise taken.
Oh.
I want you to watch the place as from now. In half an hour, Max and I'll go in the front door. I want to know who runs out the back door. Is the old man busy?
You better ask him.
Right.
It's open.
Anything new on the silver, sir?
Well, the squad's been here all morning. They've taken possession of the silver ingot. They've dug up the vacant ground in Miller Street where it was found. They've towed the van away to forensic, and now they've gone off to Lambeth.
Why?
Well, they think the stuff is there.
Oh, good. Still...
Still what?
Well, that silver bar we had, it didn't walk here by itself.
What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing, sir. Oh, I may have a lead on last night's shop breaking.
Oh?
I'm going to have a look. Can I have 3 extra men?
No, I haven't got any to spare.
Well, if I'm right, we'll have some searching to do. Just for today.
No, all right, I'll try and find you a couple. Chief Inspector Roach, who is it? Oh, yes, of course, sir. It's the squad again.
Bye, sir.
No one around. Shop!
Yes, sirs. What can I do for you? Oh, well, if it isn't Sergeant Brooke.
Good afternoon, Mr. Parsons.
Good afternoon, my dear sir. And who is your friend?
This is Detective Constable Maxton, and this Max is Mr. Peter Parsons, known as Peter the Great, Peter the Parson, and sometimes as the Padre.
Your friend has an engaging sense of humour, commendable in a policeman, I'm sure.
At any moment he'll pass round the hat.
And what can I do for you, Sergeant?
You could invite me into your storeroom.
And if I said no?
You could stay here and amuse my colleague, and I'll go through by myself.
Very well, follow me.
And this is the storeroom. It is quite big.
On the bill of sale, it was deemed spacious.
Is it always so full?
Oh, it's deceptive, Sergeant. Half of the stuff is only here for repair. Well, I like to help my neighbours. The troublesome grass mower, the faulty sewing machine, the wayward grandfather clock. They're all brought here.
Do you mind if I look around?
What do you expect to see?
If I told you, Padre, he would vanish like a puff of smoke. Just let me look.
Of course.
Right, thank you.
Maxton, is that your name?
Yes.
I had a friend, Maxton, from Devon. Lots of relatives there. And the churchyard full of ancient headstones with the family name. Are you from Devon?
No.
But a good education, a good school. I won't ask why you joined the police.
Why not?
Not for me to say. Mr. Brooke tries to compensate with a sense of humour.
What was that, Big?
Nothing, Mr. Brooke. I was discoursing on the merits of a good education.
Then perhaps your education will tell you what this is.
What is?
This.
Now that, my good friend, is a bar of solder.
It's an awful lot of solder.
I have a lot of repairs to do, as you can see.
Yes.
Is that all?
No. If you'll amuse my colleague for a few more minutes, I'll answer that.
It might be a private call.
It won't embarrass me. Bobby Sharp?
Is the Padre there?
No, he's just stepped out for a minute.
Who's that?
This is Alfie, friend of the Padre's. Can I take a message?
Yeah, all right. Tell him it's off until tomorrow, but someone will see him in a couple of hours.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Can I say who? It's off until tomorrow, Padre.
I don't know what you mean.
No, but you look pleased. What's off until tomorrow?
Cross my heart, I have no idea.
Then think of this. It is off until tomorrow, but someone is coming to see you in a couple of hours. So, just sit down and be good. You can keep Max company while I nip out for a jiff. Max, don't let him scarper.
As an educated man, Mr. Maxton, you must know that this is all very illegal. Your friend is here without a warrant. I could have asked to see a warrant, but I didn't. And what do I get for my cooperation?
You'll have to wait and see.
I ask you. Where are the Sherlock Holmeses of yesteryear? Gone. All we have today are the bumbling Lestrades. Tell me, my friend, why did he come here? Was some frightened little burglar trying to get him off his back, and did he point him in this time-wasting direction?
You're saying this place is clean?
Clean as a whistle, my friend.
What about the phone call?
It is off until tomorrow, and someone will come in a couple of hours. I ask you. People around here are like that. I suppose we must be patient.
Jim? Did anyone run out as we went in?
No, it's been quiet. Find anything?
A large bar of solder. It happens to weigh £5, and it just happens to have a bullion merchant stamp on it, so it happens to be an ingot of silver.
Oh, we told a squad.
No.
But Dave...
The man said it's solder, didn't he? So it's solder. Maybe I didn't happen to look underneath. Anyway, I'm supposed to be looking for stuff nicked from shops. Go and keep Max company, and don't let Parsons move. Don't let him answer the phone. And if anyone comes to the back door, detain them.
Right.
I'm going to get some lads to help us.
What is it?
You promised some lads, sir.
Did you have any luck?
Well, Parsons' place is stacked to the ceiling with junk, and I want to turn it over.
How long?
Take about an hour. How's the squad doing?
Well, they're still down in Lambeth. Have you heard anything about the silver?
No, sir. But you said some men.
2. You can have Anderson and Flynn.
Anyone been here, Jim?
Nah, it's been quiet.
Dave, Mr. Parsons assures us that the place is clean.
It is indeed.
Well, that is because Mr. Parsons thinks it will take us too long to search through all his junk, or thinks we're too lazy. So Mr. Parsons is perforce and hopefully assuring one and all that his shop is clean.
Perforce? I like the way you use words, Sergeant. It shows there is hope for the most humble amongst us.
But not too much hope for you. I brought 2 more DCs to search the room. Here you come. Flynn, Anderson, and you, Jim, and Max. One at each corner and work to the middle.
Right. Search this swank mound of rubbish. It's as big as a haystack.
You can complain about that to Mr. Parsons, but you are searching it.
Oh, we start at the top.
No, you're looking for something very heavy. It'll be stashed on the floor. So start at each of the 4 corners and burrow through like termites. And don't waste time. Well, Mr. Parsons, what do you think they'll find?
Now, from what they're doing, I would say mouse droppings.
Or more bars of solder? Let's turn your bar of solder over and look. It's silver.
You surprise me.
You didn't know?
I think it was here when I came.
Hey, I found something.
Well, bring it over.
Is this what you want?
Yeah, this is one. Any more?
I have one.
Look, I don't want them in 1s and 2s. How many are there?
There's a stack of them on the floor, in the middle of that lot.
Right, go in and count them. And now, Mr. Parsons.
Tell me, Sergeant, how did you know?
Just pure deduction, Padre. I was told that you'd taken this shop. Then I remembered that the van had been abandoned not very far away, and that a bar of the silver was found just over there in Miller Street, between the van and here.
Like a paper chase. And they seemed so efficient. All that organisation and planning and split-second timing, and then they leave the van on my doorstep.
Were you in on it?
Of course not. I was told they were going to use my storeroom. Just like that, an emissary came and told me.
And they came this morning?
Yes.
Who are they?
You know quite well that I never talk about others.
It could cost you.
It always has. But that's life.
We've counted, and including what's on the table and the one that was found, it makes 400.
Half the load. What's the value?
120,000.
May I answer it?
No.
Well, they'll expect someone to answer.
Jim! Answer it.
Okay. Hobby shop? You hung up.
You frightened them off.
No, we haven't. Kane coming into the lane.
What do they look like?
Well dressed. One looks like a businessman. One looks like a bouncer.
He is a bouncer. It's Tom Sharp.
It's them. Parsons, you just sit there and say hello when they come in.
We've got the cash for you, Pete.
Just put it on the table.
Who the hell are you?
We're police officers. There are squad cars... Who did that?
He hit Max, so I hit him.
You all right, Max?
I'll be okay in a minute.
You're going to have a real shiner, isn't he, Jim?
Oh, yes. It's going to be a beaut.
Sergeant, it was your duty to pass this information on to the squad.
They walked in on us, sir. It was our duty to arrest them.
You will pass them on now.
They assaulted 2 of your officers, sir. We must charge them, and then we'll pass them on. The silver is still being guarded, and the squad can have the honour of loading it.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 to MP. 4 men.
Off watch. 2 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3? Vehicle heading your direction. Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 1 of a two-part episode, The Birthday Party.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Brooke.
That's right, Tommy. Here I am. You kept me hanging about. It's freezing.
Sorry, Mr. Brooke. I had trouble getting here. You said to drop everything.
Yeah, and it's urgent. There was a big party in one of the clubs on Saturday night.
It was in the Mayfield.
Were you there?
Me? No, it was a private party. A few of his friends.
More than a few, Tommy. Come on. I'm told champagne flowed from fountains and it went on till dawn.
Who told you that?
Well, did it?
What they say.
So? Who was there?
It was just a birthday party. Jackie Thorne's birthday.
From what I hear, it was a get-together of villains. They came from all over the place, from Blackheath, from Camden and Lambeth. There was a villain down from Liverpool and 2 up from Brighton. Why?
I can only tell you what I know, Mr. Brooke. It was Jackie Thorne's birthday. His 40th birthday, and he invited some friends. Some he'd worked with, some he'd been in prison with. How can I know who was there? You're the one who should know who he worked with, who he was banged up with.
Don't tell me my job. Just answer the question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brooke, but he owns the club and he can invite who he likes.
It was more than just a few old friends having a party. So I want you to keep your ears open. Look, here are some names. I want to know if any of that lot were there. And I want to know if there was a meeting in Jackie Thorne's office. And who went into the meeting and what they talked about.
You expect somebody to tell me that?
No. I expect somebody to tell somebody else. And you'll be there to hear it. You know it'll be worth your while.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
And Tommy, next time, don't keep me waiting.
Come in, Dave. Did you find out who was there?
No, not yet. The story is that it was a birthday party. Friends. By invitation.
And all of them villains?
Well, they'd have to be. He has no other friends.
Well, our regional crime squads want to know who, and they want to know why they were meeting.
Yes, sir.
They always get worried when their own villains move off the patch and meet other villains.
They think they're getting into bad company.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, it's a private club. He owns it. He can have a party if he wants.
Oh, I'm sure he can. But can you see this lot? I mean, you see the names.
Yes, sir.
Will they come here just to sing happy birthday?
He's very popular, sir.
Not with me, he isn't. They were here on business and we were caught out. We expected to have an answer.
Well, it could take some time.
They want it yesterday.
How much can I offer?
Offer what you think it'll bear, and I won't argue so long as it gets results. Your sidekick was looking for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Dave?
Yeah?
2 messages for you, and this packet from CRO.
Open it. And the messages?
A phone call from Fingerprints. There were no marks found on that bag. Some smudges and smears, but no prints.
Okay. And the other?
A call from Judy. She said to remind you.
Remind me of what?
She didn't say. She just said I'm phoning him to remind him. Does it make sense?
Yeah. What's in the packet?
A list of names, their cards and photos.
You know any of them?
Yes, 2 of them.
Know why we got them?
No.
Well, on Saturday night, they were all on our ground, having a knees up. They were all at the Mayfield Club until dawn on Sunday. And at dawn, like Cinderella, they disappeared. One of them may have left a glass slipper behind.
And we're expected to find it?
Yeah. 3 of our regional crime squads are bothered.
Think it does a bit of good?
Afraid not. When our regional squads ask questions, we get no credit for having the answer. Right, let's have a look at the stuff from CRO. Right, we've got 8 names, 8 photographs, 8 files. Right, let's see. Charles James Roach, Peter Kelly, Roger Ashton.
Did you ask for them?
No. These are the ones the squads think were here on Saturday. Christopher White, Edward Manderson, Harry Reeves, Thomas Gary, and of course, our own Jackie Thorne. Quite a team, isn't it? It includes 2 of the best getaway drivers, 2 draftsmen, and 4 who've done time for armed robbery. Interesting. You could switch them around 2 or 3 ways. Make 2 teams, or make a main team and a backup. Choose any 6 from 8.
Including Jackie Thorne?
No, you're right. He's getting a bit past the rough stuff. A team of 7. Jackie Thorne getting them together, putting up the money, providing a meeting place.
And the type of job?
Well, have a guess. Look at their records. Peter Kelly, 3 previous. 5 years, 5 years and 7 years. On all 3, shotguns were carried. Eddie Manderson, 2 previous. 5 and 7. On both, shotguns were carried. Jackie Thorne's been in the dock with 3 of them, and in jail with all the others.
Then how did he get a club licence?
Bloody kidding. He's been a good boy ever since. Pays his rates, pays his taxes. And if you think doing 5 and 7 makes 12, you're wrong. With remission, less than 7 years banged up. And from his share of the loot, he now owns a very profitable club. Better than a pension.
And still at it.
Well, that's the answer we've got to come up with. I've put the word out. And while we wait, take these files along to Jim Hillier and see what the intelligence unit can add.
Right. Oh, and Dave?
Yeah?
Judy said to remind you.
Oh, yeah. You've reminded me.
You did remember.
Of course.
Come in. Or did Max tell you I'd phoned?
I did not forget. I was out most of the morning. There was no way I could phone you.
But you remembered?
That it's your day off, and I'm taking you to lunch.
That it's also your day off, and we're spending it together. And I have drinks ready to celebrate. Here's to a long, long day.
Thanks. Did I ever tell you how pretty you are?
Twice. I phoned you this morning. You were busy.
Well, some inquiries came in. I had to deal with them.
On your day off?
Someone had to.
You may be the handsomest detective in London, love, but surely you can't be the only one.
Well, Roach thinks I am. Inquiries from on high. But it's all organised now and I'm free.
Cross your heart?
Yeah.
Then why did Mr. Roach phone here looking for you?
When was this?
5 minutes ago. Do you always tell him when you're coming to see me?
Well, I have to leave a number where I can be found.
Well, he found you. Better get it over with, and if you break our date again, I'll kill you.
Whatever happens, I'm taking you to lunch.
You'd better.
Chief Inspector Roach, please. It's Brooks, sir.
Oh, hello, Dave. Glad I got you. There was a call for you just after you left. Wouldn't give a name, but I think it was one of your snouts. Says he has something and wants to meet you in the same place. He'll be on time. Now, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Is this the man you wanted the money for?
Yes.
Well, let me know what happens.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Does this mean our date's off?
No, we're having lunch. But before we do, I've got to see someone for a few minutes. It's on our way, and it won't take long. You can wait in the car.
Don't I always?
Then I phone Roach, and I'm free. Don't look at me like that. I said I'm free.
I didn't keep you waiting, Mr. Brooke.
That's okay, Tommy. Hope it's something good.
I did what you said.
Oh, go on.
The names you gave me were at the party. My friend recognised 5 of them. There were 3 others whose names he didn't know. But that makes the 8. They brought wives and girlfriends.
Was there a meeting?
Yes, in Thorne's office. It went on for about 2 hours. Jackie Thorne was in his office all the time, and the others were coming and going as he sent for them. When it was over, he came out to pour the champagne and cut the cake.
Where did you get all this?
Don't ask me, Mr. Brooke. Let's say it was a friend who owes me a favour. It wasn't easy to get. What's it worth?
What did they talk about at this meeting?
My friend doesn't know. A bouncer was on guard at the office. Only people Jackie asked for were let in.
Well, if you don't know what they talked about, it's just a guest list. Isn't worth a tosser.
It's what you asked, if these people were there.
Well, what else?
There is something.
What?
This is worth plenty, Mr. Brooke. There was someone there who wasn't on your list.
Who?
Terry Neal. And he was in the meeting all the time, start to finish. Didn't show himself until the meeting was over and came out with Jackie Thorne singing Happy Birthday.
Are they friends, Thorne and Neal?
They used to be. But Terry Neal's been gone a long time. Lives down in Kent, they say. Big house, married well, kids at a posh school.
Thanks, Tommy. Well, take this for the moment.
Then?
There'll be more. I'll speak to my governor and see what it'll bear. But I still want to know what they talked about. Here, Judy. Lager and lime, bitter for me, and the menu. Make your choice.
Anything I like?
You're queen for a day.
That man you met, he cheered you up.
Yeah.
What was it about?
A party.
A good party?
Well, when villains throw a party, they're usually good. No expense spared. And at this one, the host owned the club.
Do I know him?
I hope not. He's tall, he's handsome, he's rich. And he might be just your style.
How do you know my style?
Well, don't I?
My style, Sergeant Brooke, is 4 kids and a house in Pinner.
Well, I haven't got 4 kids, but I could get you a house in Pinner.
Dave, you're my style.
There you are. We're being watched.
Who? Oh, it's Max.
Well, Constable, are you joining us or just spying on us?
Don't take any notice of him, Max. Sit down with me.
Sorry, Dave. I've been looking for you both. Mr. Roach.
What about him?
There's some pressure. He needs action this afternoon.
So?
I was told to find you. I went to Judy's flat. No one there. Went to the hospital. They said it was a day off. Went to the Swan. No luck. So I took a chance and came here.
Just like a real detective.
Don't listen to him, Max. What do you fancy? Pine salad, ham salad, lobster salad?
What I really fancy is a large pint, if you'll excuse me.
Of course. So it's your day off, is it?
Judy, I thought we could get away somewhere they couldn't find us.
But they always do.
I must have a talk with him. He's still wet behind the ears.
Don't stop blaming him. It's not him, it's you.
When I was a DC, we learned the Nelson touch. We never tracked down our sergeant until he'd had his lunch. Or whatever he was having.
Whatever he was having. Well, you're not having it today, are you?
He wants telling.
Not in public, and here he comes.
I brought halves to top you up, all right? Lager and lime bitter. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. What are the orders from Genghis Khan?
Mr. Roach, he says you've got to see Jackie Thorne now, and then go straight and see Mr. Neal. So I brought the files.
So you brought the files? I suppose we have time to eat first?
Yes, Sergeant.
Did you bring a road map?
Yes, Sergeant. And I checked. Neil lives in Kent. The route is marked.
And the files?
In the envelope. Neil's is an intelligence file. He has no CRO number.
That, Constable, is because he has no convictions.
Look, do you have to take it out of me? It was the chief who wanted you, and I had to find you.
Yeah, but I expect my DCs to use their heads. To know when they should take their time. On this case, is there anything we can ask Thorne at 3 o'clock that we couldn't ask him at 5?
No, Sergeant.
Well?
You could have told me to push off.
Not after we'd met, you twerp. A smart DC would have known I was on a date. He'd have gone across the road and phoned the pub. Told me what was going on. And I'd have told him where he could find me and at what time.
Yes, Sergeant.
Are you learning?
Yes, Sergeant.
Right, now forget it. You know where the Mayfield is?
First right, then left. Number 20. Members only.
Give it a good thump.
All right, now let you look it down.
It's you. That's right, Jackie. It's me.
We've just closed.
The door was closed, that's all. Can we come in?
You never change. Yes, come in.
Well, what's it this time? Mayhem? Murder? Breach of the race relations? Or have you just come for a drink?
I've come to talk to you.
Makes a change. We'll grab a stool. Now, how does it go? I say to you, will you have a drink, officer? And you say to me, no, thanks, I'm on duty, sir.
Wrong. You say to me, will you have a drink? And I'll say, yes, thanks. I'll have a large whiskey. And my colleague will have a pint of the best.
Yeah, sounds more friendly that way. Belay! 2 whiskies and a pint! Well, what's it all about, Sergeant?
You had a party here on Saturday night.
Did it trouble you?
An awful lot of known faces.
It happened that way. Some of them were old friends.
Why?
Why what?
Why were they meeting here?
To mark a historic occasion, Sergeant. The moments when a man moves from his happy 30s into his dull and middle-aged 40s. It made me stop and think. I thought of all the friends I'd forgotten along the way. I looked up some addresses and invited them to supper.
It was more than just a supper, Jackie.
Well, when you own a club, you're expected to put up a few drinks. Ah, thanks, Billy. Sergeant, your whiskey.
Sure.
Constable, your beer.
Thank you.
As I was saying, you're expected to put up a bit of a show. You had a cake, some paperettes.
And a lot of well-known names.
They happen to be very old friends. And their wives and their daughters. It was a proper family affair. It doesn't happen every day, you know.
What doesn't?
40th birthday. When it comes your way, Sergeant, pass it up. It's a rotten birthday, I can tell you. It's goodbye to all that. Being young, virile, happy-go-lucky. Goodbye to the young birds. So I made it a party for some friends I'd known when I was young.
Like Terry Neal.
Why'd you choose him?
I didn't. You did. He was here.
That's right. Well, we'd lost touch a long time ago. Our families knew each other in Lambeth, down Lower Marsh and the Cut. I just felt like seeing him again, that's all.
He was a villain.
No, never. Maybe in some bad company when he was young, mixing with people like me, eh? But he got out of it. So I admire him. I invited him and he came. I thought it was very kind of him to come. He's been a long time away.
Max, get the visitors book.
Why?
It's a club. Guests must sign the register.
Yeah, but he wasn't a club guest. He was a friend.
All right, Jackie. I'll show you a list of names and you'll tell me why they were here.
You got Terry's name here?
Yeah.
Oh, believe me, I hadn't seen him in 10 years. Look, last time we met, I was leaving the 20s and coming on 30. This time I was leaving the 30s and coming on 40. Time flies.
It worries you?
It gives me the shivers. Look, yeah, we're talking about Terry. Listen, leave him. He's a good boy. He got away from it all. It's never easy. He's doing so well.
You're doing well yourself.
Yes, but not in the same way. See, Terry was smart enough to stay straight. He's married now and has a family. It's a nice family. Don't mess him about.
All right. You tell me about him.
I don't know a lot. All I know is what I hear and a few things he told me at the party. See, Terry bettered himself. Not like us lot. He was always studying, going to concerts. He met this girl, a good class girl. She liked it. Her family liked him. They got married.
Who are her people?
Well, her old man is a director of companies. He liked Terry. They got on, so... Look, leave him alone, will you? Maybe I was wrong to try inviting him, but he came to have a drink. He just came to say happy birthday.
Did he bring his wife?
Look, please, don't go messing him about.
All right, Jackie. Thanks.
What now? Back to the station?
We go down to Kent.
But you said...
Don't bother about what I said. We're calling on Mr. Neal. So, hand me the file.
Yes, Dave.
And let's get started.
Sure.
Right. Let's see what we've got on him. Terence Paul Neal. He's 36 now, coming up 37, which puts him near enough to Jackie Thorne, an associate of known men but no convictions. So what we have on file is just a load of gossip about how well he's doing in his new life. High finance, city companies, who he knows, where he goes, which make a car he drives, who he meets, where he drinks, his girlfriends.
He has no girlfriends?
No, he's married now. Nice wife, kids at a posh school. It'd be daft, wouldn't it?
And no convictions?
Well, it depends how you look upon convictions. Look at this. An associate of thieves, including Thorne, and 3 others on that list. When he was 24, he was in a bank robbery in Islington. 8-handed job, and they got away with £180,000. All of them arrested, but the charge against 2 of them dropped by DPP on lack of positive evidence. Terry Neal was one of the 2. And then a few years later, when he was 26, a bank raid in Camden. All 5 arrested. Only 4 were charged. 1 was dropped.
Terry Neal?
Right. The other 4 swore he wasn't there. And there are others.
Yeah. You're saying he was lucky?
It needs more than luck. He was smart. He was careful. He had his share of these jobs, and that's just ones we have to know about. He was lost sight of after the Camden job.
It looks to me like some cops could have been laying for him, just because he was born among villains.
And now he's married and he's well off.
His wife's family are well off.
Sure. Her old man was the director of a couple of banks and a big insurance company. On the committee of a couple of big charities, president of a smart golf club, and so on and so on. Her family are big with their social standing.
What are you suggesting?
Nothing. I just think Terry Neal was also well off by then, and smart. Bought himself a place on the social ladder, and now he's doing very well in the city.
You think he's something of a mastermind?
Nah. It says here that his mother still lives in Lambeth. He visits her on family occasions, on high days and holidays. Neighbours describe him as a dutiful son.
Then why are you bothering him?
Well, because I'm nosy.
Is this the place?
Yeah, it's the place, all right. And over by the garage is White Rolls Corniche.
Ooh, it's a very big house. Smart.
Who rings the big brass bell? You or me?
I'll do it.
Now we wait.
Not for long. Someone's coming. The butler?
Yes? We would like to see Mr. Neal, please.
Who will I say, sir?
Tell him Mr. Brooke would like to see him. Mr. David Brooke, and this is my friend, Mr. Maxton.
Will you come this way, please? If you will wait in here, please, I'll tell Mr. Neal that you're here.
Thank you. Well, what do you think? Is this all real?
Genuine. And in good taste.
Yes. I wonder who has the good taste, Mr. or Mrs.
Both, I shouldn't wonder. You might even like him.
Mr. Brooke?
Yes.
In fact, it's Detective Sergeant Brooke, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I take it you had a phone call this afternoon.
I had, saying that you had decided not to trouble me.
Well, these decisions are not mine, sir. This is my colleague, Detective Constable Maxton.
I understand your visit has something to do with the guest list.
Yes, sir. I'd like to show you a list of names and ask if all of them were at the Mayfield Club while you were there.
It was a private party. Do the police now check guests at private parties?
When there are so many known men gathered together. I'm sure you are aware of that, sir.
Of course, you're right. I'd forgotten. May I see the list?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
You know why I was there?
I'd like you to tell me.
Of course. Well, there was a time when I lived near Jackie Thorne. Our families knew each other and we were friends. In fact, I was friends with 3 others on your list. Jackie wrote to me a week or so ago saying he now had a club and that he had his 40th birthday coming up. And he asked me if I'd join him for a drink. I said yes, because it gave me a chance of seeing him again and also to call my mother.
This photo, is this your wife, sir?
Yes.
She's very pretty.
Thank you.
These your children? The 2 little girls?
Yes.
Were you surprised when you saw who the other guests at the party were?
Yes, I was, rather.
Annoyed?
No, there was no reason to be annoyed. As I said, some of them I'd known at one time. Others were friends of Jackie's, and he was once a friend of mine.
In fact, sir, Jackie Thorne and 3 of the others had spoken up for you in the matter of a happening in Camden Town. A bank.
That is so, Sergeant, and they'd spoken the truth. I'm grateful to them, and I hadn't seen them since that time, so it was a chance to say thank you. I hadn't seen Jackie Thorne since then either.
I was going to ask you, sir.
What I was about to say, Sergeant, is it happens that my wife and her family know all about it, and knew all about it. I have no secrets from them. Neither have I any record of misdeeds, do I, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Also, many of my friends know about it, and some of them don't, because it's none of their business.
Yes, sir.
And I will add, if you will let me finish and be done with it, in my present life I have many very good friends. You could call them influential friends. Some in business, others in local committees. Friends at my club. Among them 3 MPs, 5 or 6 barristers, and 2 judges. Oh, I'm not saying this to impress you, Sergeant, but simply to point out that if you wish to take account of the past, you must also take account of the present.
Yes, sir. I was about to ask if all the persons on the list were at that party.
They were. May I ask why you're checking them?
Of course you may, sir. The regional squads were set up to keep an eye on known and active villains. They're always interested when they meet together. And since most of these people are criminals, can you tell me whether crime was discussed?
Yes, it was. By Jackie Thorne. The crime of growing old.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll be going now.
Will you have a drink before you go?
No, thank you, sir. We have a long drive ahead of us.
Come in, Dave. How did it go?
Well, I saw Thorne, and then I saw Neal.
And what did you think of him?
Neal? As they said, he's got away from it all. Nice wife, nice family, nice house, nice life.
How did he feel about you calling on him?
He was pleasant enough.
Your own feelings?
Can't quite put my finger on it.
I see. Well, think on this. The regional squads weren't just tossing a coin when they lined up this lot. They're inquiring into a series of very big jobs. And the list they gave you comprises the team.
Does the team include Terry Neal?
It does now, since you found him. Do you see him as the planner?
What, do you? You have a report there?
Oh, it's from our city people. They say that Neal has been following in his father-in-law's footsteps. Directorships in the best sort of city companies, banking, insurance, stockbroking, highly respected companies. And it says that he is well-respected, trustworthy, and honest.
Hard to beat, isn't it?
The squads don't let city reputation stand in their way. A series of big money jobs. Now, where could the tip-off come from?
From the insurance people?
He is big in insurance. And who knows best how to get big money away and into accounts in Luxembourg and Switzerland?
A banker.
And he is in banking. And for the lads who get a big share of the money and need good investments...
He is in investment.
Now do you see him as a planner?
You said big jobs. How big?
To date, £5 million.
Well, in cash?
Always in cash. Cash from bank vaults, cash on the move.
Which makes Neil our target?
Yes. So take 3 of these names, Thorne, Manderson and Neil, and start on them.
In that episode of Detective, Part 1 of The Birthday Party, Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Tommy, Johnny Wade, Thorne, Alan Lake, Neil, Tony Anholt, and Butler, Danny Schiller. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
You know what, MP? Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, Stories of Crime and Detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks, Christopher Blake and Morris Colborne. Part 2 of a 2-part episode, The Birthday Party.
Sergeant Brooke?
Yes?
I'm Detective Inspector Manick.
Oh, yes, sir.
Been waiting long?
No, sir.
Thought we should meet away from the office, somewhere we can get to know each other. A quiet pub is as good as anywhere. What are you drinking?
Yes, sir, it's bitter.
They have another?
No, thank you, sir. I'll stick with this for a while.
All right. Now, let's get down to it. How's the case coming along?
Well, on Terry Neal. I'm still gathering background on him, checking the intelligence files, newspaper files, CRO, and all the rest, and trying to get the hang of business and high finance, which I'm not very good.
Well, I am, so we might make a team. Give it me from the beginning, will you?
Excuse me, sir. What's your connection with the case?
Didn't Mr. Roach tell you?
No, sir. He just said you'd meet me here.
I'm from the Regional Crime Squad, and I've come to talk with you about Neil. There are a dozen other angles on this case, but you and I are concerned with only one. So, from the beginning.
Well, it began on Saturday. We had requests from 3 regional squads about men from their own patches who were meeting on our ground. I was given 8 names and asked to check if they had met here. They had. They met at the Mayfield Club.
And the reason?
It was said to be a birthday party thrown by one of the 8, Jackie Thorne, who owns the Mayfield. There was a party, but there was also a meeting in the club office that went on for 2 hours. It was attended in 1s or 2s by all of the 8, and also by a 9th man.
Terry Neal.
Yes, sir.
His name puts a new light on the case. Was this your own information?
No, sir. It came from one of my informers.
Is it possible to meet him?
Not possible, sir.
Why not?
I'd rather not, sir.
Sergeant, very large sums of money are at stake. It's quite a wrong idea that informants of personal property went out years ago.
Not in divisional CID, sir.
How much does your informant know about Terry Neal?
What most other people seem to know, that he's been away from it all for a long time. In fact, some of his friends say he's always been straight.
Do you believe him?
Well, he's not been convicted, sir.
True, but it's quite a record, isn't it? 3 arrests and no conviction.
He was arrested with others for a bank raid, then for a security van hold-up, then for a second bank raid. In the first, his name was dropped from the charge sheet.
Dropped, was it?
It was struck out by the Public Prosecutor's Office on lack of positive evidence. You'd have to be careful about disputing it.
Go on.
In the second, there was a challenge about identification. In the third, he was one of 5 pulled in. The other 4 swore that he wasn't there, that the police were framing him, and they had to drop it.
And what do you think was happening?
Maybe somebody was laying for him, fitting him up by association.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
Nothing, sir. It was before my time, so I'm only saying what I've heard, or what I've read in the files.
Well, let me tell you 2 things. The first is from your own report. The 4 men who swore he wasn't on that bank raid were all at that party. Strange, isn't it?
They say he hadn't seen any of them in all that time, and that what they swore was true. Jackie Thorne, whose birthday party it was one of the men who helped to clear him. It was a chance to say thank you.
After 10 years.
You asked me what I heard about Neil. I'm telling you.
Now, there's a second point. It's been known to us for some time that the 8 villains at that party have been engaged together in major crime, engaged in a series of very special crimes in which we were unable to get a line until you put Neil up. And that has shed a very bright light.
Shed a light on what?
Forget what I've just said. Go on with what you were saying.
What about Neil?
Yes.
Well, all the things we know about him seem to have happened in his 20s, and they seem to have happened because he was brought up in a pretty low-life part of London. But his family are said to have been respectable and decent. He still visits his mother in the old street.
You believe all this?
I'm telling you the story, sir. They say that he set out to better himself, studied, read books, went to concerts. And at one of the concerts he met a girl.
He was then
26.
And that was the year of the Camden Bank job. They got 230,000.
According to our files, he wasn't there. Do you want to hear the story or not, sir?
I know the story. He met this girl at a concert. He was attending some study course. She was at London University. They fell for each other. They got married and lived happily ever after.
They certainly lived comfortably ever after. He has a big house down in Kent, a pretty wife and 2 nice children.
Why did you go to see him?
Because he turned up at that party.
And that, Sergeant, is precisely why we're interested. Now, will you have that beer?
Yes, sir.
It's bitter, isn't it? Sure you won't have a scotch?
All right, sir. A scotch.
2 large whiskies, please.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Your scotch.
Thank you.
That girl he married. Her family were loaded.
Well, they certainly had a lot of money. Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
But if what you're saying is true, Terry Neal would have been well in credit himself. His share in 3 jobs.
3 that we know of.
So there was no need for him to bother.
We think there was. You went to see him. What happened?
It's in my report.
Oh, yes. Really high society stuff. Big house, pretty wife, kids at a posh school, his father-in-law chairman of city companies, the right sort of companies. Banks, insurance, stockbrokers.
With a solid reputation, sir. They say his father-in-law was a good judge of character. He liked young Neil.
Took him into the city where he proved to be a shrewd investor, a good businessman, and now he has a solid reputation. It's what our city report says, isn't it?
Respected, trustworthy, well thought of.
But 4 years ago, his father-in-law decided to take things easy. Son-in-law stepped into his shoes. Some directorships and 2 chairmanships came his way, all in what he excels in most, money. And just over 2 years ago, we are hit by a series of crimes, all to do with large sums of money.
Will you explain, sir?
Oh, no need to explain. Others are dealing with that side. We are dealing with Terry Neal, the man who left his big house to celebrate in a crummy side street club.
To attend a birthday party.
Birthday party, be damned. He was told to come and he came. They're old friends. And to 4 of them he owed a favour. It says so in your report.
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't matter if he came willingly or unwillingly. He came. Did you meet his wife? Or see his children?
No.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Do you want me to go back?
Yes.
Won't it warn him?
Not if you think of a good reason. But you won't go there first. In the regional crime squad, we work quietly, softly. Take our time. I want to see the effect on these villains of our showing interest in Mr. Neal. Where do we start?
Well, I know 2 of them. Jackie Thorne and Manderson.
See Thorne again. Say to him you should have taken his advice. You shouldn't have called on Terry Neal.
And what will that do?
It will set their minds at rest. You'll then call on Mr. Neal's old mother. That will get back to Mr. Thorne and start it all up again. It's called stirring the pot. Well, that's it.
Where do I contact you, sir?
At the yard on 4291.
I've been looking for you, Dave. Where have you been?
Running around. Why? What you working on?
Your backlog of work. It's piling up. Look at it.
Well, we've got other work to do. A call on Jackie Thorne. Right, let's move.
I've got all this to do.
Look, when I visit a big villain in a drinking club, I take a witness. Someone honest and reliable. Like you. Come on.
All right.
Evening, Jackie.
Oh, it's you again. Evening, Sergeant.
How are you?
Well, I'm not too happy on what I heard about you. You didn't trust me, did you?
Well, sign me in, I'll buy you a drink.
Sign you in? Well, why not? I'll give the club a bit of class. Billy, sign in Detective Sergeant Brooke, will you, and his friend?
Just sign in what you usually do. Mr. Smith, Mr. Brown.
I could have you for slander. Billy, sign Mr. Brooke and Mr. Maxton. And while he's doing that, what will you have?
I thought you'd never ask. Whiskey. Max?
Lager.
It's coming up. One large whiskey and 1 pint of Carlsberg. Or do you prefer the one that's good for the policeman's feet?
I'll leave it to you.
You haven't said why you let me down. I went out of my way, didn't I? Told you all I knew about Terry, but you had to go and mess him about.
Yeah, I know. I was wrong. I should have listened.
Do you mean that?
Yeah, of course I do. It was a waste of time. All that way for nothing.
Yeah. Your scotch and your lot.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks.
You saw his house, did you?
Yeah. Haven't you?
No. Never even knew where it was. I had trouble getting his address. The wife got it from a woman who knows his mum, you know. Kent, isn't it? The stockbroker's belt.
Yeah.
How did he take it? I mean, you going to see him?
He didn't mind.
But it was naughty not listening to me.
Yeah, sure. You were right. So, cheers.
Cheers. What did you come about?
Well, that was it. To say I should have accepted your advice.
I always help the law. You know that. You got a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Bring her here one evening. We can have a talk. Is that goes for your mate and his girl? A foursome.
It's an idea.
I'll lay on a nice little meal and show your girls a good time.
Yeah, well, we'll do that, Jackie.
There you are. You stay and have the other half?
Is it time?
We should be going, Sergeant.
Okay, we go. Well, thanks, Jackie. Be seeing you.
Sure. Anytime.
Are you taking him up on that offer?
About the free meal? Not on your life.
Yeah, Judy would like it, after she was stood up.
We're not eating with someone like that.
Back to the station?
Yeah. Do you think he bought it?
He was weighing you up, throwing in a lot of questions. Yeah, I think he believed you.
But it doesn't tell us anything, does it? He'd have done the same if his friend Neil was on the straight. Said the same things.
What do you feel?
Well, if Neil is on the straight, he's got a lot of muscle to defend himself. All that money, all these influential friends. I hope nobody puts their feet in it.
I hope nobody puts your feet in it.
Hello, Mr. Mallock. Been waiting.
Did you see Thorne?
Yes, sir.
How did it go?
Well, I think he bought it.
I've some news for you on the next step. No need for you to call on his mother. Our lads have nosed out that Neil calls on her from time to time to see she's all right. We have it from someone near to him that'll be going there on Friday. That's useful, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
He takes a taxi from his office, pays it off nearby, walks the rest, having a nostalgic look at the old streets.
Well, the neighbours say he is a dutiful son.
That may be. Anyway, he walks through the cut to his mother's house. You know where she is?
Yes.
What we think is best is that you show yourself around there on Friday. When he appears, you let him recognise you. Then you have a few casual and friendly words with him. Be seen talking to him, and be seen hanging around his mother's house waiting for him. It'll get back to Thorne, okay?
Is there a briefing? It would help to know what Neil's up to.
I can tell you what Thorne and his friends are up to. Whether Neil is part of it is something we have to find out. Maxton, you're in on this. Come over.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down. As you know, the regional squads were set up to take a long view of criminals engaged in major crime, especially of organised crime, where other detectives find it difficult to find a way in. We've been watching these men for more than 2 years. We saw them come together. We suspect that they're responsible for a series of major robberies. Let's be blunt about it. We have information that they are responsible, but information without evidence doesn't impress juries.
What's Jackie Thorne's part in it?
He's the one they all liaise through. He acts as the post office. All the orders and instructions go through his club. Eddie Manderson is the planner, the organiser. The others are the workers, the soldiers. Thorne is the second in command. He's the one they all trust.
And he's the one who knows Terry Neil.
At the moment, we're just talking about the gang. Over the past 2.5 years, there's been a series of jobs, all done with considerable speed, always for money, never less than $250,000. Banks, security vans, racetracks on a busy night. In and away before the onlookers know what's happening, like it was all rehearsed and they were working to a stopwatch. We calculate we've had £5 million to date. Oh, no need to whistle, Maxton. These days, $5 million lost over 2.5 years doesn't bring out the army.
It's still a hell of a lot of money, sir.
Yep. And our latest job was just 4 days before this so-called party. I'll mention the place and you'll know the job. A week ago Tuesday, Muswell Hill.
Yes, security van. 6 men in 2 cars. They got £340,000.
And nobody took much notice. It made the last edition of the evening papers, then it was forgotten. Except by the insurance company and ourselves.
And the lad who got clobbered.
That was the day they clocked up the $5 million. 4 days later, they were having a party to read the annual report, to declare a dividend, and plan another successful year.
It can't be easy putting that amount of money around.
What would you do with it?
Me?
Let's ask Maxton. He's an ordinary sort of lad. Suddenly you're given a big bag of money. What do you do?
I think I'd stick it under the bed, sir.
No, they don't keep the loot for beer and backing horses anymore. They use it to buy a slice of the good life, and the people who sell the good life like to see checkbooks and credit cards, especially credit cards.
I'd have to put it in the bank.
Talking about a big shout-out, $250,000, $500,000.
How then, sir?
The answer to this has to be very sophisticated indeed. No longer do our really big villains have to sell hot money at a discount or hold it until the heat goes off. According to our advisors, it's stolen, it vanishes without trace, and it comes back clean and spendable.
Do you know how?
According to the financial experts, it goes out of the country as figures on a telex machine. All you need for this piece of abracadabra is a friendly foreigner with a genuine passport and a friendly merchant banker. And there are an awful lot of merchant and fringe banks in the city. Our Mr. Neal has an interest in 2 of them.
You could investigate them?
No. Not if they have a friendly foreigner. Any non-English person with a proper passport and an acceptable letter of credit can walk into any of our fringe banks with a suitcase full of dinar or francs or marks and ask for them to be banked, exchanged, or transferred to any other country.
Even if the money's stuffed into a suitcase?
Especially if it's stuffed into a suitcase. The bank will even count the money for him. He may have broken some other country's laws, even his own country's laws, by bringing the money here, but he hasn't broken ours.
But for God's sake, I mean, why not?
Because we're in need of foreign currency, and our banks want the business, and if you have any complaints, Sergeant, take them to the Treasury. They make the rules.
Supposing the money in the suitcase is in pounds?
It is then just a little bit more difficult, but not impossible, if you have the right friends. So, you will bump into Mr. Neal on Friday afternoon. He leaves his office in the city at 4:30.
Yes, sir.
Right, until then.
Hold your money. Come here, hold your money. Come here, let's have a look at this.
What did you buy?
4 bars of chocolate. 6p off if you take the pack of 4.
Well, what do you think of it all?
Yeah, busy. Good place to get lost.
Don't kid yourself. The word's going round. There's a big rozzer in the market buying sweeties.
You think?
I know. So you better start eating one of them.
Will you have a bit?
No, thank you. What's the time?
10 to 5.
Right. Well, you hang about. I'll stroll down to the corner. If you buy a lollipop, they'll think you're a TV cop.
You said to show ourselves around.
By show. I didn't mean to say you should entertain them.
Thank you.
Right. Wait for me.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Neal, isn't it?
Yes. It's Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Now, what brings you to this part of the world, Sergeant?
Visiting some colleagues, sir, at the local station.
Oh, yes, of course. It isn't far from here.
And I thought I'd have a stroll around. You're a bit out of your way yourself, sir.
I don't think you mean that, Sergeant. I think you know precisely why I'm here.
Yes, sir, I do. But that's not why I'm here. I can assure you our meeting's,
Fortuitous?
No, sir, I was thinking more, accidental.
Well, it was nice seeing you again.
I'll walk to the corner with you, sir.
And I'm sure you know which corner.
Yes, sir. Well, goodbye, sir.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Have you been troubling my mother?
No, sir. Not now or ever. Our meeting was accidental.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
You saw him?
Yeah. And I didn't like what I was doing. I need a drink. Come on. How do you know, sir?
We have someone close. It got back first to Manderson. Then he phoned it to Thorne. You should have heard what Thorne had to say about you.
I can guess. But how did you hear about it?
We have a source near to Manderson, though all we ever hear is what has happened. Never anything that'll put us a move ahead of them. The news got back to Manderson that you were in the market waiting for Terry Neal, and that you walked along with him to the corner of the street, did you?
Yes.
Nice touch, that. Walking him home. Oh, it worried them. They were wondering what you talked about. Thorne said he'd phone Neal and ask, but we don't have a source at that end, so we won't know what he says.
Is Neal in it?
Definitely.
It's a liberty, isn't it? A sack full of money, a friendly foreigner, and a merchant banker. Can't it be stopped?
How can it be? Supposing our friendly foreigner is an Arab gentleman with a sack full of dinar, profits from his oil wells, and he wants to exchange it and buy another hotel in Park Lane. Why should we say no? We need his oil money.
But if the suitcase is full of our money?
I said it requires a friendly fringe banker. Remember that every day our fringe banks deal with tens of millions of pounds in foreign currency. Every day they're transferring all sorts of money, switching it from one country to another, pushing it around the world.
Like a merry-go-round?
More like the wind of change. Money becomes a series of figures on a telex tape, and then it changes its form on the wind. Pounds change into francs on the Paris Bourse, to marks in Bonn, dollars on Wall Street, and somewhere along the line it changes back into sterling, and you can now bring it home.
And since it's quite legal, we can't stop it.
We can concern ourselves with the bit that isn't legal, the stealing and handling of it. I'm going to call on Mr. Neal in the city.
He has a lot of influential friends, sir.
If I feel he's slipping away from me, I'll make a phone call to you. I'll make one before he does. And you'll back me up by raiding the Mayfield Club. You get a search warrant now, and be ready to raid and seize every scrap of paper and all the books as soon as I phone you.
On the warrant, sir. What do I say we're looking for?
You tell me.
Stolen liquor?
Good. That gives you the right to seize the books. It's Dave Brooke, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right, Dave. Be ready for my call. Mr. Neal?
Yes?
I'm Detective Inspector Mallock. Sorry to call on you at your office.
Oh, it's quite all right. I seem to be surrounded by policemen these past few days. Perhaps you can tell me why. Oh, do take a seat.
Thank you, sir. It's in connection with your friendship with certain persons, sir. A Mr. Thorne, a Mr. Manderson, a Mr. Reese, and a Mr. Gary.
Yes, I know the men you're talking about, Inspector. I've already explained to a sergeant that I met these men at a party, that I'd previously known some of them, though not all of them, and that Mr. Thorne was once a friend.
Was it the first time you'd met all of them, sir?
What do you mean?
Taking them as a group, sir. Had you ever met with all of them before that date?
I still don't know what you mean.
Sorry, sir. We know that you've been meeting one of them, Mr. Thorne, and we believe you have been meeting with two of them, Mr. Thorne and Mr. Manderson. And I'm asking you if you'd met regularly with any of the others.
Of course not. I've explained all this to the sergeant. What is the purpose of this visit?
We're trying to trace a rather large sum of money, sir, amounting to £5 million, which we believe was stolen by your friend over a period of time.
Why are you asking me?
Because your business is handling money, sir. Because you're an expert in banking and the movement of money, and you have an interest in certain merchant banks.
What the hell are you... Inspector, there are hundreds of men, I might say thousands of men in the city who know as much as I do, and indeed much more than I do, about merchant banking.
Yes, sir, but none of them are friendly with the people on my list.
Have you been making inquiries about me?
Only through our commercial squad, sir.
You mean your fraud squad?
This is not fraud, sir. This is theft, and the handling of the proceeds of theft. There are a few questions I'd like to ask you, sir, if I may.
I think I now know what you're talking about. Because I'm a banker, you're wondering whether this money, this £5 million, as you say, has been processed through the city.
The word we use is laundered, sir.
Yeah, all right, laundered. And whether I gave them advice.
Whether you gave them help, sir.
I accepted an invitation from a friend from the very distant past, and I am put in this situation. I find it most offensive. Do you mind if I put an end to this interview?
Why, sir?
I think I should consult my lawyer.
As you wish, sir. Do you mind if I use your phone?
For what purpose?
To alert my driver, sir. I told him our meeting might take longer.
Yes, of course you may use it. Dial 9 for an outside line.
Thank you, sir.
Inspector, I attended that party out of curiosity. As a result, I'm subjected to these persistent inquiries. You do understand how I feel?
Of course, sir. Dave? Manic here. Yes, as arranged. Thank you. The trouble is, sir, that we believe you owed some of these men a favour, and we don't think it was all those years since they were last in touch with you.
Inspector, there's something I want to tell you.
Mr. Thorne!
Oh, it's you again, Sergeant. It's a bit early, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Jackie. I want all your staff in this room.
Look, what is this?
We've got a search warrant. Here it is. Call all your people in here where I can see them.
There's no justice.
Billy, get Maisie and Bell and come out here. We've got visitors.
Max, get the rest of the lads in. And turn that damn thing off, will you?
Yes, Sergeant.
Oh, I like that. The place sounds empty without it.
It's going to be a lot emptier when we finish.
What are you looking for?
A load of knocked-off liquor.
That's what it is. You find nothing like that, Sergeant. All our stuff's straight from the wine merchant. You can see the crates.
Yeah, sure. All right, lads, keep an eye on them. Max, Flynn, go through his accounts.
Hey, wait.
And I'll need the keys to your safe.
What?
The safe.
I don't keep booze in the bloody safe.
Flynn, talk to him.
I don't have the keys. The wife has them.
Search him.
Oh, look, lay off, will you? Look, I want to see that warrant. I've got a right to.
Sure, here you are. It says we are entitled to search for diverse things, to wit, property. Keys to property. Come on, hand them over.
They're round his neck.
A lucky charm. Let's have them.
Well, it's what you get for being nice to coppers.
Max, open the safe. Catch.
Ledger, day books, some cash, a diary. Sergeant, there's a diary.
Ah, let's see. Jackie, when was your birthday?
Look, Sergeant, well, can we talk alone?
Yeah, sure. Max, stand at the door, will you? All right, Jackie.
I mean, well, we could make a deal, Sergeant.
About what?
About that. The diary. It's personal. I'll put it to some stolen scotch if you'll just lose that.
Why should I?
I told you, it's personal. The wife, I don't want it to... Look, I'll give you a ton if you'll lose it. Okay, I mean 2 ton.
No. It's got your birthday guest in it. And it's got Manderson's phone number. And Terry Neal's phone number. Both home and office. It's got the days when you phoned him, when you met. And it's got some big numbers, too. These the amounts the lad's got away with? Are these the dates?
For God's sake, give me that.
Yeah, these are the dates. Flynn, take him out.
Look, I could do you a favour, Sergeant. All right, I'm going quietly, old man.
Max, we guard this with our lives. It seems to be all written down, date by date. And it's all about the money and Mr. Neal.
In that episode of Detective, Part 2 of The Birthday Party, Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Manick, Morris Colborne, Thorne, Alan Lake, Neal, Tony Anholt, and barman Adrian Egan. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Off watch. Initial 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP to
fighting
Golf
with knives.
1-1.
Assistance service.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. The coming out present.
And what does that leave us?
Quite a batch. Number 1, the walk-in merchant who was seen by the cleaning lady.
The description?
No, it was dark and she just glimpsed him on the stairs.
Yeah. It's fifth in that neighbourhood, isn't it? Show us some photos, just in case.
Number 2, the scaffolding poles taken from Wiggins. Area cars have stopped 4 lorries with scaffolding poles, but who can tell one scaffolding pole from another?
Well, Joe Wiggins thinks he can.
And then Joe Wiggins should look for them himself.
Right, keep it on top. Next. CID. Dave Brooke. Who is it?
It's Harry D, Mr. Brooke. You said to call.
Okay, you called.
I've something for you, Mr. Brooke. It's good.
You sure?
I won't fool around with you, Mr. Brooke. Can we meet?
Yeah, in half an hour.
Where?
Same place as before.
Right, thanks.
Right. Show the cleaning lady some likely photos, and if the old man asks for me, tell him I'm out for an hour. But only if he asks.
Where will you be?
Having a walk in the park.
Morning, Mr. Brooke. You know you like feeding ducks.
Is that what they are? I thought they were penguins.
You're having me on.
I'll have your guts if you're wasting my time.
This won't waste your time. There's a job being talked about, a big one.
When?
This weekend.
How big?
Well, I could get killed even for talking about it.
Okay, get killed, tell me.
A security job. Over £1 million, they say. Could do you a lot of good.
You told me nothing.
There's top villains working on it. Must be worth something. I'm skint, Mr. Brooke.
You can't come scrounging on the local nick every time you're skint, Harry.
It's genuine. There's 3 top villains in on it. There's Ryan, Moody.
Well, that's 2.
And Brennan.
Joe Brennan?
Yeah.
He's inside, Harry. He's doing 5.
No, he's out, Mr. Brooke.
When?
Couple of days. I've seen him. He's staying with his sister. His pals meet him at the gate. They had this one laid on, but they was waiting for Brennan to do the bells.
Bells? You said a security van.
No, a security place.
If you know that much, Harry, you know more.
No, Mr. Brooke. That's all I know, honest.
Harry, you've told me who. I need to know when and where.
I don't know where.
Well, you'll find out.
They'll kill me.
If you're skint, I'll sub you. A £5.
£5?
All right. 2 5s. But they have to bring results. When do I hear from you?
Couple of days, Mr. Brooke. Thursday.
Okay. Here, you feed the ducks. They don't like the look of me.
Not surprised.
Was it worth going out for?
Yeah, it might be. What's been happening?
I showed the photos to the cleaning lady. She didn't pick anyone. And the old man was looking for you.
Oh, tough.
It's open.
You wanted to see me, sir?
You were out after something.
One of my snouts wanted a word.
Useful?
Might be, sir.
A secret, is it?
No, sir. It was to say that Joe Brennan's back amongst us.
Brennan? Isn't he doing...
He was doing 5. He was given parole. I checked.
And we're the last to be told. The parole officers are told, the social workers are told, but never the police.
It's to give him a chance to go straight.
And how straight do we think he's going to be? Yes, Mary?
The commander would like to see you, sir.
When?
5 minutes.
Right. Oh, it's one of those days. Super, the commander, and... where were we?
Brennan and his parole. It seems this time he was a model prisoner. Full remission and considered suitable for parole. Living with his married sister. She's looking after him.
His sister Liz?
Yeah.
That's like an old pussycat looking after a wolf. But it isn't where we were. I was talking about you. You weren't out for 2 hours just hearing that Joe Brennan is behaving himself. Dave, the order from upstairs is for cooperation. And the new commander doesn't favor loners. Now, in 3 minutes, I have a meeting with him. And I also have today's crime complaints looking for a desk to land on. So, if you have time to waste, Sergeant...
It wasn't wasted, sir.
You have 2 minutes to make me believe that.
There's some talk of a security job this weekend.
With Joe Brennan including himself in?
Well, that's the story.
He'd be daft, wouldn't he, so soon?
He's never kept much to the rules. Damn.
Yes.
It's time, Mr. Roach. The commander.
I'm on my way. We'll talk about this when I get back. So don't leave the office. And you see the collator and tell him all that you know about Brennan.
Yes, sir.
Did the old man tear you off a strip?
Well, niggled me for some information.
Did you give?
Not much. Now, let's get on with the workload.
The order from above, Dave, is for teamwork and cooperation. Crime information has to be shared.
Not by this team. We work hard for our information, and we don't share it with the lazy so-and-sos who spend their time in the canteen.
Oh, don't let the commander hear you.
No, I won't. I'll give what I have to give and no more. How's our own work coming along?
2 on remand and 8 inquiries pending. Have a look.
Right, I'll deal with them today. There's something for you to do, but keep it quiet. An address. A married woman lives there, Mrs. Gardner.
Huh? And what's her claim to fame?
She's Joe Brennan's sister.
Oh, is that
Don't
what you went...
shout it. I just want to know if he is living there and what company he's keeping. But it's off our ground, so be careful. Right, I know I'll have to tell some of it to the collator, but not too much. Jim Hillier?
Ah, come in, Dave. What can I do for you?
Well, I've come to see how the great world of criminal intelligence is operating today.
In which department? Giving or taking?
Well, a bit of both.
Well, that's a change. Let's start with the giving.
Well, it being more blessed.
Oh, it's stored up treasures in heaven.
I'll hold you to that. Did you know Joe Brennan's out?
No. Let me check. Bradley. Brannigan. Really. Brennan. Joseph Arthur Brennan. No, we didn't know he's out.
Does it surprise you?
Armed robbery. Sent down for 5. With his usual conduct, he wouldn't be out for another year and a half. With full remission, he'd still have 6 months to do. Yes, it surprises me.
Given parole a week ago.
Well, jails must be overcrowded. What else are you giving me?
He's living with his married sister.
We've got her address. Do you want it?
No. Just anything you have on him.
Well, let's see. 4 previous. This last one. 5 years for his part in armed hold-up. Said to have been 6-handed, but he was alone in the dock.
Remind me.
Factory job, for wages. They got away with 60,000. The cashier had pushed the alarm. An area car arrived in the final minute. The getaway driver panicked a bit, and Brennan was left behind. Do you think he's come out with a grudge?
Well, I think he might be owed a big favour. Do you have his associates there?
He doesn't have many. He's a short-tempered man. Only a handful. 2 of them at large, Ryan and Moody.
Were they with him on that wages job?
He never said. He went down on his own.
Well, then they would owe him a favour, like his share of 60,000.
That would have been spent a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, thanks, Jim.
Dave, you sure there's nothing else?
Yeah, quite sure. Thanks a lot.
Yeah? Who is it?
How'd it go, Max?
Is that Dave?
Yeah, it's Dave.
Look, it's 3 in the morning. I didn't get to bed until 2.
Is he staying with his sister?
Yes.
Did he go out?
Look, it's a long story and I'm tired. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Sergeant.
Morning, Max. Have a good kip.
Morning, Sergeant.
Well, did he go out?
Only to the local for an hour. I've got it all here. Left his sister's house at 7:14. Arrived at the Stag's Head at 7:20. Left the Stag's Head 8:10. Arrived back at his sister's house 8:16. And that was that.
Out only once?
Yeah.
And no callers?
Nope.
Did he speak to anyone in the pub?
Oh, I just said hello to an old gaffer and a couple of old biddies. Who did you have in mind?
Pals, like Terry Ryan or George Moody?
No. Looked like he was being a good boy, staying home by himself. Even went down to the pub early when it was quiet. Stood by himself at the bar, read the evening paper, chatted to the barmaid, and went home. Stayed home. Lights went out just after 12. If you wanted exact, 8 minutes past midnight. I waited an hour in case he might slip out. No movement. So I went home, And you woke me at 3.
Well, I want you to keep observation again tonight. In fact, today and tonight.
Dave, this is off our ground. You should be telling the old man.
Well, this one's for us. It's our information, and it stays that way. But Brennan knows me, so you'll have to go. And there's 2 of his pals I want you to look out for.
Moody and Ryan.
Yeah.
This is the friend I told you about, Mr. Ryan. The friend who can help us, Eddie Ross.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ross. You think you can help me?
He works at the place, Mr. Ryan.
I'm sure our friend can speak for himself, George. You work at the security office, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, and since George and I are old friends, when he said you wanted a sketch of the place, I said I'd like to meet you and ask what it is you need.
And to ask what it would be worth to you?
Something like that. I'm sure I can be of help.
What do you do at the security office?
I'm one of the night guards.
And you'll be there if we need you?
No, sir. Not if I can help it.
Wise man. Did you hear that, George?
Yes, Mr. Ryan.
George, do the honours. Whiskey for me. And Mr. Ross?
If we're doing business, it's Eddie.
Okay. Eddie. What do you have?
Do you have an Irish?
You name it, we've got it. An Irish malt?
Great.
George.
I heard, Mr. Ryan.
Now, let's see how you can help. After that, we'll agree what it's worth.
Fair enough. As you know, we're not one of the biggest security firms in the town, but we do have some very big contracts. One is for the collection and delivery of cash within a group of banks. It works like this.
Eddie, we know how it works. We've been casing your place for months. On weekdays, you collect and deliver money between the banks and you hold none of it. At weekends, you do hold money at your headquarters.
That's right. Normal weekends, we hold $500,000, but at the end of each month, it's more like $1 million or more. It could make someone very rich.
Eddie, you're still telling me what we know. Now, have you got anything special to offer?
Yeah.
Your whiskey, Eddie.
Thanks, George.
Mr. Ryan.
Cheers. So, you have something special to offer?
Yeah. Cheers. You know that the place is a fortress.
Not to my partners, it isn't.
I can make it even easier for them. I can make it safe and fast and certain.
For example?
I can get you a plan of the building showing where things are kept. I can give you the guard voters. And I can be of further help.
Go on. I'm listening.
2 special keys are needed to get into the strong room area. I can tell you where they are. And for the strong room itself, you need the combination of the day.
You know the combination?
No, but I know where the code book is kept.
But after the job, won't somebody say, who knew all these things? And reach out for you?
It's unlikely, Mr. Ryan. It's true I know where the special keys are kept, but so do others. And I don't know where the code book is kept. That's top secret. Known only to 4 directors.
But you do know.
I made it my business. And it's what I'm selling.
Night, boys. Same again, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you, Kitty. It's time I was getting home.
Oh, I'm sorry it's so quiet. It's not often so quiet on a Wednesday.
No.
No friends to meet then?
I have a couple of pies to take home.
Yes, Mr. Brennan. Here you are, sir.
Thanks, Kitty. Well, I'm off.
Night, Mr. Brennan.
Liz, I'm back. Got a couple of pies for you. Ryan, what the hell are you doing here?
I came to talk to you, Joe.
Where's Liz?
Gone round to her man-law's.
No one was to come here. No one. It was to be done only through Liz.
I was careful, Joe. I came the back way. Liz slipped out so we can have a talk. She'll be back in half an hour. Now, will you listen to what I have to say?
All right.
A friend of George's, the one who's been helping him. He brought me a sketch of the place. Have a look. There. What do you think?
How did he get it?
Copied it. He's on the inside, one of the guards. And he can give us information in his own words that'll make the job safe, fast, and certain.
How? Here, look.
This is the area of the strong room. There's no need to break through now. He can tell us where to find the special keys to this door. And for the strong room itself, he can tell us where to find the combination of the day. We had allowed 4 hours, Joe. But with this help, once you get us inside, it's a walk. I've been timing it. I reckon in only 12 minutes.
If everyone does their bit. Aye, about that. If the cops come immediately, those alarms go off. That place is alive with alarms. And I can't be absolutely certain. If he can get a plan like this, can he get us a sketch of the alarm system?
He's getting it now, Joe. And he's getting you the manufacturer's name.
Well, then there's no problem.
I told you we'd fix a coming-out present for you. Oh, there's just one point. I have to have your agreement. He wants a share. A fifth. I told him it was a bit steep.
For the alarm system, the keys to the security area, and the combination?
Yeah.
That's worth it. There'll be no squeak from the alarms, and I'll have you in before the guards can blink.
Right. We thought of doing it Sunday night, at the end of the shift, when the guards are getting a bit careless.
Right.
That's Liz come back. She said she'd ring first. I'll slip out the back.
Well, how'd it go, Max?
Same as last time. He stayed in all day. About 7 he went to the pub. This time he took home a couple of pies. Do you want it exact?
Yeah.
CID, DC Maxton. Yes, he's here. It's for you.
Dave Brooke? Who is it?
It's Harry, Mr. Brooke. That stuff you wanted, the when and the where.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not risking it on the phone. Can't we meet?
Right. Same place in half an hour. See ya. You're late, Harry.
Boss, it's Mr. Brooke. Can't trust him anymore.
What have you got?
Well, it's good news for you. It's on your own ground, Mr. Brooke, so it should do you a bit of good. It's the big security building on the corner by the bridge.
What, Northbridge?
That's it.
When?
This weekend.
A weekend's a long time to be hanging around at this time of the year.
Can't help you, Mr. Brooke. It's the best I can do.
Saturday or Sunday?
I don't know. You just have to watch the place. Can you put me in for a reward?
Don't be daft. Rewards are paid when the stuff's taken. This lot's not going to be taken.
If it is?
We'll have to see.
So, it's the security office in Northbridge Road?
Yes, sir.
Saturday or Sunday?
It's the best he could get, sir. They're a pretty dangerous mob.
Now, Sergeant Hillier, what does criminal intelligence have?
On the security company, sir. Well, they do hold large sums over the weekend, and at the end of the month it is about $1 million. The building's ironclad, alarm systems, security locks, and a strong room as good as any I've seen.
Would it take all weekend to do?
Frankly, they don't see it being done at all, sir.
Joe Brennan has different ideas.
I could talk to the director, sir.
Not yet. This job isn't ours.
What do you mean it isn't ours?
The commander's orders, Sergeant. It's a top-value job. I tell the commander and he tells the flying squad.
But it's on our own ground, sir.
Yes, but even if it was next door to this nick, we still have to pass it on. No, but cheer up. They may need some local knowledge. Mary?
Yes, sir.
Ask the commander if I can see him, please.
We work ourselves into the ground and this is what we get. They give it to the squad.
It's how it works, Dave.
I'll tell you how it works. If it comes off, the glory boys will get the credit. If they muff it, we get the blame.
That's life, Sergeant.
Hello?
Hello, Terry. Joe Brennan here. Look, I've been checking these plans. I want the day changed. I want it done on Friday night.
Friday?
Aye. The job's a simple one, so the sooner the better. I'm tired of being cooped up like this, playing the parole game and staying home at nights. I want to stretch my legs, be free. I want it laid on for doing fast on Friday night, and I want my share and my air tickets and to be out of the country by Saturday morning. Okay?
If you say so, Joe. Okay.
So it's all been passed to the squad, Saturday or Sunday night.
And we've been told to get on with our own work. What's top of the frame?
This bloke who's doing the bed-sitters and rooming flats and seems to know good jewellery from trash. Always leaves the trash. And the Wiggins scaffolding poles and the antique joker. Oh, and the 2 legal aid forms to be squared up.
CID, Sergeant Brooke. Who is it?
Sorry, D, Mr. Brooke. That job I told you, there's been a change.
What kind of change?
Oh, I was in the pub dinner time. Ryan was talking with Jim Moody. I managed to catch part of it. It's on for tonight.
Are you sure?
Yeah, certain. Brennan wants it done tonight, and then he's away.
Thanks. They nearly got away with it, Max. It's on for tonight.
Why must we always be cooped up like this?
Because we're coppers, that's why. What time is it?
Just after midnight. Dave?
Yeah?
Does your snout know what wrong information can do to a copper's gut? Has he ever been crammed in a van on a night like this? Cold? Hungry?
Just shut up. Keep your eyes on that building.
Central control to Central 3.
Central 3?
Stand ready. A car with 3 men has just pulled up near the Carpenter's Lane entrance.
Are they active?
Not yet. Sitting watching the place. Waiting. Stay alert. Central control to Central 1.
That's our heavy mob.
Will you send them in?
They're already in. They've taken the place of the security guards.
Central control to Central 1. Are you getting me, Central 1? Central 1. Sorry, I was keeping an eye on something. Keeping an eye on what, Central 1? There's a geezer already in. He's doing the alarm system. Do we take him? No. Let him all walk into the cage. Well done. We've left the front door open for the backup.
The tip was solid.
Lucky for you, Brooke, or we'd have broken your leg.
Would you like to try it?
Some other time.
Central control to Central 3. Get it moving.
That's us. All out. Make for the front door.
This way! We are police officers. Drop those guns. The hell of them! Drop that gun, Ryan. That's it. Now, you too, Moody.
All right, then. Let's get them. Now, round the floor. Hurry it. Arms and legs spread. Dyson, collect the guns. Maxton, Brooke, search them. Now, is anybody hurt?
No, sir.
Good. All clear. Well done.
You'd better get downstairs, Dave. 3 to be charged.
3?
No Brennan.
But Maxie was there. He did the alarms, bridged and cut. I saw them. His work.
He must have pushed off when the shooting started. Oh, don't look so miserable. The squad is pleased with you. They're giving you 1. Moody.
But I did arrest Moody. Moody.
Smile. Let them think you're happy.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre, Harry Dean, George Tovey, Collator, James Cosmo, Brennan, Alan Barry, Ryan, Harry Taub, Ross, Paul Angelis, Moody, Michael McLean, Barmaid, Jenny Twigg, police officers Trevor Cooper and Michael McStay. Detective is written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 to MP. 4 men.
Watch. 2 to MP. Surface in High Street. Gang of youths.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. The Legacy.
See out of your room. Who is it? Oh, it's you, Mr. Taylor. No, he isn't in at the moment. This is Sergeant Brooke. Yes, I'm all right. How are you? Yeah, as soon as he comes in, I'll tell him. Jim?
Yes, sir.
Has Max been in?
Yeah, he was in earlier looking for you. Made a couple of phone calls, went out.
Did he say where?
Isn't it in the duty book?
No. Any idea where he went?
You could ask Mildred.
She's asleep.
I heard that. What number do you want?
Millie, DC Maxton made a couple of calls and went out. Do you know where he went?
One call was to a house in Derwent Gardens. He said he'd go there right away.
Oh, thanks, love. House in Derwent Gardens. Do you know about it?
No.
What are you working on?
The usual rag bag, plus a complaint about pyramid selling that could take me months. They're back at it, offering easy fortunes and a business of your own.
I could do with a business of my own. Come in, Mr. Roach. Yes, sir.
Have you spoken to DC Maxton?
Not yet, sir.
Derwent Gardens. Now, where's that complaint? Where did I put it? Ah, that plague of thefts from bedsitters. I want you onto it right away.
When did it happen, Mrs. Kendall?
I don't know when it happened. Poor girl. But it must have been after the others had gone. They're always gone by 8:30 to catch their buses and tubes to go to work. The house is all bustle until then, and then it's quiet.
Miss Graham, doesn't she go to work?
Oh, she hasn't got a job yet. And she's been home these past 2 days. This flu that's going about, you know. So I was taking a cup of tea up to her. I've got no staff, and in the morning...
At what time?
Oh, 9:45. I knocked on the door and then opened it and found these things all over the room and the poor girl lying there by the window with blood on her face. I phoned for the ambulance and then for the police.
Her name is Susan Graham?
Yes.
How long has she been with you?
She came to us a month ago. I hope she isn't seriously hurt.
I don't think it's too bad. Do you have a home address for her?
No. She comes from Wiltshire, but where in Wiltshire, I don't know. Maybe there's an address among her things.
Is this how the room was when you came in?
Yes. These 2 drawers were out, and her things spread all over the carpet. She must have woke up, and then he attacked her.
Did you hear her call out?
No.
Did anyone?
Well, after 8:30, the house is empty, except for old Mrs. Fitch on the ground floor. She's stone deaf. And me, of course. I didn't hear anything.
Did the thief steal from any of the other rooms?
I don't know. There's no sign that he did, but I won't know until they return this evening, you see.
Does she have any friends in the house?
No. Even I don't know her very well. She didn't make friends. Shy girl. You know, homely.
Plain?
Well, since you ask, yes.
There was an earlier report of thefts from the house.
Ah, that was 5 months ago. Dreadful it was. But it wasn't just from this house. He stole from all the houses in the gardens.
Are all the houses in the gardens bedsitters?
Most of them.
How many tenants are in this house?
12. My regulars, the ones that have been with me for some years, they're on the lower floors. The younger ones are up here on the 2 top floors. And believe me, it isn't easy keeping a motherly eye.
Another policeman.
We're in Miss Graham's room. Tell him to come up. Will this be your friend?
It'll be my sergeant. And now we'll have work to do. Searching the room, looking for marks and fingerprints.
Of course.
This is Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is Mrs. Kendall, the landlady.
Yes, pleased to meet you, ma'am. It's been quite an upset.
It has.
Do you mind if I have a word with DC Maxton?
Not at all. I'll be downstairs if you want me.
Thank you. Well, what was taken?
No one knows yet. The girl was whisked off to hospital. She was found lying by the window here. Her name is Susan Graham. She's 26, a single girl. Been living in London 1 month. Comes from Wiltshire, but we have no home address for her.
Well, you won't need one. She'll be back later this morning.
I'm not serious,
A
though.
bash on the head.
Bashes on the head can be serious.
Hospital says it was just enough to knock her cold, but there's no concussion. And they expect to send her back later this morning. When did it happen?
I'd say about 9:45.
And why would you say that?
Well, until 8:30, the house was the usual morning chaos. All the young bedsitter types rushing about, getting dressed, calling to each other, using the bathroom. By 8:30, they were all off to work.
Then why wasn't Miss Graham?
2-day flu. 2 days in bed. At 10:15, the landlady brought her up a cup of tea. Found her flat out by the window. So if it was just a quick bang on the head, and since she was still out, it must have happened just as the tea arrived. He probably heard her coming. So, about 10:15.
Nice work, Max.
Thanks.
Did he do any other rooms?
We won't know until the tenants get back from work.
Well, if it's the same lad who's been doing the other bedsitters round here, he starts on the ground floor and works up.
And we're on the top floor.
I know. I've just walked up. Well, in this room, he found someone in bed. She woke up. He had to hit her and scramble out of the window. Here, have you looked from the window? It's the top floor, all right? It's as steep as a cliff. How did he make it?
He must have climbed out onto that ledge over there.
And then where?
Yeah, you're right. Then where?
Well, there's no raspberry jam on the ground, so he didn't jump. Come on, Sherlock.
Up on the roof?
Well, the only way. So, when the scenes of crime officer arrives, you go up on the roof.
Have we spoken to him?
Yep, and fingerprints. I don't care what he's taken. I'm thinking about what he's done.
Morning, Dave. Is this the room?
Yeah. Come in, Ted. Bring the lads in. Now, here's the setup.
Yep.
A housebreaker comes in by the door. He does these 2 drawers, tips the stuff out. The girl on the bed wakes up. He thumps her, leaves her unconscious just there. Landlady was coming up the stairs with tea tray. She didn't meet him, so he must have made it through the window. I want a thorough job for marks and prints, and I want the roof examined. You can have Max.
Right.
Mrs. Kendall, Sergeant Brooke.
Have you finished now?
Just a few minutes more.
Susan has come back from the hospital. I was keeping her here until you finished with her room.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to her?
Yes, please.
Come in.
Thank you.
She's very shaken. She's taken it very badly. Susan, this is Sergeant Brooke.
How are you, miss? That was quite a bump. Are you feeling any better?
Please, can I go to my room now?
She's been asking that ever since she came back.
We're still examining it, miss, trying to learn about the lad who attacked you. Perhaps you could tell us what he looked like.
I don't know what he looked like.
Well, that's not very helpful, Susan. Can you tell us what happened to you?
I don't know what happened. Please, I want to go to my room.
Did he wake you up?
Yes.
And then?
I asked him what he was doing, and he hit me.
Did you try to stop him?
Yes.
What did he hit you with, Susan?
He held my mouth, and he hit my head against the wall.
Did he say anything?
I don't know anything else. Please, can I go to my room?
Hold on a moment.
We're finished, Dave.
Okay, Ted. Any prints?
Here, but whose? We shall want elimination prints of the girl and the landlady.
Yeah, look, can it wait a while?
Sure.
All right, Susan, if you'd like to come upstairs.
I'll come with her.
We tried not to touch anything in your room. Can you tell us if there's anything missing?
Who's he?
This is my colleague, D.C. Maxton. All right, Susan, please have a look around.
Did you see a grey case? A little grey case. It was in this drawer.
That drawer was open, miss. Lying on the floor, just like that.
A little box. About this size.
No, miss. What's there is what was in the room when Mrs. Kendall called us.
A little grey box.
What was in the box, miss?
My money. All my money.
How much money, Susan?
All I have. It was more than £1,000.
And you kept it in that drawer?
Yes.
Why? Was the box locked?
Yes.
Is the key still there? Will you look?
Yes, it's here. He doesn't have the key.
It'll make no difference to him, miss, if it's just a little grey box. Do you know exactly how much was in it?
£1,100. Oh, please, I want to be by myself. Please, will you leave me alone?
You must try and help us, miss. Only you can help us. If you tried to stop this man, you'll know what he looked like. Did you see his face?
He had a hood over his head.
What colour was it?
White. It was like a bag.
What sort of build was he?
I don't know any more. Please, will you leave
Susan,
me?
if you want to get your money back...
I won't ever get it back. Please, I want to be by myself.
I think you must leave her for a while, Mr. Brooke.
Sorry, miss. When you think you can help us, tell Mrs. Kendall.
All right.
Why the hell didn't she put it in a bank?
I think I know what happened, Mr. Brooke.
What?
She told me her mother died. She looked after her mother. That's why she had to come to London to find a place to stay. I would say the money was what her mother had left her. Poor child.
Did you know she had it?
No.
Any of the others know?
I don't think so. She didn't speak to any of them. A very lonely girl. She kept to herself, you know.
Yes. And someone came and stole her savings.
He may have stolen more than that. She's now alone in the world. She's got no job. And now she may have no hope.
Then you must see that she doesn't do anything foolish. And tell us the moment she can help us.
Do you think she'll get it back?
No.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Brooke.
It's okay. I've got some money for you.
Thanks.
You better count it. That's it, and sign the receipt.
Okay, Mr. Brooke.
And there's something else I want.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
A thief who can climb, wears a white hood over his face, and does bed-sitters.
A creeper?
Right.
That's not your style of case, Mr. Brooke.
This one is. This morning, he got more than 1,000 quid. Then he was disturbed. Made it onto the roof and was away like a monkey. Keep your ears open and let me know.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
Right. What have we got on the case of Miss Susan Graham?
Not much. I've been through all the reports for the past year. 4 outbreaks in that district. Well, they seem to come and go. Had it for a couple of weeks and then quiet for a couple of months.
Well, in the past he never got very much. He couldn't have been living on the profits. So what does he do in the 2 months?
He's been seen only once. That was the last time. Seen on the stairs by a cleaning lady. She didn't get more than a glimpse, but her impression was of a lad in his 20s. Slim and medium height.
Right, well, let's put him down between 22 to 26. He's a good climber, so we'll accept that he's slim. What do you think of the girl?
Susan?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
Well, as a girl, come to London to find a new life.
Not much on the face, not much on the figure.
What, plain and dumpy?
Yeah.
So she's shy, keeps to herself, becomes a loser. Do you feel sorry for her?
How about you?
Yeah, well, it's a tragedy, isn't it? I saw it in her face. The dying mother provides a little legacy for her plain and devoted daughter, and a thief comes in and nicks it.
And you're going to get him?
I'm going to nail him, and if the money's gone, I'll flay him and sell his hide. What do we have on the other people in the house?
Mostly girls. 12 bed-sitter tenants on 4 floors. On the top floor, 4 girls, including our Susan. Do you want their name?
No, not yet.
On the 3rd floor, 4 rooms, 4 girls.
Next floor?
3 larger rooms, and each with a kitchen. A lady librarian has 1, a middle-aged widow has the 2nd, and an old man of 78 has the other. On the ground floor, there are 2 apartments. A lady of 65, Mrs. Fitch, has 1, and the landlady has the other. Here's the list.
Baxter!
The voice of doom. You better go and see what he wants.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Roach?
Come in, Max, and sit down. Now, tell me, how are you getting on?
Fine, sir.
I mean with Sergeant Brooke.
Couldn't be better, sir. We get on well.
Yes, I suppose you do. But he isn't the only sergeant in the district.
No, sir.
I said I'd have a talk with you and reassign you when you've settled in. The point is, are you learning enough? Being given enough on your own? He isn't too good at handing over responsibility.
I've had quite a few on my own, sir. And he lets me in on all his cases. And he is friendly.
Yes. Sergeants aren't supposed to be friendly. It's not in their nature, not in his nature. Has he given you any of his contacts?
No, sir.
You made any contacts of your own?
One, sir.
Now, what are you working on now?
I'm on quite a number of cases, sir, and this morning, Derwent Gardens. I started that one on my own.
And how's it coming along?
A young girl has lost all her savings, sir. £1,100. Yeah, it's a personal tragedy, really. A lonely girl just arrived in London, and she's robbed.
Maxton, theft has nothing to do with whether she's a lonely girl in London or the Pearly Queen of Lambeth. Theft is just about property, taking it away from the true owner, the intention to deprive.
Yes, sir, but it's also something of a tragedy.
Yes, I see Brooke is putting a stamp on you. You know, the trouble with Dave Brooke is... Inspector Roach? Who is it? Oh, yes, sir, can you hold on just one moment? The trouble with Dave Brooke is he thinks this district is his own private jungle that he's been sent to clear. Well, I'll have a look at the list and I'll see you later.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. If you'll give me a few moments, I'll be able to have the necessary documents.
Mrs. Kendall? Oh, it's you, Mr. Brooke. Just a minute. That's better. Have you come to see Susan?
Yes. How is she?
She hasn't been out of her room since you left. She hasn't said anything to me yet. And when I last looked in, she was crying.
Or taking it badly?
Breaking her heart.
Tell me about the other lodgers in your house.
Not much to tell, really. 3 girls on the same floor as Susan. They're not in very much. When they do stay in, the record players are a bit loud, but they don't give much trouble. 3rd floor, about the same. They come and go, you know. Next floor down, you come into my regulars. Look, I'm going to make a cup of tea. Why don't you join me? And then I can answer all your questions.
Yes, thank you.
Well, did you get anything?
Yeah, a long story about life in Bedtime. The place is festooned with girls who've left home and are looking for freedom and a date. You and I could do ourselves a bit of good by just hanging around out there.
I meant work. Did you get anything?
Well, I haven't found a suspect in the house yet. It's an all-girl affair. All they seem to do is run downstairs in the morning and run upstairs in the evening and play records too loud. They don't even know our Susan, the girl with no job, no friends and no hope.
Mr. Roach was giving me a lecture that theft was just about property.
Yeah, well, it's true, I suppose. Why was he giving you a lecture?
Yeah, he thinks I should be reassigned. Go with another team.
Why does he think that? Do you?
No, Dave. I'd like to stay with you.
Then why does he think it?
Well, because, Dave, he recalls that you weren't too keen to have me at that time. And he promised you that it would just be for a month or 2.
That he should speak to me about it?
Oh, he's the boss. In the force, we do as we're told.
Well, I mean, look around. Can you see a sergeant here you'd want to work with?
No. Oh, watch out. Here he comes.
Can you spare a minute, Maxton?
Yes, Mr. Roach.
Come with me.
Don't believe those lectures of his.
Close the door, lad.
Yes, sir.
What was that he said?
Who, sir?
Brooke. Sounded like he was giving you advice. He's always ready with advice. Now, where were we? Yes, being assigned to Sergeant Brooke. You say you get along well?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember what I told you the first day you were here as the new DC? In fact, what I told him. That he had to teach you his good habits, like knowing the district, making contacts, how to clear up crime, how to make a good showing in court, but not his bad habits like cutting corners and keeping things to himself. The new order is cooperation.
Yes, sir.
Would you say he cooperates?
I'd say so, sir. Yes.
Are you ambitious, Max? I see you don't intend to stay a DC.
No, sir.
You've passed your sergeant's exams with good marks in both parts.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and so you should have. You've had a good education, one that fits you for passing exams. Some of the others, good detectives, find exams difficult, but not you.
No, sir.
So you should be setting your sights a bit higher, getting wider experience, specializing. There are lots of opportunities these days. Now, leave it with me till I've talked to the commander. Hold it a minute, please. But however ambitious you are, lad, don't ever be a chief inspector. Not in a district. We just answer the phone and have none of the fun.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Graham, can I come in?
Yes. I'm sorry I wasn't any help to you.
Well, don't worry about it, miss. I do understand. It must have been a very frightening experience.
Yes. Do you think you'll find my money?
Well, it would help me if you could tell me more about him.
I didn't see him.
You said you tried to stop him.
Yes?
Then you have an idea of what height he is. Oh, I mean, was he as tall as I am?
No.
Shorter? Well, this height. Well, this?
Yes, about that.
And his age?
I didn't see his face.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're a girl. You have an idea whether he was older than you or about the same age.
Older.
Well, give him an age.
26 or 27.
You tried to seize hold of him. Was he heavily built?
No, he was slim.
How slim?
Thin.
How was he dressed?
He had dark trousers, a grey jersey, a dark jacket, and this thing over his head. He put his hand over my mouth. He had gloves on.
Yes, we know he had gloves on. One more question, Susan. His voice. Did he speak?
No. When I asked what he was doing, he just caught hold of me and threw me against the wall. I don't remember anything more.
I've been looking for you, Tommy.
And I've been looking for you, Mr. Brooke. That creeper who can climb. Wears a hood. Billy Sellers.
I've got more on him. About 27, 5'6", thin.
The same. Billy Sellers.
So? Where do I find him?
You might find him in the betting shop. Sullivan's.
And if he isn't there?
He lives in Bishop Street. The room above the corner shop.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Tommy. I'll get you some readies for this. This the place?
Yeah. According to the lady in the corner shop you went in a few minutes ago.
Murphy, round the back and catch him if he makes a jump for it.
Right, sir.
Flynn, he's a bit of a climber, so cover the roof. Max and Jim, come with me. Sellers!
Who is it? There was no need for that.
Stand by the wall.
Yeah, what's going on?
Jim, to the cupboards. Max, to the drawers.
What's it all about?
It's about your visit to Derwent Gardens.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
Clothes are here. Dark trousers, grey jersey, tweed jacket, and in the pocket a hood.
What's the hood for, Billy?
Yeah, have you sods got a warrant for this? I found the little grey box, Dave. You didn't trouble to use a key. Empty.
Where's the money, Billy?
What bloody money?
I asked you a civil question. Where's the money?
That's all right, Sergeant. The money's here, on the top shelf, in tenors.
How much?
Well, I'd say that 600 or 700.
Where's the rest, Billy?
Yeah, how do I know, eh? It walks. Look, leave it out, mate. Look, I've got debts, ain't I?
What debts?
Well, I owe rent, don't I? And I owe the bookie. Why the hell do you think I went thieving?
To pay a bookie, was it? To pay for this lousy dump?
Oh, let go of him, Dave. He isn't worth it. Yeah, there's some more of it in this drawer.
How much?
About 50.
Can I go, then?
You're going to the nick, mate. You're going to cough this one. You're going to cough every one you've ever done. I'm going to nail you down. There'll be no bail, no kind words. You're going to get the book.
Oh, for God's sake, why?
Because you're a bloody pest.
Hello, Mr. Brooke.
Hello, Susan. Well, we found the lad who hit you.
Did you get my money?
Some of it. Well, most of it. We counted it. £720.
Where's the rest?
It seems he had debts. That's why he came thieving. It's not the 1100, but it's more than I expected.
Thank you.
And we found your little grey box, but it isn't much use anymore. So this time, you'll put your money somewhere safe, where they can't get at it. Like in a bank.
Yes. Do you have the money?
No, we have to hold it until the case is over. It's evidence. When he goes to prison, it's given back to you.
He'll go to prison?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you for catching him.
I didn't go after him because he stole your money, miss. I went after him because he attacked you, because he hit you and left you unconscious, and because one day he might kill someone.
In that episode of Detective Inspector Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Roach, David Dacre, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Mrs. Kendall, Jessie Evans, Susan Graham, Victoria Plucknett, Tommy, Johnny Wade, Billy Sellers, Roy Holder. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men off watch.
And 01 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youth
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance of it.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr. With Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Time on their hands.
Sorry to call you in, mate. There's a night job on.
Something happened?
Yeah, CID from south of the river. Want to turn over a house on our ground. Someone has to be there with local knowledge.
Is it big?
Yeah.
When?
Well, they haven't got here yet. I'm keeping an eye on the governor's office. They're calling him first. Here, have you eaten?
No.
Well, then you better have something.
Right. What's that?
Hello, Jim. Waiting for 2 lads from Southwark. They want to turn over a drum.
You brought me in for that?
Yeah.
Dave, it was me night off.
Well, so?
Yo, I've been waiting for weeks to meet this girl. I just put up a round of drinks when I got the call. Urgent.
Look, if she fancies you, she'll wait.
Yeah.
Look, we're talking about food. Enough to keep us going till 6 a.m. Do you fancy pies, sandwiches, or do we go to the canteen for a meal?
Sandwiches.
Right, we'll go.
I will.
Yeah, right, get some sandwiches to eat now and some to take with us. Some coffee to drink and some in a flask for later. Got enough money?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. This girl. Was she so special?
Dave, I've been trying to get to know her for weeks. I had it all set up for me night off. Introductions, getting along fine, just putting the drinks on the table. Then this.
Well, it's always happening to coppers. It's what makes them so popular.
With respect, Sergeant, I could have screwed your neck.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah. Could these be our visiting Rozzers?
Yeah.
Do you know?
I know the sergeant. Do we join him?
No, they're going to report to the governor. He's busy, so he'll get rid of them and send them to me. Hey, tell me about the sergeant.
Oh, you got yourself a toughie for a house search. Detective Sergeant Morgan. They call him Morgan the Mighty. They say he could kick the lock off the main gate at Brixton.
Well, that I'd like to see.
He probably will. Here he comes.
Are you Sergeant Brooke?
Yeah.
I'm Sergeant Morgan. This is D.C. Davis.
Evening. Hi. This is D.C. Harrison.
Just the 2 of you?
No, there's another one. D.C. Maxton. How many are you?
4. The other 2 will meet us when it's been set up.
What's the job?
A house in Tilson Row, number 4.
How do you meet him?
You know him?
Yeah. Why him?
Information received.
Can I see the warrant?
It's all in order.
I have to see it.
Okay.
Thanks. House at 4 Tilson Row, after dark, to use force if necessary for the effect of such entry. You won't need force.
On this one it may be necessary.
To search for divers things to wit, property. What kind of property?
We'll know when we see it.
You're playing it close to the chest.
We're not spreading it around.
And if we don't find it?
Then we go to his other place.
Which is?
His pal in Merchant Street. If not one place, then the other.
You have a warrant for it?
Yes.
Can I see?
Proper pussy, aren't you? Here it is.
What order are we doing them?
Tilson Row first. I want your lads to see that it's bottled up. No one running out to carry the news.
Yeah, well, Tilson Row's a dead end. Finishes in an 8-foot brick wall, so there shouldn't be any trouble. What time are we going in?
When they're sleeping it off, like 2 in the morning.
Where will we meet?
It's your patch. You say.
Okay. Well, it's a quiet area, so we better meet 2 streets away. You got a map, Jim?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Well, we'll meet, here. Okay? At 1:45.
Okay. Until then. Sergeant.
They're going to be late.
What's the time?
It's gone 1:45.
Well, nobody said they must be knocked up, dead on the hour. Jim.
Yeah?
You know Paddy Meacham. Do you know the house?
I've been in it twice. The one you watch out for is his old lady, Meg.
Ah, here they come, pulling in behind us.
Open the door and let him in.
Are you ready?
You still taking number 2?
Sure. Now, what's the local setup?
Well, it's a small street, 4 houses on either side and a brick wall at the end. I've had a look, all quiet, no cars parked. It isn't the first time their house has been turned over and they're good at scattering. So we put DC Maxton in the street to field anyone running out, DC Harrison in their back garden, and you put a man behind the brick wall. Look, you can see it on this map. There.
Sure. Anything else?
Jim?
If his old woman comes to the door, she'll try to stall you by asking questions. Keep you arguing. Her tongue never stops. She's twice as wide as a house. You'll have to push past her.
What are we looking for?
At this stage, I can tell you. Here, have a look at this. Genuine Swiss jobs. Retail at £220. And our friend Meacham has 3,000 of them.
Maybe we'll hear him ticking.
Where'd you get this one?
Picked up a bloke on our own ground. He had 3 of them as samples. When he heard the real value of them, he decided to make a deal with us. The stuff is at Meacham's, all in boxes.
How much was he placing them at?
80 quid a throw.
3,000? That's, Max?
That's £240,000.
Should keep him off the dole for a while?
Yeah. Well, this gold watch says it's 5 to 2. Do we start?
Okay, we'll get the lads in position, and then we knock on the door.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Right. Come on.
Who is it?
It's the priest. Open up.
Who did you say?
The priest. Open up.
Go to hell.
I said open up.
And I said go to hell.
Yeah, stand back.
Now look what you've done, you stupid
Out of my way, Ma.
Hey! Hey, this is my house, mister. You don't push me out of the way.
Where's Paddy?
Who?
Do you have to ask who? I'm talking about your old man, Paddy.
Oh, him.
Oh, yeah, him. Where is he?
If it's him this trouble's about, you're wasting your time. He isn't here.
Where is he?
He's wasting your time, Morgan.
Yeah.
Get into the bedroom, see who's there.
No one here. It's empty.
Ma, where's Mick?
Who?
Your son, Mick.
He was never here. He's sleeping at his auntie's.
We got Mick, Sergeant. Caught him climbing a fence.
We'll keep hold of him. Any sign of the old man?
No, he's the only one who slipped out. I checked with Max and the 2 other DCs.
So, he was never here. You're an old windbag. Now sit down and shut up.
I'll have none of your lip for a start. If it's Paddy you're looking for, he isn't here, so get out.
Ma, will you sit down and shut up? We think Paddy left something behind. We're going to have a look for it. Well, all right, lads. Don't just stand there. Start looking.
Do you have authority? Does he have the authority?
Yes, Ma, he has a warrant.
Then ask Mickey to run over to his Auntie Molly and get her to come here.
Mickey is running nowhere.
In the absence of me husband, I demand to have me sister here.
You are here and your 3 boys are here. That's enough. Now sit down.
No.
Now, come on, lads. Keep at it. Oh, you have some very dirty cupboards, missus.
If you told me you were coming, I'd have cleaned them. Oh, what are you looking for?
The crown jewels.
Well, you should have come last week. We had them on the mantelpiece. Hey! You can't look in there.
Why not?
Because it's personal. That's why. Now get out of there.
Well, what's personal about it?
They're mine.
It's only some underwear, Ma. These days the shops are full of stuff like this.
This isn't a shop window, so keep your dirty hands out of there.
All right. You emptied. Now, can I have the key to this drawer?
No, you can't.
The key, or I'll break it open.
Now, are you satisfied?
Brooke, how you doing?
Nothing. And you?
No. Shall we start again?
If you think you're going to go all the way through this...
Ma! If it takes until morning, we're going to find what we came for. Sergeant Brooke, you take the bedroom. The DCs will take the other. I'll take the kitchen. I want them done inch by inch. Mattress, furniture, floorboards, everything.
Well?
Nothing.
How about going to the other place?
Yeah, we better. Ma!
Yeah?
I'm leaving the 2 detective constables to go on looking, and I'm going out for a few minutes, but I'll be back again. And while I'm gone, you give the 2 lads all the help you can.
Yeah, I'll do that. Is it all right if I make myself a cup of tea?
Yeah, I'm sure they'd like a cup.
It's not for them, it's for me.
Yeah, well, I'll be back.
Oh, great.
Who do we take?
I'm taking my 2, Harrison and Maxton.
Well, shouldn't they be...
Doesn't matter who runs out now. If Meacham does come back, your lads can go.
Right. You know the other place?
Yeah, a small block of flats with a front and back entrance. So we go in the front and back and meet at his door.
You lead, we'll follow.
Right. Flat number 6. This is it. You ready?
Yep. He'll be asleep. Keep your finger on it.
Well, wouldn't you at 4 in the morning?
Yeah. Maybe a scarper, too.
Hold it. There's someone coming.
Who's that?
Open up and get a surprise.
It's the police, isn't it?
Are you James Keller?
Come in. No, you awakened me. I'm not quite straight yet. Who are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Morgan. This is Detective Sergeant Brooke. Is Patrick Meacham in this flat?
No, and what you're looking for isn't here either.
How do you know what we're looking for?
It's watches, isn't it? Well, Paddy isn't here, and they aren't here, and they've never been here.
We'll have a look for ourselves. I have 2 DCs waiting outside. Can I ask them to come in?
Do you have a warrant?
Yes.
Then ask them in.
All right, lads, come in.
And wipe your feet.
Start looking, boys.
And do be careful with my ornaments. They're very valuable, you know.
Mr. Keller.
Yes?
You were expecting us to come here.
No, but it was no surprise. Not after you lifted that lad. Tony, isn't it? Tony something.
What about this Tony something?
Picked him up yesterday, didn't you? Paddy reckoned he'd never stay quiet, and not with that kind of gear in his pocket and him only doing a favour. Why should he keep quiet? And sure to tell you he came here, and then I sent him on. But the stuff was never here.
Then why did he come here?
Because Paddy is very free at giving this address to his friends, it being a cut above Tilton Row. But when people come here asking for Paddy, I send them straight on. I take it you've been there.
What makes you think that?
Well, 4 in the morning's a bit late to start turning over a place. So I take it you went there first and found nothing. Would you like a cup of coffee?
Yes, I'm sure we'd all like some coffee. Mr. Keller, you seem to know a lot about it. What we're after, and that they're not at the other house.
Do you take sugar?
Yes.
And your friends?
Yes, you were saying.
Knowing about the watches. It's hard not to know what Paddy's up to.
He tells you.
He was here last night, until about 11. Here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you.
Talking about lifting this Tony and wondering if he should move the stuff. Meg must have been laughing when you arrived, and everything just gone.
Where was he taking them?
He doesn't tell things like that. And don't get the wrong idea, Sergeant. I'm not involved in this in any way.
Like hell you're not. He gave this address. He came here to tell you he was moving them.
If I was involved, would I be talking to you? The fact is, I'm not involved.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
If you're not involved, why did he come here last night?
When he's worried, he likes to get away from his missus. You've seen her. Bossy, and her tongue never stops. So he comes here for a bit of quiet. Sometimes he tells me his problems. Oh, here come your friends. Coffee.
Yeah, thanks.
So, help yourself to sugar and cream. Biscuits in the tin. Thank you, I will.
So, Paddy tells you his problems.
Sometimes.
Like about the watches?
He was stuck with them. Did you know? Too pricey, he said. So he had to get this Tony to find a buyer with big money. But Tony got lifted, and Paddy's running all over the place. I told him...
Told him what?
Told him thieving doesn't pay. All it gets you is worry, like Paddy tonight.
He says Meacham moved the stuff tonight from the house before we got there.
Where's he moving them to, Mr. Keller?
I'm not involved.
Well, I can do you for just knowing about them.
Big deal. And what would you tell the court? I'm charging him with not coming running to the Nick every time Paddy Meacham has it off. If I did, I'd never be out here, Nick. It happens I'm just a friend. And he talks to me when he's worried.
I can summons you as a witness.
To what? That he told me he was thinking of moving them.
You saw them?
Never. All he did was talk. But when my bell rings at 4 next morning and somebody wants to play footsie, open and get a big surprise, well, it's no surprise. Did you find anything at his house? Did you?
Mr. Keller, does Paddy have a car or a van?
He borrows a van. I don't know from where. He's borrowing it tonight.
Then there's not much more we can do here.
Thanks for the coffee. We're going to message out about your friend Meacham and we may be back. So it won't be worth going to bed.
Make it before 10. I go to work at 10.
Good night, Mr. Keller.
Good night.
Well, what'd you make of him?
Well, there's no watches there, that's for sure. I don't think there ever were. This bloke he kept calling Tony something.
Tony Reese. He's the lad we nicked.
Well, he wasn't so useful after all. Somebody got the news to Meacham. And think of it. Right now he's driving around the town trying to find a place to hide. How much is it, Max?
£240,000 worth of gold watches.
A rich man with nowhere to go.
A man with time on his hands.
Yeah. In the end, you'll have to go home. And I'll be there, waiting. Are you coming?
No, it's almost morning. We'll leave you and go back to the station. If you need us, give us a call.
Right. Thanks for your help.
Good luck with it.
Back to the station?
No, look. Hold on a bit. Let him go.
They're off.
Those sandwiches we brought, who has them?
They're here.
All right, let's have one. I'm starving.
Must be the night air.
Yeah. Thanks.
Something on your mind, Dave?
What, you think there is?
I'm sure there is.
Yeah. Jim, did you spot anything in that flat?
No, except it's clean, neat, well furnished. I wouldn't mind having it myself.
So you can take this new bird there?
Oh, a chance I have of doing that. You know, Dave, I'm really browned off. Whole night full of hanging around, doing nothing. I could have been...
We all know what you could have been doing.
Well, at least we'd have all been in our beds.
Except Paddy Meacham, who is sculling around town looking for a hiding place.
Do you think he'll go home?
Not today.
You were asking about the flat?
Yeah. Did you notice something?
No. Except I had to be careful not to drop anything.
Some nice stuff. Good quality.
Most of it.
Who was that bent dealer you went to see?
The antiques man. Charlie Owen.
Well, there were one or two pieces in there that I feel... I mean, it's no more than that. I just feel that I've typed the description of. I'm going to take another look around.
He'll be in bed again.
He was wide awake. And I want a word with him. Come on. Let's go.
Who is it?
The police again.
Oh, it's you.
Can we come in?
Of course. Where's your friend?
He's gone to look for Paddy and the watches. Do you think he's doing right?
About what?
Looking for them in the streets.
If they weren't at Tilson Row, yes, he's doing right.
Good.
Is that what you came back for?
No, we came back because we like your coffee.
Would you like some now?
If it isn't too much trouble. And because we like your flat. There's much to be admired in it.
That's kind of you.
And much that has been admired by the original owners. By Charlie Owen, before he decided to nick them.
Who did you say?
Mr. Charles Owen, the well-known and bent antique dealer. And, of course, also admired by you, before he sold them to you.
What are you saying?
You heard me, Mr. Keller. I'm talking about the pretty ornaments, the bronze figures. You have such a fine collection. What do you think, Max?
Yes. I like this group of wild horses.
It's superb, isn't it? Something you want to tell me, Sergeant?
Yes. I suppose if it was just the odd group that looked familiar, it would be difficult to prove. But the trouble is, Mr. Keller, that 5 of these pieces, including the group of wild horses, came from the same well-known collection, vanished while the owner was on holiday. And I spent a night typing the descriptions. You brought them about a year ago. Am I right? And just to rub it in, photographs exist.
It would have to be you that comes into my flat.
I'll agree it's hard luck. Is there anything else in the flat that you brought from your light-fingered friends like Charlie Owen and Paddy Meacham? A gold wristwatch?
No. And what I said about that was true. I never saw the watches.
Pity. I would like to talk about them.
Would it help me having a talk about them?
It wouldn't do any harm.
I bought them all in good faith. You know that.
I'm not talking about the figures. I'm talking about Paddy Meacham.
Oh, Paddy?
Yes.
He only talked to me because he was worried.
He was worried about having £250,000?
Well, that was the trouble. He was told about this place where watches and other things were stored, and he thought if he could get his hands on a few that were worth £30 or £40, and he could sell easily for a tenner, he'd be all right. He went there and made away with a load of them. When he got home, he found they were all worth a mint.
What about that coffee?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
He found they were gold, selling at £200. Well, you couldn't sell them around the market for a tenner, and he couldn't go flogging them at the Hilton, so he was worried. Then he finds this Tony something who says he knows a few big dealers. Paddy gives him 3 as samples, but as soon as he starts showing them, the word gets out and he's nicked. So Paddy gets worried again and has to move them, which he did.
Any idea where he's taking them?
The state he was in, it's Waterloo Bridge and into the river with them.
That would be a pity.
Yeah. About these pieces of mine.
I can't make a deal, you know that.
They were bought in good faith.
Maybe, Mr. Keller. But citizens who know people like Paddy and Charlie Owen find it difficult to convince juries.
I only bought them because I liked them.
Did you get a receipt?
No.
Well, a good lawyer might make a case for you. And if you can help us with the watches, and if we didn't mention that you know all these bank characters...
Oh, your other friend has come back.
Or yours. Aren't you going to answer it?
Yeah.
Keller?
Yes?
I have a man down in the street.
I know. It's you?
Yes. It's late. Can I bring this in?
If you want to.
Good morning, Paddy.
Oh, my God.
Couldn't you find anyone else to take them?
Jimmy, what's happened?
Sorry, Paddy, but they're at your place as well.
I'll take the parcel, Paddy.
Yes.
Is this the lot?
No, the rest are down in the van.
Max, get them, will you?
Yes, Sergeant.
I wish I'd dumped them.
It would have been a pity.
That was the trouble. Not easy to throw away.
Do we have them all? 3,000?
-3. And that was the trouble. -3. What happens now?
Coffee?
Yes, I'm parched.
Here you are, Paddy.
Thanks. You went to my house?
Yeah.
How did Meg take it?
She's waiting for you to come back with the money.
Here they are. 2 more cartons. It's a lot.
Is he, Paddy?
Yes, that's the lot. You can have them.
Do you want me to tell Sergeant Morgan?
No, there's no hurry. We'll tell him after Paddy's had his coffee. And after he's been charged.
In that episode of Detective Inspector Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal. Detective Sergeant Morgan, Godfrey James. Meg, Norma Ronald. Keller, David Kelly. Paddy, Vast Anderson. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP Stapleton High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
for
Golf
lives.
1-1.
Assistance service.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks, Christopher Blake, and Maurice Colborne. Part 1 of a 2-part story, The Pin-Up Murder.
Anyone seen the duty book?
It's on the desk.
No, it's not here.
Well, then Murphy has it. What's the panic?
Trying to check something.
When you found it, come back, won't you?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Someone's nicked the duty book.
It was the chief. He carted it into his room. Do you think he's up to something?
Mr. Roach has his own little habits, don't ask me. Oh, have you got the late duty rota?
I'll get it for you.
Right. Max?
Yeah?
The chief's got the book, you'll have to wait. Well, what do we have going?
2 on bail, 5 cases awaiting trial, 3 in custody.
No, not these, complaints.
They're in our file. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, this the lot?
Yep.
Good. We'll have a blitz and get them cleared today.
Is there a reason?
The best of reasons. Judy's throwing a party tomorrow night. She's laying in a stock of drinks and inviting some pretty nurses.
What's the excuse?
Wait and see. You're invited, so's Jim. And if we clear this lot, we can have the evening free. And I want you both on your best behaviour. Show the girls that you're good lads to have around.
We'll be on good behaviour if you keep your eyes off the other nurses.
Why should I?
Judy would like to know you cared sometimes.
Are you thinking of moving in?
She's right for you, Dave. We'll show that you're the man of the year.
Yeah, well, before we get to that, get these cleared up. You take 2, Jim will take 2, I'll take these 3, and we'll give them a right going over.
Here's the rota, Dave.
Oh, thanks. Look, get these 2 cleared up today, and you've got an invitation to a party tomorrow night.
Oh? Where?
At Judy's. 2 pretty nurses each and a crate of booze. And all it'll cost you is a small contribution, like a £5.
There had to be a catch in it.
You don't expect her to get 3 big roses plastered on nurses' wages, do you?
I'll get these cleared up tonight.
That's the spirit. Go on, Max, get started.
Yeah, give me a minute. It's the idea room, Disney Maxton. Who? Yes, sir, I'll find him. Dave, Detective Chief Inspector Mannett for you.
Who?
You worked with him on the Jackie Thorne case.
Yes, I know that, but you said Chief Inspector.
Yeah, that's what he said. Must have been promoted.
Huh. Give it. Sergeant Brooke, is sir?
Chief Inspector Mannett. And it's Dave Brooke, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I want to see you. In half an hour. Be at the north end of Vauxhall
Sir?
Bridge. Yes?
Right now I've got a load of work on my desk.
Sergeant, I've spoken to your commander and I've spoken to your CI, and you are free as from now, and that is an order. Are you listening?
Yes, sir, I'm free.
Right. You'll be at the north end of Vauxhall Bridge at 3:30, standing on the pavement. I'll pick you up.
Yes, sir.
On your way out, you'll see the station officer. He knows about this. He'll issue you with a firearm. But keep quiet about it.
Yes, sir.
So get moving.
Max?
Yeah?
I have to go out for a while. Take over my 3 jobs, will you? See if you can fit them in.
Sure.
Hey, Carl!
Yeah? Brooke, is it? Yeah? Your cab, jump in.
What do you mean, my cab?
Sergeant, you're holding up the traffic. Mr. Mannett wants you. Jump in.
Sorry. I didn't expect him to send a taxi.
Does it have to be a real taxi?
One of ours?
Right.
Where are we going?
Just be patient, Sergeant. Mr. Mannett said to apologise for the cloak and dagger bit, but it's necessary in the circumstances.
There's a briefcase been left here.
Just leave it on the seat, Sergeant, and relax. End of the road, Sergeant. You get out here.
Here?
You take the briefcase with you, take the first turning on the left, bang the knocker on number 28, and try to look like you're there on business.
Thanks.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
It looks like a taxi, so you pay the driver, okay? Give me a quid and I'll give you 250s as change.
Sure.
There you go.
Come in, please.
Thanks.
This way. Mr. Mannett is waiting for you.
Come in, Sergeant. I'm glad they could spare you. I could do with a bit of solid help. Do you know the girl who showed you in?
No, sir.
Then let me introduce you. Detective Sergeant Catherine Ryan, Kate to her friends, Detective Sergeant Dave Brooke.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello.
Here's your briefcase, sir.
Oh, thanks. Some papers from the yard. Kate, will you take them next door and sort them out?
Yes, sir.
Well, you haven't asked what it's all about.
No, sir. What is it about?
The shooting at the Belmont Club. Have you been following it?
Well, everyone has, sir. It's all over the morning papers. You have 2 villains arrested and charged, and you've lost your principal witness. She's disappeared.
It's in all the papers.
Yes, sir.
Egg on our face.
That's what they say.
With pictures and all. Miss Cindy Carson. And what pictures? You've seen them?
It's not often the papers get a story like that, sir. Pretty blonde, shapely, a Soho stripper, and the only eyewitness to a gang killing.
In fact, there were other eyewitnesses, but she was the only one who admitted she saw it. She talked to the press, then she talked to us, then she saw the papers, saw what she'd said, and ran off screaming, "They'll kill me for this, they'll kill me."
And so they will, sir, if they find her. She left the running a bit late.
And what's your advice, Sergeant?
Find her before they do.
You'd like to do that?
Yes, sir.
And take a look in the bedroom.
But she's here.
You didn't think we'd let her disappear. She has disappeared from the press and television and from the villains who are looking for her. We performed the disappearing act. We whisked her away very quietly from the back streets of the East End and brought her to this rather select quiet house in the depths of Barnes. Not too far away, but far enough.
Well, I don't know, sir. Considering what she saw, they'll be looking for her everywhere. Her work can put 2 villains away for life. They'll be offering cash, bending ears, using pressure, and they have a very effective grapevine.
That's why you are here. It's your job to protect her.
Mine?
Why not? You're just a lad. You're not from the yard, nor any of the specialist squads they'll expect to be guarding her. You're not known to this lot. And if they did look in this area, they won't connect you. Second point, I'm told I can trust you. Only 3 people know we're here. She doesn't know, I know, and Sergeant Ryan, whom I trust implicitly, and you.
Yes, sir.
So if anyone gets a tip-off, press or villains, even a hint of where she is, I'll know where the axe should fall, won't I?
Can I see her, sir?
There's a doctor with her at the moment. With that kind of girl, you can't be too careful. He's checking that she's unharmed and that she is fit and well. Yes?
The doctor's leaving, sir.
Come in, Doctor. How is she?
Oh, she's fine. Couldn't be better.
Good.
She's very pretty, but she's as tough as they come. And she tells me she doesn't want to be here. She wants to be with her boyfriend.
That's not what she said when we found her this morning. She was running scared. She thought we were Tommy Mark's friends come to carve her up. She was glad to come here.
Yes, well, I'm sure she's in danger and she knows it. But you'll have to convince her that she's safe here. Look, I'll look in again. Bye, John.
Bye.
You said only 3 people knew.
I still say 3. Doctors do not hand their patients over to gangsters. And he isn't a police doctor, so he's not going away to make an official report. He's an old friend of mine, and he's a local doctor. The old lady who owns this house is his patient. She's gone away for a short stay at a very pleasant nursing home, quietly, so he can call here without the neighbours remarking on it. I know it's a delicate cover, but it's a good one.
And I have to convince his patient that she's safe.
You and Miss Ryan together. You know the rules about women and young police officers meeting in bedrooms. Always have Miss Ryan within call.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've some places to go and people to search for. If you want me, Miss Ryan has a phone number.
Jim, has Dave been back?
No. How far have you got?
Cleared up 2 and I can do a report on 1. Did he say where he was going?
No. You said it was Mannix, didn't you?
Yeah. He wanted him to go somewhere.
Mannix on that Belmont Club job.
The girl in all the papers?
Yeah.
But he was Regional Crime Squad.
Was. Not now. Ooh. That case had everything. Gangs, rackets, rip-offs.
And girls.
You seen the pictures?
And Dave will be looking for her. Do you think he'll remember his friends?
What I think is, he'll be away for some time.
Away tomorrow?
He'll leave the nurses for us. And it just might leave Judy for you.
Yeah, watch it.
Why? He hasn't put his name on her yet. And she fancies you.
Don't let him hear you say that.
Yeah, I'll promise. If I can borrow the typewriter.
All right.
Sergeant.
Dave. If we're to be members of the same sewing circle, it has to be Kate and Dave.
Okay. Dave. Have you seen this picture of her?
Yeah, I've seen them all. I prefer the one on page 3.
Yes. Sexy, isn't it?
She doesn't look so sexy now.
No. All she's showing is her nose over the tip of the blanket. She still thinks someone will come and slash her.
Well, they're her friends. She knows what they'll do.
And yet she was talking to the press like this and posing for all the photos.
Thought she was a bit of a star. What did happen at the club, Kate?
It was something that had been brewing for a while. Cindy again.
I'll see what she wants.
Mr. Manick's orders will both see what she wants.
What is it, Cindy?
What time is it?
It's about 10:30.
I heard a noise.
Where?
At the window.
Cindy, you're imagining these things.
Dave, check it.
Sure.
What did you hear, Cindy? A noise at the window. Dave will have a look round. Who is he? He's a friend. He's here to look after you, to see that no one comes for you. Why don't you find Ray? We're looking for him. He would help me. We'll find him.
There's nothing there.
I heard it.
All right, Cindy, maybe you heard something, but it wasn't your friends.
They aren't my friends.
Okay, they aren't your friends.
But they are looking for me. You have the buzzer, Cindy. Any noise you hear, just press it. And you think that'll stop them? Sergeant Brooke will stop them. Oh, if I'd have known it was a place like this, I wouldn't have come.
What did you expect, Cindy?
Right out in the country where they can't find me. That's what I expected. A big place, a strong place.
That's just where they'd look, isn't it? A big, strong place with police guards all around it. They'd never look at a place like this.
That's what you say. But it's not you they're after.
No. And it wasn't me who got my pictures in the papers, was it? And said I saw it all and would do my duty and give evidence?
I'm not giving evidence. I don't care what I said. I saw nothing. I know nothing. And I'm saying nothing. You can tell them that. Cindy, nothing will happen to you. And you can talk to Mr. Manick in the morning. Why don't you go away? All right. And close the door. You shouldn't have talked to her like that.
What about the photos and blabbing her mouth off?
Yes.
Well, in her world, Kate, that's how she's treated. She's a stripper. She's used by the mob. She expects men to smack her down. She's insecure.
Thank you, Dr. Freud.
What do you think will happen if her friends do catch up with her?
At the very least, she won't be a pin-up anymore.
She'll be found in a lay-by on the M1. And her next photo will be on a police poster. Information is required.
If that happens, your scalp will be hung from the ramparts of New Scotland Yard, put there by Mr. Manick himself. And it isn't if her friends catch up with her. It is when.
You think they will?
Security is never as good as they think.
Only 3 of us now.
I'm the commissioner, and 2 assistant commissioners, and a commander and their secretaries and their secretaries' boyfriends.
Will the real informant please stand up? I was asking you about what happened at the Belmont Club.
Oh, it's quite a story. Would you like some coffee? It's only instant, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, sure.
We have a very smart kitchen.
It's all very posh.
Just as well. We'll be here a long time.
You sure?
Remembered something?
Yeah, I was going to a party.
I hope it's a long time away.
Tomorrow night.
Something special?
Yeah. The girlfriend.
You have a good excuse. You're shacked up here with a stripper.
Thank you very much.
What will she do, this girlfriend?
She'll dance on my skull.
So will Tommy Mark's friends, when they find you. You have a great future, Dave. Well, cheer up. Here's your coffee. Sugar's on the table. You were asking what did happen at the Belmont Club.
Yeah.
What happened was the arrival of Tommy Mark and Ernie Devers, and it was all over in a few seconds.
Who's Tommy Mark?
He's one of the big organisers of the rip-off. He's in protection, prostitution, strip clubs, you name it.
Yeah.
He does very well out of it and owns 4 clubs of his own, 2 East End strip clubs, 2 drinking clubs, and has a personal bodyguard named Ernie Devers. But they're never content, are they?
You're right there.
On the other side of it, there was this Giovanni Angelo.
Oh, yes, that's the one the papers call Johnny Angel.
Yes. He was in a much smaller way of business, but it was better class. He had one strip club, it was in Soho, and did smart business. He also ran a protection racket in the West End, and he had this little afternoon drinking club, the Belmont. Tommy Mark had thoughts of stepping up in the world, Soho and the West End. He kept pressing Angelo to move over. Angelo kept saying no. Thursday afternoon, Mr. Mark and his bodyguard walked into Johnny's club. They say, "Time's up, Johnny." Bang, bang.
And what about Cindy?
Well, 3 of Johnny's strippers were having a free drink. He liked to have his girls around. Could have been the 3 wise monkeys. One of them had seen no evil. The second had heard no evil. But little Cindy was full of it and yacked her head off. First to the press and then to us.
Yeah, and on the strength of it, you arrested Tommy Mark and his helper.
Yeah, it was them all right. They were seen going in and seen coming out, and Johnny was dead on the floor. But it was good to have an eyewitness.
Until she realised what she'd said and ran for it.
Yes.
She sounds like a real dumbhead.
She is, but a very necessary one. If we can protect her, if you can protect her and show that nothing's going to happen to her, then other witnesses will come forward and make our case. The 2 other girls will come to us, and there was the 4th witness, the one we want, the barman at the club. He was one of Angelo's men, and he's scared for his life. If we can assure him, get him out of hiding...
We'll have Mark and Divas for the killing.
Oh, we're hoping for more than that. That we can dig deep and break up Angelo's protection racket and Mark's rip-off. And for that, we have to be nice to little Cindy. Protect her with our lives. Cindy, you have a look outside.
Right.
Yes, Cindy?
I heard it again.
Heard what?
The noise. Someone trying to open the window.
Dave's gone to have a look.
I want to get up.
I'll get your dressing gown.
I don't want a dressing gown. I want my clothes.
Why, Cindy?
Because I'm going out, that's why. I'm leaving.
Wait till Dave gets back. Here he comes. A noise at the window.
Well, the wind's risen a bit, that's all. We should get a shot over that window.
It's just all talk, isn't it? To try to get me to stay here. Well, I'm not staying. I'm going.
No.
You can't keep me here. I'm not a prisoner. I'm going to find Ray.
Do you know where he is?
I'll find him.
Who's Ray?
Her boyfriend, Ray Masters. He's a bouncer at the strip club. She thinks he'll protect her.
He will. He's the only one who can look after me. Give me my clothes. I want them now.
Give her her clothes.
What?
I said give her her clothes. And while you're dressing, Cindy, listen to me. Who does Ray Masters work for?
Mr. Angelo.
And where is Mr. Angelo?
He's dead.
And because of that, and because of you, 2 men are in prison and their friends are looking for you. But they can't find you. So who will they ask? Your friend Ray. And where will they find him? Standing outside a strip club in Soho.
He won't be there. Not tonight.
If he isn't there, they'll think he's with you. So they'll go looking for him. Not just 1 man, not 2 men, but a whole load of muscle. Do you think one bouncer can stand up against that?
You bastard!
You aren't dressing.
Oh, go to hell!
Would you like some coffee?
No!
We're looking for Ray. We'll find him for you.
You won't arrest him?
No, just find him for you.
But I'm not giving evidence. I'm not going into court. You'll tell them that?
Yes. Are you getting up?
No.
Well, good night. You really get up her nose, don't you?
She was given her clothes. She didn't leave. What more do you want?
If she'd insisted on leaving... I'll see who it is.
I'll be right behind you.
I think it's Mr. Mannock. It is. Evening, sir.
Evening, Kate. How's it going?
We've had a bit of trouble with Miss Carson.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
She wants to leave to find her boyfriend.
She thinks he can protect her?
Yes, sir. Do you think we can find him?
We already have. I want to talk to her. Is she awake?
Yes, sir.
Are you awake, Cindy?
Yes.
You've been giving some trouble.
I want to go out.
To find Ray?
Yes.
We found him.
Is he here?
Not yet.
You didn't find him. You're just saying that.
Cross my heart. He sent you this. He said you'd know it.
It's Ray's bracelet.
It says so on it. Ray Masters.
Is Ray... Did they... Is Ray dead?
No. But they found him. He's in hospital.
Did they hurt him?
Yes, but not half as much as they would have hurt you. He says you must be moved to a safe place, and he'll see you soon.
He'll see me?
When we've moved you, and then he'll see you. Now get dressed and call me when you're ready.
Her boyfriend said you should move her?
Well, he might have if his jaw wasn't broken and if he had some teeth.
Where did you find him?
Lying in the lane near the strip club, Orange Yard. You know it?
Yeah.
He's in St. George's. Both arms broken, a leg broken, and some expert damage done to his face. These lads are not fooling Dave. They want Cindy, and they're turning the town over to find her.
Has this place been leaked?
Yeah, there's talk of a house in Barnes.
But how?
Don't ask me, but I'm moving her fast. And if I say Ray said it, she'll go without trouble. Kate.
I'm going.
This is your taxi driver. Detective Sergeant Crossley, and of course you've met Dave Brooke.
You almost had me booked on Vauxhall Bridge, sir. Traffic offence. What's the job, sir?
Kate, see if she's dressed. Get her to hurry.
Yes, sir.
We're moving her.
Yes, sir.
You take her through the garden and out by the back gate. Sergeant Ryan will go with you. If there is anyone in sight, you're just a lad seeing two girls home. Where is your cab?
DC Brown is driving. It's cruising around. As soon as he spots me, he'll double back and meet us near the traffic lights. We'll hail him and away.
Sergeant Ryan knows where you're going.
Yes, sir.
All right, Kate, Cindy, get going.
Am I seeing Ray?
As soon as he's well enough. Right now, you're going where they won't find you. That's what you wanted.
Yes.
All right, off with you.
Bye, sir.
What now, sir?
Turn the light on, move about, make some coffee.
Yes, sir. How did the news get out? Masters?
No, he didn't know. If he had, he would have told them for sure. But he didn't know, so they messed him about.
Did he say who did it to him?
No, that he won't tell. Even if his jaw wasn't broken, he wouldn't tell.
The law of the underworld.
He's scared of what else they might do to him. What he has is just a sample. Who makes the coffee?
My turn, sir.
Kate's got you trained.
Yes, sir. Well, what happens now?
When the taxi's clear of the area, some of my men will move in and keep the house under observation. They won't move until I say so. We need more arrests, Dave. And we are the bait. Did you draw a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Well, we just wait until they arrive.
In that episode of Detective, Part 1 of the Pin-Up Murder, Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Mannock, Morris Colborne, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Kate Ryan, Liz Gebhardt, Cindy, Carol Hawkins, Doctor and Driver, David Strong. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zulu 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
for
Golf
lives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks, Christopher Blake, and Morris Colborne. Part 2 of a 2-part story, The Pin-Up Murder.
What time is it, Dave?
It's 3:20, sir.
You hear something?
No?
There's someone there. I can feel it. The hair's on my neck. Come with me. Move quietly, no lights, no sound. Somewhere over here. Hear it?
Yeah. They've come for Cindy.
When they find the room empty, they'll come this way.
Can you see them?
Yes, 2.
You know them?
I know one. Can't put a name to him. Wait till they come to us, and I want both of them, even if it means losing your teeth. Here they come. We're police officers.
Hell! No!
Lights. Now, let's see what we've got.
2 very unconscious villains.
How hard did you hit yours?
Hard enough.
Turn them over. You hit him all right.
I didn't want to lose my teeth, though.
Try the pockets. It's always nice to surprise them when they come round by knowing the names.
Oh, your one has a couple of membership cards in the name of F.J. Catling.
That's it, Frank Catling. That's fine. We're on our way. And the other?
A wallet with some cash in it.
Let's see it.
There's a ring of keys. Nothing with his name on it. A knife. Ooh, sharp as a scalpel.
To carve their names on her face. I'll have it. A sign of life. Morning, Frank. Did you sleep well?
God. Look at me.
You walked into a door.
I realise it. Who are you?
Chief Inspector Mannock. Remember?
Oh, Bennett.
No, Mannock. Your friend got it worse.
Yeah.
Wake his friend, Dave. Give him a shake.
Come on, wake up. That's it. Open your eyes.
All right. Playtime's over. Sit up and pay attention. Dave, help him. Bring him into the kitchen.
Go on.
You can eat the coffee.
Yes, sir.
All right, Frank, let's be having you. Your head's still sore.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Bit of burglar, Mr. Mannock. I mean, no, you'd go mad.
You've never done a bit of burglary in your life, Frank. You wouldn't know how. Who sent you?
Straight up, Mr. Mannock.
You don't carry a knife like this for burglary. Now, who sent you?
Get lost.
The coffee's ready.
Keep it there. We'll try his friend. Now, what's your name?
Taylor.
What kind of tailor? Bespoke tailor?
William Taylor.
And do we know you, William Taylor? Do you have a police record?
No.
I see. All right, Dave. Give them some coffee and I'll check on them. You have a middle name, Mr. Taylor?
No.
The yard. Give me CRO, please. CRO? Chief Inspector Mannock. A check on two persons. Frank Catling, he has a record. I just want his last conviction and his present associates. Second one, William Taylor. He says he has no form. He's about 38, 5'10", dark hair, thin face. And he's been doing a bit of breaking and entering. Here, wait.
Can I have a fag?
If you've got some of your own. Yeah, I'm still here. You think so? I'll put it to him. Mr. Taylor, my friends at Criminal Records have a file on a man of your age and appearance, and his name is William Thompson. Are you William Thompson?
No, sir. My name's Taylor.
They say this Thompson has a tattoo on his right wrist, his regimental crest. Will you roll up your sleeve? Dave, pull back his sleeve.
Yes, he's got a tattoo, sir. Royal Marines.
CRO? Yeah, it's Thompson. Thanks. Now listen, you two. Before you get any wrong ideas, this house is surrounded by members of the flying squad. You know why you've come here, so you know why we're here. Any trouble and you get what you gave Masters. Well, I now have what I need. Thompson, you're an ex-Marine, a tough man, and you've quite a record, carrying offensive weapons like this knife you brought here, and you're married to Ernie Deaver's sister, and that's the connection I was looking for. Frank's connection, I know. Friend of Tommy Mark. And he's been throwing his weight around in Blackheath and Soho these past 2 days, asking about Miss Cindy Carson. Someone discovered where she is, and you were sent here.
That's all talk, Mannock. We've got a brief. Who'll say different. Billy is a housebreaker.
And you were holding the ladder. Dave, use the radio.
Yeah.
Ask Crossley to come and collect them. What is he? Red 5?
Yes, sir. Red 2 to Red 5. Come here, please.
Red 5.
Red 5, will you come to number 28 and take into custody Frank Catling and William Thompson in connection with the Belmont shooting?
Understood. On our way.
Well, the records are interesting, sir. It's even better than we thought. How's this for a bit of knitting? Frank Catling is a close personal friend of Tommy Mark and is also on the board of his clubs. Frank Catling's brother is a manager of the clubs. So with Tommy Mark in jail, it would be the brother who sent Frank on our trail. But who tipped him off?
That we'll find out. First, you have to find Frank's brother. Shake him down. What I want is names. And I want keys that will open places.
Do you know this brother?
George, yes. But I've no trouble recognising him. He looks just like Frank. Not quite so heavy, not so aggressive. In fact, he's not such a bad lad. But they're look-alike, talk-alike brothers. Here's the address of the club. Go there this afternoon.
Well, it's Sunday.
Have you anything against Sunday?
No, sir.
It's a good day for keeping things quiet, and I want it kept that way. Can you get hold of someone you can trust?
Well, the DCU was with me on the Jackie Thorne job.
Maxton?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you'll do. You find him, and I'll go clear it with the commander.
Yes, sir.
So, you're still alive, Dave?
Yeah.
Why are we meeting here?
Because it's near where I was, and it's near where we're going. And you're with me for the rest of the day.
Look, Dave, Mr. Roach was asking...
Mr. Roach, you'll be getting a phone call. You're free.
Okay. Where are we going?
First to Judy's.
I thought you'd forgotten.
We're going to make our excuses.
Oh.
Get moving, come on.
Yeah, Jim Harrison is betting that you're on the Belmont shooting.
He'll win his bet.
Oh, wow. Hey, have they found the girl yet?
Not yet.
Have you seen her? I mean, in person.
Keep your mind on your work.
Sure. You said Judy's party was an anniversary. You saying what kind of anniversary?
Keep your eyes on the road.
Yes, Sergeant. Sounds like she's gone out.
She's in.
Then she's not pleased with you.
Yes, officer, and what can I do for you?
You could let me come in.
Should I, Max?
I think you should.
All right, you can come in. What's the excuse this time?
For what?
I've arranged a party for you, remember? I've been working my fingers to the bone and I haven't heard from you.
I've been busy, love.
You have a phone, haven't you?
This time it was a bit different.
How different? And keep your paws off the sandwiches.
Top-level stuff. We can't mention it.
I'm waiting.
All right, look, we're only here for a few minutes, love. I don't think we can make it.
Dave, what are you saying?
I'm saying I don't think we can make it tonight.
Because you've been busy? Don't you think I've been busy? Look, plate after plate of food, bottle after bottle of drink. I've arranged for pretty girls, I've written a place card, and I not only baked the cake, but I iced it and got the spelling right. Happy anniversary. The spelling is right, isn't it, Max?
It's perfect. Tell me, what is the anniversary?
It's the anniversary of the day, or rather the night, that Dave and I met. But I'm not the romantic one, Max. It was he who wanted the party. For the night we met, Judy, he said, we'll invite your friends and my friends, he said. And what is it you were saying, Dave Brooke?
I'm sorry, love, we can't make it. I mean, Judy, all this will keep. We can have it tomorrow.
Tomorrow is not the anniversary.
Judy, believe me, this really is an important case. I can't get out of it. There are no days off. It's the big one.
This stuff that's in all the Sundays, these pictures, that girl.
Yeah, something like that.
That's important, is it? Finding a Soho tart.
She's a stripper, she's not a tart.
You could fool me.
Oh, Max, come on, help me out.
What can I say? She's in all the papers, Dave, and she is hot stuff.
What do you mean, hot stuff?
Well, she is, isn't she? Legs right up to here.
Thanks, pal. In my days, we weren't even allowed to think about such things on a Sunday.
Oh, face up to it, Dave. Look, well, here's the People. Here's the Express. You do have to admit she's sexy.
Well, she isn't looking sexy now. She's scared. She keeps her head under the bedclothes and...
And what bedclothes was she keeping her head under, Mr. Brooke?
Look, Judy, that's not what I meant. I shouldn't be telling you, and you mustn't mention it to anyone.
Go on.
Well, we found her. She's scared for her life, and there's a policewoman looking after her, and not a word about it.
All right. Do you want a drink? We may as well drink it now. Max?
Please.
Mr. Brooke?
Yeah, I'll have a spot of whiskey, please. A very large spot.
And now perhaps we can hear what did happen to you.
Yeah, well, it's simple. If you'd done more than just look at the pictures in the papers, you'll have learned that a certain up-and-coming young villain, Johnny Angel, was shot dead in his own drinking club on Friday night. And a big-time villain, Tommy Mark, and his helper Ernie Devers have been charged with the killing. There were 4 eyewitnesses to the shooting, but 3 of them are too scared to talk. Which leaves us with Miss Cindy Carson.
And why was she the only one who blabbed?
Because she's a #1 bird brain. She's pretty. She was surrounded by press photographers and flash bulbs, and she thought she was a star. Then she realised what she'd done and what she'd said. She knew Tommy Mark's friends would be after her.
And they are. So she ran, hysterical, looking for somewhere to hide from them. We found her first and hid her. But the hiding place was leaked, and they came after her last night to show her what happens to girls who talk too much.
Are you looking at me?
No, and I wasn't looking at her either. Last night I was protecting her.
And what will you be doing tonight?
Judy, I'm sorry.
So am I. Dave Brooke, the party starts at 9. I will be waiting for you with a glass of champagne and open arms. The invitation extends until 10, when my open arms will be getting tired. If you're not here by 10, don't bother to come, and don't bother to come any other time.
Okay.
And don't get tangled in the bedclothes.
Bye.
Bye, Max.
Bye, Judy. Does she mean it?
Yeah.
When your work gets in the way of your life, Dave, is it worth it?
That's a daft question. Come on, let's get on with it.
What is it we're looking for?
A club called the Marlborough. Turn left at the next street. It's got an awning with a big M on it.
M for Tommy Mark?
Yeah, I suppose so. All his clubs begin with M. Marlborough, Mayflower.
It's about the stripper, is it?
Yeah. She was an eyewitness, but she may not be a very good witness unless we can get some support for her. By which I mean persuade some other witnesses to come forward.
It isn't a healthy pastime, is it? Being a witness against Mr. Mark?
No. And we won't get them unless we can show that we can protect Miss Cindy Carson. And to do that, we're calling on a lad named George Catling. He manages the clubs for Tommy Mark. And since Mark is languishing in Brixton, it's likely that George is in charge of his affairs. So we're going to push him around and see what falls off.
Just the two of us?
To start with. Try the next one on the right.
Is that it, Dave? Straight ahead, maroon-coloured awning with something on the side?
A big M, that's it. Pull up beside it. Right, look, wait here a minute. I'll go in first. Give me time to ask for Mr. Catling, time to find him. Then come wandering in to show him that I've got some support.
And leave the car here?
Does the neighbourhood frighten you?
Oh, frankly, yes.
Give me about 5 minutes.
You going somewhere, Squire?
I'm looking for George.
You mean Mr. Catling?
That's right, Mr. Catling.
Your friend?
Tell him I'm from his brother, Frank.
From Frank?
Yeah.
Wait here. This is the geezer, sir.
Thanks, Jeff. From Frank, did you say?
Yes.
Are you alone?
Yeah.
Well, what did he bring? A message?
Something he asked me to give you. In private.
This is private, my friend.
All right. Here it is.
This is a search warrant. Who are you?
I'm a police officer, and the man who is now behind me is my detective constable. So let's go into your office, Mr. Catling.
You can go to hell. You've no right in the world to come in here with that. This is a properly licensed club.
And you are the club manager, managing on behalf of the owner who is at present in jail. So is your brother Frank.
What?
Open the office, Mr. Catling.
No.
Max.
Certainly.
After you, sir. What's all this, George? You've been having a meeting?
No, and this is a private office.
I don't think you filled 4 ashtrays all by yourself, George, and drank out of 4 glasses, now did you?
Well, if you must know, there was a meeting. A properly convened and legal meeting. The owner of the club is not presently at liberty, and his directors met to see what should be done in his absence.
I'll bet. I'm trying to put the frighteners on Cindy Carson.
I know nothing about that.
Your brother Frank does. He's in the nick, George. Illegal entry, attempt to do grievous bodily harm, to intimidate a witness, to pervert the cause of justice. Take your choice. And let's have your keys.
Why?
It's a warrant to search. I want to open the safe.
Oh, I'll open it. There's nothing to hide. There you are.
Thank you.
I didn't catch your name.
Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Well, are you satisfied, Sergeant? There's nothing sinister in the safe. You can open all the drawers if you like. Use this key.
Mr. Manick is here.
Afternoon, George. Have my lads been annoying you?
Yes, they have, Mr. Manick. They're here under the mistaken belief that we've been doing something illegal.
No, George, under the belief that the place is owned by Tommy Mark. Anything in the safe, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Pity. Looks like you've been having a meeting of some kind, George.
I've explained all that to your sergeant.
Well, let's reconvene the meeting and you can explain it all to me. George, you take the chair. Dave, sit on the seat on his right. Max, you sit on his left. I'll sit opposite you, George. Now, what was on the agenda?
On the agenda was the fact that the proper chairman is at present in custody on a wrongful charge of shooting...
A charge of shooting a business rival, George. You're talking to people who know. He did shoot Johnny Angelo, so did his helper, your friend Ernie Devers. And there are witnesses. We have one of them. So you sent your brother Frank to silence her.
No!
Your brother Frank and William Thompson.
Thompson?
That's right. He came with his knife. And they were both here last night at this meeting.
No!
Where did they sit, George, when you planned to get her? Where I'm sitting? Where Sergeant Brooke is sitting?
Mr. Mannix, I know nothing about it. They were not here. I wasn't told anything about that.
But you knew that Tommy wanted her silenced.
Just frightened, Mr. Mannix. Not killed.
But you knew.
They don't tell me these things.
No, you never were a real villain, were you, George? Frank is, but not you.
No.
You run the clubs and keep them legal. But they were the cover for his other business.
They never discussed it in front of me. I just managed the clubs.
But you knew.
Yes.
Well, we're not interested in closing the clubs, George. When Tommy Mark is gone, they'll still be here.
You won't go down, Mr. Mannix. He's got scores of people who swear that he was here that night. You have one witness. In the end, she won't testify.
So? I need your help, George. I'm determined he will go down. And help won't be forgotten, George.
Can I speak to Willa?
There'd have to be a very good reason for my sergeant, my DC, to leave. You'd have to start giving now. Do you have an address they might go to?
I have an address for Thompson.
Is he married?
No, he lives by himself. Here it is. Not many people know it.
Sergeant, slip along there, see what you can find, while George and I have a talk.
Yes, sir. So this is Thompson's place. He's got it nicely fixed.
Do you know?
I knocked him cold this morning, otherwise we'd never met.
Yeah, there's a couple of cameras here, and a tape recorder.
No, we're not interested in them. We want books with names and with addresses or with figures. Something to tell us that he handles a lot of people or a lot of money. He wouldn't leave them lying around.
Maybe he wouldn't keep them here at all.
That's possible, but we are here, so we look around. Move wardrobes, lift carpets, find chipped floorboards, things like that.
Are you ready, then?
For what?
Move the wardrobe, lift the carpet.
Okay, let's do it. Take an end, will you?
And now the carpet. Hey, you're psychic.
What?
A piece of floorboard. It isn't chipped, but it's been turned.
Let's see. Yeah, it has been. You got a knife?
Yeah.
Let's have it. A few breaks, I'll give you another one. Right, here it comes. And what do we have?
Brown paper. A packet.
Yeah. More than one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems to be the lot. Hey, can you get your arm in there?
Yeah. There's one more. That makes 5.
Yeah, bring them over. Let's open them. Knife again, please. Yep, money. In bundles. 5s, 10s and 20s. Yours?
The same.
Open the others. How much would you say?
All used notes, mostly 10s and 20s. I'd say about £20,000 in each packet.
Makes £100,000. Who said crime doesn't pay? Do you realise, Max, that all this was hidden away, undeclared, untraceable, and they'll deny it was there?
Yeah.
I'm saying Thompson will deny it was here.
Meaning?
Would you like to be rich? Would you like to own your own nick? Belongs to a villain? Just part of his income from his rackets, his strip clubs? What would you do if it was yours, Max?
Me? 100,000? Yeah, for a start, I'd buy a carpet for the CID room. And I'd buy all the DCs a new raincoat.
That's one of the nice things about wealth. You can afford to be generous.
Are you joking?
Just dreaming.
Well, your dream is over. Here comes Mr. Mannock.
Well?
Yes, sir. Look what we found.
It's a rough guess how much.
100,000.
All right. Wrap them up again, carefully, and we'll take them back to George. I've left him thinking about some things. Well, George, have you thought about it?
Yes, Mr. Mannock. I'd have your word that the clubs aren't on your list.
Oh, should they be?
No, sir, you're right. Mr. Mark always let the clubs be run properly. Everything open and with proper accounts.
He had to.
Yes, I suppose he had. So, you wouldn't be after them? Closing them down?
Not if I can get him on things he has been doing, like protection and moving in on his rivals and killing Johnny Angelo.
He has people who swear that
There's people who will pay to swear. We know what kind of money's available. We've just lifted some of it. Sergeant Brooke, bring the stuff in, will you?
There you are, sir. 5 packets.
Would you like to count it, George?
No, Mr. Mannock. Can we go on talking alone?
Leave us for a moment, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We reckon there's about 100,000 here, George. What part of the take would that be? A month, 2 months, 3 months?
1 month.
From protection and strip clubs.
And prostitution and drugs.
Drugs?
Johnny Angelo was in drugs. It's what Mr. Mark wanted.
Now you see why I'm not interested in the clubs, George. When Mark is sent down, you can fall out of them.
I couldn't take over the clubs. It was none...
Go on, George.
What is it you need?
A genuine witness to back up the girl.
All right, I can give you some papers. With names, saying who pays, all the stuff you'd need.
I'll take them. Now, witnesses.
Can I make a deal about Frank?
No, Frank is a villain. You are not. Keep it like that, George. How about the witnesses?
Well, there's the bouncer, Jeff. Mr. Mark asked him to go with him to Belmont. He didn't, and Ernie Devers went instead. He'll swear to that.
I'll take him. But I need something better. Come on, George. You're clearing the way for yourself. You can do better than this.
I can give you an eyewitness. The barman who saw it.
Kearney?
That's right, Tim Kearney. He saw it all.
Where is he?
He's here, Mr. Mack. He was scared. He came straight to Mr. Mark to assure him he wouldn't give evidence. He asked Mr. Mark to look after him, to hide him. He's got a room here, tucked away. Is it a deal?
If the papers are genuine, if your bouncer will speak up, and if Kearney will do his bit, then your name need never be mentioned.
If Kearney speaks up for you, you will have to get him away somewhere.
Does he fancy Australia?
He fancies Canada. He asked Mr. Mark to send him there.
Okay. Get him.
Jeff, will you come a minute?
Yes, Mr. Catlin.
Bring Kearney in.
Bring him here.
Yes, Jeff, do as I say. Everything's going to work out.
Yes, Mr. Catlin.
Don't worry about Jeff. He'll do as I say. He wouldn't go to see Angela. He's got no stomach for that side of it. If you can show Tommy Mark up, it'll be good riddance.
Dave? Maxton?
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully. I'm taking the money to be locked in the commander's safe. And I want you to take a statement from 2 witnesses. You'll see them here, and George will help you if necessary. After that, you'll take the 2 witnesses into protective custody until we've sorted things out.
And Miss Carson?
You can tell her she isn't alone anymore.
And after that, sir?
After that, I think we may be seeing quite a lot of each other. Why not give me a ring?
I mean tonight, sir.
Oh, well, after that, you're free.
Thank you, sir.
She can't be out.
No, it's the noise in there. Try again.
Well, officer, what can I do for you?
I was told if I came before 10, there'd be open arms and a glass of champagne. It's only 9:30.
In which case, come in. You too, Matt. Your friends are here. Jim Harrison, Flynn, Murphy, and Mr. Roach.
Who invited him?
I did. He was looking for you.
Did I ever tell you how much...
No. But you can tell me now, Sergeant Brooke.
In that that episode of Detective, Part 2 of the pin-up murder, Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Mannock, Morris Colborne, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Frank and George Catling, Keith Buckley, Bill, John Hollis. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zero 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths fighting with knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3? Vehicle heading your direction. Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 1, A Dream of Riches.
CID, DC Harrison. Who is that? Yes, he's somewhere around. Will you hold on, please? Dave?
Yeah?
Phone.
Who is it?
Carson, about his scrap metal.
Him. Good morning, Mr. Carson. Sergeant Brooke here. What can I do for you? Yeah, we're still working on it. Yes, I know it was a valuable load, but I think you're nearer to the thieves than I am. No, I'm not suggesting anything. Okay, Mr. Carson, we'll take a look around together. This evening at 7? Fine.
You seeing him tonight?
Yeah, someone has to. He's getting mad. What's Max up to?
Typing a report.
Hang about. Busy?
Not much.
What are you working on?
Pieces of 8 and a trip to the Spanish Main.
Come again?
An old sea captain is advertising for adventurous young people to join him on a trip to the Caribbean. And one of the young people thinks it's a con.
Is it a con?
I don't know. Seems he's asking the young adventurers each to trust him with £900. But he doesn't mention money in his advertisement. You can read it.
Sea captain, owner of the schooner Sea Mist, planning to sail to the Caribbean, would like to meet young persons of an adventurous disposition with a view to joining him.
With promise of blue lagoons and dusky maidens frolicking in the sand, topless.
Oh, it's a thought, isn't it?
You could do a lot worse.
Sergeant Brooke! A voice from the real world. Coming, Mr. Roach. Yes, Mr. Roach.
Sit down. Have you spoken to DC Maxton?
Not yet, sir.
The commander has just told me that Sergeant Miller leaves us on Monday.
It's a bit quick, isn't it, sir?
Well, the commander has agreed it. A transfer to the yard. So we lose an experienced sergeant, and I lose my personal help. But if, what is it, Mary?
You're with the commander in 5 minutes, Mr. Roach.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Where were we?
We have a vacancy for a detective sergeant.
Now, I have a vacancy, Dave, for someone to work closely with me. And I want Maxton.
Harrison is top of the frame, sir.
Oh, on length of service, maybe.
On experience, sir.
Well, Maxton came top in the sergeant's exam.
Well, he's good at exams, but education doesn't catch villains.
Are you knocking him, or trying to keep me away from him?
No, sir. I won't stand in his way. But if you want someone to take Tommy Miller's place and work closely with you, Harrison...
Dave?
Yes, sir?
As a replacement for Tommy, as someone who can catch villains, how about you? It would be worth a try, wouldn't it? Keeping you close to me?
I'll talk to DC Maxton right away, sir.
That's better.
Max.
Yes?
I want a word with you.
Oh, half a sec. CID, Maxton here. Is it? We're on our way down. There was a sharp while you were with Mr. Roach, Dave. I booked out a car. It's waiting. Jim, we're ready.
Needs 3 of us, does it? What is it? A riot?
I'll tell you in the car. Jim.
Right.
Where are we off to?
Lorimer Crescent. Got the sheet, Jim?
Yeah, somewhere. Here it is. Passed on by uniform. Sounded like a domestic, but it wasn't. Mrs. Brown, householder at 54 Lorimer Crescent, says this morning 2 men forced their way into her house, held her prisoner, started breaking up the place. She's been in tears, hysterical. Like an earthquake has hit her house, she says, and she wants to know why.
And we have to tell her?
No, we have to talk to her, look at the place and find the 2 playboys.
And speed it up, Max.
Okay. You said you wanted a word, Dave?
It can wait. Let's do this one first. Mrs. Brown?
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am. I believe you've had some trouble.
Come in, please.
Thank you. Where was the trouble, ma'am?
All over the house, in every room. Come and I'll show you.
They did wreck the place, didn't they? Are all the rooms like this?
Upstairs is worse. Mr. Clark's room.
Mr. Clark?
He rents a couple of rooms from me. They asked for him, but he wasn't in.
When was this, Mrs. Brown?
About 10 o'clock this morning. I was in the kitchen when I heard the doorbell. 2 men were there. They asked for Mr. Clark. I said he wasn't in, and one of them took hold of my arm and pushed me inside. They asked where his room was and took me upstairs.
DC Harrison?
Yes, Sergeant.
Mrs. Brown, this is Detective Constable Harrison. He and his colleague, Detective Constable Maxton, will examine the damage in the downstairs room while you and I go up and look at Mr. Clark's room. Is that all right?
Yes.
Jim, you and Max have a good look around, but don't touch.
Yes, Sergeant.
This is Mr. Clark's sitting room, and his bedroom's through there.
Is the other room as bad as this?
They smashed them both up. You can see. Broke the furniture, tore up the carpets. Didn't leave anything that isn't ruined.
Do you know these men?
No.
Tell me how it happened, Mrs. Brown, right from the beginning. You opened the door. 2 strange men asked for Mr. Clark. You said he wasn't in.
And one of them grabbed my arm and pushed me into the hall. The other closed the door. They asked where Mr. Clark's room was.
And you brought them up here?
They dragged me up here. They were hurting me. They were big men, mean and vicious.
It's over now, Mrs. Brown. Don't get upset.
No.
They wanted Mr. Clark's room. Is this the room you took them to first?
Yes. And it made them angry. They said this isn't where he slept and went to the bedroom.
Let's look at it. This is even worse. They didn't do this for fun.
They were looking for something.
Yeah. Did they say what they were looking for?
No. They just went around breaking everything. And they asked about the girl.
The girl?
Mr. Clark's girlfriend, Miss Lewis. They asked if she lived here.
Does she?
No. Well, sometimes, not all the time.
These 2 men, how long were they here?
They didn't leave until 3 o'clock. They were here for 5 hours.
Yeah, it would take about that time. Did they let you move about?
No, they kept me with them. And when they left, they were very angry.
Did you see them leave?
Yes. They threatened me not to say anything and then just walked out.
Did they have a car?
There wasn't one outside the house.
Would you wait here a few minutes, Mrs. Brown? Max?
Yes?
What do you think of it?
Unbelievable. Do we know what they were looking for?
No.
Does she still say 2 men did all this?
Yeah. And it looks like they were experts.
I'll say.
They left about 3 o'clock, and she says they had no car parked outside, but it may have been stashed away somewhere else. Talk to the crowd, then knock on doors. Did anyone see 2 men leave the house? Did anyone see them get into a car? Can anyone identify them?
Right.
Jim?
Yes, Sergeant?
Go upstairs and talk to Mrs. Brown. Be gentle with her. It hasn't quite sunk in yet. Get a description of the 2 men and a blow-by-blow of the search. Which one did what? We don't know what Mr. Clark had or has that's worth all this wreckage. I want the background on Mr. Clark and on his girlfriend. What they do, what friends they have, the lot.
Yes, Sergeant.
And Max?
Yes?
If you turn up anything from the crowd, give Jim a hand. The lady might do some remembering if there are 2 of you prompting her. I'll get fingerprints on the way and check with the yard if any other pads have been turned over like this. And I'll see you back at the office.
Right.
Hello, Judy. Surprised?
Dave! How did you know I was here?
I'm a detective. Remember? I know everything.
Who told you?
A little bird in your ward. She said, Nurse Graham is across the road having coffee and donuts.
So, I have to buy you coffee?
I'll get it. Miss, one coffee. How are the donuts?
Not the best I've tasted. Not much good for the figure either. Anyway, why are you looking for me? Hey, you're not off, are you?
No, I'm not. Happens I was passing. The little Irish nurse said you were here. Chance to see you.
All right, you've seen me. But do we see each other this evening?
Have I ever stood you up?
Dave Brooke, how can you sit there and say that? I've been stood up more times than you've had pints of beer.
But not this time.
Oh, that's your coffee.
Oh, thank you, miss.
Which means that you have nothing more interesting to do.
There's lots more interesting things to do. I have a sea captain offering trips to the sun-drenched beaches of the Caribbean to any young person of an adventurous disposition. Might suit you, eh?
You should try me.
Let's both apply.
Is it genuine?
Who knows, it might be. Can I have one of your donuts?
Help yourself.
They're not the greatest, are they?
What else is interesting?
Mr. Carson is worried about a lorry load of lead he's lost. About 10,000 quid's worth. He's anxious to get it back.
Will he ever?
I doubt it. Scrap lead has very few distinguishing marks, except to the vicar from whose church roof it was nicked.
And that's all you're doing?
No. There's a nice, respectable lady who had visitors this morning. 2 large men walked in and wrecked her home, item by item, room by room.
Why?
We're looking for something.
That's a very rough way to look for something.
I think it's going to be a very rough case.
Oh, does that mean that you'll...
No. It's not likely to be sorted out today or tomorrow. Might not be sorted out at all. So, what time do I see you?
Well, I'll be home by 7.
Then we'll say 9?
We'll say 8.
Right, 8. And tell the owner of this place to do something about those rotten donuts.
DC Maxton? Yes, Mr. Root? Busy? I've just returned from an inquiry, sir. Spare me a moment, will you? Yes, sir. What was the inquiry? The house that was turned over, sir. Anything to it? It was very professional, sir. And a bit of a mystery. Why a house in a good class district should be turned over like that.
Yeah, there was a message from the yard about it. Take a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Where are we? For Sergeant Brooke from C11. They note his inquiry, but the answer at the moment is negative. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Good. Did Sergeant Brooke tell you I wanted to see you?
He said you wanted to talk to me, but this job came up.
How'd you get on with him?
Fine, sir. We get on very well together.
Yeah, I see you did very well in your promotional exam for sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very well indeed, lad. Do you feel like stretching your wings?
In what way, sir?
You know Sergeant Miller?
Yes, sir. He works with you.
Used to. He's being transferred to the yard with very good prospects. It leaves a vacancy. Would you like to fill it?
To work with you, sir?
Well, to work where I can keep an eye on your progress. Well, you might be in line for sergeant next time round. Are you ambitious?
Yes, sir.
What age are you?
24, sir. Soon be 25.
Good. Yeah, it's best to start on the promotion ladder when you're young. And a chance to make detective sergeant at 25 is young. It will be noticed. And there's no saying how high you might go with a start like that.
Thank you, sir. Do I talk to Sergeant Brooke about it?
No, just think it over. By yourself. Oh, I see Sergeant Brooke has come back. You'd better get on with your work.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Maxton.
Sir?
Ambition is not a bad thing.
No, sir.
You've been with the old man?
Yes.
Did he say anything?
He says there was a message for you from C11. They're interested in your inquiry, but the answer is negative. Mean anything?
Means it was a one-off job. Did you have any luck on the door-to-door?
Yes.
Then let's gather round and see what we know. Jim, let's have you.
Okay.
Right, we'll start with you, Max.
I haven't yet sorted my notes.
We'll take them as they come. Did anyone see the 2 men?
No one in the crowd saw them. They gathered after the first panda arrived. But I found 2 on the house-to-house who saw the car. Here we are. The woman living at number 14 says she returned from shopping at 11 this morning, and there was a strange car parked in front of her house. She doesn't know much about cars and could only tell me that it had 4 doors. It was coloured green and was rather dirty.
Where is number 14?
Same side, other end of the street. Now comes the next bit of luck. The lady at number 20 saw 2 men get into the car at about 3 o'clock. She says she took a good look at the men because they were both big men in expensive dark suits and they looked like foreigners.
Foreigners?
Cypriots, she thought, or Greeks.
Jim?
Mrs. Brown confirms they were big men, heavy, like wrestlers. She says they wore dark suits, white silk shirts and regimental ties.
Regimental ties could mean nothing at all. You can buy them in any street market, any regiment you fancy. Have you passed the descriptions of the yard?
Yep.
Did they have any thoughts?
About 60 contenders, they said. But they'll sort them out and send some faces.
OK. Now we figure out what they were looking for, right? What's first? How much do we know about our friend, Mr. Clark? Do we know his age?
A surprise. He's 22. A student at the local tech.
That is a surprise. What else?
Not much. At first, Mrs. Brown thought she knew all about him. A nice, quiet, studious lad who confided in her like she was his mother. But that turned out to be a load of bull, didn't it, Max?
She thought she knew, until we started asking.
6 weeks ago, she put an ad in the local newsagent's window. Clark turned up, a student from the local technical college looking for digs. A well-mannered, good-looking lad, and this was just the place for him. He seemed to be fond of the outdoor life. Well, he has the gear for it, backpack and all the rest.
And the girlfriend?
An attractive girl, Mrs. Brown said. She first appeared about a week after he'd taken the room. Her name is Anna Lewis. She's also a student at the local tech. She's about 19, says Mrs. Brown, and a really nice young girl.
Does she live with him?
Not all the time. Mrs. Brown describes them as two friendly, well-mannered young students and quiet about the house.
But not true, is it? All this quiet, well-mannered stuff.
It can't be.
Are they students?
Max is checking.
Does Mrs. Brown expect them to return?
Yes.
Do we think they'll come back? Jim?
No.
Max?
No.
Why not?
Well, just after 6 last night, there was a phone call for Mr. Clark. The phone's in the hall, and Mrs. Brown took it. She thinks the man wanted to meet Clark, but Clark wouldn't have it. Soon after the call, he came downstairs with his pack, and he and his girlfriend left.
Not running off?
That's favourite.
Why?
Because whoever made the call was sending 2 men to turn the place over.
Right. Which brings me to the sharp end of the case. What could they be hiding? A student of 22 and a girl of 19 that's worth wrecking a house to find? Or is it so important that a phone call can scare them and send them on the run? Any ideas?
No.
CID, Detective Sergeant Brooke. Yeah, we'll be there. Thanks a lot. That was C11. Photographs of some heavyweight villains are on their way. When they arrive, Max, you'll show them to Mrs. Brown. And while you're with her, ask her if her quiet, well-mannered boarder seemed to be well off, free with his money. Jim, you concentrate on our friend Clark and find him for me. Check all the techs and colleges in town and all the student organisations. Go on, start now.
Okay.
When do the photos arrive?
They're on their way.
Feel like a cuppa?
What time is it?
Just 6:30.
No, I haven't got time. I have Mr. Carson to see at 7. If you want me, I'll be in his local with the cream of the scrap trade.
And after that?
The usual number.
Judas?
You don't have to shout, eh?
Sorry.
I'll be there just long enough to have a quiet meal, and after that, I'll be here at my desk waiting for your report. Mr. Carson! Open up and be surprised.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Brooke. Come in. You're early, aren't you? 7 o'clock, you said?
Had a bit of time to spare. You don't mind, do you?
Why should I mind?
So, this is your office?
Yeah, but all the high finance is done. I just put the books away and lock up. You said you had your 2 best men on the case.
2 good detectives, Mr. Carson.
But getting nowhere.
Give them time. It's only been a week.
2 weeks.
Yeah, well, 2 weeks. But as soon as they try to sell the lead, we'll know.
Will you now?
You can bet on it.
Like betting on a 3-legged horse.
Now, Mr. Carson. Every man to his job.
And my job is selling scrap. It's a big loss, Mr. Brooke. I mean, who can afford to lose 10,000 quid?
It seems you can, judging by the way you keep all your stuff just lying about. I've had a look at your yard. A creaky old corrugated fence, a gate I could have kicked down, a padlock any kid around here could have off in a couple of minutes.
Nah, kids didn't do it, Mr. Brooke. Scrap lead is too heavy. It needed planning, that did.
Yeah, and it needed a lorry. And since your lock wasn't broken, it needed a key. Have you had a close look at your friends?
You are a very unsociable man, Mr. Brooke.
Well, it's because I'm a cop.
Would you like a drink here before we go?
No, I'll wait.
Which means we're going to the boozer.
Isn't that where you're taking me?
If you'll just get out, I'll lock the door. Yeah, that's it.
And who will that keep out?
Around here, they don't consider account books worth stealing.
But they steal everything else that's lying about.
You're not taking this seriously.
My heart bleeds for you.
And so it should. I pay my rates, you know.
Of course you do, Mr. Carson. And about tuppence of it goes to the police. And for your tuppence, you expect a cordon of us guarding your rusty old fence.
And I don't get it, do I?
No, but you get 3 detectives working on it and hoping for promotion. So let's go along to the pub and look at your mates.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Brown.
I wasn't much help.
There were 2 of the photos you thought might be like them.
No, not really like them.
If I get any others, I'll bring them along. Can we talk about Mr. Clark now? Have you heard from him?
No. He said he'd be away for 2 days.
The girl went with him?
Yes.
Do they often go away in the middle of the week?
It depends on what classes they have.
You still think they'll come back?
Yes.
When they went off, were they carrying anything?
Only what he usually took, his anorak and his rucksack. That's what the other policeman asked.
What other policeman?
The one who came after you'd gone. The inspector and the sergeant.
Policemen? Were they in uniform?
No, in plain clothes like you.
Did they give their names?
Inspector Stevens, he said. And I don't remember the sergeant's name.
Why did they come?
Well, to ask about Mr. Clark and Miss Lewis, about when they left and where they were going. But I don't know where they've gone.
Did they examine the house?
Every room, like Mr. Brooke did.
Find anything?
No. They asked if Mr. Clark received any letters. I told them he hadn't.
He had a phone call last night?
Yes, about 6 o'clock.
Did he get many phone calls?
That was the only one he ever had.
The only one?
Yes.
Were you surprised by it?
No, but he was. He came downstairs very slowly.
Was it from a man or a woman?
A man.
What did the man say to you, Mrs. Brown?
He asked if Mr. Clark was in. I said Mr. Clark had a visitor. Well, you see, Miss Lewis had just come in and I didn't know if he wanted a phone call.
Did you ask who was calling?
He said, just tell him it's a friend calling. A friend who's just found out where he's living. If I said that, he'd know who it was.
And he came downstairs very slowly?
He didn't want to talk to this man. He didn't say very much. He didn't want to meet. And hung up. I'm not being much help.
You're being very helpful, Mrs. Brown. Thank you.
"7453. Who is that?"
It's Max. Is that Judy?
"Yes, this is Judy."
Is Dave there?
"Hold on. It's Max. You hear?"
Let's have it. Yes, Max.
Sorry to bother you, Dave. There's something you should know. I took the photos to Mrs. Brown.
Did she recognise anyone?
No, but listen. Her house has been searched again. 2 lads came this evening. They said they were plainclothesmen. They arrived after we left and went over the place.
Did they find anything?
No.
2 coppers. Did they show warrant cards?
No. One said he was Inspector Stevens. Do we know a Detective Inspector Stevens who would be following in our footsteps?
No. I'll see you back at the office.
Okay.
What was that about?
The lady whose house was turned over has just had it turned over again, but gently this time. Someone wanting to know if the first lot had missed it.
Missed what?
Well, that, my love, is the million-dollar question. 2 students, lad of 22, girl of 19, have something that some very rough people want, and want in a hurry. Can you tell me what it is?
I prefer your old sea captain with his palm-fringed beaches and the trip to the Caribbean.
Why don't we pack all this in and just sail away?
Would you?
Sometimes I'm tempted.
Yes, until the next time the phone rings. Is Max waiting for you?
Max is waiting for promotion. There's a vacancy for a detective sergeant.
And Max will get it?
Mr. Roach fancies him for it.
But you don't?
I didn't say that.
But you think it?
Max is still to prove himself. Now, Jim Harrison, he's put in the time and has all the experience. If Jim got it, it would be good for the service, good for morale.
And you wouldn't lose Max?
Now, that's very naughty.
Don't forget your coffee.
Oh, tell.
I sometimes wonder why you don't make this your canteen. You're in and out often enough and fast enough. And you get more phone calls here than you do at the station.
I've been wondering, why don't I make it my home?
Say that again?
Make it my home.
Don't you remember?
Tell me.
Because you're waiting until you can afford it, until you're an inspector.
To get married? Yes, but I was thinking of something else.
We live together?
I'm fed up being on my own, Judy, and we don't manage to meet that often. When you're free, I'm busy. When I'm free, you're on duty. And when we do meet, I'm called out.
And that's the reason?
Yeah. I want to see you sometimes without interruptions. Like, when I'm called out, I'll be coming back.
You thought it all out?
Yeah.
Have you thought about me? What I'd like?
I'm asking you.
Someday when you're not being called out and when we have time together, we'll talk about it. Right now, I don't know. Why don't you just drink up your coffee?
There. Well, can we talk about it tomorrow?
If you like.
Night, love.
Night, Dave.
Well, Max, anything on those 2 coppers who called on Mrs. Brown? Have we had anything?
Hold it, Dave. They were genuine. Inspector Stevens is with Mr. Roach. He's waiting to see you. Ah, here he comes.
Sergeant Brooke?
Yes, Mr. Roach.
Sergeant Brooke, meet Detective Inspector Stevens. He's come from the yard with answers to your questions.
About the search at Laura McCrescent?
Yeah. I'll leave you to it.
Yes, Sergeant. That and some other matters.
I understand you've been to the house. Why, sir?
Like you, Sergeant, to marvel at the thoroughness of the search. Because what Clark and his girlfriend are hiding is worth an awful lot of money. And they've been carrying it around for 2 months. The first real lead we've had was the turning over of their flat and your report with the names.
You know them?
We've never actually caught up with them. 2 students on an educational trip abroad. A bit short of cash, so open for a spot of adventure, a spot of smuggling.
What did they have, sir?
Heroin.
They're into drugs.
We had a tip-off that a couple of students, a boy and his girl, would be coming to the country with a package of the real stuff. But they were a smart pair, and they gave us the slip. But in doing so, they also gave their contact the slip, and found themselves back in London, on their own, with the heroin.
Worth a fortune?
Worth several fortunes.
How much, sir?
Could be £500,000. So they became greedy. It isn't easy to give up £500,000.
No, sir.
So, soon after they got back to London, they disappeared from their digs in South London.
And turned up at Laura McCrescent with nice Mrs. Brown.
Where they were safe for a time, until their contact and the men who owned the heroin traced them, and called at Laura McCrescent and took it apart. So we had to move smartly. The drug ring is looking for them, and so are we. How near have you got to them?
Nowhere, sir. We just started.
Well, for their sake, let's hope we're the first to find them.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Mrs. Brown, Betty Alberge, Carson, Tony Cornter, Inspector Stevens, Nicholas Courtney. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Off watch. 201 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 2, 2 on the Run.
You're looking for someone?
Yeah, which one's Sergeant Brooke?
Who wants to know?
I do, so just point him out, lad.
He's over there at the duty book.
Right. Thanks. Sergeant Brooke?
Yeah?
I'm Kelly.
I was expecting you. Yeah, what can we do for you?
Is there somewhere we can have a quiet talk?
Here's the canteen. Max?
Yeah?
A visitor from the yard, Detective Sergeant Kelly. If you want me, I'll be in the canteen.
Right.
This is way. We can't offer you the comforts of the yard, but at least the coffee's hot. I bought you a pie.
Thanks. It's Dave Brooke, isn't it?
Yeah. And you?
Sam Kelly.
Welcome to the club, Sam. Help yourself to sugar.
Tar.
Your DI said you'd be coming. What are the odds?
About Laura McCrescent?
Yeah.
Thought you'd know.
Well, we showed the photographs around, but none of the witnesses could identify them.
No, not that. Forget the photos, Dave. We know the two comedians who turned over the flat, and we also know who sent them.
Oh, wait a minute. If you know them, why weren't their faces in the bunch?
Because it's not that kind of case. My governor had them taken out.
Why?
He didn't want nice ladies in Laura McCrescent identifying real-life villains. Wouldn't be safe for them.
So it was a waste of time?
A lot of things we do are a waste of time, Dave. Like eating this pie. Tastes like cardboard.
Everything nowadays tastes like cardboard.
Yeah. Anyway, get used to the fact that the two heavies who turned over that house, and the men who sent them, and the men behind it all are someone else's trouble. You and I, Dave, have been thrown together to look for Clark and his girlfriend. I've a photo of her. Got it the first dig she left. What do you think?
Bit of all right, isn't she?
Looks like Susan George.
Yeah. And Clark is bunking with her. Some blokes have all the luck.
Some blokes have an awful lot of loot. He has enough to make himself very rich. About $500,000.
Yeah?
And my bet is that she's going to stay very close to him. That she's the kind of girl who wants to get her full share of the cash.
You can tell all this from her picture?
No. I was told by her ex-boyfriend. He says she has very expensive tastes.
Can I have some copies of it?
I brought half a dozen for you. Don't let your girlfriend find them.
No.
6. Here you are.
This fortune they're hoping for, how did they come by it?
Did my governor tell you?
Not a lot. He mentioned a holiday trip and heroin and a tip-off and Clark being too smart for you.
Yeah, well, when you find them, I'll tell you the rest.
Is what they have really worth all this money?
You doubt it?
You hear so many stories about heroin, different prices.
Well, that's because there are different kinds, from Pakistan and Iran and so on. That stuff's for chasing the dragon.
To what?
For smoking, for inhaling.
Oh.
What they have is from the Far East, the Golden Triangle. This is the real stuff, for injecting. It's 90% pure. I don't know where they picked it up, but probably in Greece. In the trade, it's worth £100 a gram. So, a kilo, 1,000 grams, is worth
100,000 quid.
Yeah, that is their first option. You can get that on a bulk sale. For street sale to the addicts, it's adulterated 5 to 1. And 5 times 100,000.
$500,000. And that's what you think Clark is after?
That's what they're both after. That's why they're on the run. But out of the big money, unless they're very clever, they'll have dealers and pushers to pay.
Yeah, could still leave a lot.
They won't get any of it. All they'll get is grief.
Why?
Because, and it's a big because, it's no job for amateurs. As soon as they try to sell it, even in a small way, the word will get round the back alleys and the dives that there's a new source. The mob will be back on their trail. And when that happens, Clark will end up in the Thames, face down.
Like that?
For $500,000, it's got to be a rough game, Dave. So, how soon can we find Clark and his girl?
They don't want to be found.
They have to be.
Where do you fit in, Sam?
Well, you took the first shout, so you go at it in your own way. I'll go at it in my way. Maybe we'll meet in the middle.
On the river bank?
Could be.
Who is the liaison?
We are, you and I. We keep in touch. You can get a message to me on this extension and we'll meet and plan the moves. And here are some notes on what we know about them.
Yeah, thanks.
And thanks for the pie.
Well, next time we'll eat at the Ritz.
Yeah.
How is Sergeant Kelly?
Fine. Where's Jim?
He's checking out the students.
We can call him back. We have it all in Kelly's report. Where they met, where they were in digs, which college they went to, and when they first dropped out.
Yeah, I could tell you that. 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks? Ah, correct. How did you know?
It had to be when they moved to Mrs. Brown's. How long have they been on the run?
Seems all to have happened in the past 2 months. Educational trip abroad, a spot of smuggling, giving our blokes a slip.
Have we got a photograph of them?
Yeah, one of the girl. Yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah, a bit of all right, eh?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a night with her.
Well, forget it. This lady is up to her eyes in it. My information is that she's just as guilty as Clark is.
Yes, Sergeant.
Now, let's clear the decks for this one. What do we have on hand?
You're in court on Monday and you still have the paperwork to do.
Next?
There's Mr. Carson and his stolen lead.
Oh, is he still bothering us?
Yes.
You'll be lucky to get that back.
There's 5 shop breakings, the garage job, and the complaint about the sea captain, and then...
Look, hold it. We'll have to unload some of them. Is the old man in?
He's with the commander. Jim Harrison's just come back.
Yeah, about time. Any luck, Jim?
Yeah, I'm relying on Clark. In fact, I'm relying on both of them. They were in college in South London.
Yeah, we've got all that. Look.
Oh, how long have you had this?
She's got it from Kelly, but it's all here. They were students together in South London. We're in digs in Kennington. Goes all the way back to where they were born and when they were born, when they dropped out of college, plus a passport photo of Clark and a pin-up of her.
You could have let me know.
I'm letting you know now.
Well, it's not so clever, is it? This is history. Doesn't take us forward from Laura McCrescent.
Can you take it forward?
Yes.
Tell me.
I found a student who knows them. He saw Clark this morning.
Where?
Blackfriars, in a railway station.
Going away?
No, coming back from somewhere.
Was he carrying anything with him?
The student said he had a pack, was making for the underground station.
Hello?
Seemed to be.
What time?
About 8:30 this morning.
Dave, Mr. Roach is back.
Okay, read this stuff, Jim. I'll be with you in a couple of jiffs. Can you spare a minute, sir?
Oh, if it's brief.
I saw Sergeant Kelly today from the drug squad.
Yes, I do know about it.
It has your approval?
Yeah.
They want to lay their hands on this lad Clark rather smartly, sir. He has a quantity of heroin to sell.
And?
Jim Harrison has turned up a lead, but we already have a workload that's breaking our backs. Have a look, sir.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'll take the break-ins from you and this garage job. And DC Maxton.
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
Not Maxton, sir. I need him. I need all the help I can get.
Well, you've got Sergeant Kelly.
He's working on his own, sir. And we don't want the yard beating us on this one. Do we, sir?
Oh, well, all right. You're going to have him until this is sorted out.
Thank you, sir.
But no longer.
I'll tell him, sir.
Any joy?
I got rid of the break-ins, so now we can clear the decks. Jim?
Yes, Sarge.
Does that Kelly stuff help?
Not much.
Well, the photos should. Show them around. Try that underground station. Did he buy his ticket at the ticket office? I want to know where he went. Follow it through.
On my own?
Later, I'll give you a hand.
Okay.
Max, I want you after the girl. Says here she was born in Chiswick and went to school there. Try and trace some old school friends. Have any of them seen her lately?
And the backlog?
You take the old sea captain.
With his trips to the Caribbean?
It's a Kane. It won't take long. It gets it out of the way and it pleases Mr. Roach. And you want to please Mr. Roach.
Did you speak to him?
Yeah. And you stay on this case until it's sorted. So, you do the sea captain and get out after the girl. And then you give Jim a hand.
Yes, Sergeant.
Drayton?
Yes?
Remember me?
The Harrison, isn't it? You're the copper
who spoke to you this morning about James Clark.
Yeah. Did you find him?
No. I was wondering if you could give me a bit more help.
Like what?
A few more questions.
Well, I'm due in class in 10 minutes.
It won't take long. Have you spoken to any of the other students?
Wouldn't be much help. He dropped out.
Do you know why?
No. As I remember, he went on one of the student tours. Came back for a week, decided not to continue, dropped out.
Was he in trouble with his studies?
No way. Clark was smarter than most of them. But I think he was worried about his grant. Was always a bit short of cash, but then who isn't? Is he in trouble?
Not with me. Happens he can help with an inquiry. Do you know his girlfriend?
Anna Lewis. Yes, I know.
They went on holiday together.
Don't tell me you're shocked.
Let's say I'm envious.
Aren't we all?
Do you know where she is?
Well, some of the girls might know.
Who should I ask?
Well, you can take your pick. Now, it is time I was gone.
One more question.
Okay.
On a different matter. What's the drug scene in the college?
What, you mean pot?
Yeah.
Well, like anywhere else. Some smoke, some don't. But I don't. And Clark didn't. Is that what you're after?
And the hard drugs?
Well, now you're being a copper. I'm late for class.
Drayton, where is Anna Lewis?
Goodbye.
Anna? Is that you, Anna?
Yes, I'm here. Where are you?
Upstairs.
I had trouble finding you. It isn't the easiest place to get to.
It's what we need. It's quiet, it has a phone, and it's off the beaten track.
I brought you some food.
Thanks.
How did you get this place?
Belongs to a friend. He's away for a couple of weeks. Long before that, we'll be moving on. It's quite well stocked. Plenty of tins, and there's the fridge. Would you like some tea?
No, I don't feel like tea.
Why not? Where have you been?
Trying to find out what happened. I phoned Mrs. Brown. She's very worried about us.
Oh?
She says that after we left, 2 men came looking for you. When she told them you'd gone, they searched the house, broke up all her furniture, and threatened her. She was crying.
I'm sorry.
How could they come after you so soon?
It was a risk we took when I started selling. You knew that. But I fixed it.
How?
Not too difficult. When you know there's going to be danger, you first take a calculated risk. When you see the danger, you deal with it. Won't happen again. I've taken care of it.
No more trouble?
Not if we're both careful. What else happened at the house?
Mrs. Brown called the police, and the police are looking for you.
Did she say why?
They know that the two men were searching for something. They want to know what it is.
Do they know?
No.
You're wrong, Anna. Never underestimate the police. By now they will know, but they don't know where it is, or where I am. And from now on, we keep ahead of them. We'll be here for, say, 2 days, and then we move on.
They'll still be looking for you. They won't give up.
You think we should throw this stuff away?
Would you?
£500,000? We'd be mad. It's worth any amount of risk. We can sell it slowly, Anna. Even if it takes a year, we'll finish with a fortune. It's like money in the bank. Better, because we can deal with people who keep it secret.
The pusher didn't keep it secret. They came after you right away.
From now on, I can keep control. What else did you hear?
They're also looking for me.
Those two men?
No, the police. There was a policeman in Kennington asking if anyone had seen me, and there was another in Chiswick.
Why in Chiswick?
I used to live there.
They really are after you, aren't they? Where were they searching for me?
Only at college and your digs in Lambeth.
They must think you'll be the easiest to find. Some things we must do. You must keep away from here.
Why, James?
It won't be for long. We must find out what the police are doing. You can do that. I'll work out how you do it. And I'm sure you'll be good at it.
You seen Dave?
No. Have you got something for him?
Yeah. How long are you going to be with that typewriter?
A few minutes. What did you get?
A talk with a couple of students, a call at Clark's old digs, a talk with some people who used to know him.
Any luck?
Not much. How about you?
I've got a line on the girl, but right now I'm clearing up the backlog. Finished. You can have it.
Thanks.
Come in. 2 reports, sir. The theft at 5 Points Garage and the complaint about the sea captain.
Unloading them, are you?
Well, Sergeant Brooks...
That's all right. Just leave them on the desk.
Yes, sir. Sir?
Yeah?
I'd like you to read the report on the sea captain, sir. Yeah, I have him downstairs. I'd like you to see him.
Oh? Why?
Well, sir, I had a talk with him, and I've been on the phone to a repair yard in Devon. His ship Sea Mist is being held there against a payment of a repair bill. It's quite a bill, sir.
Go on.
The amount he's taking from his young adventurers will cover the repair bill, but it won't leave much for a trip to anywhere. If he pays the bill and sails off by himself...
He'll be hard to find, yeah. Yeah, all right, I'll see him.
Thank you, sir.
What was that about?
My sea captain.
How is he?
Right now he wishes he was on that palm-fringed island in the Caribbean. Instead he's waiting for Mr. Roach.
It was a con?
Yes.
Pity. It was a good story. Even had me interested.
The Dusky Maidens?
Yeah. Did you really get something on the girl?
Yes, in Chiswick. I talked to some neighbours who once knew her, and some girls who went to school with her. Lots of background, but no one's seen her. She's vanished. And you?
I followed up that underground trip. The ticket clerk remembered a lad with a pack. He was pretty sure he took a ticket to Mile End. I went to Mile End, but none of the staff there remembered seeing him.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
Hard to say. Mile End is a busy station. It's an interchange. When do you expect Dave back?
Oh, right now. Here he is.
All right, you lot. What have you got? Jim?
I just typed it out, Sergeant. The underground tip-off. I followed it as far as Mile End and lost out.
Mile End? Does that mean anything to us?
Takes him north of the river. Keeps him away from the people who know him. Lots of little back streets. Easy enough to hole up there.
Yeah, he'll be holed up, all right. North of the river?
It's only a guess.
I'm in the market for guesses.
Where did you go?
South of the river. To the digs where Kelly found that photo of her. Talked to her dear old landlady. Showed the photo around. A lot of people recognised it. A few of them knew her. Nice young girl, friendly, good company. Everyone liked her, but no one had seen her.
Dead lost?
No, not yet. I was very friendly, letting everyone know that I wanted to help her and wanted to see her. Putting out plenty of bait. There might be a bite.
Have you seen Kelly?
Seeing him later tonight. I want to hear that story of how they screwed it up and let this pair through.
Typical, isn't it? Give it to the yard, they drop right in it. But if we mess anything up...
yeah.
Ever thought what you could do if you suddenly found yourself filthy rich?
Buy your own nig. No, seriously, Sarge. No, seriously, Jim, there's work to do. Max, I want you back in Chiswick finding out all you can about the girl. Jim, all you can possibly learn about Clark. If we get to know them, we can figure out what they're likely to do. I'll go and see Kelly, and we'll meet here just after 10.
Your girlfriend won't mind us meeting here, will she?
No, of course she won't. You'll like her.
Hi, Dave.
Hello. I brought a friend to see you.
Hello.
How'd you do?
Don't just stand there.
After you, Sam.
Thanks.
Judy, this is Detective Sergeant Sam Kelly.
Oh.
Nice to meet you, Judy.
We're taking you out.
A pub, I suppose.
No, to dinner. You know, waiters and menus and things.
Really? What a surprise. Why didn't you warn me, Dave? I can't go looking like this.
Well, you look fine to me.
Well, I'll just go and put some lipstick on.
Right.
Give Sam a drink.
Well, we have scotch, vodka and beer. Take your choice.
Beer, please.
A can, do you?
That'd be fine.
Good. Saves on the washing up.
I'll have a vodka with lemon while you're there.
Right.
Nice girl, Dave. What's she do?
She's a nurse.
Oh.
Does casualty duty. Treats junkies when they're brought in.
What was that?
I said you treat junkies.
Doctors treat them. We just clear up the mess.
I know what you mean.
Sam's on a drug case at the moment. Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks. Drugs?
Yeah, heroin.
Oh, that's the worst.
A couple of students have just brought in a kilo of the stuff.
A kilo?
Yeah.
That's more than you'd find in a whole hospital, at least the one where I work, anyway. But why?
To make a lot of money for themselves.
Well, where did they get so much of it?
Unfortunately, it's just too easy. You just go abroad. You can be a businessman on a commercial trip, or you can be a student on an educational tour. All you need is a complete lack of morals and a desire for easy money. Do you want to hear the rest?
Yes.
All right. 2 students go on an educational tour. They're using the trip to make a bit of extra money. They've chosen the Middle East because they know that there are always some guides on these tours looking out for hard-up students who are prepared for a bit of adventure in return for a cheap holiday and a handful of pound notes.
Someone just asks them and they do it.
Yes.
Can't it be stopped?
Well, we try. In this case, we had a tip-off that a couple of students on an incoming flight were carrying the stuff.
So you were waiting for them?
Yeah, but the description we had wasn't much to go on. A slim, dark-haired bloke of 5'8", a girl of about 19, 5'6", and blonde. You can imagine what it was like when the tour arrived back at Heathrow. 60 students all milling about and at least half a dozen couples fitting the description. Not easy.
Why didn't you jump the half dozen and search them?
Well, it can't be done like that, Dave. When amateurs are carrying drugs, there's always a minder on the plane to keep an eye on them. And there's a contact waiting at the airport with a fast car. The minder points them out and the contact gives them a lift into town.
And on the way, he takes the goods and makes the payment.
Yes. Well, we want to get the minder and the contact as well. But if you move too fast, they're off like ferrets, and all you're left with are a couple of frightened students.
And now you're trying to find them?
Well, finding them isn't easy either. We started checking on the 60 students and found that 2 on the list were no longer at college. We went to their digs and found they'd skipped. And that seemed to be the end of the trail, until we saw Dave's report of a house being turned over and the names of our 2 students.
And now we're looking for them. And the men who own the heroin are looking for them. And if they find them first, Sam thinks our young people will end up in the Thames.
Or on a piece of wasteland.
I don't feel like eating out.
Why not?
Because it sickens me. I spend my life trying to help people. I spend part of my life trying to help these addicts. And you get people like this who spend their lives...
Try not to take it personally, Judy. We know how you feel. But you can't save the world by not eating dinner.
No.
So come on, look, cheer up. I tell you what, you can choose the restaurant. Wherever you want to go. And the bill's on Sam.
Thank you very much.
All right, Judy.
Yes. All right, Dave.
Anna?
Yes?
It's dark now. It's time you left.
Don't you want me to stay?
No. If the police are looking for you, it's best that you go.
But I want to stay...
No, listen to me. I want you to keep away from here until it's time to move on. And then we'll go together. I need 2 clear days, Anna, maybe 3, to sort things out.
Are you sure you know what you're doing, James? We're in big trouble.
Of course we're in trouble, but we expected that, didn't we? Are you frightened?
Yes.
Do you want to back out, then? Throw away the chance to make a fortune?
No!
Okay, then. Let me handle it and do as I say. Do you need any money?
Yes.
Here you are. Next time we meet, there'll be plenty more where that came from. Now phone me in the morning and tell me what's happening. It's time you left.
Why can't I stay?
Anna.
Sorry. Bye.
Bye.
Did you see Kelly?
Yeah, we had a bite to eat. Pretty good meal it was too. And I got the story of how they cocked it up.
Good, was it?
Yeah. A big search laid on at Heathrow, but they showed their hand. Everyone scattered, and Clark and his girl were left with the stuff.
How lucky can you get? $500,000 dropped in your lap.
If you know what to do with it.
And if the owners don't catch up with you again, next time it could be for real.
Dave?
Yeah?
We keep thinking that because they're students, they're like beginners, just learners. But if Clark is just learning, he's learning fast.
What's on your mind?
When he skipped from the digs in Lorimer Crescent, he left nothing behind. And I mean nothing. No photos, no clothing, no books, no scraps of paper, not even any rubbish. With a fast move, that isn't easy. Nothing was overlooked. It was just as if he'd planned it. If we're not careful, you know, he could outsmart the lot of us.
Do you think?
Yes.
So, we get after him from 3 sides. Jim after him, you after his girl. And I'll be waiting on the riverbank.
Would you like some tea?
Is the canteen still open?
Yeah, I'll get the key.
Okay, I'll have a cup.
Jim?
Tea and a sticky bun. Here, let me do it.
Oh, thanks. 3 teas and a sticky bun.
I think your friend Kelly's laying it on a bit.
About what?
All this found in the water wearing a cement overcoat.
Well, it has happened.
Doesn't sound real.
No. Anything else new tonight?
On the manor?
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing in the book. It's been quiet since you went out. Is it true about Max? In line for sergeant?
Yeah.
Can't be right. There's 4 in this CID with more experience and more commendations.
And you were top of the frame?
Yeah, but I didn't go to the right school, did I?
No, I don't think it's that. But you could speak to the old man.
Yeah, fat lot of good that'd do. What time is it?
We're just after 10.
When do we knock off?
When we've had tea.
I'll get it. CID? DC Harrison? Who is that? Okay then, who do you want? Oh, just hold on a minute, will you? Dave, I think it's for you. Someone wants to talk to the detective who was in Kennington today. Your bait could have caught a fish.
Just a minute. Sergeant Brooks speaking. Who's that?
Are you the detective who was in Kennington today?
Yes.
Asking for Anna Lewis?
Yes, I am. Do you know her?
Yes. I'd like to meet you.
Who is that?
This is Anna Lewis.
What do you want, Miss Lewis?
I must meet you. I need help.
All right, I'll meet you now.
I can't. It'll have to be in the morning.
All right, miss. Where?
I could meet you at Charing Cross. In the station at 9 o'clock.
Will your friend James Clark be with you?
No, he can't. Please be there.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Detective Sergeant Kelly, John Judd, James Clark, Gary Cady, Anna Lewis, Emily Morgan, Drayton, Stephen Garlick. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men. Zulu 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance of it.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 3. A meeting with Anna.
Sergeant Brooks speaking. Who is that?
Are you the detective who was in Kennington today?
Yes.
Asking for Anna Lewis?
Yes, I am. Do you know her?
Yes. I'd like to meet you.
Who is that?
This is Anna Lewis.
What do you want, Miss Lewis?
I must meet you. I need help.
I can meet you now.
I can't. It has to be morning.
All right, where?
I could meet you at Charing Cross, in the station at 9 o'clock.
Will your friend Clark be there?
No, he can't. Please be there.
Who was it?
Says she's Anna Lewis. Wants to meet me in the morning.
Oh, that's better than you thought. Do I come with you?
Yeah. Put us both in the duty book for 9 a.m.
Meeting Miss Anna Lewis.
No, meeting a contact. I don't know if it's Anna Lewis until I see her. You stay out of sight, and I'll give you the sign if I want you to follow her.
Right.
Miss Lewis?
Yes.
Detective Sergeant Brooke. You phoned me last night.
Oh, yes. Is there somewhere we can go?
I have a car outside.
No.
We can go to the hotel?
Yes, please.
It's quiet in here. Will this do?
Thank you.
Would you like coffee?
Yes, please.
Waiter?
Yes, sir.
A pot of coffee for 2, please.
Certainly, sir.
And now, Miss Lewis.
First, please, can I see your identity card?
Yes, of course, miss. I know you have to be careful. My warrant card, photograph, have a good look, and my name.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I promised I'd make sure.
Promised your friend Clark?
Yes. We're both in trouble, Mr. Brooke. But of course you know that.
You asked for my help.
How much do you know about us?
I know you're in trouble, miss, in 2 ways. You're wanted by our drug squad on a very serious charge, and you're wanted by the men you were supposed to be helping. You've cheated on both sides. And if you want my help, you'll have to be honest with me.
Yes, I know.
So where is Clark?
I can't tell you.
That's a fine start.
No, please, you must let me explain. He can't come to see you. He's in hiding because these men are looking for him. I want him to come to you, but he doesn't know what you'll do. Well, if you can promise him help, I'll tell him.
And then?
He'll talk to you.
Let's get one thing straight, Miss Lewis. It's your friend Clark who's in trouble, not me. I don't have to make promises.
I told him that, but he's stubborn. He wants to know what will happen if he offers to cooperate.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Before we do the honours, I'd like some answers.
All right.
I just want yes or no. You brought heroin into this country?
Yes.
A kilo of it?
Yes.
Who has it?
James.
Will he hand it over to me?
Yes, that is... He will hand it over if he can, but it isn't easy.
Why not?
These men are looking for him. He thinks they're still after him.
The answer to that is simple. You tell me where he's hiding, and I'll go and bring him out, safely.
He won't let me tell you.
Until he has a promise?
Yes.
Will you have coffee?
Please.
You can tell him that I can't promise anything. I have to ask permission, which means I have to show some results. So you'll have to tell me the story. How do you take it?
White and sugar.
White and sugar. Right, there you are.
Thank you.
Now, tell me how it started.
From the beginning?
Yes. Where did you go?
It was a package tour. Greece and a bit of the Middle East.
What happened?
One of the guides on a sightseeing trip approached us. He knew we were a bit short of money, and he asked if James would take something back to London for him.
What sort of thing?
He didn't say.
Where was it?
In Iran, I think.
In Iran, you think? Look, do me a favour, Miss Lewis. You're talking to a copper. I spend my days talking to people who have broken the law, and I know when they're lying. You are lying. You know precisely where it happened, and you know what you were bringing.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried that, but I thought if I admitted we knew, you couldn't help us.
If you go on like this, I won't help you. Now let's get back to the guide. What was his name?
I don't know.
Where did he contact you?
A place in Greece called Patras.
Go on.
He asked if we would take something back to London. We would be paid, and we would also get some money to spend in Greece, but he didn't say what it was. Please believe me.
Maybe he didn't, but somebody else did.
Yes.
And then?
He said that on the day before we came home, we should go to a cafe. It was a small one on the docks, and we had to be there in the morning. We had to ask the patron if we could leave our packs there while we went sightseeing. We were to wait until evening before coming back for them.
And when you came back, what had happened?
Nothing. Our packs hadn't been touched.
But?
At the hostel, James examined them. You'd never have noticed, but someone had sewn full sides into them. It was packed very carefully in there.
In both packs?
Yes.
And after that?
The guide was with us all the time, watching us. And he was with us on the plane, so there was no trouble. When we got through customs, he was going to introduce us to a friend who would drive us into London.
And he would take the packs and pay you?
Yes.
How much?
£500.
Each?
No, just 500.
And when you got to Heathrow?
We were really scared. Word was going round that the police were looking for someone. Students were getting rid of all sorts of things. There was a lot of panic, and somehow we were just pushed through customs. We thought it was a trick. It wasn't. There was no one to meet us.
When did you decide to keep the heroin?
We didn't. Well, I didn't. I wanted to throw it away, but James said they would get in touch with us. They still had to pay us, and we needed the money.
Go on.
We waited a week, then James ripped open the canvas. It was in packets. He weighed it. It was more than a kilo, so he asked around the college what was paid for it, and worked out that what he had was worth about £500,000. £500
and 500,000 are quite different horses. Did he think he could sell the stuff himself?
Yes.
And has he sold any of it?
No.
Will you tell me where he is?
Please, I can't, not yet.
I could arrest you, miss, and take you in for questioning.
If he thinks I'm arrested, you won't see him again.
I can't give you a promise on my own. I have to speak to others. You understand that?
Yes.
Can we meet again today?
I can meet you here at 7 o'clock.
All right.
You're back?
Yeah.
Sergeant Kelly's been on. He knows you were meeting the girl, and he's not too pleased. He's on his way.
Oh.
But was it the girl?
Yeah, but she was on her own. We need Clark.
Can I help?
You can keep your fingers crossed. Jim Harrison is tailing her.
Ah, here comes Sergeant Kelly.
Hello, Sam.
You've got the bloody front to stand there smiling at me.
Why not?
Like you haven't been holding out on me?
Me?
Like meeting a certain girl at Charing Cross?
Oh, that. I didn't want to bother you until I knew it was the right one.
And it was?
Yeah. Do you fancy a drink?
Okay.
We could go to the Raven. Here we are. 2 pints.
So, now, about the girl.
Yeah, well, it started with a phone call late last night. Girl said she was Anna Lewis and wanted to meet me. I didn't know if it was genuine. Had to check it out.
When?
This morning. It was her. It seems that Clark is holed up somewhere in town, afraid of the heavies. He's getting a bit edgy and will be interested in an offer.
You made an offer?
We're considering that now, aren't we? You and I. In deep conference.
You let her go?
Well, you said you wanted everyone. Clark, the drugs, the heavies, the minder, the contact, and the men behind them.
Yeah, like a daisy chain.
So I let her go. But one of my lads is tailing her.
If she slips in?
I'll meet her again tonight, with her answer.
What did she tell you?
That they were approached in Greece. Did you know?
No.
In a town called Patras. It was by one of the local guys working on the tour. She says at first they didn't know what it was, just something easily hidden. In London, they will be met and paid.
Have they met any of the men at this end of the deal?
She says no. She says Clark waited a week to be contacted, and while he waited, he checked what he'd smuggled, learnt its value, and decided to keep it.
Has he tried to sell any of it?
No.
What about her?
She says she was against keeping it.
Was this before the men caught up with them or after?
Oh, I don't know.
She hasn't been quite honest with you, Dave. First point. She tells you they didn't know what they were bringing home.
Our information is that they did know. Second, she tells you that they hadn't tried to sell the stuff. We know they have tried. It's how the heavies traced them. Third point, she says he's scared and wants out the trap. Well, all she has to do is stay where he is and we'll fetch him. Well, why doesn't she?
So, we don't make a deal with her?
No, I didn't say that. We want Clark and we want the junk. And we want the men who are after him. If possible, we want it all the way back to the start. And first, we want a word with Clark. So, you'll take me to see her.
A new face could frighten her off.
You'll tell her I'm the man who can make the promises.
Can you?
It depends what he wants.
He doesn't want to be jailed.
Well, I have to see my governor. He'll see the commander, who'll see his assistant commissioner, and we'll be given the words to say to her.
And if Harrison has found where he's hiding?
Well, then we go there and pull him out. Meantime, I see my governor and meet you at...
7 o'clock, Charing Cross.
Okay.
Maxton. Yes, Mr. Roach?
Are you busy?
Just typing a message for Sergeant Brooke from DC Harrison.
I've got a job for you.
But Sergeant Brooke...
Yeah, leave the message on his desk. I want you to help a uniform lad.
Of course, sir.
He's brought in a young punk on a mugging charge and there's a bit of trouble. Young thief, named Jenkins. Do you know him?
Edward William Jenkins.
Yeah, that's him.
What's he been up to?
Well, that's for you to find out. Think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Here's his file. I've added a piece of our own. Read it carefully. Go downstairs, see P.C. Anderson. He'll tell you what's needed. And let me know how you make out. I'd like to see it done well.
Yes, sir. P.C. Anderson?
Yes?
About Jenkins.
Oh, yes, thanks. Will you come this way, please?
All right.
You're Maxton, aren't you? I'm told you've had this lad in before.
Twice.
It's my first time, and he's a real load of trouble. You know, acts tough, gives nothing but lip, knows his rights. I'm getting nowhere.
What happened?
11 o'clock last night, a mugging. Two of them attacked an old fellow in Winston Lane. It's a shortcut from a car park.
Yeah, I know it.
Well, they took a wallet with £20, some loose change and a wristwatch. And because he had nothing else of value, they started on him. Then someone appeared at the end of the lane and the two punks ran off. The old fellow was taken to hospital. He's a Mr. Pearson. He's in a pretty bad state.
The two lads got clean away?
That's right. I saw the old fellow in hospital and he said it was two lads about 18 or 19. He couldn't give much description, but said he would recognise them if he saw them. So I took some photos round and he picked out Jenkins.
He was quite certain?
No hesitation. And he said that when they started kicking him, he'd taken a right good swing and landed him on the eye. But he was sure he'd given him a shiner.
He picked out only one of them?
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, I went looking for Jenkins and found him in Miller Street this morning. And he had a black eye. I brought him in. When we searched him, he had 10 £1 notes in his pocket. Clean ones. Mr. Pearson says he's 21 you.
Then what's the trouble?
Well, Jenkins is all mouth, and he knows his rights, as I said. He says the money is his, that he got the black eye in a scrap with a pal, and I can get stuffed.
When can you put him in a lineup?
Well, not until the old fellow is well enough. It could be a week. By that time, Jenkins will have a dozen alibis and will walk away. He's really getting up my nose.
Yeah, I know the feeling. All right, let's have a try at him. Jenkins always acts big until you niggle him about his height. This time you just sit quietly and write down everything he says. And don't answer him.
Yeah, okay. He's in here.
All right, Jenkins.
Hi, you've sent for help. It's a plainclothes job now, is it?
Yes, Jenkins, it's a plainclothes job. Does it make you feel better?
I was getting bored with your mate.
Easily bored, aren't you? Let's see if we can change that. This, Jenkins, is your file.
That's just a load of rubbish.
I'm glad we agree. Now stand up.
What?
Stand up.
Why should I?
When I say stand up, you stand up.
What's all this about?
Against the wall.
Why?
I want to check your height. What would you say, Constable? 5'2"?
His record says he's 5'4".
Oh, I think that's being generous. Do you wear built-up shoes, Jenkins?
Of course not.
Yeah, you should try them.
Look, what the hell are you on about?
I'm on about you. You come in here throwing your weight about and behaving like a big villain, and you're just a 5'0" creep. Now sit down and listen to me. Sit down.
Look, mate, I don't have to sit down. I don't have to listen to anything. I'm not interested. I come here voluntary. I was stopped in the street and just come here to know what the cop was on about. I can walk out of here any time. Walk straight out.
I'll stop acting like you're Ronnie Biggs. According to your file, you are 19 and you have been thieving since you were 10. You were 6 times before the juvenile courts, twice on probation. 2 spells at Borstal. 3 times you absconded and each time you returned to thieving. Does thieving make you feel big?
What's all this about being big?
Since Borstal, you've been done twice for housebreaking. And now you've taken to hiding in lanes and mugging old ladies.
I don't mug old ladies.
Old ladies and old men. Where were you at 11 o'clock last night?
I don't have to answer that. I'm saying nothing.
I'm waiting. You must know where you were.
I was out with a mate.
We know you were. Which mate?
None of your business.
Is that because you were in Winston Lane kicking an old man?
We weren't anywhere near Winston Lane.
Then where did you get that black eye?
The what?
Mr. Pearson gave it to you when you started kicking him, didn't he?
Balls, an old man never gave me this.
Your mate gave it to you, did he?
Yeah, that's right. We were larking about.
In Winston Lane?
We were never in Winston Lane.
Then where were you?
I'm saying nothing. You can't make me answer.
What about the £10?
What £10?
These £10. Where did you get them?
Well, they're mine.
10 new notes. Did your mate have the other 10?
What mate? What are you talking about?
A minute ago you had a mate. He gave you that black eye.
We were nowhere near Winston Lane.
Then tell me who he is.
I'm saying nothing. I'm giving no one away.
That's not what Ken Easton will think, is it? When you've been stupid enough to get a black eye last night.
Why is he writing all this down?
So we can read it out in court and let your neighbours know what a sneaky little villain you are.
You can't read stuff like that in court.
No. But now we're going to bring Easton in. We'll leave a PC to look after you.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
I didn't give Easton away.
Do you want to tell us something?
Oh, no. Get stuffed. I've got nothing to say.
Well, what do you think?
Well, you knocked all the lip out of him. It's a thing I can't do. I can't keep at them.
I had a good teacher.
Do you think it's Easton?
Try him. He won't know that he's supposed to have given Jenkins that eye, so you have him in a tangle for a start. And if you need any help...
Thanks.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, where have you been?
Lending a hand downstairs. There's a message for you from Jim. He phoned in at 2 o'clock.
Any luck?
Well, he had no trouble following the girl. When she left you, she nipped down Charing Cross Underground, took the tube to Kennington Oval, made a phone call from the station, presumably to Clark. It lasted 5 minutes. Then she walked back to her old digs. She's still there.
What does Jim think?
Says he's sure Clark is north of the river at Mile End, and she's south of the river at Kennington. So never the twain shall meet except by telephone. Yeah, it's a dead loss. Are you seeing her again?
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
Will you want me?
I want you somewhere in the background because we'll try to pull Clark tonight. Jim will tail her back to the meeting so you can catch up with him there. And you should both have personal radios.
I'll get them.
And if he is at Mile End...
Oh, it was only a guess. He could have gone anywhere.
I'm not asking for proof. I'm open to guesses. I tell you what, sign for a car and go for a cruise around there. Just nosy around, quiet and tactful. You've got a description of him and a photo. What station covers Mile End? Bow Road or Limehouse?
Bow Road.
You could leave a copy of his photo at the nick there, ask the patrols if they'll keep an eye open, you never know, and be back at Charing Cross in the station at 7.
Yes, sir.
Dave?
Yes, Mr. Roach.
Are you using Max?
Yes, sir, he's going on observation.
The drugs case?
Yeah.
Any movement there?
We expect a result.
Good. I've been wrapping up your garage job. We might have an arrest this evening. Will Maxton be free?
He'll be busy till about 10, sir.
Fine. Yeah, this one's a pull back the bedclothes job. But there may be some violence. You wouldn't like to help?
No, not tonight, sir. But I'm sure Max will be delighted.
You'll tell him?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Dave. He did a good job today interrogating Jenkins.
I'll tell him.
No, I'm telling you. You trained him well.
Thank you, sir.
She here? Can you see her?
Yeah, she's just arriving. Over there. The blonde with the white sweater and the living bra.
Nice.
Evening, Miss Lewis.
Who is this?
This is a friend, the officer who can make the promises. I told you I'd have to speak to someone else. Detective Sergeant Kelly. Okay?
Yes.
Where do we go? The hotel again?
Please.
This do?
Yes, thank you.
Have you seen Clark?
No, but I phoned him. I told him what you said.
And what did he say?
He still wants to know what you can promise him.
Will you have coffee or something stronger?
Coffee, please.
Sam?
I'll stick with coffee.
Waiter?
Yes, sir.
Coffee for 3.
Certainly, sir.
Can you make him a promise?
Ask Sergeant Kelly.
Depends what he thinks we can do. I'm told he doesn't want to go to jail.
Yes.
Well, it isn't something we can promise, unless the returns are really big. See, love, it's a question of trading. This for that and that for this. We don't give big promises to small returns.
What would you want?
First, we want the heroin. All of it.
You would hand over all of it.
But just so we don't get off on the wrong foot, miss, we know that he sold some of it, so he can't deliver it all, can he?
No.
Your coffee, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, now will you tell me how much has been sold?
Not much. A few grams, that's all.
Made up in packets?
Yes.
He knows how to do that. Come on, miss, we're trading. You have to show me what I'm buying or I leave you.
Yes, he knows. He went to Soho to the cafes. He met a boy who uses it, and through him he met a man who sells it.
He met a pusher?
Yes, and James made up 4 packets for him to test. The pusher said it was good stuff, said he could handle it, and asked for 10 more.
For how much?
I don't know. Anyhow, the pusher must have told his friends. The next thing was a phone call to Lorimer Crescent, and you know the rest.
Do you know what kind of trouble you're in?
Yes.
Look, tell us where he is and we'll go now and save his skin.
I can't.
Why not?
I promised him.
But this isn't a game, Miss Lewis.
I promised I'd phone him.
All right, phone him. Tell him we want all the heroin. Anything missing accounted for. The pusher to talk to because he's certainly in touch with the men we want. And the guide who acted as your minder. And we want to talk with Clark. Look, I can arrest you now. When I arrest your friend Clark, you may both go to jail for what you've done. If you want to help us, this is the time. Go and phone him. Now.
All right.
Do you have change for the phone?
Yes.
And you know where it is?
Yes.
What do you think, Dave?
I think you're a bit rough.
Well, she's playing a game. I don't know what it is, but she is not telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Well, she's scared, and she doesn't trust you.
Any more coffee?
Wouldn't you like a scotch?
I'll stick with coffee until we've got Clark.
Do you think we'll get him?
I have a feeling something's going to happen.
Yeah, almost a cup.
Has it occurred to you she might push off?
No chance. I've got 2 lads downstairs. You said that if we take Clark with the drugs, he's yours.
Yeah. I say goodbye to you and carry him off.
And me?
Well, you can have the 2 comedians who turned over Mrs. Brown's house.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Here comes your favourite sweater girl.
Does she look happy?
No, I think something's happened.
Did you get him?
Yes.
What did he say?
I think he's in trouble. Can you help him?
He asked us to help.
No, I'm asking you. Please.
All right, miss. Just tell us what it is.
He thinks they found him. He's seen it from the window, a car in the street.
When?
About an hour ago. He saw the car and the 2 men were talking to the neighbours. And they talked to men standing at the corner. He says they looked up at the house and just before I phoned, another car came with 2 more men. Please. This is serious.
Have they gone near the house?
No, he thinks they're waiting until the street is quiet. Please, can you go there now?
Do we ask for backup?
Why? You have 2 men downstairs. That makes us 2 sergeants, 2 DCs and 2 cars. You take the DCs and I'll hold on to Miss Lewis. All right, where do we go?
I'll take you there.
We're not playing follow my leader. You tell me now or we don't move.
It's off the Mile End Road, Minter Street.
In a house? In a cellar? Where?
Oh, in a house. Will you hurry?
Let's go.
Where are we going, Dave?
It's Minter Street.
Right.
Clark's holed up in a house. There are 4 heavies in the street watching it and wait until the street's quiet.
What's the plan?
Kelly and I go for Clark. You and Max tell the heavies to push off.
Oh, thanks a lot. Who gets the girl?
Kelly. The Yard gets all the perks.
Well, couldn't we lay claim to her? She came to you, Sarge, so she's ours.
It doesn't work like that.
How much further?
Just keep your eye on Kelly.
Yeah, he's stopping. This must be it.
Not many cars parked. Which ones do we take care of?
Just get out and keep your eyes open. Anyone wants trouble, oblige him. The street's quiet enough. Is this the house?
Yeah.
Do we bust in or what?
Come on, Miss Lewis.
The door's open.
Give him a call.
James! We're here! It's all right. It's Anna! We're here!
Are you sure this is the house?
Yes, I was here yesterday. It's Anna!
Upstairs, maybe. Clark, we're coming up.
What does it remind you of?
Lorimer Crescent. Someone's turned it over.
Yeah, the same heavy hand.
Sergeant?
What is it?
I've checked with the neighbours. There were some men in the street asking about his house. They left half an hour ago and took a young lad with them.
Did anyone try to stop it?
They say it wasn't their business. Do we tell the girl?
Yes.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Detective Sergeant Kelly, John Judd, Anna Lewis, Emily Morgan, P.C. Anderson, Stephen Garlick, Jenkins, David Milner. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zulu 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 4, Contract to Kill.
Sergeant Brooke!
Yes, Mr. Roach?
Here's spare a minute.
Of course, sir.
Come in, close the door. Sit down.
How did it go last night?
Not too well. We did everything the drug squad asked. We traced the girl. We made contact with the lad. He offered to give himself up. But he waited too late, and the heavies caught up with him.
The wages of sin.
His death. I hope not, sir. But if they do to him what they did to his room, you're right.
So?
It's over to the yard. How did your one go?
Oh, smoothly. We made the arrest at 2 a.m. Fast asleep, a shake on the shoulder, you're nicked. When it was all over, we found a handgun in his wardrobe.
A gun? But it wasn't an arm job.
It seems it should have been. Maxton found the gun. He's a good lad.
Yes, sir.
So now you lose him.
If you say so, sir.
You've given him a good grounding, Dave, but it's time we saw the other side of detection. To you, this manor is just full of villains.
Some very dangerous villains. I can show you the file.
I don't disagree. What I'm saying, Dave, is that there are other ways of looking at this manor. And there are other ways of being a detective. Not all criminals have form. Not all criminals are in our files. These ones have to be found too. And there are ways of doing that.
Sherlock Holmes and his magnifying glass? Or are we favouring Miss Agatha Christie, sir?
Don't be lippy, Sergeant.
No, sir.
What I'm saying is that DC Maxton should be allowed to see other methods that might be better suited to his own background.
Before becoming Detective Sergeant Maxton?
Oh, that is the idea, yes.
I still think you should try Harrison.
I respect your advice, Dave, but I'll try Maxton first. Ask him to come and see me. Oh, and here are your crime complaints for the day.
Thank you, sir. Is Max around?
Eh? Oh, he's just gone out.
If you see him, tell him I want him.
Yes, Sarge. And your tea's getting cold.
Oh, tell him.
Lady Dennery is dead.
You what?
In the paper here. Lady Dennery.
Oh, the nice old lady who lost her tomfoolery.
That's right. Widow of Sir Arthur Dennery. Dead. Natural causes. Nothing dramatic. She was 83. Left £95,000.
Would have left a lot more if that bloke hadn't nicked the family heirlooms.
He's inside again, isn't he?
Yeah. Tommy Miller sent him down.
What's happened to Tommy?
Transferred to the Sweeney.
I wouldn't mind that. Just loafing around all day, keeping observation.
That's right. 3 weeks keeping obbo and 10 minutes having your ghoulies kicked in.
That'd do him a world of good.
Yeah. Because of him, we lose Max.
No kidding.
The old man's taking him as a replacement to spread his wings.
Does that mean he's in line for sergeant?
Correct.
That's a bit unfair, isn't it? There's 3 of us ahead of him.
Life is unfair. It's because promotion is not just by length of service.
Well, it is by experience. And by your record.
And by pass marks in the sergeant's exam, and Max is very good at his exams. He's a bright boy.
Then why don't you tell him? He's back.
Oh, yeah. Max?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Roach would like to see you.
Thanks. Have you seen
Right away now. Chop, chop.
Okay.
And he's top of the frame?
At the moment, yeah.
Come in. Oh, it's you, lad. Are you free now?
Yes, sir.
I've got a job for you. Sign for a car, I'll meet you downstairs. Have you been watching the crime complaints?
Yes, sir.
House break-ins on the north of the manor. What would you say about them?
Too many of them stay on our books.
Yes, that's what I think. And when they stay on the books, they look bad on the crime returns. And it's the Chief Inspector's job to worry about crime returns.
Yes, sir. It also means that someone's getting away with it.
Yes. And we're going to see a lad who knows who is getting away with it. Called Ronald Blake. Know of him?
No, sir.
No, he hasn't had much form. But my information is that he knows more than his prayers. We're going to have a talk with him, get the feel of it, and take a quiet look round his flat.
Do you have the warrant, sir?
There are times when a kind word has more strength than a search warrant. Anyhow, we're going there to set a little trap. Be sitting there with teacups when his friends turn up. Mannering Road. Do you know it?
Yes, sir. It's second on our right.
He's a bit allergic to police officers, and has a nasty habit of slipping out the back window. So you will go into the back garden, and I'll go to the front door. If he tries to step out the back, you'll nail him. If he's still in the room, I'll call you up. You can park there. Ronald? Are you in?
Who is it?
A friend. Will you open, please?
It's you.
Yes, Ron. Who did you think it was?
You said a friend.
A friendly visit. Can I come in?
Yeah. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, that's not a nice welcome, Ronald. Anyhow, if you had skipped, you'd have been nicked in the garden. Does this window open?
It's a bit stiff.
Constable Maxton, you can come in.
You brought a friend?
I thought it would be company.
We going down the station?
No, Ronald, we're staying here.
No, I'll come down the station. I was going up west anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. But we'd rather stay here.
Well, is it something you're looking for?
Or it's more like someone we're looking for. Someone who can help us on our way.
Oh, yeah? And what way's that, Mr. Roach?
Come in. Let me introduce Detective Constable Maxton. This is Ronald Blake. You won't know each other because he has been leading a rather blameless life since before you joined the force, Max. Haven't you, Ron?
I've been out of trouble for 4 years now, Mr. Roach.
Ron was once a handy little cat burglar. King of the castle until he slipped and fell from a very high roof. Hasn't felt the same about thieving since, have you, Ron?
No, Mr. Roach.
He fell 4 stories and then through a glass roof and into a pub. The customers were very surprised.
It wasn't funny, Mr. Roach.
No, it wasn't. But since then, pubs have had a strange fascination for him. On certain days, he goes regularly to the Crown, the Duke of Marlborough, the Grapes, and the White Swan. Like he was doing his rounds, meeting his friends. And he has lots of friends.
I've been going straight for 4 years. You said so yourself, Mr. Roach.
But your friends haven't, have they? And it's your friends that bother me. You don't mind if we have a look round?
Well, yeah, I do. Well, I've got personal things.
We're very used to personal things. We're trained not to be embarrassed. Isn't that so, Constable?
Yes, sir.
So, take a look round, quietly, while I talk with my friend.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ron, tell me about yourself.
There's nothing to tell, Mr. Roach. I've given it all up.
That's not what I hear, Ron. I hear that since you lost your nerve...
Oh, for God's sake, I broke my leg. I can't go thieving anymore.
And since you broke your leg, I'm told you've become a valuer. And because you are a very good valuer, your old friends come to consult you, and you know what's going on.
Oh, that's not true, Mr. Roach.
It also happens that I'm bothered about a lot of high-class house-breakings being done on my patch. I don't like it. An awful lot of guilt is being lifted, and my bosses keep asking me about it. Of course, I could spend my valuable time picking up this one and that one, but I'm told that if you trusted me, Ron, I could get them all in one go.
Mr. Roach, look, I don't know anything.
Every Saturday night and every Sunday night, the nice houses on my manor are being plundered.
I swear on my mother's grave.
Ronald, your mother is still alive.
Well, you know what I mean. Look, I don't know anything.
Mr. Roach?
Yes, Max?
I found these in his clothes cupboard.
Nothing else?
No, sir.
4 wristwatches? Well, I never. What are you doing with 4 wristwatches, Ron? You already have one.
I'm repairing them for friends.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Good at repairing them, are you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Roach, I've taken it up.
Fine. Then you'll show me the tools. What? Your gear. I mean, you don't repair them with a hammer and chisel. Where's the magnifying glass and the tweezers?
Oh, I've got them all, Mr. Roach.
Let's see them.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Roach, I'm keeping the watches for a friend.
Of course you are, Ron. Happens that a load of them were nicked from a jeweller's in Minter Street. Watches and gold bracelets and gold rings.
Well, these have got nothing to do with that. They're not bent.
No?
Well, look, if you feel like that, Mr. Roach, take me down the station. I'll make a statement.
I don't want to take you to the station. I like it here.
Well, I'll get ready and come with you now. I'll come willingly.
Suddenly you want to be nicked and on your way, Ron. Why? Did you notice the time on the watches and remember that someone is coming to see you?
No, Mr. Roach, it's nothing like that. But I'll get dressed and I'll come with you.
No, Ron. I'm here because a little bird has told me that you are expecting a friend today. Maybe even 2 friends. Friends who will be able to help me with my problem and tell me who is breaking into the houses on my manor. So we'll stay here and we'll all wait together. Now, DC Maxton will stand near the door and I will sit near the window. And you'll make us all a cup of tea. And we'll wait very quietly for your friends to come.
They'll kill me, Mr. Roach. If they walk in and you're here, they'll lynch me.
With 2 coppers watching them? Never. We'll look after you. Now, be a good lad. Make some tea while we wait. Can I use your phone?
Who are you going to talk to?
Be patient, Ron. All will be revealed. Watch the window, Max.
Right.
Ronald here can move like an eel. Harrison? Roach here. Yeah, any spare DCs in the room? Flynn and Beatty? Yeah, they'll do. Tell them I want a house in Mannering Road watched. Yeah, for any likely villain coming to number 18. Yeah, and if later they run out of the house, I want them detained. Understood? Right away. And now, Ron, we'll have that cup of tea.
Everyone gone home?
Mr. Roach has taken all the spares.
Oh?
Something in Mannering Road. Do you know what it is?
No.
I'll get it. It's the ID. DC Harrison. Yes, I see. What's her name? Well, he's busy. He'll want to know more than that. She says it's important. Okay, keep her there. I'll tell him. That was the front desk. There's a lady downstairs wants to see you.
About what?
She won't say. She has some information and won't tell it to anyone but you.
What's her name?
Miss Mitchell.
Mitchell? Nah, doesn't click. You see her?
Won't do any good. The desk sergeant has had a chat with her. CID, a busy man and all that. She says she wants to see you and she'll wait. You haven't been naughty, have you?
Don't be daft. Is she some kind of nutter?
Why don't you go and see?
Okay. The lady wanted to see me?
Yeah, she's in the interview room.
Do you know what it's about?
She'll only tell it to you, Dave, and she's prepared to wait.
Right. Miss Mitchell?
Yeah. Do you remember me?
Oh, yeah, of course. Teresa, isn't it? Tessa.
That's right. You did me a favour once.
It wasn't a lot.
It was to me. You could have arrested me.
I had others to deal with and you had no part in it. It was no sweat to let you walk away.
You said if ever I came across anything, it's why I wouldn't tell any of the others.
Okay, I'm here. I'm listening.
You might laugh at this.
I'm not in a laughing mood. Sit down. Let's have it. Right, go on.
It's about two men I heard talking.
Yeah?
One of them asking the other to kill his wife.
Oh?
In a Kentucky around the corner. I was having a coffee and they were sitting behind me talking about it. One asking, the other saying he'd do it.
Just like that?
Yeah.
A husband and another fella?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
About an hour ago.
Okay. What exactly did they say?
One said, I don't want to see her again, ever. And the other said, you won't see her again. The first one then said, I want her gone final so that no questions will be asked. The other said, you'll have no trouble, no questions will be asked.
And that's it?
Yeah.
What made you think he was having his wife killed?
The way they talked. Quietly. Like they weren't looking at each other. They were strangers.
How do you know they were strangers?
You can tell.
Yeah?
There was more.
Well, then let's have it from the beginning.
There isn't a beginning. They've been talking about it before they came in and they'd come in to settle it.
And talk about it in front of you?
Not in front of me. Look, you know the Kentucky. The tables are in little boxes, like pews, I backed. When you're sitting, you can't see over the top. I was having coffee when they came in. They didn't see me. We were back to back. They ordered food, and when the waitress left them, they started talking.
And you were listening?
Well, I wasn't listening at first. Not until he talked about his wife.
His wife?
He said, I've been married to her for 8 years, and I've had more than enough. The other said, we all have our problems. He said it like he'd had it before, and it was wasting time. It was then the husband said, I don't want to see her again. I want her gone final so that no questions will be asked. And money was paid.
Money? Did you see it?
No, but one of them asked, when do I get paid? The other said, you can have this now and the rest when it's done.
And then?
They paid the bill and went out.
That's when you saw them?
At the cash desk.
Did you get a good look? Can you describe them?
Not the husband, because he was paying the bill and had his back to me.
Age?
About 35 maybe. Fair hair. And he was wearing a brown leather jacket.
Height?
About average. The other was taller and older, about 40, and sharp-faced, real wicked face. We looked back and saw me watching him. Mr. Brooke, it frightens me just to talk about it.
So you didn't follow them?
No.
It's not a lot, is it? Two men sitting in a coffee shop, one beefing about his wife. Wouldn't mind if he never saw her again. If not wanting to see your wife again was a crime.
Money was passed.
Yeah, that's a puzzler.
What you gonna do?
Do? I mean, what do you expect I can do? It's a bit short on facts.
I know. It isn't a crime to be fed up with your wife.
You should know.
I didn't expect to be insulted.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean it to be like that. But what have you told me? Two men? You don't know who they are? You don't know where they are? It's a very big city.
There's someone who's in danger. The wife.
So what can I do? Knock on all the doors in London asking if...
Not all the doors, it's quite near.
Oh?
When the money was paid, the older one said, where do I find her? The other said, if you come with me, I'll show you. And they went to pay the bill.
You keep giving it to me in little bits.
I'm telling you as I remember it.
Then let's have a statement. What they said, what you saw, what they looked like, where they went. Then you can read it and sign it.
No.
What?
I've told you what they said. I'm not getting involved with them. I'm not signing anything.
Why not?
Because I'm frightened. And because I can't afford to, can I? You know that.
No statement?
No.
I'll see you out.
Did you see the lady?
Yeah.
Well?
She was in a cafe this afternoon. Heard a bloke hiring another man to kill his wife.
Sounds like she's been watching too many old films.
Maybe.
Well, go on, I can't wait.
Well, that's it. Two men talking, and they don't know she's there. One man says, will you kill my wife? The other says he'll make a nice neat job of it. And off they go.
Off to where?
Into the sunset, into the big city. Who cares?
She wouldn't tell anyone but you? Do you know her?
Well, let's say we know her. A local girl called Tessa Mitchell. Goes on the game from time to time. So she's vulnerable, so she's scared.
You believe it?
She believes it.
Do you?
No. Do you have the crime complaints?
They're on your desk. Dave, if it's reported to you, you can't just...
I know, but she won't make a statement. There are no names, no witnesses, no facts. All right, you have a go at it. At least you'll get a decent cup of coffee. The Kentucky. This afternoon, there were 2 men in there. See if any of the staff remember them. One aged 25 to 30, fair hair, medium height, wearing a brown leather jacket. The other was taller, about 40, sharp-faced. See if the cashier remembers them. Or the waitress who served them. Better still, do they know either of them?
Can I charge for the coffee?
Be my guest. If you score, make it a hamburger.
It's all go today. I'll get it. CID. DC Harrison. Who? Yes, he's here. Hold on. It's your friend at the yard. Kelly. He wants a word.
Okay, on your way. Hello, Sam. What's new?
Have you heard anything of our friend Clark?
No, not since he was carted off. Have you?
Yes, and I'd like to meet you.
Is it good news?
Well, not for Clark, but I'll tell you when we meet.
Where?
I'll come and see you.
Well, Sam, what's happened?
I've had a report from Stepney this morning. Young lad was taken out of the river at Shadwell.
Clark?
I don't know yet, but same age, same height. No marks on the clothes, like name tags. No identity at all. In fact, so many little odd things that we have to look into it.
Like?
Well, we lost him at Mile End, and we find this one in the Shadwell Basin.
They didn't have to move him far.
No.
Looks like you were right, then, ending up in the Thames.
Well, there's still the paperwork to do. Do you know where the girl is?
We left her with you.
I know, but it was you she came to for help. I think it would be better if you brought her, Dave. If you asked her if she could identify him.
I don't fancy it, but I will. Is he messed up?
Quite a bit, but enough to recognise. I mean, for anyone who knew him well. Not long in the river, if you know what I mean. And the attendant will do a nice job on him.
Okay, where is he?
He's now at Horseferry Road. They're a bit busy today, but I'll arrange for one of the attendants to be waiting for us at 6:30.
Any sign of the drugs?
No, and with Clark gone, if it is Clark, we're no further on.
Except for the girl?
Well, that's the chance I'm taking. When she sees what's happened to her friend, she may want to help us.
Okay. I'll collect her and we'll meet at 6:30.
Ronald?
Yes, Mr. Roach?
Are your friends always as late as this?
Well, if you're getting bored with it, Mr. Roach, so am I. I'm expected up west in 10 minutes. Look, why don't you follow me and see who I meet?
Because my little bird said I should wait here and see who you meet. It also says I'll recognise one of them. Do you agree?
Would you like some more tea?
No, thank you.
Here, this little bird, is it in fact a dolly bird? Shh, quiet.
What is it, Max?
Someone's outside.
Oh, good.
Ron?
Yes, Mr. Roach?
It's no good warning them. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, you got men in the street.
That's right. So you'll be very careful and let them in.
Here they come.
Well, go on.
Who is it?
It's us. Open it.
Oh, well, not both of you.
Well, what's all this?
Look, it's no good, Kenny. No good running. They got blokes in the street.
We are saying nothing.
We are police officers. Constable, have a look in that bag. See what they've bought.
A load of personal jewellery, sir. Quite a lot of it. And some silverware.
Right. You're nicked, both of you. Stand up against that wall and let's see who we have.
Leave off.
Shut it! Get up against that wall.
How was the Kentucky?
Very good, but I didn't sting you for a hamburger.
Why not?
I had no luck. The waitress says she's run off her feet. She thinks there was a man with a leather jacket and a dark man with a thin face, but she doesn't think they were together. But if they don't chat her up or leave a decent tip, it's hard to remember.
And the cashier?
She looks only at the bill and at the money and at the change she's giving. She says faces are very confusing.
They weren't there.
That's not what I said.
No witnesses to the fact, which is the same thing.
Back to work?
Yeah.
But supposing it happened, Dave. It's reported to you and it turns out to be true.
Then one day a fair-haired bloke with or without his leather jacket will walk into a police station looking suitably worried and report that his wife is missing. The uniformed sergeant will make a report on it. It's unlikely that you or I will ever see it. So, to cover myself, I will type a piece for the collator. I'll tell him the source of the information and the quality. Not too reliable. And he will circulate it or file it as he thinks fit.
And that's it?
Unless it happens to be this Nick when the husband walks in. Meantime, I'm off to pick up Miss Anna Lewis. Look after the shop, will you?
Where are we going?
To meet Sergeant Kelly.
Is it about James?
Yes. When did you last see him?
The day I first phoned you.
You haven't seen him since?
No.
Or heard from him, like today?
Has something happened?
Sergeant Kelly thinks it has. Do you know where his parents live?
He never talked of his parents. What has happened?
A young man has been taken from the river, not so far from that house in Mile End.
When?
Last night.
And you want me to go?
If it is him, yes.
Do I have to?
No, but you're the only one we can turn to. If it isn't James, then we have to find out who he is. If it is James, there are things to be done.
We were short of money, that was all. It was a good holiday. We were going out at nights and he spent too much. All we wanted was a few pounds.
But later it was more than a few pounds.
Yes.
It would have made you both very rich.
Yes.
Do you know how much misery there is in a kilo of heroin?
It was a side of it we didn't want to see.
But you knew.
Yes. Where are you taking me?
To Horseferry Road. In Horseferry Road there is a police mortuary. Sergeant Kelly will be there.
There are some things you should know, Miss Lewis. Early this morning, the body of a young man was taken from the Thames at Shadwell. There was no identification on the body, and there are reasons why we think it might be the body of your friend, James Clark. It wasn't so far from the house you took us to. This lad's about 22, and his height's 5'8". What will happen is this. I will take you into the mortuary. An attendant will show you the body. You must be brave. You're on holiday together, and I believe you live together. There are certain things you'll know about him. Moles, operation scars. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you can identify him, just say so. There is a chance that it's some other person.
I understand.
If you follow me. We stand here. Ready?
Yes.
All right, lad. Well, miss?
Yes, it's James.
You're sure?
Yes.
I'm sorry. This way, miss. You were quite sure?
Yes.
You're very brave.
I thought I'd faint. Did they do that to him?
Yes. I was wondering if you'd help me find them.
I don't know very much. I really don't.
It might be enough.
Yes. I'll help you.
Wait here for me. Well, this is where we take over, Dave. She's going to help.
Can you trust her?
No, but with any luck, she'll take us to where we want to go. Thanks for your help. We'll keep in touch.
We'll fix it. Bye.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleall. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Detective Sergeant Kelly, John Judd. Tessa Mitchell, Deirdre Costello. Ronald Blake, Roy Holder. Anna Lewis, Emily Morgan. Desk Sergeant, Steve Hodgson. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men off watch. 0 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises. Now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London. Written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 5. 4 Faces of Crime.
Max?
Yes, Mr. Roach?
How busy are you?
Just a report on the drugs case, sir. That body in the Thames. It was Clark. The girl identified him.
And now Kelly has taken over?
I think so, sir.
Good. Then you're free. Leave that. It's time for a car and meet me downstairs.
Now, sir.
Yeah, now.
A murder inquiry, sir?
Yeah, it happened in a high-rise block, the 10th floor at 2 o'clock this morning. An elderly widower, found dead in the kitchen. His assailant tried to strangle him, failed, and finally used a meat axe. Yes, it's a messy business, but no great mystery. It will probably turn out to be his best friend, or someone he met in the pub last night. All it needs is a strong stomach. Think you can cope?
Yes, sir.
Harrison and Flynn and Sergeant Brooke are there, but we'll take over and lend a bit of authority, eh? Here we are. Pull in on the north side. It's the only lift that's working.
Morning, sir.
Oh, morning, Dave. What's been happening?
The doctor's just finished. He's in the kitchen.
Oh, fine. You stay here. I'll see you in a minute.
Yes, sir. Has he come to take over, Max?
Yes.
About time we'd been here since 4 this morning.
Where's Jim?
Door to door. Him and 6 others talking to neighbours, checking the doss house, knocking up the governors of the local pubs. Been at it for hours.
Bad, is it?
In the kitchen? Yeah. Whoever did it didn't know when to stop. Must have been mad drunk. There's a stink of mess and a stench of blood. You're welcome to it. You nervous, Max?
No. I'm all right.
You've handled a corpse, haven't you?
Yes. Can't be worse than the road accidents we had when I was in uniform.
Well, that's it. Just say to yourself that it's only the young ones that upset you. The old ones like this need no sorrow. Anyway, you'll have time. First the doc, then the photographer, then you. If you like, I'll stay and hold your hand.
Is it the police doctor?
Yeah, old Matheson. Oh, here he is.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hi. Goodbye, Mr. Roach.
All right, Dave. I'm ready.
The photographer is waiting, sir.
Oh, all right. Tell him not to take too long.
OK, Ted. You can take your pictures.
Thanks. While we wait, what do we know?
His name's Patterson, sir. Edward Patterson. According to what the neighbours heard, it happened about 2 o'clock this morning. At 3:20, there was a 999 call reporting an accident. Caller seems to have been very excited or very drunk, and no one was sure whether it was a police or an ambulance call.
The report says a Panda car and an ambulance arrived together.
Yes, sir, at 3:30, and we took over at 4. The people next door and the flat below tell us there was a lot of noise until about 1 o'clock. 2 drunks were heard leaving, and all was quiet until 2. Then there was some shouting and some thumping. After that, it was quiet again. And then the 999 call. So whoever did it must have run off.
And now he's wandering about somewhere covered with blood.
Unless he lives nearby, sir. I have 5 uniformed men and Harrison and Flynn working door to door.
Oh, good. How far have they got?
We reckon there were 4 in the flat last night. The 2 who left at 1 o'clock, the one who did it, and the deceased. We're checking on all of them.
Has anything been touched?
The knife he used is there, and the meat axe untouched. Everything's as it was. And forensic are waiting to start when you give the word. And I'm famished, sir. I need breakfast.
Yeah, well, hang on until I've looked around. Come with me, Max.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Stinks, doesn't it? And we can't open a window until forensic have had their go. So just stand where you are, Max. Tell me what you see.
An old man, sir. Lying on the floor by the cooker. Over 60, I'd say, sir. Nearer 70. Wearing old brown shoes, frayed trousers, a tartan shirt open at the neck, and...
Yeah, all right, lad. Yeah, I can see it too. Shirt open at neck, and the throat has been cut. His chest hacked in, and a meat axe taken to his head. Tell me what else you see.
A lot of blood, sir. On the floor, and on the cooker, and on the table.
Well, follow the blood, lad.
It goes towards the door, sir. It's on the door. Both sides.
So the fight didn't start in here. Follow, and see where it did start.
Started in here, sir. It's a sort of sitting room. And there's been a fight.
And in the fight, Mr. Patterson was able to get out of this room. He went to the kitchen. Now why?
To get something to defend himself. A kitchen knife.
In which case his assailant may be injured.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe his assailant got the knife first, and then found the meat axe. So it was a wrong decision, wasn't it, Constable, going for the kitchen? It got him killed.
It would seem so, sir.
Well, when forensic are finished, we can have a thorough look around and deduce what went on. But most of the time, all of this is academic. We simply find the deceased's best friend, or the man he was seen leaving the pub with last night, and it's him. But not always.
Any luck, Jim?
Yeah, I found one of the four at the party. He was in the doss house sleeping it off. Says it was a right good drink.
Irish, is he?
Yeah, name was Terence Regan. All four are Irish, including the late Mr. Patterson.
And this lad Regan?
Oh, he was so drunk he can't remember much.
Does he remember who else was there?
He will, when he's sober.
Any blood on him?
No, clean as a whistle, if you know what I mean. Anyway, he was booked into the doss house at 1:30, so he was one of the pair who left before the fight started. There's a new car downstairs. Someone here?
Yeah, Mr. Roach. Do you want to word with him?
No, you do it. You're the sergeant.
Okay. Mr. Roach.
Yes, Dave?
We found someone who was here last night. One of the pair who left at 1:00.
Is he here now?
He's downstairs, sobering up. DC Harrison found him.
All right. I'll have a word with him.
Sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
We've been here since 4, sir. We could do with a spot of breakfast.
Yeah, all right. But just wait until I've spoken to Harrison.
Yes, sir. It's nothing but waiting. How's it going with you, Max?
It's a bit messy.
Yeah. The flat smells, the lift doesn't work, and it's on the 10th floor. And I'll tell you something else. The neighbours on either side and the ones below say it's good riddance. They say he was a lousy neighbour, a drunken layabout, and they don't give a damn.
That's a nice epitaph, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing like a good breakfast for cheering you up. I needed that.
You eat like a horse. I've never seen food disappear so fast.
That's because it's now 12:30, my friend, and I'm eating both breakfast and lunch. It's been a long day.
Yeah, and a rotten day. I don't fancy these doss house jobs. Waking them up, turning them over, and knocking on doors and talking to people who are still half asleep. Ooh, there was one young wife.
I know. She'd forgotten to put on her...
That's right. How did you guess?
It happens all the time. Now, if you've finished with your sexual fantasies, we got work to do. Come on.
Yes, Sarge.
Let's see what we have on our desk.
There's this lot. You think the old man would have gone easy on us this morning?
No, not him. Still, isn't too much.
How do you think Max is doing?
With the old man?
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing well. Finding guns, tracing loot, doing all the tidy things that Mr. Roach likes so much. And on his side, Max thinks Mr. Roach is very thorough and very painstaking.
Make a good team, will they?
Yeah. Is this all we have?
Well, it's enough, isn't it?
I've had a whisper that there's some bent stuff finding its way onto our patch and some strange villains passing through. Have you heard anything?
Stuff that wasn't stolen here? No.
Heard it twice yesterday. I think I'll check. Now, who would know? Yeah.
One of your snouts?
Yeah. Trouble with this one, he'll only meet in public parks. Thinks he can hide in the bushes. One day he'll be arrested for loitering with intent.
Yeah? Who is it?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Brooke.
I want to meet you.
When, Mr. Brooke?
Half an hour.
I could make that. The park will be best, Mr. Brooke.
Of course. For you, the park is always best. Be on time.
If wanted, you'll be in the park.
And then I'll be in the Raven, and then I'll be here. But everything waits until I'm here.
Right, Sarge.
What was that all about, Tommy?
Oh, what, Mr. Brooke? All that waving and jumping about.
I thought you were walking past me.
If you will hide behind bushes, of course I'll walk past. I expect you to follow me.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
You should join MI5, Tommy. They like all that hiding in bushes and waving to each other.
Do they, Mr. Brooke?
Yeah, but to get to our own business. Some strange villains are using my patch, coming in cars, parking here and there and pushing off again.
What kind of villains would they be?
Any sort will do. I just heard they were from somewhere else, like Bermondsey, Blackheath, Brixton.
Coloured, are they?
No, that would have been mentioned.
In cars?
Yeah.
Bringing stuff?
Look, stop wasting my time, Tommy. Bringing or taking, they're using my patch. And either you know or you don't know. I can go elsewhere.
Don't push me, Mr. Brooke. I'm trying. There have been some new faces in the pubs, but never staying long and not meeting anyone. Just a drink and away again.
You seen them?
Yeah, but I don't know them.
So?
I could make a guess, and I could find out for you.
Let's have the guess.
Have you been watching Parsons?
Peter Parsons?
Yeah.
He's been quiet.
If his stuff coming onto your patch, you should take a look at him.
All right, you've had your guess, and I don't think much of it. Now you can go and find out.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
Tommy, have you any idea what they're bringing?
No, Mr. Brooke.
You have your stroll in the park?
Yeah, and a nice pint at the Raven. Has anything been happening?
Nah. Did your bloke know anything?
No more than I'd heard myself. Other people's villains have been using our patch, bringing something or taking something he doesn't know, except that it's bent. He's having a nosy around. But he did make one suggestion. Parsons.
The one who went down on the silver job?
The one who didn't go down on the silver job. The DPP dropped the charge against the Padre. Is he still at the same place?
The do-it-yourself shop?
Yeah.
Well, it's in the same place, but different line of business. The shop is now called Bric-a-Brac, and on the window is a notice, Antiques, Bought and Sold.
Huh. He sells antiques?
Well, it's hard to say. He hides behind them and won't come out until he sees the customers.
Does the shop still have a big storeroom and a back door leading to the lane?
Yeah.
Has there been anything from Mr. Roach?
Nah, not yet.
Then we have time for a talk with Mr. Parsons. All right, Mr. Parsons. You can come out from behind the grandfather clock.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Brooke.
You remember?
How could I forget? Don't tell me you come to say you're sorry for what happened when last we met.
Why not? I'm sorry. No hard feelings.
All water under the bridge, Sergeant Brooke. Oh, by the way, how's your young colleague, Maxton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
DC Maxton?
He's quite well.
Oh, you're on your own this time. Are you interested in antiques or just passing by?
Just interested in everything you do, Mr. Parsons. From bars of silver to antiques. You have some very nice pieces. Very, very, very nice indeed. But no prices.
Prices, Sergeant, are for department stores. This is a private and very personal business. We call them values, not prices. And they are for discussion.
Or haggling. Which brings me to the reason for the visit. I was wondering whether you've had a visit recently from some wise men from the East.
Wise men from the East?
Like East Ham or East India Docks or anywhere east of Aldgate Pump.
Well, if there's one thing I admire in a police officer, it is a sense of humour. The East, indeed. No, Sergeant, I have had no visitors from the East, only from the West.
The West?
America? You have heard of America? Did you really come alone?
I have a colleague at your back door.
Oh, you surprise me. Shall we call him in?
Yes. And we'll retire to your storeroom for a chat.
Why not? This way, and mind the stairs.
Well, well. More antiques.
And I have receipts for all of them. Shall I let your colleague in? Pity to let him stay out in the cold.
Yes, please.
Come in, please.
Come in, Jim. I don't think you've really met our Mr. Parsons. Mr. Peter Parsons, known in his trade as Peter the Great, also known as Peter the Parson, and as the Padre.
Your sergeant has a very long memory, Mr.
Harrison. D.C. Harrison.
Mr. Harrison.
Tell me, Padre, that rather ancient grandfather clock upstairs, what would you charge for it?
That fine timepiece, Mr. Brooke, is in original condition and can be dated 1756. The price is subject to negotiation.
Unique?
Yes.
Then tell me why it is, Padre, that here in your storeroom there are 6 identical grandfather clocks, all looking like they come from the same factory.
You are very perceptive, Sergeant.
So you haven't hung your fake dog collar up after all. Let's have the story.
I advertise, Sergeant, discreetly. In time, a visitor to these shores will come here. A word in the right ear in one of our tourist hotels can always guide their faltering footsteps. And then, as you say, I put a single item in the window amongst the bric-a-brac and wait.
Like a spider?
No, Sergeant. More like a big, friendly pussycat. I leave them to browse and to discover for themselves that the date of the casing is the same as the clock face and that it's all genuine. I just stand and watch. Our American cousins soon learn that I'm just an old pussycat, eager to let it go for a fraction of its worth.
Let it go for how much?
Oh, for some. Say about 8,000.
You sell an old fake for 8,000, and it isn't a fiddle?
As you know, Sergeant, I am new to the antiques business. It is the customer who is swindling me.
Jim, we've been wasting our time.
Oh, won't you stay for tea?
Some other time. We have work to do.
Oh, well, goodbye, Sergeant. Goodbye, Mr. Harrison.
We score Mr. Parsons off the list?
We do not. The Padre never admits one fiddle unless it's to cover a bigger one. There's something else going on. I'll see you back at the office.
Right. Solved the murder, then?
No, just doing the paperwork.
All very thorough, very painstaking, as Mr. Roach likes it.
What?
Nothing, I was just asking how it's going. Was my Irishman any help?
Regan? Yes, he remembered who they'd left behind.
Who?
A family friend, just over from Ireland. It's why they were having the party.
A family party? Bring your own meat-axe?
They were cousins.
And that's the reason for the killing? They were cousins?
Yes.
Well, the coroner will want to know more than that. He'll want to know the reason for the quarrel. Do you know where the cousin is?
Not yet.
Well, it's you, Dave.
Can I come in?
If you can remember the way. Where have you been all this time?
Here and there.
Doing this and that?
More or less.
Max still with you?
He's gone. He has another master to serve.
That's why you're fed up.
Yeah.
Well, how's he doing?
Great. Saving Mr. Roach endless troubles. Today they're working together on a murder case.
A murder?
Well, it isn't exactly cool celeb. Not the kind of murder he can retell over dinner with his grammar school pals.
You sound as if you could do with a drink. What would you like? Whiskey?
No, it's too early for whiskey.
Coffee? It's made?
Yeah, coffee. And put a whiskey in it, save the washing up.
That's better. Now you can tell me what you're really doing.
Well, looking around for some new faces. There's a new caper being done, and I want to know what it is.
That old man with the stolen lead, did he ever get it back?
No.
What about Stan Kelly? Did he ever get his drugs from smugglers?
No.
You're not having much luck, are you?
No.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks. I was thinking.
About what?
Well, I think it's time we had that little chat about my moving in.
Dave.
What?
We said we'd wait until we could afford it. Until you get promotion.
To get married, love. Yeah. But it's taking too long. And I'm fed up with living on my own. I really am.
You're fed up with being on your own? Have you thought about me?
All the time.
I mean, have you thought how I might feel?
You wouldn't be embarrassed.
Of course I wouldn't be embarrassed. But you overlook one thing.
What's that?
You're never on your own, Dave. You work, what is it you say, 14, 18 hours a day. You're always with people. You're talking to criminals, you're talking to friends, you're in pubs or in court or at the station. On the few occasions when you're not busy, you come here.
But it isn't often enough, Judy.
It's never often enough for me, Dave. You know that. But if you moved in here, it wouldn't be different. And we both know that. Because I see so little of you, I have to have a life of my own. I have to have friends of my own from the hospital, and while it's my flat, I can invite them here. I like my flat, Dave. I like my friends. And I like you very, very much. But if you move in, I'd be sitting here on my own, waiting until you come home.
It won't be like that, I promise.
I wish I could believe that, Dave.
I'd start taking my days off.
They'd never fit in with my days off.
No, but we could try. We both have to sacrifice something, but it would be worth it. We could have a lot of time to ourselves.
For you? 7453. Who is it?
This is Max.
Oh, hello, Max. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Judy. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Dave. Is he there?
Hold on. I'll ask him. It's Max. You here?
Yeah, that's right.
We could have a lot of time to ourselves.
Yes, Max.
There was a call for you. Gave no name. Said he'll meet you in the park, same place, at 4 o'clock. Make sense?
Yeah, I know what it is. Thanks, Max.
What do you want?
I've someone to see at 4 o'clock.
Oh, it's 10 to 4 now.
Well, I'll have to rush.
As always.
I'm sorry, love, but it can be different. I promise. Will you give it a try?
Yes, Dave. Of course I will. When do I see you?
Soon. Bye.
Bye.
Well, Tommy, I got your call. What's it all about?
You look like you ain't pleased, Mr. Brooke.
Yeah, I'm pleased. Very pleased. What's it about?
About the new geezers on your manor, like you said. Well, it's both, Mr. Brooke. Bringing and taking.
You're making it sound complicated, Tommy. Make it simple.
It is simple. Some of them bring, and some of them come and take it away. You're kind of a halfway ass, Mr. Brooke.
I am I? And what are they bringing and taking away?
I don't know, Mr. Brooke.
Well, that's handy, isn't it? You don't know.
There isn't even a whisper. There's just a handful of them. About 4. They don't talk to anyone, just have a quick drink and away. You could follow them.
If the stuff is being left on my manor, and if you are my eyes and ears, why should I have to follow them?
Yes, Mr. Brooke. I was right about Parsons.
You were wrong about Parsons. Parsons sells fake old clocks and is doing rather well out of it.
Yeah, but that's in Church Street, isn't it?
Come to the point, Tommy.
He has another place, down in Castle Street.
What sort of place?
Start to stay. Looks like a shop made into something else. And there's always girls working there.
You don't know what it is?
No.
Can you guess?
No, Mr. Brooke. But it's bent. You can bet on that.
Thanks, Tommy. Come out, Padre. I can see you.
Well. It's you again.
I've been trying to figure out what you're up to, Padre. This isn't your only shop, is it? You have another one in Castle Street.
Who told you that?
Just answer the question. Do you?
No, I do not.
Padre, I checked the rating list and you do. And I've been there. It's a little shop like this, turned into a workshop or something. And there's 5 or 6 girls working there all the time.
You must check your rating list again, Sergeant. I sold the place some weeks ago.
Why did you sell?
I couldn't have my new enterprise here compromised, could I?
So?
So, when I was approached, I said that I'd have nothing to do with it. And sold the place.
Sold it to who, Padre?
You are making this very difficult.
All right, then. What's the fiddle?
Shirts.
Shirts?
Best quality gentlemen's shirts. Thousands of pounds worth. Not an easy case for you, Sergeant. Taken from a factory in the East End where a son is swindling his father.
Go on.
He weeds about 10% of the old man's output every day, just before the name tag goes on. At the end of each day, they are brought into that little workshop. The girls put on the son's name tag, pack 'em, and a new business is started.
You said not an easy case.
Sergeant, it is not unknown for a father, no matter how shocked he may be, to refuse to charge his own son. Even in the East End, they cherish their family honour.
Especially in the East End.
Anyway, the load usually arrives at that little shop at about 7 p.m. Next day, they are labelled and packed and off. Now, please don't ask me the name of the erring son. You can find that out easily enough yourself. Crime isn't just between goodies and baddies, Sergeant.
And which side are you on, Padre? Thanks a lot. Oh, by the way, don't you ever wind these clocks?
Valuable cased clocks, circa 1756. Wind them? You must be mad.
How'd it go, Dave?
I know what they're doing on our patch.
What?
Thousands of dicky dirts.
Shirts? Nicked, are they?
Well, yes and no. What I mean is they're nicked, all right, but it's a son nicking them from his old man's factory. The catch is, if we're heavy-handed, the old man will say he gave his son permission for the family honour and all that.
What are you going to do?
Dunno. Have a talk with the old man, I suppose. Cut all the corners and say straight out, did you know he was doing it? 10 to 1 the old man will have a heart attack, and then he'll say, yes, he knew all about it. So first, I want you and Flynn watching the place. Here's the address. Castle Street.
Oh.
This evening about 7, the next batch will arrive. Now, what do you know?
Max has cleared up the kitchen sink case.
No kidding.
Yep, straight down the line. The arrest, the interrogation, statement. And the bloke's down in the cells.
Mr. Roach should be pleased with him.
Yeah, worse luck.
You feel you could have done it?
I found his main witness.
Yeah. Max?
Yes, Dave?
Who was it?
Name of Mick Patterson, cousin of the deceased Edward Patterson.
And his reason?
They hadn't seen each other for years, so they got drunk. The deceased had once promised to help his cousin Michael if he ever came to London. But he left it too late, and he couldn't help him. So it became a family quarrel, and being blind drunk, one thing led to another.
Does he remember what happened?
Not much.
Where is he?
In the cells with a blanket round him. His clothes have gone to the lab. He's in a bad way and asking for help.
Asking for your help?
He doesn't have anyone else.
Max, he asked his cousin Edward for help. You don't get involved. You take a statement from him, that's all.
Sure. Oh, and Dave.
Yeah?
There's something for you. When I was with the collator, he was looking out a report. A girl who heard a conversation in a cafe. He says you made it.
That's right, yeah. Tessa Mitchell. Heard two blokes talking.
Thought one was hiring the other to kill his wife.
Yeah.
And you believed her?
She wouldn't make a statement, so I had to make that report. Doesn't mean I believed her. Is he trying to make something of it?
No. He was looking it out because a man came to the desk this afternoon to report his wife missing. He's about the same age and the same height as your man.
When did she go missing?
2 days after you made that report.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleo, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Peter Parsons, Derek Francis, and Tommy, Johnny Wade. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 to MP. 4 men off watch.
01 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths fighting with knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 6. Missing from Home.
Dave?
Yeah?
Mr. Roach wants to see you.
About what?
I think it's about a missing woman. A report you made.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Go in. Oh, Dave, sit down, will you? A report you made to the collator.
Yes, sir?
I've been reading it. There's not a great deal in it.
Not a lot, no, sir.
You know, we have a young woman reported missing. Well, her husband came in yesterday. The collator remembered your report, but it isn't the same thing, is it?
Must is, sir? No, all my informant said was that she overheard a conversation in a hamburger place. A man talking to a stranger about his wife. She thought he was planning to get rid of her.
How?
She didn't know, sir.
And she wouldn't make a statement?
No, sir. It happens she's known to us, one of our local tarts. She didn't want to get involved.
So she came to you?
She came to me, sir, because she believed it.
Did you?
She told me the story and I made a report.
But you can see no connection?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Send Max in, will you?
Yes, sir. Max, it's your turn.
Thanks.
Go in.
You wanted me, sir?
Oh, yeah, Maxton. This report sent out by the uniform side. Before we return it, it needs a comment from us. The husband's name is Kemp. Go and have a chat with him, will you? Just listen to what he says and come back.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kemp?
Yes?
From the local police, sir. Constable Maxton.
Oh, come in, please. They said they might send a uniform now.
It's sometimes better without uniforms coming to the house.
Yes. If you'll come this way, we can talk in here. Please, sit down.
Thank you. Is that a picture of your wife, Mr. Kemp?
Yes, a holiday snap.
Elizabeth, isn't it?
Liz.
What age, Mr. Kemp?
28. It was taken last summer. I gave a proper photo to your sergeant, but you can have that one if it'll help.
Thank you. I have the notes that were made when you came to the station. Can we talk about them?
Yes.
You have a son, Mr. Kemp. Is he here?
He's at school. If you'd like to see him, I'll be collecting him at 4.
What age is he?
8. His name's Michael. I told all this to your sergeant.
I have his notes with me, sir. But it's sometimes easier if we just talk it over together. I'll ask some questions and we'll see what can be done. How long has your wife been missing?
It's now 2 weeks.
That's rather a long time to wait. Was there a reason?
I didn't think it was serious. Not at first.
Why not?
It was the weekend. Friday. When I came home and she wasn't here, I thought she was just paying me back.
For what, sir? Did you quarrel?
No, we never quarrelled. But she didn't like it when I had to leave her on her own. I'm a salesman, Mr. Maxton. I'm away from home 2 days every week, sometimes 3 days. It depends where I am.
A salesman?
Office supplies. She was always hoping that I'd get a London area. I've been promised one, but these things always take time.
Are you happily married, Mr. Kemp? Close to your wife?
Yes, we're very happy. We didn't quarrel. But she didn't like being left alone. Sometimes she said... Well, she said that one time I'd come home and she wouldn't be here. It wasn't serious.
How long had you been away?
3 days. My area goes down into Hampshire. I was away from Wednesday till Friday, and when I came home and she wasn't here, I thought maybe she was trying to teach me a lesson or something.
What did you do?
I waited for her to come home. When she didn't come home that Friday night, I thought she was staying with her sister. Saturday morning, I phoned her sister and was told she wasn't there. I thought then that they were both playing me up, but what could I do?
Does her sister live in London?
No. If she did, I would have gone there. She lives in Dorset. I waited until Sunday and phoned again. Then I knew she hadn't gone there. I wasted time, Mr. Maxton.
Don't be upset, Mr. Kemp. Just try to tell me what you did, step by step.
I phoned everyone I could think of, all her friends, but no one had seen her. It was then that I was sure that something had happened to her. I phoned the hospitals, the ambulance stations, but they knew nothing of her. I phoned her doctor to ask if she'd been ill. So far as he knew, she was fit and well. Then I took Lizzie's photo and went round the hospitals myself, and the ambulance stations, showing them her picture. They said that no one like her, no woman of that name had been admitted or had been in an accident.
You didn't go to the police?
I didn't even tell our neighbours.
Why not?
I know now that I was wrong, but my wife is a quiet person, and if she was just staying away, or if she was ill somewhere, she'd never want the neighbours to think she'd left home, or had left Michael. And if everything was going to be all right in the end, she wouldn't want the police coming. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, Mr. Kemp. I know what you mean.
While it was still the weekend, I didn't worry. Then I felt she was in trouble. I walked the streets at night, night after night, searching for her in case she was ill.
What about your son, Michael?
I left him with my sister. He doesn't mind staying with her.
You say you'd been away 3 days, from Wednesday till Friday. Is it possible she'd gone from the Wednesday?
No, the boy was with her. She saw him to school on Friday morning.
Did anyone see her take him to school?
Oh, yes, and she was seen again at 10 o'clock on Friday morning going to the bus stop. 2 of our neighbours saw her, but she hasn't been seen by anyone since. Mr. Maxton, a woman can't just walk out one morning and vanish.
It does happen, Mr. Kemp. It happens every week in this city. A woman walks out on her family, giving no reason, and disappears.
And never returns?
Most of them do return. Did your wife leave a note?
No.
Are you sure?
I've searched everywhere.
Did she take anything? Clothes? Shoes?
No. I've been through her wardrobe, through all her drawers. She took nothing. She went shopping, Mr. Maxton, and didn't return.
You've been told the police procedure on such things?
It was explained to me.
If an infant is missing, we pull out all the stops. And the same for missing children. Missing teenagers, only if they are thought to be in danger. It's a question of age. Adults are considered to have their own reasons for doing things, even for walking out on their families. We can't interfere.
But you can if there's danger.
Do you know if she's in danger?
Something must have happened. And there's our son, Michael. Doesn't he count for anything?
Yes, I'm sure he does. I'd like to see him.
I haven't told him yet. He thinks his mother has gone to see his aunt in Dorset.
I'll be very discreet.
He'll be home just after 4.
I'll come back and see him. Meantime, I may be able to give you some help. I can check hospital intake and accident records a bit further afield than you were able to. And we have some other sources. When that has been done, I'll let you know. And if you hear anything...
I'll tell you.
I'll come back and have a word with Michael.
Thank you.
Well, Max, how did it go?
A nice little house on the Bellwood estate, sir. Looking around, it seems to be a very happy home.
And the husband?
A man whose wife went shopping and never came back. He's been going spare.
He impressed you?
Yes. Made me wonder what I would do. He doesn't know which way to turn.
Then make a very brief report, adding what you can to the duty sergeant's note, and send it downstairs. It's a uniform job. They're set up to deal with that kind of thing. Leave it to them.
I promised I'd talk to the boy.
When?
Today, when he comes home from school. I think it will help.
Yeah, all right. Make it briefer. Oh, and let me see your report.
Yes, sir.
Saw you come in. Jim got you a cuppa.
Oh, thanks. I could do with it.
What's the husband like?
He's taken to walking the streets at night just in case he might catch sight of her. Thinks one night he'll see her.
Afraid to give up hope. So, what do you do?
Make a report, that's all. Can I have the typewriter?
Yeah, hope so.
The trouble is, Dave, she's a young mother from a nice house in a nice street. I have a holiday snap of her. What do you think?
Yeah, she's all right.
If we showed it around, is she pretty enough to be remembered?
Well, she's pretty all right, but you can see her sort every day in a rush hour crowd.
Is she the sort you'd look twice at?
I don't know. What age is she?
28.
Yeah. A secret lover, decided to have a last fling, a taste of life before it's too late.
It doesn't feel like that, Dave. It's a happy home. And there's an 8-year-old son. Her mother doesn't walk out on an 8-year-old son. Something has happened to her. You can read the notes. There they are.
Nothing new, is there? Shopping basket, everyday clothes.
A woman doesn't go to meet her secret lover in her everyday clothes. Not if she's running away. She left no note.
Only the bitchy ones leave notes.
When they don't leave notes, it means they meant to come back.
Happened at the weekend?
A Friday. He's a salesman and had been away since the Wednesday.
Wait a bit, Max. That Friday, it was the 14th?
Yes.
And the Wednesday when he went away?
The 12th.
And the date when Tessa Mitchell came to me?
The 12th. Oh, come off it, Dave. I've seen this lad. You can't go tying every case to that.
All right. I'm just pointing out that the dates are the same.
That it was the 12th?
Yeah.
Well, that morning, Kemp had left London by 7 o'clock, driving to Hampshire, doing his rounds, staying at hotels, all of it easily checked.
Of course, I was just pointing out.
Pointing out what?
That my one was in his early 30s. Your one's in his early 30s. My one was average height.
Dave, average height is what it says. What most people are. And on Bellwood Estate, nearly everyone is in their early 30s. They're young marrieds.
You're making me envious.
Young marrieds?
That's something I have to tell you.
About Judy?
Yeah, but later, when you've time.
Dave?
Yeah?
I'm going back there at 4 o'clock to see the boy. If you'd like to come along to get it out of your mind.
I haven't got anything on my mind. It's your case.
if you'd like to come along and listen.
Yeah, sure.
When I finish this report. Some nice houses on this estate.
Nice place altogether. Nice front gardens, everything neat and tidy. What do you think they cost?
You interested? Hey, you were going to tell me something. About Judy.
It was nothing like that, no. Just maybe we'll be giving a party.
You've got a reason for a party?
Well, pretty good reason. Might be cheaper than sending out change of address cards.
You're moving in?
Thinking about it.
With Judy?
Surprised?
If Judy agrees, what's wrong with it?
We're just talking about it. You won't say a word?
Not a word. This is where we go. This little terrace. The house is at the end here.
This is where she walked out? Going shopping?
Yes. Going towards the bus stop. Well, in we go. Mr. Kemp, I've brought my colleague Sergeant Brooke to see if he can help.
Oh.
Is Michael home?
He's in the kitchen doing his homework.
Have you told him?
I've told him who you are. I said his mummy was coming back from holiday with his Auntie Mary, and she hasn't got home yet, and maybe she's lost, and you're trying to find her. I wanted to do it gently. You will be careful.
If that's what you think he should be told, I won't say anything different. How did he take it?
Quite well. Just wondered where she might be.
I'd like to speak to him alone, if I may. Perhaps you will talk to Sergeant Brooke.
Certainly. If you'll come with me. Michael, this is the policeman I told you about, who's trying to find Mummy.
Yes, Daddy.
I'll leave you to talk together.
Doing your homework?
Yes, sir. Are you a policeman?
Yes, I'm a constable. Constable Maxton.
Are you a detective?
Because I don't wear a uniform?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a detective. What homework are you doing?
History.
Do you like history?
Yes.
What part do you like the best?
The Romans. Do you know where my mummy is?
Not yet. She was on holiday, wasn't she?
She went to Poole. That's in Dorset. My Auntie Mary lives there.
Have you ever been there?
Yes.
Do you remember when your mummy went away?
Did she come back by train?
I think she did.
Then how could she get lost?
Ah, that's what we have to find out. Do you remember when she went on holiday?
I was at school.
But you remember the day?
It was Friday. When I came home, Daddy was here, but Mummy wasn't.
Before you went to school, did she tell you she was going to see your Auntie Mary?
No.
Did she seem happy that morning? As if she was going to see your Auntie Mary?
I don't know.
Did she ever go there without you?
Sometimes. Are you going to find her today?
I'm going to look for her today. Do you know anywhere I should look? Do you know any friends she might have gone to see?
No.
When she took you to school, did she meet any friends?
Mrs. Graham.
Who's Mrs. Graham?
Billy's mother. He's my friend.
Will you have a drink, Sergeant?
No, thank you. But you have one, Mr. Kemp.
No, I've tried not to. It doesn't help.
You've tried all her friends?
Every friend we both knew, and I found her address book.
Oh. Can I see it?
Yes, but it won't help. Here it is. Her hairdresser, her sister, a few friends we met on holiday. Elizabeth didn't have many friends.
Is it possible she had a friend you didn't know about?
No, not possible.
She was an attractive woman.
I know what you mean, Sergeant. No, Liz was not like that.
You are away 2 or 3 days at a time.
Sergeant, if I could believe that Liz had gone away with someone else, it would make me happy. Can you understand that?
Yes.
It would mean that she would come back. The truth is, I don't think she will.
The figures are against you. I know that statistics don't help. A wife isn't a statistic. But our figures say that 5 out of 7 come back, in time, and explain why they went away.
I'd like to believe that. I want her back.
I asked that question about your wife, so I should ask it about you. When you're away from home, do you have a friend?
No.
No one on the side?
No. Liz never had any reason to be jealous. And most of the time I am home. Part of my area is in London.
Any local customers?
Well, a few.
When you're working locally, do you use a cafe called the Kentucky?
No. Why do you ask?
No reason. It's just that we try all sorts of angles. May I borrow the address book?
Yes, if you want it.
Oh, thank you. Is that drink still on offer?
Of course. We have no whiskey in the house, but there's some gin or there's some beer.
No, beer would be fine.
Please, how do you spell difference?
With 2 F's.
Thank you.
You say that your mummy saw you to school, and when you came home she wasn't here.
Yes.
Was she usually here when you came home?
Yes, always.
Did your daddy know where she might be?
No, he didn't know.
You say your mummy and daddy sometimes quarrelled.
Well, they did.
When he was going away?
Yes. Mummy didn't like him going away. Are you going to find her now?
I'm going to try. And you can get on with your homework.
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you think?
He has a problem, hasn't he? Praying that his wife will come home, fearing that she won't, wondering what to tell the boy. How was the boy?
Yeah, sensible lad. And asking me sensible questions. Are you looking for my mother? Where are you looking? When will you find her? And he told me his mother and father had quarrelled.
Oh?
Oh, nothing serious. Back to the station?
Yeah.
Now he goes back to the uniform side.
Do you think they'll find her?
They might do.
Why don't we give it a whirl? It needn't take long. I have her address book. A check with her friends and her neighbours. Get the Dorset police to see her sister. Check missing persons, unidentified bodies, unusual happenings. I can borrow Jim. In 24 hours we can cover a lot of ground.
You really want to help him?
Conscience money for having been so suspicious.
Dave, where you been?
Out and about. Anything new?
Oh, some things that need attention.
Like?
More trouble down Endley Street.
Oh, let's see. It's vandals again.
No, it's organised thieving. Made to look like vandalism so we don't notice what else has been done. It's causing a lot of trouble.
Like what?
A few windows broken, some graffiti on the walls, so that at first you don't notice they've also stripped the copper wire from the lighting system and the lead from the plumbing. Makes the house uninhabitable.
So, you've been working on it. Tell me.
Well, all the back dives around Endley Street. Someone's wanting to pull them down, clear the site and build again. But the people who live there like the place as it is. But if a family goes to spend the evening with cousin Fanny down in Camberwell, the termites move in and do the house over.
And when they get back, their houses can't be lived in.
Yeah, when they apply to be rehoused.
And your friend Milton T. Charles moves in to buy them up.
Yeah, he can clear a back street of its tenants quicker than the plague.
And no one's stopping him?
Oh, he has protection. A small number of sticky-fingered councillors and a band of local officials. There's money in demolition, Dave.
Do you know which councillors?
Dave, you know better than that.
Who's the latest victim?
The legendary old widow lady. They're the easiest to push around. Born in the street, married in the street, brought up her family there. Now she's alone there.
We'll have a talk with your friend, Mr. Charles. Is this the place?
Yeah.
Where's his office?
That wooden shed over there.
Behind all this wire?
He says he doesn't own the wire. He just hires the shed.
And what's all this? Bloody great dogs?
And Milton T. Charles says he doesn't own the dogs either. They belong to the man who owns the wire.
Is that so?
I wanted you to see for yourself. You always said the patch was a jungle, now you know.
Good job they can't get through the wire.
Having a damn good try.
How do we get to see him?
The folks in Endley Street keep asking.
Have you any ideas?
You could try ringing the bell.
Where?
It's on the gate.
Oh, yeah. Well, that may do the trick.
Here he comes.
Fire! Fire!
Is this Mr. Charles?
Yeah, the Cockney tycoon himself.
What do you want?
Are you Mr. Charles?
Who are you?
I'm a police officer, Sergeant Brooke.
No one sent for a police officer.
Do we have to shout like this?
That's your problem.
Mr. Charles, I want to see you.
I'm busy. Make an appointment.
When?
Who cares? Next Tuesday.
And he's gone. Should we ring the bell again?
The dogs will eat you.
Yeah. Do we have his phone number?
Yeah.
Does he answer it?
He has to. He runs a business.
All right. Let us find a phone. The trick is to worry him. Make him think it's something he should know. You got 5p?
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Milton T. Charles?
Who's that?
Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Oh, it's you again.
Don't hang up, Mr. Charles. It's something you should know.
I'm listening. What is it?
Mr. Charles, I'm not saying it on the phone, and I'm not shouting at you through a wire fence.
What then?
I want to see you.
I told you, son, I'm a busy man.
I want to see you now. Do I have to come after you with a warrant? I could have it sworn for your office and your home in Chelsea. It's friendlier to say yes.
You're a bloody nuisance. Do you know that?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be waiting.
I want the gate open and the dogs tied up.
Yeah, just ring the bell.
No sign of the dogs.
The gate's open. Do we still ring the bell?
No, we go in.
Who is it?
Sergeant Brooke.
Well, what's it about?
Why do you lock yourself away like this?
Because in this district, Sergeant, police are not easily found. I thought you'd know that. Next question.
We're inquiring about some thefts, sir. We thought you could help. Thefts from properties around Endley Street.
Would you say that again?
Yes, sir. Thefts from properties around Endley Street.
You pulled a stroke, me old son. Do you know that? I had to wait here so you can come and tell me there's thefts in Endley Street. There have always been thefts in Endley Street. Ask anyone. Leave a barrel ain't chained down and it's gone. Why, if you left a bulldozer, these folks would knock it off. You can't be telling me that.
No, Mr. Charles. I've come to talk to you about thefts from the folks in Endley Street. Thefts from the people who live there.
They got nothing to steal, my old son. Not a tosser. Some vandalism, I grant you. Thefts? Nah.
Thefts, yes, Mr. Charles.
You're talking about my property, my old son. I own it. They rent it. Well, that is when they bother to pay their rent. So you're talking of thefts from my own property. I would know, wouldn't I?
You would, sir.
Well, have I complained?
Your complaints haven't come to me, sir.
Well, then that's a liberty for a start, isn't it?
The complaints are from the people who rent your houses.
What do they say has been stolen?
Wiring from the lighting system, lead from the plumbing, all the things that make a house habitable.
You suggesting something, Sergeant?
No, sir. We're inquiring about thefts. Since you buy the property, we thought you might know who's buying the stuff.
I don't know what you're getting at, my old son. I got no skeletons rattling in my cupboard, you know. So watch it.
Do you know?
Why don't you ask the people who complain so much? There's always been thieves round there. There's more tea leaves to the square inch down in the street than you've got on your files. Anyway, all these streets round there should be pulled down.
Would you say these thefts from the houses help a bit? Bring the pulling down a bit nearer?
Vandalism, my old son, that's all that is. The new sport with the working classes. The point I'm trying to make to you, Sergeant, my old son, it's my loss, isn't it? Any more questions?
Not at the moment, sir.
And next time, don't try monkey tricks, my old son, because I know all the strokes. I could teach you a few.
He knows all the strokes. He could teach you a few.
I'll bet he could.
Could you teach him one?
I'm going to try.
How?
Well, the theft act's not about strokes, it's about theft. So we leave Mr. Charles for the moment and go after his team of vandals and find the ones who are doing the stealing. By catching the monkeys, we'll get at the organ grinder.
He won't like that.
Get a line on who they think is stripping their houses and who's buying the scrap.
Right. Oh, looks like Max wants you.
Dave?
Yeah?
About the missing woman.
Ah, any joy?
A blank wall, really. Except for the sister down in Dorset. I phoned her. She says she doesn't trust Kemp. She says her sister is dead.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleo. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Mr. Kemp, Keith Trinkle. Michael Kemp, William Booker. Milton T. Charles, David Lodge. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 to MP. 4 men off watch. Zulu 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance service.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 7, A Very Private Affair.
CID room. DC Maxton. Oh, who's that? Yes, sir. No, he isn't here at the moment. Yes, I'll tell him.
Was that for me?
It was Tilson from C2.
Oh, what do you want?
He's waiting for the papers on the Craig case. Expected them this morning.
Well, I haven't finished them yet. Can you give me a hand?
Oh, I'm up to my neck.
Still looking for the missing lady?
Give it 24 hours, you said.
Well?
4 days later, and look at the file. Getting as fat as a bestseller. Lists of missing persons, lists of wandering people, sudden deaths in the street, loss of memory, unidentified bodies. It's another world, Dave. I'm beginning to feel like the husband, not knowing where to look next.
So you start at the beginning again. A supposedly happy mother of an 8-year-old son sees him off to school, leaves the house in her everyday clothes to go shopping, walks towards the bus stop, and is never seen again.
As if she'd walked into a fog.
There was no note to say where she'd gone. Everything in the house waiting for her to return. Has Mr. Kemp given up hope?
And when you've nothing to go on, how can you give up hope? Look at the file. All these people. She might have been among them.
Have you seen her sister yet?
She's coming up from Dorset today.
And she doesn't believe her brother-in-law?
Well, she's the odd one out, Dave. The neighbours say they were a very happy couple. Their friends say the same. His employer and friends at work hold him in high regard.
And how does he seem to you?
A very worried man. He has a young son to look after.
And a suspicious sister-in-law on her way to town.
Dave?
Yeah?
That girl who came to see you and gave you the info.
Tessa Mitchell?
Would she recognise the man she saw in the cafe?
Would she recognise the husband?
Yes.
Why?
It's something I have to be clear about. I have to check everything. I'd like that sorted out before I see the sister.
You know Tessa's on the game, don't you? They're not the best of witnesses, but I'll ask her.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming, Tessa.
I was surprised you asked. What's it about?
Sit down, and I'll tell you. You came here the other day, Tessa, to tell me about some talk you overheard in a cafe.
In the Kentucky?
2 men talking together. And you thought one was hiring the other to kill his wife.
You didn't believe me?
Tessa, I can't believe everything I hear, but it doesn't mean I disbelieve it. I just tuck it away until needed.
Has something happened?
I don't think so. I just want to hear the story again. It was a Wednesday, wasn't it? The 12th.
Well, I didn't make a note of the date. Why?
I'm just asking.
It was the middle of the week. It could have been a Wednesday. Why? You believe it now?
Just tell me what you remember.
All right. I went in the Kentucky for a coffee. It was about 11 in the morning. Well, you know the place. The tables are in little boxes. Our back benches like church pews. But when you sit in, you can't see the people in the next one. It's nice and cosy for a chat. 2 men came to the next table.
Did you see them?
No, and they couldn't see me. It was why they went on talking. It was something they'd been talking about before they came in.
And you were listening?
No, I wasn't really listening until I happened to catch one of them saying something about his wife.
Can you remember exactly what he said?
Yeah. He said, I've been married to her for 8 years and I've had more than enough. The other said, we all have our problems, as though he was telling him to get on with it, not interested in reasons. Then the first one said, I want her gone, final, so that no questions will be asked. The other said, you'll have no trouble, no questions will be asked because she won't be found.
And that was it?
Until the money passed.
Yeah, tell me about that.
But the other one, I mean the one who said there'll be no trouble.
Yeah, I know you mean. Yeah, go on.
Well, he said, when do I get paid? And the first one said, you can have this now and the rest when it's done.
And it was like money was passing because the other one said thanks. And then they got up and went out.
Now, wait a bit. There was something else before they got up, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. One said, where do I find her? And the other said, come and I'll show you. And then they got up and went out.
And then you saw them?
When they stopped to pay the bill. A young one and an older one, taller.
The one with the wicked face?
Yeah.
And the younger one was the husband?
He was paying the bill.
Would you know him again?
No, he had his back to me. And the other one stood between us. He saw me and knew I'd been listening.
So you stayed there?
Yeah, I didn't like the look of him, the older one. He looked really hard.
Yeah. When the younger one said, I'll show you, you felt it was somewhere near?
Yeah, they were walking there, towards Manton Street.
Well, they could have been walking to their car.
Yeah.
But you still feel it was somewhere near?
Not very far away.
About the husband, Tessa. You gave me a description. About 35, you said, average height, brownish hair.
And wearing a leather jacket. But I only saw his back.
If you saw him again, would you know him?
No, I wouldn't. And I'm not making a statement either.
Why not?
Because I've seen the other man.
The tall one?
I saw him in the High Street.
When?
Last week.
Which day?
Dunno. 5-6 days ago.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Getting out of a car.
Did he see you?
No, and I made sure he didn't. That man frightens me.
Yeah. You saw the car?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
It was sand-coloured. Ford Escort.
Did you see its number?
No, I was too busy turning my face, making sure he didn't see me. Has he done something?
I don't know. I'm just listening to your story again. Anything else you can remember?
No.
Tessa, let's go to that cafe again. I'll buy you a coffee. You can show me where you were sitting, and we can have a look in the high street for your wicked-looking friend.
Oh, no, not likely.
Tessa?
He saw me that day. I don't want to remind him.
But I don't know him. I need your help.
No. I'm very easy to find, Sergeant. Almost any night. And there's no one to protect me.
I just want to know who he is.
No.
All right. But if you see him again, you'll tell me. And I want to know immediately.
Yes, Sergeant.
Did you see her?
Yeah.
Could she identify the man she overheard?
No luck. She's positive she can't.
Yeah. Then that's that.
But there's one thing new. My friend Tessa has seen the other man again. The one she says was going to do the job.
The nice, clean job and no questions asked?
Yeah.
But Kemp wants questions asked. He wants all the questions to be asked and his wife brought back.
Yeah, but I'd like to meet this tall man. I'd like to know what they talked about, what he was paid for. And I would like to talk to Kemp again.
Oh, you can take this photograph back to him. We've had it copied.
Oh, thanks. Mr. Kemp, my colleague asked me to return this photograph to you.
It was good of you to bring it. It's the one I like best. Thank you, Sergeant. Do you have any news?
No, sir, not yet. Have you heard anything?
No, nothing. The phone hasn't rung for days, except my firm asking how I am. There isn't much hope now, is there?
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Kemp. DC Maxton hasn't given up hope. He's trying all sorts of sources.
That's kind of him.
I was wondering if you'd thought of anything else that might help us.
I've been over everything. I've even talked to Michael. There's nothing we haven't thought of. Constable Maxton was very good with the boy. I'd like to thank him.
Have you told your son yet?
Not in so many words, but he knows. I think it's best like that. Putting it into words makes it so final.
Perhaps if we just talked about it for a bit. If I told you what we've done, something might come to mind. Anything to help us see a bit further. Where did you meet your wife, Mr. Kemp?
In Dorset. She lived there. I met her when I was there on holiday.
At Poole, wasn't it?
Yes. Her sister still lives there. It was a very happy meeting. After the holiday, I went back each weekend to see her. Within 6 months, we were married.
And you brought her to London?
Yes. And her sister didn't like it. That's why I thought Liz had gone there, and her sister wouldn't tell me.
Her sister's coming to London today, did you know? Coming to see DC Maxton.
Then you'll learn how little she likes me. It was because I married Liz and took her away. She never approved.
Did she have reasons for not approving?
I don't like saying this, but she's a spinster, and spinsters don't like their younger sisters getting married. It's why Liz agreed to come to London. But she tried to patch it up. She was always close to Mary, always kept in touch with her. Since we're talking like this, Mr. Brooke, there's something I'd like to tell you. I don't think it matters, but it's something I didn't want to talk about.
What is it, Mr. Kemp?
You asked me if Liz had taken anything with her. Clothes, shoes, things like that.
Yes?
I told you that after I knew she'd been seen going shopping that morning, I wondered if maybe she'd come back again before going away. I looked through her wardrobe, searched our bedroom. I found our savings book. It's a building society book, really.
And?
She had drawn £400 from it.
She was able to do this?
Oh, yes.
Without you knowing?
Yes, it's a joint account. Normally we discussed money so that we both knew where we stood. We trusted each other.
When was this?
It was withdrawn the day before I went away.
May I see the book, please?
Yes. Here it is. But there is an explanation, I'm sure. Liz wouldn't do that.
But she did. It says so here. Withdrawn £400, and the date the 11th, the day before you went away. Do you know why?
I'm sure it was to do with her sister. Liz was always ready to help her. She was the only one she was really close to. It's why, when I phoned Mary and she said she wasn't there, I didn't believe her.
Do you believe her now?
Yes. Liz didn't go there. I know that now.
You should have told us about this, Mr. Kemp.
I'm sorry. It isn't much money, Mr. Brooke, not these days. She couldn't live for long on that, not away from home. She's been gone 4 weeks.
We should have been told.
Yes, but I expected her to come home. I knew she wouldn't want the neighbours to know she'd left home, and I didn't want anyone to know she'd taken money. Can you understand? I was waiting for her to come back.
And now it's too late?
I don't know.
May I borrow the savings book? I'll give you a receipt for it. Max?
Yes?
Seen the sister yet?
No, she arrives this afternoon.
There's a question you can ask her. Did she ask her sister for help?
Anything else?
No.
I'll do that. Can I know what's behind it?
Sure, this. A building society savings book. A withdrawal made that week and made by the wife, unknown to the husband. Look.
£400.
Just ask the sister if she needed any financial help. If her answer is no, I think I can tell you what the money was used for. Have you had lunch yet?
No.
Fancy a beer and a sandwich?
At the Raven?
A bit further afield. I'm collecting Judy. Want to come along?
Why not?
Max, how nice to see you.
Hello, Judy.
Come on in.
Well, what about me?
Who's your friend, Max?
Oh, just some copper on the beat who's been tailing me from the station.
Should we let him in?
Why not?
You can go off people, you know.
Where have you been, Max? It's ages since I've seen you.
Just busy.
He's been racing around, tracing loot, catching criminals, solving murders. Mr. Roach thinks he's magic.
It isn't quite like that, Judy. Mr. Roach is a bit of a taskmaster.
Worse than Dave?
Well, at least he knows how to relax. Mr. Roach doesn't even go to the pub.
Mr. Roach goes to the commander's office for a gin and tonic and leaves Muggins to do all the paperwork.
Oh, well, I'm getting used to it. I hear you're giving a party.
Dave told you?
Yes.
Did he tell you why?
Something to do with his change of address. When is it?
Why don't we go out and have a beer? Talk about it there.
Max, do you think it's a good idea, Dave moving in?
If it's what you both want, it's a great idea. At least we'll know where to find him.
You've always known where to find him. It's why we're making it a little more permanent. This way I'll be able to see more of him.
Look, you two, if you're going to sit around talking about me, I'm going to fix myself a drink.
If there's any left. Some of the nurses were here last night. They stayed a bit late.
Nurses, don't half knock it back. There's nothing here.
It was mostly your little friend, the Irish one. Well, Max, what do you think?
If I were you, Judy, I'd get it in writing. Insist that he doesn't give your phone number to his informants, or he'll have the flat done over one afternoon. See that he's home before 12, and don't let him bring any of his boozy friends home.
Look, I hate to interrupt this intimate discussion about me, but I'm panting for a beer, and thanks to Judy's boozy friends, his place is dry. So can we get over to the nearest pub?
Okay, Dave, and the round's on me. Here we are. 3 plates of sandwiches, 2 pints, 1 shandy.
Sit here, Max.
Thanks.
Now, what else can you tell me about my future flatmate?
Well, there isn't much more, except that he's diligent and honest, and within reasonable limits he can be neat and tidy. And what little I know about detective work, I learned from him.
Well, that's a left-handed compliment, if ever I heard one. Do you mind talking about somebody else?
All right, let's talk about you, Max. I hear you're going to be made up to sergeant.
That will depend on Mr. Roach.
Would you like it? Throwing your weight about, destroying young DCs?
I don't know yet. Can I have the salt?
Oh, Coming over.
Thanks.
Apart from helping Mr. Roach, what else have you been doing?
I can tell you that. He's been chasing after a married woman.
Max. Is this true?
Yes, Judy.
Well, how long has it been going on?
Not very long.
Is it serious?
Very serious.
Watch it, Max. She's showing her claws.
I do not have claws. Max, what's she like? Is she pretty?
He carries a picture of her.
Oh, can I see it, Max?
Judy, he's having you on.
Dave!
And it isn't something he should be having fun with. I'm chasing after a missing person. There happens to be a woman. Happens she's married. She's left behind a husband and a young son who are worried sick.
What happened to her, Max?
Just what happens to hundreds of others. I have a file full of them. Walk out of the house and don't come back.
Vanish, leaving not a trace.
We had one like that in the hospital. A teenager. For a week we didn't know who she was. She didn't know her name, didn't know where she'd come from. Turned out she had trouble at home and couldn't cope with it. It's either trouble at work or trouble at home.
No, this one doesn't work.
Then trouble at home.
A secret affair.
What age?
28. And here's what she looks like. A holiday snap.
She doesn't look the type. But who can tell?
I'm hoping her sister can tell. I'm seeing her this afternoon.
You doing this one on your own?
With some help from Dave. Some cheering from the touchline.
Let's have another one. Max, get it for me. I want a word with Judy.
Same again?
Yeah.
Right.
That wasn't very nice. Push off, I want a word with Judy.
What wasn't nice about it? We do have words in private, don't we?
Oh, yes, but not in pubs.
Just a private word?
About what?
You said not in pubs.
I want to know what it is.
About moving in with you. The sale of my flat's gone through. I can move in next Sunday. If that's all right with you.
Dave, of course it is. That's wonderful.
CID room, DC Maxton. She's arrived. Good. Tell her I'll be down right away. Thank you. The sister's arrived. She's waiting downstairs.
A word of advice, Max. Kemp says she's a spinster. Didn't like her younger sister being married and being taken away. Watch for it.
Yes. And did she need help?
Yeah, but don't mention the money. Just see if she asks for help.
Sure. Miss Linden?
Yes?
I'm DC Maxton. You've come to see me.
Oh.
Will you come this way, please?
Yes, of course.
We'll find a quiet room and have a talk. Now, here we are. This'll do. It was very kind of you to come all this way.
I came as soon as I was free, Mr. Maxton. I'm very worried. What's happened to my sister?
It's as I told you on the phone, and as your brother-in-law told you. Your sister went out one Friday morning and has not been seen since.
That's what he says, is it?
It's the story that others tell as well, Miss Linden. We've checked it thoroughly. 2 of her neighbours saw her leave the house at about 10 in the morning, going towards the bus stop. On that day, your brother-in-law was in Hampshire on business, calling on customers. We've checked all that too. When he returned, she wasn't at home. He waited, and on Saturday morning he phoned you.
He did phone me on Saturday morning, asked if Elizabeth was with me. When I said she wasn't, he wouldn't believe me. Then he became abusive and accused me of hiding her. I rang off.
Was he abusive or just worried?
Well, I suppose it's a matter of opinion. But I've known him a long time.
Was your sister happily married?
Yes. Yes, at first she was. Certainly until Michael was born and for a year or two afterwards. But in the past 3 years it hasn't been the same.
Did she tell you this?
Not in so many words. She was a very loyal person, but I could tell.
Do you know the reason?
He's been away too often.
He's a salesman. They do stay away from home at times.
It was not always because of his work.
She told you this?
Once. Last year. But, Mr. Maxton, you're asking me the wrong questions. You're asking reasons for my sister leaving home, running away from her home. She wouldn't do that. In no way would she leave Michael. And she wouldn't leave him either.
What are you suggesting?
That something has happened to Liz. And I'd like to know what's being done. What you found out.
We've done a great deal of work, Miss Linden, but there's little to show for it. I was hoping you could help me.
I can, Mr. Maxton. My sister has not left home. Not willingly.
When did you last see her?
3 months ago, when she came for a holiday and brought Michael.
Did Mr. Kemp come with them?
No.
Why not?
We don't get along, Mr. Maxton. He knew that Liz would enjoy the holiday better on her own, and that we had things to talk about.
When did you last hear from her?
Well, about 6 weeks ago.
Did she phone you?
She seldom phoned. They were careful about phone bills. They liked to save. She would phone if it was necessary, otherwise we wrote to each other.
So, she wrote to you about 6 weeks ago. Do you have the letter?
No.
Do you remember what she wrote about?
Yes, it was about Michael, mostly. How well he was doing at school, about some shoes she was thinking of buying, and that she was keeping well.
Anything about her husband?
No, she never wrote about him. She knew I didn't approve of him. She also remembered what she'd once told me.
What was that?
When he stayed away from home, she knew it was not always on business.
How did she know that?
Oh, twice when he was away, his firm phoned him. They were surprised when she said he was away from home, but they didn't say anything to her.
She told you this?
She told me the second time it happened.
Another woman?
Yes.
Did she have it out with her husband?
No.
Do you know why she didn't?
You don't seem to know much about my sister.
No, please tell me.
She was a very kindly person, and very loyal. She loved her son deeply, and she also loved her husband. The kind of woman who would do everything to keep her home together.
But you say she was worried about him.
She kept her worries to herself. But she knew the affair had been going on too long.
Did you reply to her letter?
Yes.
What did you write?
The kind of letter I always wrote. About friends she knew in Poole, about myself, asking about Michael.
Did you ask her for help?
No. Why do you ask?
Did you give her any reason for coming to see you?
No.
It was the first thing her husband thought of, that she'd gone to see you.
She hadn't.
Do you know that all the time you've been talking about your sister, you've used the past tense? She was a kindly person. She loved her son.
I'm sorry. It must be because of how I feel.
CID, Sergeant Brooke? Yes, put the call through, please.
Is that Sergeant Brooke?
Yes, Tessa, it's me. What is it?
I've seen that man again. The tall man.
Where?
In the high street.
Is he there now?
His car's here.
Where's he?
He's shopping. He's gone into Boots.
Just stay there.
No.
Stay there. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. You're still here?
You're lucky about that.
Why?
It was a long couple of minutes.
Sorry. Where is he?
He came out of Boots and put something in his car. I thought he was going away. Then he crossed and went into Smith's.
Is he still there?
Yeah.
Where's his car?
That one. The sandy-coloured one.
Been there long?
I saw him parking it and phoned you, like you said, immediately.
Are you sure he's in Smith's?
Yeah. Look, I'll leave you now.
Wait a bit. Is that him? Coming out now?
Where?
Behind the grey van.
Yeah, that's him.
This is a good description, Tessa. Tall, lean, about 40, with a wicked face.
I'm going now. I'm not being seen by him.
Just turn your back. Wait until he goes to his car.
You going to talk to him?
Not yet. I know his car and his registration number. I can find out who he is. You can walk away now.
That was what you said the other time. You can walk away now.
Yeah. Well, the debt's repaid now, Tessa. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that seems to be all we can do, Miss Linden. Unless there's something else you can tell me.
There's nothing more I can think of.
Will you be staying in London?
Until tomorrow.
Will you be seeing Michael?
No, not until there's something definite. Look, before I leave tomorrow, may I phone you, in case you have some news?
Of course. Yes, come in.
Am I interrupting?
Oh, come in, Dave. This is my colleague, Detective Sergeant Brooke, who's been working on the case. This is Miss Mary Linden.
I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Linden. Are you leaving now?
Yes.
Before you go, may I ask a question, if it hasn't already been asked?
Please.
Did you know that shortly before your sister left home, she withdrew a sum of money from a savings account?
How much?
£400, without her husband's approval.
I don't believe it, Mr. Brooke.
I can show you the savings book. Here it is. She did withdraw that.
Then it wasn't without his approval. She didn't do anything against his wishes. I see it's a joint account. But he looked after the financial affairs. Always did.
You're sure?
I know he did. And another thing, Mr. Brooke. You said before my sister left home. My sister did not leave home. Not willingly. My sister is dead.
Well, you heard the lady. Her sister is dead.
The lady knows no more about it than you do. Or I do. Miss Linden does not like her brother-in-law, and she came here to say that he's been having an affair with some unknown girl in some unknown town.
Is there anything to it?
It runs against everything else we've learned about him. His customers have been questioned, his colleagues at the firm, and this is the first time anything like this has been said. You were going to tell me about the money.
I think the spinster lady was almost right about it. That our missing woman would not draw such a sum from the family savings without her husband's knowledge.
But she did draw it. Tell me.
A lot of little things are beginning to click into place, Max. On Tuesday the 11th, this money was drawn. On Wednesday the 12th, there is this conversation and money is passed. Take this now and you'll get the rest later. Now, I don't know the present rate for killing another man's wife, but how much would you say would make a reasonable sweetener? £400.
But she withdrew the money.
Of course. He wouldn't do it, would he? Not if he could help it. So he gives her the book and says, "Darling, when you're in town today, draw out some money for me."
And what reason would he give?
Well, how do I know? She isn't here to tell us. But if she was made to draw it, it would serve two purposes. Give a reason for her disappearance when he chose to discover it, and then paid as the first instalment to the tall man to make sure she did disappear and would never be found.
Dave, there's nothing on the file to support that.
Then you're going to find it, aren't you?
How?
You're going to find out if the Kemps have any other savings accounts and whether he's drawn on them since that Friday.
The second instalment?
Yeah. And you're going to find out whether he was on his rounds that Wednesday, or whether he could still have been in London at 11 in the morning.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Tessa Mitchell, Deirdre Costello, Mr. Kemp, Keith Drinkle, Mary Linden, Jill Lidston. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zulu 1 to MP. Jefferson High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detectives. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 8, The Placer.
Dave?
Yeah? What is it?
Did you have any luck with the tall chap?
Yeah, I've checked on the car. It belongs to a Mr. James Hallett.
So, we have a name for him.
And an address. Hogton Way, down in Hackney. But the address is a rooming house, and Mr. Hallett is no longer there. It may be that he now lives nearer to us. I'm having a local search made and a check by CRO. How about you?
About the same. 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Have you checked on the money?
She did withdraw it on her own. The manager was surprised. It's a savings account, and they'd never drawn such a large sum from it before. He asked her why, in a friendly sort of way, but she offered no reason.
Didn't say if it was for her husband?
Didn't say anything, which is a pity. They also have another account with that society. A week later, Kemp made another withdrawal, a larger one.
He made it? How much?
£3,000.
That's a lot, isn't it? Did he give a reason?
Said he was buying a car.
Did the manager wonder why you were asking?
He knew I was inquiring about Mrs. Kemp being missing. We just went on from there. Sometimes I wish she would just walk through that door, Dave. Back from her once-in-a-lifetime holiday abroad.
Yeah. Have you checked the travel companies?
One of the first things I did. Anyway, that time is up. It's now 5 weeks.
You check why he needed that £3,000, and I'll look for the tall man.
See you back in the afternoon.
Right.
Sergeant Brooke!
Yes, Mr. Roach? Yes, sir.
Are you using Max?
He's gone out on an inquiry, sir.
Making progress, are you?
Well, there is some movement, sir. We're inquiring about money that was drawn last week and where Kemp actually was that Wednesday morning.
And getting nowhere.
We've come to a halt, sir, yes.
When will Max be back?
This afternoon.
Is Harrison busy?
Not at the moment, sir.
Right, I'll have him. Send him in, will you?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Jim?
Yeah?
Mr. Rhodes wants you.
Now?
Right away.
Do you know why?
It may be what you wanted, a chance to show what an experienced copper you are.
Do you think so?
Yeah, so don't keep him waiting. Go on.
Thanks.
Wish me luck.
Come in, Harrison.
Thank you, sir.
No, sharp man, it. Sit down.
Sure.
Just a few papers to sort out. Do you know what a placer is, lad?
Someone who places a bet, sir?
No, not quite. Do you know Wilkes and Sons?
Yes, sir. They're warehousemen.
Anything else about them?
They've been losing a lot of stuff lately.
How do you know?
Read it in the crime complaint, sir.
Good lad. Anything else?
No, sir.
Now, I'd better fill you in before we start. They've been losing stuff for the best part of a year. We've had complaints from them. A normal load leaves their warehouse, nothing happens. A valuable load goes out, whiskey, cigarettes, electrical goods, anything easily sold, and it's lost. Like somebody is picking just what he wants. What's your opinion?
Oh, someone knows when they're leaving, sir. Could be the loaders, drivers.
Yeah, but that isn't the answer. We put an undercover man with the drivers to see that they didn't use the phone or tip the wink. We've seen that the loaders don't slip out to tell a mate. We've sent out fake loads and they aren't touched. But whenever we've sent out a valuable load, it's snatched. Months and months of observation without result isn't fun. But this week we've had a bit of luck. Will you bring in the warrant book?
Yes, sir.
What's the hurry?
We're going on a search. Old man wants the warrant book.
It's by the window.
Sure.
Where's the search?
Top secret.
Oh, like that, is it?
Yeah, sir. Shall I enter it?
No, I'll do it. You nip downstairs and sign for a car. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir. Right. Where are we going then, sir?
We're going to drive around and visit 2 or 3 places. Have a look. If all is well, we'll call for some backup and execute the warrant.
Yes, sir.
First over North Bridge and to Kelford Road.
You found who's been passing the word, sir?
Yeah. For months we thrashed around among the drivers and the loaders. Turns out to be a straight-laced young lady in the manager's office.
She was in touch with villains?
She was passing it to her boyfriend. The boyfriend was passing it on to a thief and getting a cut. You get the picture?
Yes, sir. We're going to have a talk with the young lady?
No. And we're not going to have a talk with the boyfriend or the thief. We are engaged in an operation, Harrison, where thieves are no more than labourers. They do the grafting, they take the risks, but they don't rate very highly. At the end of the chain is the man I want.
The placer?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. This is Kelford Road.
Oh, good. A slow drive along. Let's check the cars.
Did you see what you want, sir?
Yes. The boyfriend is at home. All is well. Now we go to the warehouse and look around. Do you know where it is?
Yes, sir. You were telling me about the placer, sir?
Yeah. He's the man who's right in the centre of things. He organises it all. He pulls all the strings, calls all the tunes, and he sells the load. Places it, you see?
Yeah.
It works like this. A valuable load leaves the factory or a warehouse and is on its way. The placer is tipped off. He phones a buyer he can trust, tells him what the load is, names a price, and a sale is made.
And that's it?
No, the best is still to come. The snatch is done in a lay-by, or while the crew is eating. The placer is told by phone. He tells them where they can unload the gear or leave the lorry for collection. He then phones the buyer and confirms the deal. It's all done while the load is still on the move.
This is the warehouse, sir.
Oh, right. Yeah, drive slowly around the car park.
Seen what you want, sir?
Yeah, the girl is still at work. That's her VW, the little green one. I'm just checking that no one has been warned and run off to a tax haven.
We are now going to call at another warehouse and look around. Benton Brothers. Do you know it?
Yes, sir.
There, sir. Benton Brothers.
Handy little warehouse. But no more Benton Brothers in the firm. Sold out some years ago.
Yes, sir.
And honesty isn't what it was. The owner is now Mr. Howard, and I have reason to believe that some goods stolen last night may have come his way. We don't suspect Mr. Howard. Oh, no, of course not. The storeroom is often rented to others, and could we please have a look around?
And you have a warrant?
Persuasion is often better than a warrant, lad. Kind words are better than threats. Let's meet our Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard?
Yes, what is it?
I wonder if I can have a word with you, sir. My name is Roach. Detective Chief Inspector Roach.
Oh, yeah? What can I do for you?
A quiet word, if you don't mind, sir. Is there somewhere where we can talk?
Well, we can go in there.
Thank you. By the way, sir, this is my colleague, Detective Constable Harrison.
Sir? How do you do? Right, sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, how can I help you?
You are the owner of the warehouse?
Yes.
Is there any part of the warehouse rented to clients, sir?
No.
Is there any part of it hired to another firm?
Look, what do you want me to say, Inspector? That it is or it isn't? What have you come about?
Well, sir, we have information that certain goods, known to have been stolen yesterday, have found their way to this warehouse.
What kind of goods?
If we could have a look around your warehouse, sir.
Well, it'll save you a lot of time if you tell me what you're looking for, and I'll tell you if it's here.
I see, sir. Well, it's a large consignment of spirits, mostly whiskey and brandy, valued at some £80,000, sir.
Well, I can assure you, Inspector, you're wasting your time. There's no whiskey or brandy or any other kind of spirit in this warehouse.
The usual procedure, sir, is that we tell you what we are looking for, and then we look for it.
All right. Help yourself. Tell my foreman you've got my permission. Kane's his name. You'll find him out there in white overalls. When you're finished, I'll be waiting here.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. We've looked around, Mr. Howard, and as you said, there's nothing here.
Well, you could have saved yourself the trouble.
Yes, sir, but we have to act on information. I'm pleased that nothing was found, sir. We know Benton Brothers is a very reputable firm. It's why I asked if part of the building was rented out.
Well, that was very thoughtful of you. And since I gave you freedom to search my premises, perhaps you'll tell me why you came here in the first place.
A mistake, sir. I'm sorry. An informant got the name wrong, I'm afraid. It doesn't often happen.
An informant blames me. Can he get away with that?
Oh, they don't get away with it, sir. But usually they're right, and we have to act. You see, the informant is usually one of the thieves himself. Someone who feels has been left out or hasn't had a fair share.
Oh, so he just names someone and you rush in?
No, sir. Not as a rule. And I've said I'm sorry.
Well, what do you do now?
I'll go back to my informant, sir. And this time I assure you we'll get the right name. Sir, you'll accept my apologies, sir, and excuse us.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Well, what do you think of that, Harrison? Not good for the police image, was it?
Well, no, sir, it wasn't. I thought he took it quite well.
Well, going to a place on wrong information?
Yes, sir.
Well, it wasn't wrong information. It was very good information from a reliable source. You see, I'm told Mr. Howard is our placer. I knew he'd never have anything at his warehouse, so I just wanted to test him by dropping into the conversation that one of his gang might be grassing.
To see if he'll react?
That's right. And I wouldn't mind betting right now he'll be on the phone to whoever bought last night's load, warning him to get it under cover. And he'll be on to his contact, telling him that someone is informing.
Oh.
Right. Now take me to Chelsea. There's something I want to collect.
Right, sir.
Dave?
Yeah? What is it?
You were right. Kemp was not on his rounds that Wednesday morning. He didn't start on them until the afternoon. Told his customers his car had broken down on the way, and he put in some extra time to complete his calls that day.
Did any of his customers complain?
I didn't bother them. They only remembered it because he'd talked about the breakdown.
Have you asked him about it? Or about the £3,000?
He isn't at home today.
Oh, he started work again?
Not yet. The son Michael is with his aunt, and all they know is he'll be back in a couple of days. It's the ID, DC Maxton. Yes, he's here. Who is it? Hold on. It's C11.
Okay, that's all right. Sergeant Brooke. Did you have any luck? Huh? Yeah, well, what is it? Are you sure? Do you mind if I take a note? Hold on. Yep, go ahead. Yeah. All right. Well, what else? You haven't? I see. Okay, thank you. Well, we're both being given the runaround today. CRO have nothing on a James Hallett, aged about 40, 5'11", slim and dark. But C11 says it rings a bell with a couple of collators and suggests a Joseph Hartin. This Hartin's a Londoner, but not too well known to us. He was in the United States for 12 years, has a string of convictions there, and was deported a year ago.
What were the convictions?
Hold-ups, liquor stores, grocery stores, petrol stations, and taking hostages.
Does he use a gun?
No, not according to this. Yeah, have a look. Unarmed combat expert. Break an arm or a leg to get what he wanted. But he hasn't been in our sight since he came back.
He could be your man. They usually keep the same initials when they change their name. Joseph Hartin, James Hallett.
Yeah, well, they're sending over a photograph, but that's all. Brother Hartin or Hallett has no known address.
So?
We find his car. It must be parked someplace. Light brown Ford Escort, London registration. It shouldn't be difficult. I want an all stations sent out, beat men and traffic patrols to keep their eyes open.
Well, Harrison, not a bad day's work, was it?
A phone tap, sir?
Phone tap? It's called surveillance, lad. Phone surveillance. It could be done if it's necessary.
Oh, I thought you got it.
Just you listen to the recording.
Smith and Company. Is that you, Fred? Yes. Who is it? Roy Howard. Fred, this is urgent. You got the stuff last night? Yes, everything's fine. Fred, they're looking for it. You better throw a rug over it or something. How do you mean? Throw a rug over it?
A rug over it?
Fred, move it downstairs. Right to the back. Cover it over. What's up, Roy? I don't know. I had visitors, the old Bill. But I think they were just nosing around. They don't know anything for sure, but they might find out. Now, if you're bothered and you want to get rid of it, I'll send a lorry to take it off your hands. Where do I send it? Anywhere. Send it to Land's End or Yorkshire. Just keep it rolling around until we know it's safe to bring it back.
Not bad, was it? Mr. Howard doesn't waste any time.
What do we do now, sir?
Well, just relax, lad. As soon as the attack was made, a team was on its way to Reese Smith and Company from the robbery squad.
We see Mr. Howard again?
We now listen to the next bit. I told you, he does it all on the phone.
Tree Cafe. George? Yeah, this is George. This is Mr. Howard, George. There's been some trouble about last night's job. What sort of trouble, Mr. Howard? Well, I had a couple of noses round searching my place. Your place? But who would tell them that? I don't know. It was a chief inspector named Roach. He found nothing and had to apologise. Said his informant had got it wrong. His informant is one of the thieves, he said. One who was left out or didn't get enough. Three things, George. Yeah. Was anyone left out? Who among your lads knows about me? And who would think it was coming my way? Yeah, I've got that, Mr. Howard. Right. Give it a spin, George. I want him found. Yes, Mr. Howard.
Oh. So, he makes 2 calls, and we have all this. It shows the value of a gentle tap on the right villain at the right moment.
Yeah. Do we round up, George?
No. It's Mr. Howard we're interested in. He's the one who knows everything. Places are sometimes anxious to save their own necks and willing to trade.
So we go after Mr. Howard?
Yeah. And play him like a trout. This way, Mr. Howard.
Will someone tell me what's going on?
You'll be the first to know, Mr. Howard. Please sit down.
All right.
You remember D.C. Harrison?
Yes, I do.
Constable, nip upstairs and phone the yard. Mr. Howard would like to know what's happening to his friends.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Howard. After we left you today... Oh, by the way, I did apologise, didn't I?
You did?
Yes, I'm glad about that. It was such a mistake. After we left you, I went back to my informant. He got it right the second time. A warehouse named Reese Smith & Co. Do you know them?
Well, of course I know them. They're competitors in business.
Do you know Mr. Reese? Mr. Fred Reese?
No.
No, I didn't think you would. Anyway, our lads got there just in time. He was loading the stuff onto a truck ready to move it away. Another half an hour and we would have missed it. Are you sure you don't know Mr. Reese?
I've told you, I don't.
Between ourselves, Mr. Howard, it looked like someone had tipped him off. I wondered if you would know.
Now, how would I know, Inspector?
Well, you were helpful to us earlier today, Mr. Howard, and I was wondering if you could be helpful again.
Come in. I made the call to the yard, sir. Mr. Reese has been charged, as have his foreman and warehouse manager.
Has Reese made a statement?
Yes, sir. But can you step outside, sir?
Oh, right. Do excuse me for a moment, Mr. Howard.
What is it, lad? George did phone him, sir, before we brought him in. The tape's just arrived. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, I'd better.
You ready, sir?
Yes.
Benson Brothers. Who's that?
Mr. Howard, it's George.
Yeah, what is it, George?
I think I know who it could be.
Well?
There was only one left out, Joe Higgins. And listen, he's a pal of Connor's who was on that job. And they were both drinking in the Keys last night. Connors was buying the drinks, and Higgins was complaining he was broke.
Yes, could be, George. Ask a bit more, will you? Was he seen on the phone or talking to a nosy? And what kind of friends does he have?
Yeah, I'll do that, Mr. Howard.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, well, it doesn't tell us anything of great importance, but it can be used.
Yes, sir. Some little bits of information there that could upset a villain. You can't figure out how you got to know. Begins to wonder how much you do know.
And our Mr. Howard is a man who needs upsetting.
You're going to charge him, sir?
All in good time. We want to know the strength first. We'll see him together. And then, if he's keen to make a deal, he'll want to speak to me alone. So, you'll leave us for a time.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if I ask you to go and get some tea, you will go, but you won't come back until I send for you.
Right.
Let's see how he is. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Howard. One or two things came up.
How long are you keeping me here?
Oh, just long enough to have a quiet chat and no longer. I was asking if you knew Mr. Reese.
And I told you I don't.
So you can't help us there?
No.
That's a pity. But not to worry. Mr. Reese is making a statement to our robbery squad. One thing he has said, which is strange, he was told to pull a rug over it. Now, that's an unusual thing for anyone to say. Do you know anyone in the business who'd use a phrase like that?
No.
It's a strange thing to say about a load as big as that. Still, I suppose it has its own meaning.
Inspector, I don't think I can help you in any way. I think we're wasting each other's time.
You could be right, Mr. Howard.
Well, if that's all you have to say, do you mind if I leave?
Not at all, sir. Mr. Howard.
Yes?
Do you know why I brought you here?
Of course I know. It was to play a game. But I'm a man of very little patience, and I don't like games.
What made you think it was a game, sir?
Oh, Inspector, you came to my warehouse this morning with a cock-and-bull story about looking for a stolen load. You found nothing. You found the stuff elsewhere. And then you keep me here while a statement is being made at some other police station. It's clearly a game. Now, if you think you've got anything on me, Inspector, don't play around. Just tell me what it is.
Is it possible that I could have anything on you, Mr. Howard?
Not possible.
Do you know Mr. Reese?
Yes, of course I know him. And you know I do. So stop fooling around. Reese will say nothing about me. It's a waste of your time.
You think it is?
I know it is.
Constable, will you get us both a cup of tea?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. What was that in aid of? Leaving us alone?
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Howard. From what he has heard, D.C. Harrison knows that I'm going to charge you.
And what will the charge be?
The setting up of criminal acts. The financing of criminal acts. Conspiracy to rob. I have a very wide choice.
A wide choice, but no evidence.
Why do you say that?
Because you wouldn't be asking my help, and we wouldn't be alone if you had. Reese won't name me, Inspector. And even if he did, the uncorroborated word of a so-called accomplice is not acceptable.
Despite what you just said?
Yes.
Supposing I said that as part of my information against you, I could mention the Bay Tree Cafe, a place where various thieves meet. Supposing I mentioned the Keys, a public house where they also meet. And if I told you that you warned Reese and offered, very bravely, to send a lorry and take the stuff off his hands. Now, who is so close to you that he could tell me that? I'll leave you for a while to think it over.
You're still wasting your time.
A wise man takes time to think, Mr. Howard. I'll get D.C. Harrison to bring that cup of tea.
How'd it go, sir?
Well, it isn't a certainty. Now, Mr. Howard's a tough character. Has no respect for us. But he has a weakness. Like a good placer, he has taken great trouble to cover his tracks.
You said to get tea, sir. This is yours.
Oh, thanks.
For many, many years, he's been living in a very select area and has led his neighbours to believe that he's in a legitimate way of business, which, of course, he is. But like all successful villains, he wants to be respectable. His wife does charitable work, his children go to a boarding school. He has some very respectable friends. And he is sitting downstairs thinking about that.
Will it worry him so much, sir?
Well, he won't worry for himself. He could do porridge with the best of them. But he'll be counting the cost to the kids. He might even be considering a deal.
But, sir, with respect, he's a villain. Should be sent down.
On what evidence?
He is a villain, sir. You heard the tapes.
Tapes provide information, not evidence. There was no evidence even against Reese on tape. The evidence was when the robbery squad caught him with the stuff in his lorry. What do you think we caught Howard with?
Nothing, sir.
Oh, but we did, Harrison. We caught him with a guilty conscience, worrying how we found out.
So, you'll make a deal?
Maybe. Howard won't ever rate as the supergrass, but he can clear up an awful lot of crime for us. And if I can have him on my side, I'll sleep at nights.
How long do we give him, sir?
Oh, just time enough for me to finish my tea. And time enough for him to weigh his loyalty to his fellow villains against his loyalty to his family. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. I'm afraid I've kept you waiting. Now then, where were we?
Do you mind if I speak to you alone?
Constable, will you leave us for a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
You've got something to tell me?
No, Inspector. I think you've got something to tell me. You've been asking for a deal.
Me? What makes you think that, Mr. Howard?
Because everything you said, Inspector, everything you've done since we came here has a deal written all over it. From the moment you came to my warehouse, knowing I had nothing there.
I'm sorry you think that, Mr. Howard. You must know that I'm not allowed to suggest deals.
Well, then, what?
Well, if you were to offer to help me, I would listen.
Yeah. Maybe it would be easier for me to say, make a charge and I'll fight it.
Well, you could be right. I'll be straight with you, Mr. Howard. We don't have much on you at this moment. A lot of information, but not a lot of hard evidence. Well, not much that would be admissible. Now, that's being fair to you, although it would still be a risk.
There's no risk.
Guilty is always a risk. But, if you want, you can walk out.
Oh, and then you come after me.
We'd certainly be watching you.
And if I offered to help you?
If you were helping us with our inquiries into past jobs, perhaps into future jobs that you might hear about, and if we had good reason to believe that Benton Brothers had its reputation back as a good, honest firm...
Yeah. What would you expect from me?
I'd want the present job and the past 5. We wouldn't go back any further. Names, dates, and places that would lead to arrests. Also, that we would have no more trouble from you. Our job is to prevent crime.
Would we have to meet?
Just as you wish.
Well, could it be done by phone?
As you've always worked. By phone.
Yeah. Can I think about it?
Of course. Now I'll see you out.
Yeah, Inspector.
Yes?
It's a deal.
What's happened to Jim? He has a grin all over his face.
He's been helping the old man. They must have pulled something off.
Did your photos come?
Oh, yeah.
Was it your man?
No doubt about it. It's the man Tessa Mitchell saw in the coffee shop. The man she pointed out to me in the high street. Mr. Joseph Hartin, also known as James Hallett. Here, have a look. Have you ever seen him?
No.
Nor has anyone else. He's gone to ground somewhere. I wonder if they did meet. Mr. Hallett now, Mr. Kemp.
Yeah, it's still a wild one, isn't it?
It gets less wild every day.
Hey, got a minute, fellas?
Yes?
Call from downstairs. They'd like you to go to Markham Place.
At this time of night?
Well, something they've found. They say it's urgent.
Do you know the place, Dave?
Yeah, it's mostly derelict ground. Tramps and down and outs use it.
Right, let's go. Can you see anyone?
Yeah, they're over there. Jack Lindsay. Hold on here, I'll see what it's about.
Okay.
Max?
Yes?
What was Mrs. Kemp wearing when she left home?
Just her everyday things.
Be precise.
Brown tweed coat with a belt, brown shoes, brown hair.
I think we found her.
Oh, no.
Dead. in one of the cellars.
In that episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks. Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake. Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleall. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Roy Howard, Tony Steedman. Fred Rees, Philip Talbot. George, Spencer Banks. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Zulu 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 9. Death in a Lonely Place.
Dave?
Yeah?
Where was she found?
Over here, in the cellar. And take care, the roof's a bit dodgy.
This stuff could collapse on us.
The whole place could come down. Over here, in the corner.
Watch it. You all right?
Yeah, cold and dirty, but okay. One of the down and outs, looking for a quiet place to dot. Saw this old bit of hardboard among the rubbish. Wanted to make a shelter. Tugged at it. Saw a hand sticking out. Over here.
My God. When was this?
2 days ago.
2 days ago?
An old whiner. He was a bit fuddled. Not sure about anything. Could it be your woman?
Like this? Yeah, how could you tell? Has anything been taken away?
They say a shoe was found, but it's gone. These whiners would have the shirt off your back.
Sergeant Brooke!
Oh, the old man's all right. Down here, Mr. Roach. And what's that beam? Not too safe.
Is this it?
Yes, sir. Found by one of the tramps.
What do we know?
You mean, who is she, sir? Nothing to go on yet. Until we get the rubbish moved, we won't know if there's anything belonging to her.
Or how she got here?
The street's been in ruins for years, but she hasn't been here for long. She didn't get under that rubble by herself.
Have the winos been using this place for long?
Since the street was boarded up. It's their grand hotel.
Well, they might have seen something.
Yes, sir.
What's been done?
Well, Doc Matheson's on his way. The scene of the crime lads have been called. Oh, it looks like they're in.
Right. Have the cellar sealed off. Up we go.
God, it was cold down there.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Have a look around the street, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Right.
Max, come with me.
Yes, sir.
Jack? Jack Lindsay?
Yes, Dave.
Was it you the old wino spoke to?
Oh, no, that was Dolby, but he passed him on to me.
Yeah. I'd like to see him.
Yeah, his name's Tyler, but he can't be any help. He's fuddled all right. Anyway, he's pushed off. Thinks we'll blame him for this.
Is there anyone else who can help?
God, have you seen them? They don't know what day it is. Most of them don't even remember their own names.
Yeah.
There is one, though. It's called Mott. He's a cut above the others, if you know what I mean. He builds the fire at night. Says who can sit at it, who can't, that sort of thing. He knows most of what's going on.
Where is he?
Well, he should be over by the fire. Come on, we'll see. Oh, you might be a bit surprised by him, Dave. Very respectful. And speaks well. Like he might have seen better days. They say he used to be the manager of a very good hotel, but he began to drink the profits.
Well, when you're talking to him, show him a couple of quid. He won't talk to you unless he gets it.
Right, I'll do that.
Oh, yes, he's here. Mott? Hey, Mott. Over here, William.
What is it, sir?
Mott, this is Detective Sergeant Brooke. He's come about the woman who was found in the cellar.
Yes, sir.
So you tell him what you told me and answer any questions he asks you. You understand?
I understand, sir.
If you can help him, he'll see you all right.
Thank you, sir.
I'll leave you to it, Dave.
Right. Well, Mott, what can you tell me?
Not much, I'm afraid, sir. We haven't been allowed to go near.
You know the man Tyler?
Oh, yes, sir. He found her.
Did he say anything about it to you?
Yes, sir. He told us what he saw.
When did he tell you?
Yesterday. Well, the night before yesterday, really, when we were sitting round the fire.
Drinking?
It's why we come here, sir, where we're not disturbed. We do no harm.
What did he say?
Well, said he was down in a cellar looking for things, and he saw a hand.
Did you go and look?
No, sir.
Did anyone go and look?
In the morning, when it was light, two of his friends went with him, and when they came back, they said they saw a hand. I told them if it was true, they should tell the policeman.
Why didn't you tell a policeman?
Truth is, people like Tyler see all sorts of things. You can't believe anything.
They did see a hand?
Yes, sir.
And they found a shoe? It isn't there now? Do you know where it is?
Yes, sir. It's over there.
Where?
I'll show you. Here it is, sir. This is the shoe, a lady's shoe.
Mott, when they brought back a lady's shoe, why didn't you go and look?
You can find anything in these cellars, sir. Old shoes, old saucepans, old bed sheets, left by the people who used to live here.
Do you think she used to live here?
No.
Why not?
Because she wasn't in that cellar, sir, before the wall fell in.
Do you know how she got there?
She could have been the drunk woman, sir.
What drunk woman?
Who came with the man.
When was this?
A time ago.
Came walking along with a man?
No, she got out of a car. The man had to help her. Or carry her, really. They use these old houses.
Who?
Prostitutes. A place to go.
How long ago was this?
Well, I'm not very good at time, sir. Not these days.
Weeks? Months?
More like weeks.
How many weeks? Last week?
No, 4 or 5, I'd say, sir.
Did you see them leave?
No, but I heard the car go away. We were sitting round the fire when I heard it go.
How long were they there?
Oh, half an hour.
Do you remember what the car looked like?
No.
How do you know it was a car and not a van?
The side lights were on.
The side lights? So you saw the man?
Yes.
What was he like?
A tall man. Taller than she was, and sort of skinny.
Anything else?
No.
Where is Tyler?
He's gone away. He thinks the police will move us on from here. Oh, do you know if they will, sir? It's always been a good place.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Did you get anything, Dave?
A talk with one of the better spoken winos. Seems they all knew about it the night before, but just sat around the fire passing the wine bottle. What did Doc Matheson say?
He wants to wait for the post-mortem. But to be going on with, aged around 30, strangled, been dead about 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Not longer?
He wasn't being precise. The cellar was cold, the air was dry, you know the sort of thing.
Yeah.
We should have a better time on it later today, and the photograph should be here soon.
Yeah. Anything found when the rubber was moved?
No, except that someone had covered her with it.
I wonder if it was our tool man.
Who knows? She certainly didn't get there by herself. She was wearing a brown coat with a belt, like Mrs. Kemp. But no other effects were there. No hat, no handbag, no shopping basket.
You've decided it's your missing lady?
Looks like Mr. Roach is ready for us. Do we go?
Yeah.
Come in, Dave, Max. Sit down.
Thanks, sir.
We can now sort a few things out. The photographs have arrived. Very good, too, considering what it was like down there. Showing the debris as it was, and the debris being removed stage by stage. The position of the body. Here, have a look. What do you think?
Yes, sir, very good, sir. Anything found in the debris to identify?
Well, let's take it in correct order, Dave. The doctor's first report.
Cause of death, strangulation. There is also a fracture of the neck, and I quote, at C4 and C5.
She put up a struggle.
It would seem so.
So, we have murder.
We certainly have a violent death. There are several other injuries. Fractured skull, broken ribs, but these could have been caused after death. Yes, Dave?
Since her personal belongings are missing, could she have been attacked and killed in one place, carried to that cellar, and the other injuries caused later?
There's nothing here that says that couldn't have happened. Good thinking.
I think so.
Next point. The report says it's the body of a woman of 25 to 30, height about 5'6", fair hair. Not unlike the description of our missing woman. Max?
Not unlike it, sir. But I couldn't tell, even with the photos.
Is the husband back yet?
No, sir.
Well, let me know when he does get back. Meantime, there are some things to check. See if there are any laundry marks on the clothes or cleaner marks, and get busy on them. Harrison and Flynn can lend a hand.
Yes, sir.
Now then, you, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You've been on a different line of inquiry.
Yes, sir. I had a talk with one of the winos on the site. He says that some weeks ago, 4 or 5, he thinks, he saw a man taking a drunken woman into that house. He didn't see them leave, but he heard the car drive off about half an hour later. Now, the point is, sir, that he says the man was holding the woman up, like she didn't have the use of her legs.
And your point?
From the pavement to the house is only a few feet. He could have been carrying her, pretending she was drunk. She could have already been dead.
It was that house?
Oh, yes, sir. And he says the man was tall and skinny. The man I'm looking for, sir, the man Tessa Mitchell saw, is tall and slim. If the post-mortem shows that the woman has been there for 5 weeks, we want him found.
So far, no luck.
Well, I've had an all stations out on his car. I'd like you to lend a bit of authority, sir, and see that they do look for it.
Yeah, all right, Dave. I'll give it a push.
Mr. Kemp.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Maxton. Is there news?
Can we go inside, please?
Yes, certainly. I've been away for a few days, but you knew that.
We didn't know, Mr. Kemp, but it doesn't matter. Is Michael with you?
No, he's with my sister. Is there something to tell me?
It may be nothing, Mr. Kemp. It is part of the inquiry. But we've found this shoe. Could you tell me if it was your wife's?
Where was it found?
If you just tell me. Could it be your wife's?
Well, she had a pair like this, yes, but I couldn't really tell. Have you found her?
We don't know. A woman has been found. I should say the body of a woman has been found. Near to it was this shoe. Mr. Kemp, the woman was wearing a brown belted coat, just as you described to the desk sergeant. She is in her late 20s, has fair hair. I must stress that these things are in no way conclusive, but are enough for me to ask if you will come and tell us if it is your wife.
Where was she found?
This woman. She was found in a derelict house, not very far from here.
I'll come with you now.
When you are ready, Mr. Kemp, the sheet will be moved back. You will take your time.
I'm ready. I can't tell. Really, I can't. Not like that.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. If you'll come with me.
Did he identify her?
No. Says he can't tell, which doesn't surprise me. How could anyone know who she was? He wanted to know what happened to this woman. All those bruises.
A good performance, was it?
Dave, the man was genuine. He was trying to help. It wasn't a nice thing to look at.
Yeah, I can understand that. Has he told you where he's been these past 3 days?
No.
Well, I suppose we now start on the long routine. Where her clothes were bought, where her shoes were bought, find the missing handbag. Did you show him the coat?
Yes. He couldn't recognize it as hers. I say couldn't, not didn't. It doesn't even look brown. Stains all over it and covered in dirt and brick dust. We'll have to wait until the lab has cleaned it.
Yeah. Have you had lunch yet?
I don't feel hungry.
A beer?
Yes, let's do that.
CID, Sergeant Brooke?
Jack Lindsay, Dave.
Yes, Jack.
Your chief inspector was asking about a car number.
Yeah.
Well, if you'll come down to the desk, I have some news.
Right, on our way out, we stop at the front desk. You ready?
Yes.
Yes, Jack, what is it?
You were asking about a Ford Escort, light brown, this registration.
That's it. Any joy?
Yeah, we found it. Trouble is, it hasn't got an owner now. It's in a used car sale room over in Camden. Been through 3 dodgy dealers in double quick time. Now in a showroom with a price on it.
I want it brought in, Jack. I want the lad who sold it, and I want the car taken apart, inch by inch.
Has the woman been identified?
No.
What do you expect to find in the car?
Well, fingerprints, maybe. Something that was left behind.
OK, Dave. I'll have it brought in.
Don't look so depressed.
I am depressed, Dave.
Get this pint inside you, and you'll feel better. Anyway, he said it isn't his wife.
He said he didn't know. Didn't think it was.
So now we have 2 missing women. Look, cheer up. Drink your beer.
Sure. Cheers.
Cheers. That better?
Yes.
It's relaxation time. Let's talk about something else.
About that party you're giving. When is it?
We were thinking of this Sunday.
Oh. Who are you inviting?
All her ex-boyfriends.
No, seriously.
Well, you know, the usual crowd from work and a bunch of nurses from Judy's hospital. Something on your mind?
No. I'm just pleased for you and Judy, Dave. I think it's a good thing.
What, keep me out of trouble?
Keep you out of pubs, more like.
How about you?
What do you mean?
Well, your love life. How's it going? There'll be plenty of opportunity at the party, you know. You might get fixed up with one of Judy's nursing friends, if you play your cards right.
As a matter of fact, there is someone.
What, someone steady?
I'd like it to be, but she's not so sure.
What about you being a copper?
You know what the job's like, Dave. It's always, sorry dear, can't see you tonight. I have inquiries to make.
Why not bring her to the party? Show her what rough friends you have.
Why not? Make or break.
Yeah. Have we got time for the other half?
It's 2 o'clock.
We've got time.
Oh, Dave.
Yes, Jack?
That car you wanted. It's been giving the fingerprint lads a lot of fun.
Why?
Covered in prints. Some very good ones, including 4 convicted men.
Oh?
Yeah. 3 of them are now car dealers, and the other is a well-known wheelman who now works for a dealer.
Any that can be traced to the man I'm after, James Hallett. He has convictions in the States, and they got his prints at the yard.
Yeah, no. We checked. There were none of his. But I got a result for you. He did sell it to the first dealer, giving his own name.
Did he give an address?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's in Hackney.
And he no longer lives there?
Correct.
I thought he didn't make a swap, did he, for another car?
No, but there is one small thing. When our lads were examining the car, they found this.
A key?
Does it interest you?
Well, if you know which lock it fits.
Find the door and you find your man, eh?
Yeah. Not much help, is it?
Do you want it or don't you?
Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks, Jack.
Yes, Dave?
The uniform side found that car, sir. I came to say thanks for your help.
Oh, that's right. Have you got a second?
Yes, sir.
The first post-mortem report has now come in. Not much different from the initial one. It seems that the cold weather has been a help and a hindrance. Helped to preserve the body, but made it more difficult to estimate the time of death.
What do they say?
Between 5 and 6 weeks.
Ah, that's more like it.
Yeah. There are some points that might help us. She has had dental fillings and she's got an operation scar. So the first job is to prove that she is Mrs. Kemp, or that she can't be. We'll want Mrs. Kemp's dental chart and medical records. Get Max onto that.
Right, I'll tell him.
Also, go to her house and see if there are any strands of her hair on her clothes, on her hairbrushes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and before you leave, the forensic team is still on the site, moving all the debris from the cellar, sifting the soil, hoping that something may be found. We have a woman without a purse, without a handbag, without rings or brooches. They have to search for them. And Dave?
Yes, sir.
It was a woman without a wedding ring. Think on that.
I will, sir.
They'll still be working there now. Go up there. Have another look round.
Enough people here, aren't there?
Yes. It's lit up like a fairground. Oh, there's Sergeant Lindsay. He seems to be looking after things.
Hello, Dave.
Found anything new?
Yeah. About 100 empty wine bottles, old tin kettles, brass bed knobs. You name it, we found it.
Are they still working in the cellar?
Yeah.
Can we have a look?
Well, they won't, thank you. They've moved all that debris out and now they're sifting the earth. The Pathologist's orders.
There's something I want done, Jack. That car you found for me. I'd like you to drive it up here and park it near the house with its side lights on. And when all these floodlights go out, let your friend Mott have a look at it. See if it looks anything like the car he saw.
I'll have to find him first, but I'll do that. Oh, by the way, the bloke who brought that woman to the cellar, he knew a thing or two. It wasn't quite by accident. This site was due to be cleared a month ago, a few days after he brought her here. Good job the bulldozers didn't move in. She'd never have been found.
Why didn't they?
Well, short of labour, but they're starting on Monday.
Oh, a bit of luck.
Yeah.
If they find anything that belongs to the woman, you'll let us know.
Right. And when the forensic lads knock off, I'll have that car brought up.
Thanks. OK, let's go. Bye, Jack.
See ya.
Max, fancy a spot to eat at Judy's?
Isn't it a bit late?
Well, she's got a day off tomorrow. She can lie in. Come on, she won't mind.
Well, well, it's you at last.
Sorry I'm late, love. Can we come in? I brought Max along with me.
You said 10 o'clock. What have you been up to this time?
As usual, we had some work to do.
Like raising your elbow?
Max, tell her where we've been.
We've been standing under floodlights watching 20 other coppers looking for something.
Oh, I suppose you'd like a drink.
I'd rather have a hot coffee and something to eat. It's freezing out there.
Max?
Oh, yes, please. Coffee.
Coffee and sandwiches for two. What were they looking for, all these men?
A lady's handbag, her purse, her brooches.
Do you remember Max's missing woman? Well, now he has another missing woman. Maybe the same one, maybe a different one. They were helping him.
20 men helping him while he just stands and watches.
It's called delegation of labour. It's all right for some.
Do you want cheese or ham in your sandwich?
Cheese.
Max?
Cheese. I'm looking forward to Dave's moving-in party on Sunday, Judy. How many are you having?
At the last count, about 15.
It's 20 now.
What? Can we afford it?
You could use your American Express card.
Oh, yeah, that'll do nicely, sir. How does it add up to that many people?
Well, think. There's you and Max, Jim, Mr. Roach, plus wives, girlfriends and nurses from the hospital.
Oh, yeah, there's Tommy Miller. If he can get a few hours from the Sweeney. He was moved so fast we never did give him a farewell drink. Oh, and I was thinking of Sam Kelly.
Oh, that's a nice thought. I like Sam.
Did he ever finish that case? The two students?
No, the drug squad never closes a case, even if it ends up in the river. He's still after the girl, I expect.
If he comes, I'll ask him. Well, there's your 20.
You'd better make it 21. Max would like to bring his latest girlfriend along.
Oh.
Is that all right, Judy?
Of course it is. Have you known her long?
Yes. We've been going out regularly for about 6 months now.
Sounds as though it might be serious.
It could be. There's one thing, though.
What's that?
It's the usual.
Oh, you mean she's not happy about taking on a policeman permanently?
Yes. That's why I thought I'd bring her along. You might be able to talk her around. Tell her the good points.
At this time of night, with 2 hungry coppers to feed, I can't think of one. Still, I'll see what I can do, Max.
Thanks, Judy.
Now, Dave, if you come and make the coffee, I'll finish making the sandwiches.
Right, love.
Morning, Dave.
Morning, Jack.
Oh, can you spare a minute before you disappear upstairs?
Did they find something?
No, nothing was helpful. But I took the car there, found Mott. Asked him to have a look. He's a strange one. He wanted it just right. Showed me where the car was, which way it faced, where he stood when he saw it. Wanted me to walk in front of the side lights and then to the rear door.
Any result?
Yeah. He's pretty sure it could be the car. Says the man was the same height as I am, only thinner.
Thanks, Jack. It's been a lot of help.
Yeah, anytime.
I'll come in, Dave.
Morning, sir. Anything new?
That woman has been identified.
Yes, sir?
It was Mrs. Kemp. Identified from the dental chart and the operation scar. Her doctor and her dentist were present.
Do we bring him in?
Do you have grounds for bringing him in?
Well, I think so, sir.
Dave, you have some reason to talk to him, that's all. Here's a man who reported his wife missing. We are telling him that we've found her.
Yes, sir.
Right. Take Max with you.
Mr. Kemp, we have something to tell you.
Yes? Yesterday, you were kind enough to give me the names of your wife's doctor and dentist. From the dental chart and medical data, the woman has been identified as your wife.
There's no mistake.
There is no possible mistake, sir. Oh, my God. That woman. All those injuries. The injuries you saw happened afterwards, Mr. Kemp.
How was she killed?
Her neck was broken, and then... Do you really want to know?
No. I kept hoping that... But...
Do you mind if I look around the house, Mr. Kemp?
No, please do whatever you want.
Thank you, sir.
What is he looking for? It's normal procedure, sir. There might be something that will help us. For example, your wife wasn't wearing a wedding ring.
But she always wore it. She never took it off. Are you quite sure that...
Yes, sir. Quite sure. Whoever killed your wife took her wedding ring and anything else she was wearing. Did she have other rings?
Her engagement ring and a diamond ring.
Any other jewellery?
Well, she wore a gold chain, a locket with a picture of Michael.
Whoever killed her took them all. Is there anything else that might help us find him?
No, nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. I looked around.
Was there anything that helps you?
No. But there are a few questions I'd like to ask.
Of course.
You told me about your wife withdrawing money from your savings account. £400.
Yes.
Well, some days later, you withdrew a larger sum of money.
Yes.
Can you tell me why?
It was to buy a car.
Did you buy a car?
No.
Do you still have the money?
Yes.
Just one more question, Mr. Kemp. You've been away for 3 days. Can you tell us where you went?
Oh, yes. To Alton, in Hampshire. It's a quiet place. I needed quietness.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. I'm sorry about what's happened. We'll leave you now, but if there's anything we can do, you'll let us know.
Yes.
Well, did you see him?
Yes, sir. And if you want to bring him in, I think you should do it now.
Oh? Why?
2 reasons, sir. He has slipped away once before without telling us. He might do it again, except that I've left Harrison watching the house.
And the second reason?
This key, sir. The Yale key was found in Hallett's car. It fits the back door of Kemp's house.
I see.
It looks to me, sir, that this was the way for him to reach Mrs. Kemp. And one thing's for sure. It links Kemp with Hallett. And right now we should be questioning Kemp. He knows what happened.
All right. Bring him in.
In that episode of Detective, Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Sergeant Lindsay, Hayden Wood, Mott, Garrard Green, and Mr. Kemp, Keith Drinkle. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men off watch.
01 to MP. Jefferson High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
for
Golf
lives.
1-1.
Assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Christopher Blake. Part 10, The Point of No Return.
Now we have to bring Kemp in.
Quietly, and without any fuss. It must have seemed easy at first. Never thought she'd be found.
All he had to do was tell the truth. That he came home one day and his wife was missing.
Then do all the right things, like phone her friends, call at the hospital.
Then report it. Do you think with that key, he hoped it would be done like a burglary, and not the way it was?
If you hire someone to kill your wife, it has to be done his way. That never occurs to them, of course. It's always a nice, clean job when they're thinking about it, but the reality's a bit different. What was it the report said about how long before she was moved?
6 or 7 hours.
Murdered. Lying in Kemp's house until night, then taken in the dark and dumped in that lousy cellar.
I wonder if he ever thought about his son, Michael.
Too busy thinking about himself. That's usually the way. And then when it's done, he wakes up and finds the real world is still there.
Dave?
Yeah?
Are we so sure about this?
Look, Max, that key associates him with Hallett. It's the key of his house. It was found in Hallett's car. The man he was seen talking to that morning when he swears he was nowhere near London.
Yes, he lied about that. He had us fooled all along.
Not anymore. It's time Mr. Kemp told the whole story. Jim? Anything happened?
No, I've seen him twice at the window. Otherwise, no activity.
All right. Let's have a talk to him. Are you sure he's still in?
Well, certain. From where I was, I could see the front and back. His car's in the garage.
He's taking his time. Max, you stay here. I'll have a look at the back door. Jim, come on.
Right. You got a key for it?
I'm full of surprises. Right, in we go. Mr. Kemp? Are you in, Mr. Kemp? I told you to watch the place.
I did watch the place. He hasn't gone out.
Are you in, Mr. Kemp?
There's a note here, Sarge. It says for Sergeant Brooke.
Let's see it. Let Max in and follow me upstairs.
Yes, Sarge.
He's up here. Tried to do away with himself. What do you think, Jim?
He's in a coma. Breathing, though. Here, Max, give us that pillow. Let's make him comfortable. There. Come on.
Ambulance, please. This is Detective Sergeant Brooke. Emergency. Ambulance to number 9, Bellwood Terrace, Bellwood Estate. Thank you. How's he?
Still just about with us.
Max, get downstairs. Be ready for the ambulance.
Right.
There's some pills on the floor.
Yeah, but he took most of the bottle.
Trying to make sure of it.
Yeah, he nearly did.
Which way? Upstairs, bedroom on the right. An overdose of drugs. The bottle's there. Right. Does Jim need any help?
No, just stay here.
What are the chances?
Oh, he'll be all right. Looks like he was busy before he did it. Left a note for his sister, asking her to look after the boy. Where is he?
He'll be at school.
We'll see that the sister collects him.
Yeah.
Oh, and a note for you saying he's sorry for all this trouble. And a note for me answering some questions.
Nothing else?
Should there be?
It's worth a look around. I'm thinking about what his sister-in-law told me. Those phone calls from his firm when his wife thought he was away on business.
Yeah, got a bit on the side.
Yeah, she's sure of it. It could be a reason.
All right. You take that side of the room. I'll take this side. Every cupboard, every drawer.
Right.
How long had the affair been going on?
According to the sister-in-law, quite some time. There's nothing over here. Looks like we've drawn a blank.
Nothing here so far either. Hey, wait a minute. What's this? Some letters hidden at the back. And a photo. You got careless. A girl. Not bad looking. What age would you say?
25, 26.
And the letter, dated only a week ago? From Alton.
Where he disappeared to for 3 days.
It begins, my dearest love, and it ends, I'll love you forever.
So that was it. But why?
You remember what Tessa Mitchell overheard him say? I've been married to her for 8 years and I've had more than enough.
But looking at this photo, Dave, he didn't have to have his wife killed for her.
Well, who knows? He wanted a fresh start. Isn't exactly unusual among married men, or married women for that matter, to dream about starting all over again with a clean sheet and everything's going to be perfect the second time round.
When he found he had failed, he couldn't face it. Took the pills.
There they come. He's going to be surprised when he wakes up.
He's in hospital now?
Yes, Mr. Roach. And they know what pills he took. We were just in time.
Oh, let's hope you were. There was something about him leaving notes.
Yes, sir. This one to his sister, asking her to look after the boy. We've asked her to collect him from school and take him to the hospital. A note to Max saying he was sorry about all the trouble. And in his writing desk we found these, sir. A letter from his girlfriend, his mistress, really, by the tone of it.
Well, let's have it.
From the date of the letter, they've been in touch since his wife was killed. And she lives in Alton, where he went as a salesman.
I'll love you forever. Angela, is it?
Yes, Angela. Oh, and there's a photograph folded inside the letter.
Yeah, well, I'll take them. We'll get Hampshire CID to see her. Anything else?
Some answers to questions I'd asked. He must have been sure he was going to die, because he tells us what happened. He said he'd paid the man Hallett to do the killing, and...
Yeah, well, let's hear it from Kemp himself. Be at the bedside when he recovers.
Yes, sir.
What did Mr. Roach say?
We keep in touch with the hospital.
We have a PC there. He'll let us know as soon as we can talk to him.
Right. Is there anything else that needs looking at?
There's a few notes on the file. Mr. Carson still wants to know about his lead. And a note here from Jim Harrison about someone called Milton T. Charles.
Yeah, they're both connected. I'll deal with them later.
Well, then that's the lot.
Right, fine. Would you like to do your good deed for the day?
Like what?
Like helping me move a few things.
To Judy's?
You're bright this morning. It'll take us about half an hour, and all we need is a car. Get it done before it's time to see Mr. Kemp.
All right, let's go.
Well, that's the last of the suitcases, and Max has just got to bring in my books.
Where shall I put them, Judy?
Over there in the corner for now.
Right. They're heavy enough. There's one more boxful to come.
Dave, I didn't realise you had so many books.
And I've read them all, too.
You could start a public library. There, that's the lot.
I think we'll both have to move out to make room for them.
Don't worry, Judy, I'll flog them to Max. All set for the party?
I've still got some shopping to do, 1 or 2 bits and pieces to buy. Don't forget you've got to order the drink.
I'll sort it out later. Oh, yeah, before I forget, I must phone Sam Kelly, see if he can come tomorrow.
Well, help yourself.
Right.
Max, could you help me carry the suitcases through to the bedroom?
Right.
I want Detective Sergeant Kelly. This is Sergeant Brooke.
Kelly here. Are you, Dave?
Yeah. Listen, Sam, we're throwing a party on Sunday at Judy's flat. Some of the lads from CID and their wives and girlfriends. Are you free?
I'll make sure I am. How's Judy?
Oh, she's fine. I can tell her you'll come.
Yeah. And Dave, coincidence, I was about to phone you. I've some news for you. Is there somewhere we can meet?
Yeah. What, today?
Yeah, today.
We'll call at the factory. I'll find a minute. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, Sam's okay for tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Sorry I can't stay, but I've got to get back to the office.
Oh. Well, don't forget the drink.
Right. Anything from the hospital?
I've phoned twice. There's no news yet. Where's Max?
He's on his way up. What's this you're on?
A job for Mr. Roach.
Huh?
2 cases coming up next week. Everyone wanting everything. Bail, legal aid, the lot.
Yeah. Getting on with Mr. Roach?
I don't know, but he's given me all this to do. Seeing if I can handle all his paperwork. Oh, Dave?
Yeah?
You should be paying a visit to our friend Milton T. Charles.
With all these damn great dogs?
Have a look. More complaints from the folk in Endley Street.
Well, what do we know about Mr. Charles? We know he's making the houses uninhabitable by stripping them of lead and electric wiring.
Yeah, then buying them up for resale when the tenants move out.
Only thing is, we can't prove it.
Right. But I know who's been buying the lead and the wiring.
Who?
Your friend the scrap dealer, Carson.
No kidding.
And we think a couple of Milton Charles's young villains have got greedy and stolen back the scrap they flogged for Carson in the first place.
You mean Carson bought the bent lead and then someone nicked it back from him?
That's the story.
It has possibilities, isn't it? If Carson knew that, it would make him mad. And he might give us a few names and help us get at Milton T. Charles.
You think?
Well, let's try it. Come on.
How about the hospital?
Leave a note for Max. Mr. Carson? Are you there? Mr. Carson?
It's Sergeant Brooke.
That's right.
You got news for me?
Yeah.
About time, too. Come in. How long has it been?
Doesn't matter how long it's been. We have results.
Oh, that's a change. Who's your friend?
Detective Constable Harrison. He knows who nicked your lead.
Who then? First, we'd like to know who you bought it from. Why do you want to know that?
We're waiting.
Well, from different people, didn't I? I am a dealer.
Well, then I've news for you. Some of those different people flogged you stuff that wasn't theirs to flog.
Not true, Mr. Brooke. Not in any way true. I don't buy bent gear.
You have your licence to consider.
Yeah.
And we all know how honest and law-abiding the trade is. All I'm saying, Mr. Carson, is that sometimes they don't show you the original receipts.
I'm listening.
Well, like some of those villains who work Endley Street and around there. They bring you scrap lead and tell you it's on the square. So you give them a square price.
One thing wrong, Mr. Brooke.
What's that, Mr. Carson?
The stuff from Endley Street couldn't be bent. It came from the owner of the gear.
Milton T. Charles?
Who owns all them houses.
Wrong, Mr. Carson. Who buys up all those houses. Cheaply. After they've been stripped. The scrap is then sold to you by the villains who strip the houses for him. And when they know you have a good load in your yard, they come and nick it back.
They did that to me.
Yeah, they did that to you. Made a right Milton T. Charlie of you, didn't they? Can I have their names?
He'd kill me.
No, he won't. He probably doesn't even know. It's a couple of his young villains who've got greedy.
I'm saying nothing.
DC Harrison?
Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Carson's licence requires him to keep proper books. You will examine his books, and if he hasn't written the names and addresses of the sellers against each purchase, you will...
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant.
Yes, Mr. Carson. Something you want to say?
Yeah. It was a right liberty, I'll admit. Never could stand them anyway, cheeky little sods. All right. I'll give you a couple of names.
Give them to DC Harrison. He's the one who'll get it back for you.
There's a fat chance of that. Still, it has to be stopped, doesn't it? All this thieving.
Well, there you are, Jim. We've got a couple of names, and with any luck, through them, we'll get at Milton Charles and put a stop to his property stripping in Endley Street. Any news from Mr. Roach about the sergeant vacancy?
Nah, I reckon it'll go to Max.
Why?
Well, he likes Max's style. With me, all he has to say is do it. He knows it'll be done his way.
By the book?
Yeah, but with Max...
Well, you've been a DC twice as long as Max. And chief inspectors need a good, solid sergeant at their elbow. Yeah, but I'll tell you something. Even if Max doesn't make sergeant this time, he's going to beat us all in the end. He'll end up as commander. He's got the ability. Be nice to him while he's still a constable.
Yeah. Be nice to say I knew a commander. I mean, to have been on a few benders with him when he was only a DC.
Well, you can go on a bender with him on Sunday night. Don't forget it's the party.
Well, I won't. I'm looking forward to it.
Dave?
Yeah?
Mr. Roach has just come back from the hospital.
Bad news?
Yes. You'd better see him.
Come in.
What happened, sir?
Kemp died half an hour ago. He didn't recover.
I'm sorry.
Right, leave this with an inquest. In fact, 2 inquests. I want all the papers on the case and the notes he left.
Yes, sir.
The murder of Mrs. Kemp. Do we have enough to charge this man Hallett? There's a record at the yard, isn't there?
Yes, sir. He's recently back from the States. He has a record there, too. A professional killer. He'll get rid of anyone if you'll pay him enough.
£3,000, wasn't it? The price of her life?
The price of her death, sir.
Yeah. So we have enough to charge him on?
Yes, sir. There's the note Kemp left. There's the evidence of Kemp's house key in Hallett's car. He was seen going into the cellar. And there's Tessa Mitchell, who overheard them talking, and she pointed him out to me.
You can now get a statement from her?
Yes, sir. Now. Do we go after Hallett?
You think he'll still be on our patch? After all that's happened?
No, sir.
So we pass it on to the yard. You've got enough to make it stick. Let them find him. And now that's over, you'll be losing one of your DCs.
Who, sir?
Harrison.
Well, he gets promotion.
Yes.
He'll make a good sergeant. When, sir?
Monday be all right?
Yes, sir. What do I tell Max?
Leave that to me. I'll tell him.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
What did he say? He wants all the papers in the case. Your file on the missing woman, interview, statements, the lot. You better get them together.
I think it was for the best, don't you? That he didn't have to face a trial. Best for the boy.
Maybe.
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, hello, Sam. No, you're not interrupting.
Well, I've just come from a wake.
In a way, yeah, we just have.
I'd better buy you a drink.
Good idea. OK, Max, get this stuff sorted out and into Mr. Roach. I'll be in the Raven. Police business. Put it in the duty book.
Here we are. 2 pints.
Thanks.
How's it going?
Yeah, just cleared up a case. That woman who was found dead in the cellar on our patch. We've done the work. Now we're letting the yard take the credit. As usual. Cheers.
There's one you haven't cleared yet.
Oh?
The drugs case.
Oh, I thought that one was finished. When the heavies caught up with Clark and dumped him in the river.
That lad in the river wasn't Clark. I knew it at the time.
Oh? Who was it?
A local lad. A dock worker. Accidental drowning. But he fitted the bill, didn't he? Same age, same height. I never trusted Clark's girlfriend. Not from the time she came to you and offered to help us.
So you asked her to identify the body?
Yeah, see how she would react. She said it was Clark. Like hell. She was trying to get the heavies off his back. Trying to get me off his back as well. And she nearly got away with it.
Do you know where he is?
No, but we now know where she is, and we've been tailing her. Trouble is, they never meet. If they do, we never see it. He's clearly got a market for the heroin. She always has plenty of money, spending like there was no end to it.
And what do you want me to do?
I want to find him. I want her panicked and sent running to him. And I want to get them together with what's left of the heroin, and with the money. The lot.
And do you think I can do that?
No one better.
What's on your mind?
It's been a long drag, Dave, and so far they haven't put a foot wrong. But now that she's spending, she's becoming careless, and she could be panicked.
And do you think I could do it?
It was you she came to first, and thought she had you twisted round her little finger.
Thanks a lot.
So she might not be surprised if she happened to see you. I have an address for her. Here it is.
Yeah. Well, she's moved up in the world. Chelsea. It used to be Diggs by Kennington Oval. Now it's the King's Road.
And she shops at all the best places. Clark does the work and she has the fun. And any day now...
If you don't move fast.
Yeah.
It's best if I just happen to bump into her. In the street.
Yeah, why not give it a try?
What do I say to her?
Just enough to get her worried. I'm sure you'll think of something.
Miss Lewis?
Yes?
It is Miss Lewis.
Yes?
I thought it was you. Remember me? Sergeant Brooke.
Of course I remember you, Mr. Brooke. Were you looking for me?
No, I just happened to spot you. How are you?
Fine.
Can I give you a lift?
No, thank you.
I have something to tell you.
So you were looking for me?
No, I just happened to see you and I remembered that I'd heard something that will please you.
Tell me now.
It'll be quieter in the car. Get in.
All right. And now, Mr. Brooke, what is it you want to tell me?
Do you remember the last time we met?
Yes.
It wasn't a very pleasant meeting.
It was in a mortuary and I was there to identify a friend.
It's possible we were wrong.
Why do you say that?
Clark has been seen. I thought you'd be pleased.
If it was true, Mr. Brooke, of course I'd be pleased. But it can't be true. It's not possible. Who said they saw him?
Some friends of his, students at the technical college. It was all round the college that he drowned. So when they saw him one night, it was somewhere in Hampstead. They were coming from a party. Saw him on the other side of the street.
They couldn't.
Sergeant Kelly thinks they did. You could go to the college and ask. Or you could wait a few days. Kelly expects to find him. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it, miss. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke. It was kind of you to tell me.
It's what friends are for.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better be going.
Yes, of course. Well, did she believe it?
We're sure she did. She spent the rest of the day shopping, buying holiday clothes and things for going away. All very expensive and nothing but the best. And this morning she booked 2 airfares.
Herself and Clark.
Clark's supposed to be dead, remember. For herself and a fictitious brother, James and Anna Lewis. They're going to Athens on a flight tonight. She's still in her flat packing. As soon as she leaves the flat, that phone will ring and we'll be on her trail.
To Clark?
Yeah. But all we can do now is wait.
You're wanted, mister?
Ah, Maxton. Come in. Close the door. Sit down. Some time ago, I talked to you about Tommy Miller and the vacancy for a sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I now have to tell you that the promotion is going to D.C. Harrison. Are you disappointed?
A little, sir. But I think it's the right decision. D.C. Harrison has more experience than I have.
Well, I'm glad you said that, lad. I can now tell you that it was the commander's decision about Harrison. He made it because he has something much better in line for you. In view of your exam results, he is recommending you for Bramshill.
The staff college, sir?
Yeah, the special course. It's hard work, but you know what it can lead to. Some very rapid promotion.
Yes, sir.
It's worth waiting for. It's the best of all worlds. Meantime, Sergeant Brooke wants you to join him. You know where he is? Okay. Oh, Max.
Yes, sir?
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Everything ready, Anna?
Yes, the cases are packed. Oh, we must hurry. I'm sure the police are onto us. Look, here are the air tickets and passports. Do you want them?
No, Anna, you keep them. I'll make my own way.
James, why?
Don't worry, Anna. Nothing's changed. Listen to me. They found you, which means they've been watching you. If they've been watching you for so long, it means they don't want you, they want me. Isn't that right?
You were seen, James.
Perhaps, or perhaps it was a bluff. So I want you to stay here.
You can't leave me now.
Only for a short time, Anna. We'll still meet in Greece. I'll make my own way. You follow later. You trust me.
I told you I was being followed.
Don't worry. Take your time and let them in. You haven't seen me. Bye, Anna.
James, please.
Trust me.
Good evening, Miss Lewis. Can we come in?
No.
Sorry, miss. We are coming in.
What right have you to break in here?
Come on, Max, upstairs. Every right, miss. We have a warrant. Where's Clark?
I've already told you. Clark is dead.
Dave?
Yes, Max?
There's no sign of him.
Are you sure?
Certain.
All right, miss. Let's have a look in your cases. The keys, please.
Here.
2 suitcases. Packed for a journey. You don't wear men's clothes, miss. So where is he?
That case belongs to my brother. You can see our flight reservations if you wish. Here they are.
And where is your brother?
I'm meeting him here. Would you care to wait?
Dave?
Yes, Sam?
We've got him.
Bring him down. That was Sergeant Kelly. He'd like to see you.
Meet Mr. Clark, Miss Lewis. Thought you told us he was dead. Looks alive enough to me. And was just about to leap into the garden. He had this with him. The rest of the heroin.
And the money?
He was all set for a getaway, with 3 bank books. French, Swiss, and Greek.
How much?
Oh, about £225,000, waiting to be collected.
But the dream won't come true, will it, Clark?
You were lucky.
That's right. Another couple of minutes and you'd have been gone, running out on the girl. Is that right, miss? Running out on you?
That's not true. We were going to meet in Greece. But he loves me. He wouldn't do that, would you, James?
Yes.
You bastard!
All right, that's enough. Take him out.
All right, come on.
Well, that's it, Dave. Back to the yard.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah.
Great party, Dave.
You ready for the other half, Sam?
Sure.
Jim? Yeah.
Mr. Rhodes.
Just top it up, Dave. Judy?
Yes, please.
How about a toast to Judy?
It should be the Detective Sergeant, Harrison.
Good idea. Let's wet his head. Mr. Rhodes, will you do the honours?
Why? Tonight he's still a DC. Tomorrow he'll be a sergeant.
Right.
So tonight we drink to our hostess, Judy. All right, everyone, bit of quiet. With your glasses and gather up. Turn that music down, Harris. Right.
Oh, that'll be Max. He went off to collect his girl.
I'll get it.
Yeah, all right, everyone, gather up.
No, not yet.
Max, you made it. Congratulations on the special course.
Oh, thanks. Judy, this is Carol.
Carol, how nice to meet you. Hello. Hello. Well, come in, both of you.
Thanks.
Carol?
Hello. Oh, Max. You're just in time to drink a toast. Right, raise your glasses. And here's to you, Judy. And while we're about it, here's to Dave as well. May your new, how shall I put it, domestic arrangement prove successful. Dave and Judy.
Thank you.
Dave and Judy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Roach. But before Judy changes her mind and throws me out on the street, would anyone mind if I had a dance with her?
Well, let's hope it's not the last waltz, huh?
Don't forget, everyone, there's plenty of food and drink left.
Right.
And now, Dave?
Yes, Judy.
How about that dance?
Turn the music up then. Come on, you dance, Carol.
I can't.
In that, the final episode of Detective Sergeant Brooke was Ray Brooks, Detective Constable Maxton, Christopher Blake, Detective Constable Harrison, Peter Cleal, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Judy, Jacqueline Tong, Detective Sergeant Kelly, John Judd, Carson, Tony Paunter, Anna Lewis, Emily Morgan, James Clark, Gary Cady. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
The confession you're about to hear is an actual recording.
Go ahead, please.
I make this confession of my own free will because it is true. There has not been any force or violence used upon my person to induce me to make these statements. Without promise of immunity or reward or gratuity, I confess.
You understand, of course, that your statement will be made public through the radio program Confession.
I do.
And that your name for the purpose of this broadcast will be Doris Kane.
Yes.
And for what comfort you may find in so doing, you will now be allowed to tell your story. If there is comfort for your listeners, it must lie in the fact that you've been apprehended. You understand all this?
Yes, sir, I understand. In the hope that someone somewhere may benefit from my mistakes, I confess.
You are listening to Confession. The case history of the woman referred to as Doris Kane is a matter of documented record. You will hear the story of her crime experience as told in her own words.
Doris Kane, please state your age.
I'm 15 years old.
And you're pregnant?
Yes, I expect my baby in 3 months.
Now go ahead with your story.
Well, I knew Jimmy was dead. Even before they told me, I knew he was dead. And I...
Suppose you try to tell it from the beginning. You lived in Cleveland?
I ran away.
But your home was there?
Yes, my mother still lives there. I lived with her.
And your father?
My father and her are separated.
What does your mother do for a living?
She sews. She does sewing.
Why did you leave home?
I don't know. Maybe... I guess because she was always treating me like a kid.
Doris? That you, Doris?
Mm-hmm.
You know what time it is.
Yeah?
12 o'clock.
I know.
Bumming around till midnight. Where were you?
Out.
Out. Where?
With some friends.
Friends like Jimmy, I suppose.
Oh, you just don't like
You
him.
spend that money I gave you?
I still got it.
Who bought for you this evening?
Nobody.
Listen here, when I ask you a question, I want answers. Who bought for you?
Nobody. I'm going to bed.
You come back here.
What do you want?
You was out with Jimmy, wasn't you?
Oh, right. I was out with Jimmy.
Don't you give me them talking back answers.
Mom.
Where did you go?
We went bowling.
Bowling? Jimmy bought you liquor, didn't he?
Didn't have any liquor.
Don't lie to me. I could smell it when you come in. He bought you liquor, a kid like you.
I'm not a kid.
Oh, I can't do anything with you. I give up. I've done all I can. You're just no good.
It was like she said I was no good. Jimmy was at the bowling alley. He wanted me to meet him there after they closed up at 2 o'clock. To say goodbye, he said, because he was going away and I might never see him again. Then I got a crazy idea. Maybe I could go with him. I put my clothes in a box and sneaked out the back way. Jimmy was glad to see me. That was one thing about Jimmy. Always glad to see me.
Dory, I thought you weren't coming.
I wasn't.
Your mom, huh?
You know how she is.
I'd have gone crazy if you hadn't come back to say goodbye.
You never did tell me where you were going.
Well, we don't really know ourselves, just west.
I thought you were going alone.
With Frankie. You know, my partner. What's in the box?
Clothes.
What for?
I'm running away.
From home? Gee, things must be rough.
Yeah. Jimmy, take me along.
Take you along? With us?
Please, Jimmy, I won't be any trouble. Honest, I won't.
Gee, I don't know.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
But we might not come back.
I don't care.
Maybe we'll never come back.
Please.
Well, maybe. Okay, why not?
Thanks, Jimmy.
Sure, come on.
We went across town to the Congress Hotel, I think it was. Jimmy said he had to meet Frankie there. He waited out on the sidewalk. And then about a half an hour, a car pulled up in front of the hotel. Jimmy opened the door for me.
All right, hop in, Dory.
All right.
I'll put your stuff in the back. Doris, this is Frank, my partner.
Hello.
You didn't say anything about bringing a girl along.
We just arranged it.
I said the two of us.
If you don't like it, let us out at the next corner.
Oh, take it easy. Don't get blisters. It's just that you didn't say anything.
Forget it, will you?
Sure. Sure, if you say she's okay, only she looks kind of young. How old are you?
14.
Your mother know what you're doing?
No.
What'll she do when she finds out?
Nobody can make me go back if I don't want to.
Well, let's not talk about it. We'll decide later. Come here, honey. Comfortable?
Frank drove fast. Jimmy put his arm around me. I felt warm inside. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was daylight. Jimmy was sleeping. We were somewhere out in the country. Frankie didn't seem sleepy at all. He just kept driving. When Jimmy woke up about an hour later, we stopped at a little gas station. There was just this gas station, no other buildings around.
How's it look to you, Jimmy?
Fine.
It's pretty out of the way. There's no other customers.
No waiting.
That's just what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll be right back.
It's sure dead out here.
Yeah.
Frank must be tired.
Frank never gets tired, as long as he can get a fix.
He's gone inside the station.
Yeah. You know something?
What?
You're pretty.
What did you mean before? About Frankie?
Hmm?
About not getting tired long as he can get a fix.
H. You know, heroin. He's hooked on the stuff.
Oh.
No kidding, Dory. You're real pretty.
Say.
Yeah?
Where's Frank? What's keeping Frank?
I don't know. Oh, Dory. I love you, Dory.
Jimmy.
You love me?
Yes. Yes, I do, Jimmy.
Hey, I got a great idea.
What?
Why don't we get married?
Married?
Why not? Listen, honey. Frank's got something big lined up. Real big. He's taking me in with him. We'll have plenty of money. We'll get an apartment in San Francisco, maybe. How does that sound, honey?
Jimmy, it sounds wonderful.
Oh, honey.
Here comes Frank.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get rolling.
You didn't get any gas.
No.
How was it, Frank?
Not bad, not good. 50. That's all he had.
50? That's okay.
Jimmy, what is it? Jimmy, what happened? Something happened.
Take it easy, Dory. Everything's all right.
You see anybody in the back?
Just a second. Nope, all clear.
Okay. Well, this ought to hold us for a while.
Jimmy!
Hey, Frank, guess what?
Huh?
Dory and me, we're going to get married.
Married? You're both kind of young for that.
We'll tell them we're older. We'll make ourselves look older. You can give the bride away.
I'm kidding. Married, huh? Here comes a bride, big, fat, and white. Da 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 da
da. We got the license. Then we stopped at a country judge's place and got married. Frank was the witness. By that time, it was getting towards evening. Frank was going to try to connect for some H. He said he was running out of caps. He drove Jimmy and me to a motel. It wasn't much of a honeymoon, I guess, but I was Jimmy's wife, and I didn't care where we stayed as long as we were together. You know. Wonder where they're going.
Out west, too, maybe. Happy, honey?
Jimmy, it's wonderful.
Old married people, huh?
Yeah. Jimmy, what happened?
What happened when?
At the gas station. The money Frank gave us, he got at the gas station, didn't he?
So what?
But a hold-up.
Well, he did it. We didn't do it. He did it.
I'm scared.
Dory, you mad at me?
No, I'm not mad. But Frank, he's a real dope addict, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hooked bad. If he don't score, he goes crazy.
Are you, Jimmy?
What?
Hooked.
Me hooked? Of course not.
Do you use it?
Maybe a joy pop once in a while, just for kicks. But I haven't got a habit, if that's what you mean. Just now and then.
Who's that?
Frank, probably.
I'll get it.
No, you wait here. Yes?
State Police. You Mr. Kane?
Yeah, that's me.
A partner and I'd like to see you outside.
What for?
There's a gas station held up about 75 miles east of here. They're checking all late arrivals.
Hold up? I didn't have anything to do with a hold up.
Officer? Officer, he didn't have anything to do with any hold-up.
Stay out of this, Doris.
We just got married, see? Here's our marriage license. He's in with me all day.
Let me see that. Huh. Just got married today, huh? Wow, congratulations. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, say.
Yeah?
How old are you?
21.
Yeah. Yeah, the man they described was much older. Well, good luck, kids.
Thanks.
Oh, Jimmy! I was part of it now. I'd lied for him. The next morning, Frank picked us up. His eyes looked funny, like he was doped or something. He said he'd found a mule. You know, someone who sells heroin? We told him about the state police, and he got mad. We went about 50 miles, and then Frank pulled up at another gas station. I was scared. Jimmy kept telling me to take it easy. Frank got out of the car and left Jimmy and me sitting there. We didn't say anything. We just sat there. We just sat there waiting. No!
Quiet. Frank?
All clear?
Yeah, all clear. Frank?
Yeah?
Did you have to kill him?
I don't like witnesses.
But you didn't have to kill him, did you?
I don't like cops on my neck.
Why did you have to kill him?
Because I had to, that's why. Now shut up.
You are listening to Confession. Before continuing with the documented record of the woman referred to as Doris Kane, the National Broadcasting Company is honored to present Mr. Richard A. McGee, Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California.
We in correctional work know the dangers that exist in exposing young people to evil influence. In tonight's case, 3 stages of crime are apparent. The narcotic addict, who is already a hardened criminal, the younger user, who is well on the road to becoming both addict and criminal, and the adolescent girl just exposed to evil influence. Without proper guidance and parental control, she too is destined for disaster. If you expect to help your own children keep out of trouble, know where they go and whom they are with. Most of all, let them know they are loved and respected by you. A child who feels rejected in the home will turn to wrong companions for acceptance.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Now to continue with Confession and the documented record of the woman referred to as Doris Kane.
We kept driving west. We'd stop in different places on the way, sometimes a week, sometimes only a couple of days. We changed cars lots of times. Frank got them off parking lots. He always changed the license plates, putting on cold plates, he said. We kept on the move. It was almost 3 months now. And I guess the only reason I didn't run out was because I was married to Jimmy. Someplace near Denver, I got sick on the road and we had to stop. After I was all right, we went on again. I was afraid of Frank. He kept using more and more narcotics.
Doris,
Yeah?
you okay now?
I'm okay.
From now on, you earn your way.
What?
I said from now on, she earns her way. No more dead weight.
Now, listen.
You heard me. And I want you coming in on the jobs with me.
Jimmy?
Be easy with both of us where it counts.
can use her for a lookout.
Why does she have to get into this?
Because she's here and we're feeding her, that's why.
Listen.
Now you listen, Buster. After we hit the big job in Frisco, you're on your own. I don't care what you do. You take your cut and scram, but until then, I'm the boy.
I'm not going to do it.
It's just till we get to Frisco, honey.
I'm not going to do it.
I'll be depending on you, honey. You don't want me killed, do you?
Why can't you quit, Jimmy? What if they catch us?
That'll be up to you. Right, Frank?
That's right, Doris. It's up to you.
After that, I was the lookout. I don't remember how many holdups there were. It was all like a dream. When we got to San Francisco, we got a room in Richmond. That's across the bay. And Frank got a place in town. Frank had plans for this big job. That's what he called it, the big job. He didn't tell me any of the details. He didn't want me along on this one. For the first time, Jimmy was carrying a gun. I tried to talk to him before he left. Funny, you remember silly things. I remember the landlady was vacuuming in the hallway outside.
Listen, honey.
Don't do it, Jimmy, please.
This is the last one, honey, the last one. After this, we don't have to worry anymore.
I can't help worrying. Oh, Jimmy, everything. Everything.
What do you mean, everything?
Are you hooked now, Jimmy? Did Frankie hook you on the stuff so you can't do without it?
I use a little. Sure I use, you know that. So what? Let's not talk about it, you hear?
Please, Jimmy. Please don't go today.
It's all set, honey. Now listen to me.
What if something goes wrong?
Nothing's going wrong. Now listen to me, will you? It's 3 o'clock. Frank will get back here at 5 with the money. Are you listening?
I'm listening.
Okay. Frank and I are going to have to separate. I'll take the bus back here. It'll take longer, but it'll be safer. You'll be all packed and ready to go.
I don't like it, Jimmy.
The last job, honey. After that, we go south to where it's warm and find a place to settle down. After that, no more.
Be careful. Please be careful.
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Goodbye, honey.
Jimmy. I didn't have a radio or a newspaper or anything. I just sat there and waited. Then I began to feel sick. Sicker than I ever felt before. I thought it was because I was nervous or something. I went out and saw the landlady, and she told me to lay down, and she went for a doctor. The doctor came and gave me something and went away. After 6 o'clock, Jimmy came in. He was all out of breath. I was so glad to see him, I cried.
Hi, honey.
Oh, Jimmy!
No, honey, take it easy, honey. There's nothing to cry about. Everything was perfect, not a hitch.
Oh, I thought I'd never see you again.
Don't be silly. They can't hurt me. Where's Frank?
Oh, he's not here.
Not here? Well, I took the bus. He had the car. He should have been here long ago. Hey, maybe they picked him up.
You think they did?
Otherwise, he'd be here. Oh, boy, I hope not. I told him I should have taken part of the money. We haven't got any dough.
Jimmy.
Yeah?
Remember? I felt sick that time. Well, I got sick again. I had to have a doctor.
When?
While you were gone just now.
What was the trouble?
The doctor was here. He says I'm going to have a baby.
What?
That's what he said.
Honey.
Jimmy, what are we going to do?
A baby.
What are we going to do?
That's wonderful. When Frank gets here, we'll have a big celebration. That's what we're going to do. We'll celebrate all the way down to L.A. I wonder where he is. Frank's too smart for the cops. They never got him.
Did they see you?
I don't know. All I know is we can't stay here.
What about Frank? He's got the money. He's got the car.
I'll tell you what. We'll wait here till morning. Then I'll go down and get a paper. The paper will tell us whether they got him.
Jimmy, I'm scared.
Don't worry, honey. Frank will be here. He's too smart for those dumb cops. He'll be here. Only, I'm getting the shakes. I sure could use a fix.
We didn't go to sleep. Jimmy took a fix and kept pacing the floor all night. I knew now that Jimmy was an addict, too. I got sick again. Finally, when the morning papers came out, Jimmy went down and got one. When he came back, his face was white.
How do you like that? How do you like that?
What's the matter?
Here it is, right here in the paper. But there's nothing about anybody getting caught. It says they got away. How do you like that? We've been left high and dry.
He's got all the money?
Every penny of it. He ditched us. He took the car and all the money, and he ditched us.
Jimmy, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, we got to. No car, no money. You gonna have a baby?
We'll be all right, Jimmy.
Sure, we'll be all right. We'll clean up, honey, you and me. Who needs Frank anyhow? Only, without him, where can I connect for some stuff? And, Dory, I gotta have it now. I gotta have it.
I packed our bag and we left. We were pretty lucky. We hitched a ride out of town and then we got another ride. It was a small truck. The man was going all the way to Los Angeles. We rode a couple of hours and then I got to feeling sick again.
What's the matter, honey?
I don't feel well.
What you need is some coffee. If I didn't have my 3 cups in the morning, I wouldn't be fit to go out the door. That's what it means to me. My wife
Mister.
says... Yeah?
This is a gun in my pocket.
What?
Don't get excited. Just turn down that side road.
Hey, what is this?
Don't talk, just do as I say. This might go off.
Okay, take it easy.
That's fine. Now stop. Hand your wallet over here.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, I got all my identification in there. Take the money, but for Pete's sake...
The wallet, I said. Now get out.
This is plain stupid of you, buddy.
Get out. And walk around in front of the truck.
Where are you going, Jimmy?
Wait here. And hold this. Okay, mister. Turn around.
What are you going to do?
Just... Okay, honey.
Jimmy, you killed him.
He'll be okay. I just clunked him on the head. Gives us more time.
You shouldn't have done that, Jimmy.
Look in the wallet. How much is there in it?
You shouldn't have done...
Come on. How much is there?
Let's see. $20. Just one $20 bill.
$20? That's not bad. When we get to Merced, I'll make a connection and get a couple of caps. We'll ditch the truck, then we'll swipe a car someplace and pull a job that'll keep us a while.
Please, Jimmy, no more.
Are you crazy? We gotta have money. I gotta have it right away.
I'll get a job, Jimmy.
The cop's right behind us and you're gonna get a job. Don't talk silly, honey. Our luck's hot. Besides, I know how to pull him now.
Maybe you killed him.
No,
Jimmy,
no. I didn't hit him that hard. Just hard enough to make him sleepy. I didn't kill him.
Maybe you did. Jimmy, what are we gonna do?
I told you.
I can't take it anymore. Running away. Always running away, and now you hooked. You hooked.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Only
You scared or something?
Yes, I'm scared. But not for myself. I'm scared for you.
If you don't like the setup, why don't you just pull out? Go ahead. Grab the first bus back home to Mama, why don't you?
Don't talk like that, Jimmy. I don't mean...
Hey.
What?
Frank. He doesn't know it, but he did me a real favor. Just when we needed a break. Good old Frank.
What is it, Jimmy?
I just happened to remember. A couple of weeks ago, Frank was telling me about a place. Drugstore in Fresno. That's real close to here. A pushover, he says. They'll probably have a big narco supply, too. We'll break it tonight, you and me.
I can't, Jimmy. They'll get us. I just can't.
Quit saying you can't. Now be quiet. I gotta think.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he only got madder. We ditched the truck in Merced, then Jimmy used up his last cap. About 9 o'clock that night, we got a ride into Fresno. We got something to eat. Then we went into a parking lot, took a black sedan, and got out of there fast. Then we drove out to the place. It was closed. Jimmy was like a crazy man. He knew there was narcotics inside the store. I kept the motor running, and Jimmy went up to the front door. My heart was pounding harder than it ever did before. Jimmy kicked in the plate glass in the door and went inside, and a bell started clanging. It was a burglar alarm. Then I saw the patrol car swing into the alley alongside the store, and I started flashing the lights and honking the horn. I could see Jimmy through the window. He ducked behind a showcase. One of the police was running toward the back of the building. The other ran in the front door. I ran in after him. Remember, I was screaming, "Jimmy, Jimmy," trying to be heard over the burglar alarm. And then the shots. Jimmy! Jimmy!
Come on with your hands up!
Come and get me! Jimmy!
Doris, get out of here. You want to get yourself killed?
Jimmy!
Up with your hands up!
Duck down, Doris. You're in my way. Doris, get out of here.
Don't shoot, Jimmy!
Get out of the way. How do you like
Hey, lady, you hurt?
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!
Come on, get up. Get up now.
You killed him.
Almost got you, too. What was the idea of running right in the line of fire?
Jimmy! Oh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
You're coming with us.
Our baby. Our baby.
What baby?
He was my husband. I'm gonna have a baby.
Baby? Let's have a look at you. Boy, you're just... You kid. There wasn't $1 in that cash register. Somebody tried to break in last night. We picked him up.
Last night? Frank?
Yeah, that's his name. Frank Leonard. You know him?
Frank! Sure, I know him. Oh, he's the one you should have killed.
You have just heard an actual confession. This case history of the woman referred to as Doris Kane is a matter of documented record. To protect the legal rights of this girl, names and places were changed or deleted. Technical advice for confession comes from the Office of the Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California. In a moment, you will again hear Doris Kane.
Doris Kane was arrested in Merced County, State of California, and tried under Section 700, sub MWIC. James R. Kane's body was claimed by his parents and returned to Cleveland for burial. Frank O. Leonard was extradited to Ohio to stand trial for murder, and the State of California has holds on him for grand theft auto, robbery, and burglary. Now, Doris Kane.
I made this broadcast in the hope that someone somewhere may benefit from our mistakes. My husband Jimmy was only 18 when he died. Frank's 23, and you might say his life's over too. A lot of boys and girls are following in our footsteps and don't know it. I'm a ward of the Juvenile Court of Merced County at the El Retiro State School for Girls. I'll be a ward of the court until I'm 21. Because of my age, my baby will not have to be born in a prison, and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful, too, that I escaped becoming a drug addict. I guess I'm most thankful of all for that because I've seen what it does to you. Can I...
Of course.
Night, Mom.
This has been Confession, transcribed statements of actual crimes. These true tragedies are brought to you each week as an NBC Radio Network production in an effort to stem the nation's forward march of crime. Credit for this broadcast goes to our cast: Paul Frees, Joyce McCluskey, Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, Stacey Harris, Marvin Miller. Script supervision, Warren Lewis. Music, Michael Samogi. Direction, Homer Canfield. John Wall speaking. Confession, a Canfield Lewis creation, came to you from California. The confession you are about to hear is an actual recording.
Go ahead, please. I make this confession of my own free will because it is true. There has not been any force or violence used upon my person to induce me to make these statements. Without promise of immunity or reward or gratuity, I confess.
You understand, of course, that your confession will be made public through the radio program Confession?
I do. That your name for the purpose of this broadcast will be Martin Everett?
Yes, sir.
You understand all this, Martin?
Yes, sir. I don't think any of them out there, any at all, ever had it happen to them the way it happened to me. But maybe there is someone. If there is, heaven help them.
You're listening to Confession. The case history of the young man referred to as Martin Everett is a matter of documented record. You'll hear the story of his crime experience as told in his own words.
Martin Everett, please state your age.
20. Or 21 next month.
Your occupation?
Student. And this I used to study.
What were you specializing?
In ideas, you might say.
Did you attend high school in this city?
Yes, sir. Class valedictorian. Big man. Even a scholarship at the university.
Was this the only circumstance under which you could go to the university?
No, it wasn't. We're not poor. Father's an assistant professor right there on campus. English lit. With me, it had to be a scholarship.
It's shoddy work, Martin. You'll have to rewrite it.
Look, Pop, it's late. I'm tired.
It's not even 9 o'clock.
You tell time with your stomach, not with a watch. I'm beat, Pop. I know what you want me to be.
You were when you won the scholarship.
I want a glass of milk.
Why won't you learn?
I'm sick of learning. It's not for me. It's never been for me. It's for you. What do you want, a genius in the family? I can't live success for you. I want to be free to be an ordinary guy, just once, free from these stinking books. I'm not a scholar. I'm not great.
You have talent, Martin. Brilliancy.
I got nothing.
You'll not speak to me like that.
I'm sorry. I feel sick.
You'll fix this essay.
Sure, give it here.
You'll obey me. You'll go upstairs and redo your work.
No, not tonight. Tonight I'm going to walk and breathe some clean air and be myself and forget it. Martin fixed. Martin, please, Pop, for one night, will you try to understand? I should have stayed home that night, but I guess the crazy way things started to happen, no matter where I went or what I did, it wouldn't have made any difference. I kept walking over to a crummy part of town. I wondered what I'd have been like if I was raised in a place like that. I kept thinking about it, and pretty soon my headache was gone. That was when I realized that somebody was following me. At least that's the way it seemed. I kept looking over my shoulder. Once I caught a look at him. He was kind of young, about my age and build. I walked faster and tried to shake him off, but I couldn't. No matter what I did, he stuck with me, right behind me all the time. I got scared, so I ducked into a drugstore.
Druggist is in the back.
I just want a drink. Root beer.
Oh, sorry. Fountain's closed.
Okay.
You expecting someone?
Oh, no. No.
Well, I guess there's no harm in giving you a root beer.
Thanks. Could I have it over there in the booth?
Sure. Take the booth. Here you are.
Martin Everett? Yeah? What?
Sit down. Plenty of room. How's your father?
Fine. Who are you?
Friend.
You were following me out there.
Now, easy, kid, easy. My name's Wally. I'm interested in you.
How do you know me?
Oh, I made a point out of knowing you.
Why me?
We were born on the same day, same hour. Yeah, that's a fact. I had to look up the records once, and I saw your name. I got curious about you. You know, you could have been me, and I could have been you. Could have worked out like that. Maybe it did. Well, go ahead, drink.
Thanks.
Now, you live real good, don't you? I live around here, the other side of the tracks. Only around here, there aren't even any tracks. That's how tough things are. But I wouldn't have your father on a bet.
He's all right.
Sure, everything's just fine. How much money you got in your pocket?
Look, what do you want from me?
Help. You help me, I help you. We get money. Look, I need a partner. And who do I think of? Brother Martin. In a way, we're brothers. You happy?
No.
I am. You buy the things you want?
Nobody buys the things they want.
That's me. Nobody. You're somebody. A great big ball of hate waiting to be pitched in somebody's teeth. You dope, you're not even free. You want to do a million things and you can't. You're afraid.
So?
Well, I'm not afraid. That's why I got dough. Me, personally, I got a personal bankroll. That's the best kind. Only now I need help.
Doing what?
When you need help, we'll get together. Like I told you, I'm usually around.
Now, you better finish that root beer. I gotta close up.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, sure. Look, you don't happen to know that guy, do you?
What guy?
Well, the one that was here.
Well, 3 or 4 people have been here since you came in.
Yeah, I guess. Well, thanks for the drink.
Oh, it doesn't cost 35 cents, you know.
Well, that's all right. You keep it?
Well, thanks. That's worth one on the house if you come back.
Maybe I'll do that. Night.
Good night.
She was pretty. The waitress. She smiled when I left. I remember that now, but right then I was thinking about this other guy, this Wally. It doesn't sit too good when you find out somebody's been watching you, especially somebody talks as funny as he did. I mean, all that business about me being him and him being me. And there was something I couldn't figure out. If he was following me outside, how did he get into that drugstore booth before I did? I didn't meet him again until one night I was studying and my father came home.
Martin?
In here, Pop.
Ugly night out. Too much rain for this season. Studying, Martin?
Mixing Leibniz and Spinoza.
What do you get?
A headache.
Again?
It was a joke.
Well, I'm glad we don't have to go through another struggle like last week.
No. Hey, look, Pop. There's some sweaters on sale at Sullivan's. You got a good price. It's a sale.
How much?
$15.
$?
Certainly dollars.
Why, it's an outrageous figure for a simple sweater.
Okay. Should have known.
Going to study upstairs, Martin?
Yeah. Study.
Hi.
Wally. How did you... What?
The window. Climbed the trellis. Don't worry about the bedspread. My shoes are clean.
Well, it's raining.
I couldn't help hearing the little discussion just now.
Look, you get out of here. Nobody invited you to this house.
Oh, I thought we were friends.
You thought. Well, now do I call the police?
Not unless you don't want that sweater.
What's that got to do with it?
Look, I can guarantee you $20, maybe $30.
How?
Just watching and learning.
Learning what?
You still got that target pistol?
Didn't bother me too much. That's a funny thing. It was like I was just picking up somewhere where I'd left off. The thing that really bothered me was how Wally's shoes were so dry when it was raining out. Well, we went down the trellis.
Okay. All you have to do is watch and make sure nothing happens that I don't see.
Let's get it over with, huh?
Leave it to me.
Well, can I help you, son?
Bottle of bourbon.
Well, I'm afraid you're a little too young for that.
Am I old enough for this?
Look now, look, son.
You don't mean anything to me, get it? Not a thing. A bullet can burn your stomach, I'll feel no pain. And give me the money in that register. Just the bills. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I ran when it was over. Must have been awful panicky because I don't even remember Wally. We just blazed out of that store and he shoved the money in my hand, $26. And you wouldn't think this, but that night I slept real sound, like I was dead or something. For more than a week, I didn't let myself think about what we'd done. And one evening I was lying on the bed and two things kind of got tangled up in my mind. Wally and the waitress at the drugstore. I didn't have many friends. I guess I didn't mention that, but I don't. Now there was a kind of a friend thing between me and Wally. And there was that girl. So I went down to the drugstore again. I just went and sat in the same booth where I could watch her. She didn't see me. After a while, Wally was there at the counter, talking to her.
You're different tonight.
I'm different every night. Man of 1,000 moods.
Man, you look like a college boy.
It's just one of my many moods. Some nights you gotta let me demonstrate.
Great. You want that root beer?
Oh, I do. I certainly do. Hey, what's your name?
Joan Anders.
I'm Wally.
Wally what?
Anything you like. That's my charm. How much for the drink?
Told you it was on the house.
An elegant gesture. When's your night off, Joan?
Next Wednesday.
Wednesday for sure.
It made me sore the way he acted so smart and smug with her. The way she ate it up. It didn't help any that she seemed to have me all mixed up with him. I mean, a root beer on the house and everything. I guess we did look kind of alike, though. As soon as she went down to the other end of the counter, Wally came and sat in my booth like he knew I was waiting for him.
How's the boy?
Fine.
Short of dough?
Oh, so.
Well, let's go.
Look, Wally, I don't want to...
What'd you come here for? You came here looking for me, didn't you?
I guess so.
Okay. Let's get going. You've got something to square away.
You know where you are? You kidding? Sure I know. This is the university. This building right here? It's Wheaton Hall. Girls' dormitory.
Yeah. The rich ones live here. Those Wrigley ones with the football players on the string and 10 trunks full of clothes. And jewelry. That's a fire escape, Marty. And an open window up there.
Wally, this is my territory. I can get into trouble here.
Sure, it's your territory. What do you think we're here for? Those dames ever give you a tumble? You owe them something?
No.
What are you waiting for?
We went up the fire escape and into the girl's room. She was asleep. At least I prayed she was. A bit of light coming through the window caught her across the face and shoulders. I don't know what it was she was wearing, but it wasn't pajamas. You could see her skin. It was awfully white. Only her closed eyelids were dark and sort of shiny.
The dressing table. Take a look.
Nothing.
First drawer.
That box.
Open it.
Are they real?
Their jewelry is always real. Get going.
Wally. She's watching us. She's awake. The girl just sat there in bed, stiff and trembling, even more scared than I was. I got out. Fast. Couldn't stand the look on Wally's face, or the girl's. It was Wally's idea, not mine. Not Martin Everett. So I made a dash for the fire escape, and I got down somehow. I listened. She didn't scream or anything. I thought that was strange, but the main thing was getting away from there. Soon I was sneaking across my own lawn to the rose trellis.
Martin. Pull yourself together. It's me, Wally.
You got out okay?
She knew you.
I don't think so.
I think she did. I killed her.
How?
With this. You knew I was going to. Hide it.
You are listening to Confession. Before continuing with the documented record of the young man referred to as Martin Everett, the National Broadcasting Company is honored to present Mr. Richard A. McGee, Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California.
Many crimes are committed by persons who are mentally ill. Schizophrenia, or split personality, is a common form of mental disease which can lead to criminal acts. Stevenson's story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, is the classic example in literature. Tonight's case is obviously that of a schizophrenic, a person who has created an alter ego on whom to blame the crimes he himself commits. The only way to prevent such a person from becoming criminal is to recognize the clinical symptoms early and seek professional aid before it is too late. Schools, medical centers, and law enforcement agencies in your community would be ready and most anxious to help.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Now to continue with Confession and the documented record of the young man referred to as Martin Everett.
I looked at the knife in his hand, a kitchen knife. It was ours. I knew the nick on the handle. Wally disappeared into the night, and somehow I got up the trellis to my room, put the knife way back in the closet along with the jewels. And then I turned the light on. There was blood all over the front of my shirt. I didn't know how it got there. It was Wally killed her, not me. I kept saying it over and over, but I wasn't sure. I tried to figure out about the blood on my shirt. Blood from the murder Wally committed. I thought of everything I knew about him, the way he came and went and sort of took control of everything, the way he said we were born on the same day, and we were brothers. It frightened me even to think about it. That night I didn't sleep so good.
Terrible. Just terrible.
What's that, Pop?
Now, that girl who was killed last night, she was one of my students.
What to say about her?
Whoever did it used a knife. Dreadful. The police think it was done by some maniac.
But that's crazy.
Yeah, to put it mildly.
You going to school with me? No, thanks.
Right then, I began to be afraid all the time. And I knew one thing. I had to get away from Wally. I didn't want him coming to the house anymore. So in a couple of days, I went back to the drugstore to finish it off once and for all. He was in a booth.
I've let you do what you wanted, haven't I?
No. What you wanted.
You didn't object so hard.
Like, what if they connect me up with these things?
How can they? You're a college boy. You never did anything bad in your life.
Well, what about you? If they catch you, will you talk?
You ought to know. Besides, I never get caught.
Take it easy.
Well, where you been?
Hey, tomorrow's Wednesday. Our date's still on?
Well, I guess.
Any ideas about what to do?
I always depend on the boy for ideas.
I got a few nifties.
Well, if worst comes to worst, I can think of a couple myself. Want to order anything?
A few minutes, maybe.
Just send me a telegram.
How am I doing, Marty?
You treat her nice, do you hear me?
Oh, it's to you. Hey, you kind of like her, don't you? But you don't know about girls like her. Things are different on that other side of town.
That girl in the dormitory.
What girl?
The girl you...
Shut up. Think about it, understand? It didn't happen. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. It just didn't happen. Now, when do we go out again?
I'm scared, Wally.
Now? With me?
No. Just when I'm alone.
And we'll fix things so you aren't alone so much. Now, do like I say. Tonight we've got business. And a lot of nights from now on. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Yeah. I guess you will. Can I talk to you for a second?
You ready to order now, lover?
I think you're confusing me with that other fella, Wally.
Oh, man of 1,000 moods again.
Joan, just don't go out with him. Please.
Why?
He's dangerous.
Well, he better be a little dangerous, or I won't go out with him anymore. And I don't be late tomorrow.
There it was again, a mix-up between me and Wally. That's when I first got the idea that everything was wrong, as wrong as it could be. That night it was a filling station, I think. Next night, Wally didn't keep his date with Joan. He stood her up, and there was some kind of robbery. I didn't remember real well because I was in a daze most of the time. What was real, Wally or me? I thought maybe there wasn't any Wally. Maybe it was all me or just part of me. Maybe I was crazy and imagined it all. Why would I do a thing like that unless I was a murderer and a thief? Because I wanted to be. Come in.
Martin? Yeah, Pop? Mind if I sit on the edge of the bed a minute?
I'll move over.
I've been thinking about you and me. Perhaps, Martin, you're right. We're trying to make something of you that you're not.
Yeah, I guess you're disappointed.
Yes, I am. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'd like to be a sharpshooting student who'd win all kinds of honors for you. I'd like everybody to be proud of me.
Well, the last part can still be.
Pop, let me have another fling at it. I'll work. I didn't want to work before, but now I do. I want to make something of myself. I don't want to be what I am now.
I don't think that's so bad, Martin. You're a fine boy. I'd like to see us get along better.
Yeah, we will, Pop.
Well, then, try it again if you want. And if you decide to quit, do something else, that's all right with me.
That's a deal. I hit the books again, harder. For a month, maybe. I didn't even think about Wally. Then I got restless. At night, I'd toss around my bed and think about Wally and Joan. You know, that waitress. I remembered the way she looked at Wally. I remembered that girl in the dormitory, and the way her shoulders looked in the moonlight. I sure wanted to see that Joan again.
Hello, Martin.
Wally?
It's been a long time.
Look, leave me alone.
That's easy to say.
I'm done with that other business.
You want some excitement? Be honest with yourself, Marty. What is it, on or off? You want to get something out of your system or don't you?
Please, Wally, nothing bad this time, huh? Nothing real bad.
Sure. Nothing bad.
I didn't go home for dinner that night. I just walked around with my notebook under my arm. I didn't really have any place to go. I thought about a movie, but there was nothing worth seeing. Then I saw one of those bathing suit ads in a signboard, and I thought about Joan. When I got down to the drugstore, she was just leaving for the night. I didn't say anything to her. She didn't see me, as usual, so I just followed her. And suddenly Wally was there again, ahead of me on the street, between me and Joan. He was following her, too. She put her key in the door of a slummy little house. That's when Wally stepped forward.
Joan.
Well, look who's here. Man of many moods. You sure got your nerve.
You mad at me?
Oh, no. You can stand me up any time you want.
Can I at least come in and explain?
Well, I don't want to hear any of your wild stories.
Can I, Joan, please?
I've just got one room here.
Anybody else around?
No. People who own the house are away.
Can I?
Sure. Come on in.
Okay.
You know, you're a funny guy.
Well, what's funny about me?
I don't know. You're so moody. But I like you. Maybe it's because I know you're crazy.
What did you say?
You're crazy. You know, you're crazy.
I couldn't stand it anymore. She put her hands on my shoulders. I could feel them there. But it was Wally's face she was smiling up into. Wally. I hated him then more than I ever hated anything. Because I knew just what he was going to do to her and then what he'd been doing to me. I wanted to kill him. Just kill him.
So I slugged him over and over. It felt wonderful. That's what I wanted to do ever since I'd met him. I choked him. My arms and my hands and my shoulders ached, but I kept it up until I was through. Till I knew he was dead. Only, when he fell, it wasn't Wally at all. It was Joan. I killed her. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't. I tore a piece of paper out of my notebook, and I began to write. Please, somebody.
Please, somebody catch me before I kill again. That's what it says, Martin.
Officer, I fail to see what that message has to do with my son.
Perhaps you'd better wait downstairs in your living room, Mr. Everett.
But I have a right, please.
Very well. Is this your school notebook, Martin?
Where'd you find that?
The room of the murdered girl. Anything you want to tell me? Mind if I look through your closet?
I'll get the evidence for you.
Did you do it?
That's hard to say. Wally did some of it. He made me do the rest.
Who's Wally?
Wally? Well, I'm Wally, of course. I guess.
You have just heard an actual confession. This case history of the young man referred to as Martin Everett is a matter of documented record. To protect the legal rights of this person, names and places were changed or deleted. Technical advice for confession comes from the Office of the Director of Corrections, Department of Corrective, California. In a moment, you will again hear Martin Everett.
The subject was sentenced to life imprisonment under the custody of the State Director of Corrections. Found to be insane, the subject was placed in the California Medical Facility, Terminal Island, where he has been given extensive psychotherapy and electroshock therapy. Now, Martin Everett.
The reason I'm making this broadcast is to try to explain how a terrible thing like that can happen to a person. There's plenty I don't understand about it, although a lot of psychiatrists and doctors have tried to explain it to me, but I know this. Wally was still alive that night after I thought I'd killed him. But now he doesn't bother me anymore. Maybe he's really dead. But I guess the doctors will tell me when he is. And we'll see about me.
This has been Confession, transcribed statements of actual crimes. These true tragedies are brought to you each week as an NBC Radio Network production in an effort to stem the nation's forward march of crime. Credit for this broadcast goes to our cast: Paul Frees, Lamont Johnson, Warren Stevens, John McIntyre, Charlotte Lawrence. Writer, Richard Allen Simmons. Music, Michael Samogi. Script supervision, Warren Lewis. Direction, Homer Canfield. John Wall speaking. Confession, a Canfield-Lewis creation, came to you from California.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The confession you are about to hear is an actual tape recording.
Go ahead, please.
I make this confession of my own free will because it is true. There has not been any force or violence used upon my person to induce me to make these statements. Without promise of immunity or reward or gratuity, I confess.
You understand that your statement will be made public through the radio program Confession.
I do.
That your name, for the purpose of this broadcast, will be Esther Phillips.
Yes, I understand. I want to tell the whole story.
Lean forward a little more, please. Esther, talk right into the microphone.
Yes, I want to tell it all. The whole story.
You're listening to Confession. The case history of the woman referred to as Esther Phillips is a matter of documented record. You'll hear the story of her crime experience as told in her own words.
All right. Would you go ahead, please?
Yes. Well, I guess it was a funny thing. I mean, the way we met. You see, Johnny was wanted by the police when I met him. Well, I didn't know it then. But after I found out, it was too late. Because by that time, I was in love with him.
You mean John Tyler?
Yes, Johnny Tyler, that's right.
And?
I wouldn't have left my husband on my own. I guess I would have thought it wasn't respectable. Even though he was so dull and, well, boring. But, when I met Johnny, he was so different. He was exciting, kind of, and I guess the decision was made for me. It was like I had nothing to do with it at all, you know what I mean?
Exactly how did you meet him?
At the races. I used to go to the races quite a bit in Chicago, Washington Park, Arlington. I used to lose a lot of money there. Well, what I mean is, I couldn't stand to just sit home and just sit there all day long, not doing anything. It just got boring for me.
Did your husband know you went to the races?
Oh, I guess he knew. I don't know. He never said anything.
What about the money you lost?
I told him I spent it. He never used to ask any more questions if I sounded mad enough.
You met Johnny at the races?
That's right. It was the last race at Arlington. I was tearing up my ticket. You know, the ticket you get when you bet, you know, there's one. I didn't even notice him standing there beside me at the rail.
Great luck, huh? That's $100 I dropped. I see you got taken too.
Me?
Mm-hmm. How much did you lose?
$5.
Oh, that's not so bad. $100. Talk about the breaks, huh? Say, I hope you don't mind me saying this.
What?
Well, I've been kind of watching you all afternoon. I mean, you know, because you seem so interesting. Kind of person to get to know.
Look.
I guess I'm saying all the wrong things, but what I mean to say is that all afternoon I wanted to meet you. That's what I mean.
I gotta get home.
Oh, now, wait a second.
Yeah?
Look, you got off the bus at the corner over there around 1 o'clock. You were all alone.
Yes?
Well, I saw you, and the minute I saw you, I made up my mind I was going to get to know you. So I planted myself here, and I bet on the same horse as you did, and... kind of corny, huh?
Well...
Look, do you have to take the bus back?
Uh-huh.
Can I give you a lift?
No, I guess not.
Oh, come on, I'm harmless. I'll drop you right off at your door. You don't even ever have to see me again if you don't want to.
I don't think I'd better.
I insist. Come on.
We got through the crowd to the parking lot. He had a convertible. It was a nice day, and he put the top down. He didn't say anything for a while. When we pulled up at a stoplight, he looked down at my hand.
Nice wedding ring.
Thanks.
Any children?
Nope.
Uh-huh. Say, you happen to have the time?
It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks. You know a good place I can get some food? I haven't had lunch yet.
Well, there are lots of places in the Loop.
Well, just a sandwich. I eat dinner late.
Well, there are lots of good places.
Hey, that's a nice-looking place, huh? Clean-looking. You in a big hurry?
Me?
Yeah, I thought you might join me in a cup of coffee or something to get home on.
Oh, well, gee, I don't know. I've got to get back. Start cooking dinner.
No, it'll just take a few minutes. Don't worry. I'll get you home on time.
He got out of the car and came around and opened the door for me. I looked at him for the first time, really. He was good looking. Real good looking. He dressed nice, and he didn't talk like he was fresh or anything. Just as if we were good friends. I don't know. It's hard now when I think back to know what happened, really. Maybe it was the way he treated me. Like I was somebody important to him, not just like a cook and dishwasher. For instance, he opened the car door for me. He opened the door of the restaurant for me, and when we sat down, he helped me with my chair. He ordered coffee for me and some orange juice and ham and eggs for himself. He asked me some more questions about myself. Not nosy-like, just interested. And I started to talk. And once I started, I couldn't stop. I guess I must have needed somebody to talk to awful bad, because I told him everything I hated about the 7 years I'd been married.
7 years.
7 years, that's right. 7 years.
You know something?
What?
You know what I thought when I saw you standing there at the races?
What?
I thought you were a dancer.
A dancer?
That's right. Some kind of a dancer. The way you were standing there, I don't know.
Oh.
Did you ever do any dancing?
Oh, when I was a kid in school, we used to have little plays. I did some dancing at school.
I knew it. You mind if I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why have you stuck it out so long?
With my husband?
Mm-hmm. With that kind of life.
Well, I left him twice.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Twice. Once we went up to Wisconsin. I said I wasn't going back with him.
But you did.
Yeah, I was lonely. He just looked up at me and said, "Don't be silly," he said. "Of course you're coming back." And I did.
And the other time?
Well, the other time I went to an uncle's of mine in Duluth. But he has a big family, so I came back. When I walked into the house, George looked at me like he knew I'd be back all the time. He didn't say anything. He just helped me unpack. Someday, I'm telling you, he's going to get the surprise of his life. I'm going to go, and I'm never coming back. Never. Mm-mm. I feel silly.
Why?
Oh, telling you all these things.
I know. Look, maybe it would help if I formally introduced myself.
Maybe.
Johnny Tyler's the name. Who are you?
Esther Phillips. Ha! That's funny.
Why?
Esther Phillips, I said.
Well, isn't that your name?
No, Esther Phillips isn't my name. Not now. That was my name before I got married.
Well, what do you say we just keep it like that? Miss Phillips.
Before he dropped me downtown, he left me his phone number. Said to call. I did my shopping and came home. And the minute I walked into the door, I knew I couldn't stay. It was like I wasn't home at all. It was like a prison. And what right did George have keeping me in a prison? I had a right to be happy, just the same as anybody else had. I ran to the bedroom and packed up some of my clothes. I wrote George a little note saying that I was going, and this time I wasn't coming back. I didn't call Johnny, not right away. For about 2 hours, I wandered around. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And then I remembered Johnny's telephone number, so I called him. I thought maybe if you weren't busy tonight.
Tonight? Well, tonight's kind of tied up.
Oh. Well, never mind.
No, wait a minute now. Don't be silly. I don't mean it that way. I mean busy, like in work.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'll be finished about 10 o'clock. Is that too late for you?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, good. Make it 10. You have my address?
Just a phone number.
Well, it's the Brockworth Hotel, near North Side. It's on Huron. 10 o'clock, huh?
10 o'clock. Uh-huh. It was 7. I sat in the bar until 9:30. I felt like I shouldn't have called him, but I had to. There was nobody else to call. And the more I waited, the more I wanted to see him. I wondered all about him. what he did. I thought maybe he was a broker or some kind of a businessman. I took a bus to the hotel. At 10:15, I knocked at his door.
Well, hello again. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sit down. Let me fix your drink.
No, thanks.
What's the trouble?
I left him. I couldn't take it anymore. Honest, I just couldn't take it.
Oh. A drink will fix you up. I'll be right back. Just relax. That's the idea, huh?
I felt warm and good, like I hadn't felt for a long time. And I knew it right then. I had to be with Johnny. I had to. I looked in my purse for a cigarette. There was a lot of cigarettes. I looked on the table. No cigarettes. I opened the coffee table drawer. I thought there might be cigarettes in there. But there weren't any cigarettes in the drawer. There was something else. A gun.
Here you are. This ought to fix... What are you looking for?
Cigarettes, that's all.
Yeah? You should have asked me. I have cigarettes. Here.
Thanks. You keep it for protection?
That's right. I need it in my business. What's the matter? You don't look so good.
It just scared me, that's all. It just scared me. It's the first time I ever saw a gun up that close.
Forget it. Come here.
Johnny.
You're beautiful. Anybody ever tell you that?
Long time ago.
Well, I'm telling you now. Look, this is my last night in town. We'll really live it up. What do you say?
Last night in town?
Yeah, I gotta keep traveling. That's how I make my living, traveling around. Why don't you come with me?
What?
Well, you're not going back there, are you?
I wouldn't go back there for $1 million.
Well?
Johnny.
What?
You're in some kind of trouble, aren't you?
You want to come or don't you?
Yes, Johnny, I do want to come. I really want to. Very much.
You are listening to Confession. Before continuing with the documented record of the woman referred to as Esther Phillips, the National Broadcasting Company is honored to present Mr. Richard A. McGee, Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California. Mr. McGee.
In our modern thinking, personal happiness has become a confused issue. Countless crimes are committed by foolish persons who believe that their rash acts will ultimately lead them to happiness. But I have seen too many thousands of men and women in our prisons unhappily regretting the stupid and thoughtless mistakes that placed them there. Their search for happiness was too often merely a reflection of vanity, greed, lust, and infantile frustration. The majority of these men and women in our penal institutions will assure you that no happiness of the moment can possibly last unless you achieve it with dignity, with respect for yourself as an individual, and without harm to others.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Now to continue with Confession and the documented record of the woman referred to as Esther Phillips.
All right. You can continue now, Esther.
Well, we left Chicago that night.
You mean you and Johnny?
Yes. And for the first time in I don't know how long, I felt free. Funny thing was, I didn't feel ashamed of what I did. I didn't feel at all ashamed. I didn't care about anything but just being happy. Just so I had a little fun out of life. We drove a long time. Johnny didn't say anything. Finally, he lit a cigarette and started to tell me all about himself.
I've been in prison since I was a kid.
I don't want to know anything about you.
I want you to know. Otherwise, it's no good. I've been in prisons all over the country. I was on parole. I jumped it. I'm on the run. Well?
Well, what?
You want me to take you home?
No.
Scared of me?
Oh, I could never be scared of you. No matter what you did.
You're quite a girl.
Where are we going?
St. Louis, Oklahoma City, Los Angeles, all points west.
Oh, I've never been west.
You got any idea how much money I've got?
I told you I didn't care.
I know you don't care, but I care. I got exactly $5 in change.
I've got some money.
How much?
About $5.
Oh, you're wonderful, you know that? Look, honey, I gotta have money, not small change. Money. $500-600.
Well, why all that money?
Because I need it, that's why. Hey, how far to St. Louis? There's a sign.
Oh, gee, I couldn't see it very well.
Oh, it can't be far. All right, we'll get into a town, get a place to stay, and I'll pick up some money.
Now, don't get in any more trouble, Johnny, please, now.
Now, what is this, a lecture tour?
Well, I just don't want to see you get in any more trouble.
You let me worry about that, huh? You know, you're very pretty company. Very pretty.
And that's how it began. We drifted across the country. I don't know how many robberies. I lost track. I would wait outside, and he'd go in, get the money, and then when he slammed the door and said, "Let's go," I'd start off. I got to be pretty good at spotting a police car a long ways off. I didn't like it. I didn't want to do it. I did it for Johnny. Because if I didn't, he wouldn't let me be with him anymore. We stayed in Las Vegas long enough for me to get a divorce, and then Johnny and I got married. And then we went to California, San Bernardino. A store along the main street. We parked down about a block and walked back. It was a liquor store. Johnny got an idea of the place, and we went back to the car. I drove up and parked in front of the liquor store, and Johnny went in. I saw him cover the gun with one hand and pointed at the old man behind the counter. I saw the old man get mad. Then a shot. I felt sick. The old man fell over on the counter. Johnny came running out. He was white.
Get out of here.
Johnny,
shut up, just drive.
You killed someone.
Maybe not. I think I just winged it. There's a police car. Slow down. All we need is to get picked up. He's turning off. Okay, let her go.
Why don't we...
Why don't we what?
Well, you turned yourself in, maybe.
Turn myself in? What are you, crazy?
I'm sick.
Well, be sick, but keep quiet. You're enough to drive a guy wacky.
Well, what are we going to do?
We gotta get rid of the car. That's the first thing. Anyone spotted us to be looking for this car all over California. I tell you what, we'll get rid of it along the road. We'll hitch to the next town. Now what's the matter with you?
I told you I'm sick.
Oh, I must have been crazy to bring you along. Crazy. All right. Take it easy. There's a place. Pull over.
They'll find the car.
Will you quit arguing with me? Pull over.
What do we do now?
Get rid of fingerprints.
We walked to the next town where we got a bus to Los Angeles. We stayed in Los Angeles a couple of weeks in a terrible place downtown. One day I came home, I opened the door and went in. Right away, I knew something was wrong. Johnny? Johnny, you home? Johnny?
Mrs. Tyler?
Oh.
Don't be frightened, Mrs. Tyler. We're from the police department. Put your purse on the table. Now, where is he?
Where's who?
Let's not play games. Where is he?
Johnny? Well, I don't know. Why should I know? I just came home. What are you waiting for?
Assorted crimes. You want to tell us about what happened in San Bernardino?
San Bernardino? You must have the wrong party.
Quirk lived. Identified him. What's your name?
Esther Tyler.
What was your single name?
Esther Tyler's my name.
You ever been in trouble?
No, I never was in trouble my whole life.
Mm-hmm. Now, assuming you haven't been in trouble before, Mrs.
I
Tyler.
haven't.
Well, you'll get off with a pretty light sentence if you tell us about him. We know most of it anyhow.
Johnny, stay away, Johnny.
Tyler.
Run, Johnny, run.
Get after him.
Run, Johnny, run.
Not going to do your case any good, Mrs. Tyler. You've got pretty sharp ears. I did hear that front door open.
You won't get him.
I think we will. Come on, Miss Tyler. Let's go.
They locked me up. I'd never been locked up before, and I didn't care. The only thing I thought about was Johnny. They got him the next day. I was sentenced from 1 to 5 years. They sentenced Johnny 5 to life. I served 2 years and I got out on parole. Because I was his wife, the warden and my parole officer gave me special permission to visit Johnny. I rented a little place near the prison and I went to work as a waitress. One day I came to visit Johnny and he seemed to be real nervous.
I'm getting out of here. You gotta help.
Oh, don't do it, Johnny. Please, it's crazy. They'll kill you.
You in this or not?
You'll be out in a few years, Johnny, if you don't try
A few
anything.
years. The adult authority turned me down. Didn't even set my sentence.
Don't try it, Johnny. This is a maximum security prison. It's a maximum security.
Now listen to me. You're the only one I can trust, the only one on the outside. I can't get through any other way.
Why do you have to...
Are you gonna do it or aren't you?
Don't say it like that.
Now look, a guy named Mitchell. Look him up at the Blue Fox Tavern. Give him 500 now, tell him to get more after. Tell him Monday night, 10 o'clock, after the count. West Wall. Well?
No. What? No, Johnny, I'm not going to do it.
Why, you
They'll
little...
kill you, Johnny. I'd rather have you in here than dead. Oh, please, Johnny, don't do it, please.
You're a great little pal, you are. Go on, get out of here.
I told myself I wouldn't, but on Monday night I found myself walking near the prison outside the West Wall. I just had to. I just had to be near him. I was hoping and praying he wouldn't try it. I wanted to go to the police, to my parole officer. I wanted to tell somebody, but I couldn't. I couldn't do that. So I just waited. At a few minutes past 10, I heard a siren. He was going to do it. I held my breath and watched. I saw the lights moving across the walls. It was too dark to see anything else. And then I saw somebody running along the wall. And the lights darted around and they picked him up. And he started to run. The lights followed him. I could see them taking aim in the gun towers.
Johnny! Johnny!
I thought they killed him. I saw him look up once into the light, slump down along the wall. But they didn't kill him. It's a miracle. I told them the truth about not helping Johnny. And they believed me. And they let me visit him in the prison hospital. Oh. Why did you try it, Johnny?
It's a crazy question. I wanted to get out of here. I'm a lousy planner. Real lousy.
Don't talk, honey.
I want to. I want to talk. I got to thinking. How long? How much longer do I stay in here? 20 years, 40? How long? Drove me wacky. Thinking about all the time I'd have to be in here.
They'll set your sentence next time, Johnny. I know they will.
Oh, sure. After a try at the wall, they'll set my sentence, sure. Honey, I'm in here for good. I'll never get out. I'll die in here.
Oh, you'll get out, Johnny. I'm going to write to the adult authority. I'm going to tell them what kind of a person you are. They've got no idea how...
Oh, you're wonderful. You know that.
I love you, Johnny.
I like that. You can say that anytime you want to.
You better rest for a while.
Now, listen. I don't want you hanging around time like you did before, you understand? I want you to get away from here and forget me. Go someplace, huh? Someplace nice.
I don't want to go anyplace. I want to be here with you, and I want to be able to see you every chance I get.
What kind of a life is that? Now you do as I say. You get away from here.
I couldn't, even if I wanted to. You'll see, Johnny, it won't be long.
Get this through your head, Esther. I'm in here for good.
I'm staying, Johnny.
Listen to me.
No matter how long it takes, I'll be here. I'll be here. Now, you better get some rest.
You have just heard an actual confession. This case history of the woman referred to as Esther Phillips is a matter of documented record. To protect the legal rights of this girl, names and places were changed or deleted. Technical advice for confession comes from the Office of the Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California. In a moment, you will again hear Esther Phillips.
The case of Esther Phillips is still pending before the Board of Trustees, California Institution for Women. Whether she'll be returned to prison for refusing to reveal her knowledge of John Tyler's plan for escape, or whether her parole will be extended has yet been undetermined. Now again, Esther Phillips.
Well, like I told myself 100 times, I don't know really what made me leave my husband and what made me fall for Johnny in the first place. I guess it was like they tell me. I wanted fun, whatever that means. I think I know where I went wrong. If I'd been smart, I'd have made him go back to where he broke his parole. And then we wouldn't be in prison. Yeah, that's right. We. Me and Johnny. Because while he's in there, so am I. He's got to do his time inside, and I got to do my time outside. Just a different kind of sentence, that's all.
This has been Confession, transcribed statements of actual crimes. These true tragedies are brought to you each week as an NBC Radio Network production in an effort to stem the nation's forward march of crime. Credit for this broadcast goes to our cast: Paul Frees, Lorene Tuttle, Gerald Moore, Dan Riss. Music, Michael Samogi. Script supervision, Warren Lewis. Direction, Homer Canfield. John Wall speaking. Confession, a Canfield-Lewis creation, came to you from California.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.